baby. How you like that, Sterling? Welcome to the roast, Sterling. Got me through my ride this morning. Can't believe Sterling Bennett. He's in for Spinoni. Good morning, everybody out there. As we say, good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at home, getting ready for work, what is happening? YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Xfinity Mobile text line. My day hasn't started off greatly. Baby Chaz is waking up at 12:45 in the morning.
What?
I had to go to the couch last night.
What?
I leave my cell phone at home. So we may have a better show. I'm going to be locked in right now.
Really?
No Instagram to watch during breaks. No Facebook. No Twitter. I actually got TweetDeck on the laptop, but you know what I mean.
So you'll be able to look at me?
Look at you.
I like it.
Look. While you look at your watch. And I had to take off my pullover because you wore it today.
I know I got to take it off.
I wore mine twice this week. I've been double dipping a little bit.
Full disclosure, it is roasting in here. I cannot wait till we get in the new building. Like, I hate to be one of these guys. Like my dad bent over and was on his hands and knees for 35 years. My brother's doing it right now at the airport somewhere. And I know there are real laborers out there that really work. These are not horrific. Roofing in the middle of Texas in July is a real job.
No, it's not that bad.
But your boy's been cooking. I haven't been able to wear a sweatshirt in the studio for months. And I love it. The boss goes, well, in April, I figured we were moving right away. And I'm like, boss, there was no way we were moving in April.
Oh, man.
And you could have paid for the AC to get fixed. You and I have been wearing shorts and T-shirts every day. It could be raining outside. And we're like, no. This studio. I looked at 6 different hoodies today that I was going to wear, and I was like, I'm not even going to be able to get through the first minute of the show.
Well, no, I look at the hoodies every day, and there's like 20, 25 hoodies in my closet. I'm just thinking to myself, boy, I can't wear them. So I leave the house, T-shirt, shorts, and people are looking at me crazy at 5 in the morning saying, dude, it's like 50 degrees outside. I have no idea. No idea. We get to the studio, and it's all good. So,
well, Bonte, you know what?
What's up?
In honor of a wacky Friday.
It is a wacky Friday.
Can me and the crew, Sterling and Sam, because Spadoni's out today, Sterling joining in on the board. He does the post-game show for 49ers.
Sterling
overtime.
Bennett is where the Boston Red Sox. I go, hey, Sterling, you a Red Sox fan? He goes, no. Sterling Bennett, I got to get to know this kid.
Question.
I know he's a Niner guy, goes to practice. He's actually... His stock is rose in my book, personally. A couple years ago on overtime, I didn't know about the kid.
Are we talking more like Trey Lance or Caleb Williams?
Maybe Caleb Williams. He's on that trajectory.
Oh, so
in my world.
He doesn't need live reps or else he's going to the CFL.
I'm like, wow, I can actually follow a guy on Twitter. And you like that. Hey, Sterling, you like that. He liked that. That was outside the box stinking that nobody does around these parts. But a couple years ago on overtime, I was like, who is this Sterling guy? Who is this guy in my ear? Guy's grown up, man.
Well, you know what people are asking me? Who is this Monte Hill man that you work with? And I go, why do you ask that? And I go, well, because he's the king of Bay Area media. I found out about a year ago what day your birthday was. And I want to say to you, Monte Hill, happy birthday. Crank it. It's your birthday. Your birthday. It's your birthday. And you know we don't give a, because it's your birthday. Call in today, 888-957-9570.
Don't do that.
Call into the king and let him know what your favorite memory of him as a TV or radio host was. Let's have a little fun. I am so ready. Niners, Rams.
No.
Inject it into my veins. Watching Philly look like the second best team in their own division last night. I am so ready. Dallas is a bigger threat to the 49ers than the Philadelphia Eagles. Since when did they start running that playbook like they were running Trey Lance out there? Where is RB1 for the Philadelphia Eagles?
DeAndre
Nick
Swift, did you not see him?
Sirianni is a fake offensive coordinator. They lost Shane Steichen. I'm telling you right now, sell your Philly stock. Bring it on, Philly. Bring it on. I don't care that you're 2-0. You are a wounded duck. You can see the Super Bowl hangover from a mile away. Niner fans, stick your chest out because come December 3rd, we are smacking up and clipping the wings of the birds. I can't wait for it. And Kyle in San Francisco, or whoever the hell you are from Philadelphia, who keeps tagging us in a million tweets, we are coming. You better worry about your house, Mr. Lannister, because I'm telling you right now, winter is coming. And winter is Nick Bosa.
All right.
I'm so ready.
All right.
Niner fans should be so ready. Philly looks weak.
So do I send that to Philadelphia now? Or
No, don't, because I'll get tagged in 10,000 things.
Well, you're already going to get tagged. You already did it. And you love it. Don't act like, see, the one problem I have with you, Shasky, is you act like you don't love it.
I love the game.
You love it. All attention is good attention, right? You love it. You love it.
I love that they don't have an RB1.
No, they do have an RB1.
What?
DeAndre Swift ran for 175 last night. What are you talking about?
He's not a real RB1.
Oh, he's
running
not a real behind that offensive line.
The Vikings are weak.
But we
all agree.
The Vikings are weak.
DeAndre Swift is not no RB1.
No, he can run.
CMC's a RB1.
Doesn't matter for them.
Okay.
They got a good offensive line. But there is a Super Bowl hangover. Trust me. I was texting my boy yesterday.
I fear Dallas much more.
Listen, I don't fear anybody. If you're the 49ers, I don't fear anybody. I don't care about Philadelphia. I don't care about Dallas. I don't fear anybody. Got the best linebacker core. Got a very good secondary. Got a very good defensive line. Got an offensive line. Well, on the left side offensive line. We'll see about the right side.
Every team's got weaknesses.
I got running backs. I got quarter. I don't fear anybody. I don't fear the Cowboys. I don't fear the Eagles. I don't fear anybody. I told you, they were able to walk to that game last year in Philadelphia and won that football game. But here's a couple things here. Watching that game, and I was texting with Philly Zoo because he gets a little arrogant, and we're in this pool together, and I told him straight up, we're coming to kick your ass December 3rd.
Thank you.
We will beat your ass December 3rd. I told him that straight up. And I told him another thing, and I see the videos and Eagle fans flipping all Viking fans. They think they're so cool, throwing their little middle fingers out. They get credit for that. Look how passionate. It's just different in Philadelphia. Yeah, I want to break their fingers. All those little punks out there at Lincoln Financial
Field.
Field.
Guy we ran into at the boxing match? The guy who, my guy is a real boxer.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Okay. I want to say his name's Greg. I always forget his name, and I apologize. I got his name in my phone. What did he say? If I went to Philadelphia, we'd be in some trouble.
Listen, man. Listen. Philadelphia, they will get better. They're 2-0 without playing their best football.
For sure.
Not with evidence. So let's not get crazy and say they're weak. They're not weak.
They're not the same team that I feared come NFC Championship game last year.
You didn't fear them all throughout the regular season. In the playoffs, we got Sausalito Shasky. You start getting worried about everything.
I started, I was unfamiliar with their game.
You know how this works. It's September football.
Yeah.
They will get better. They will get better.
Something's going on with them. Could you at least admit to me this?
Well, listen.
Shane Steichen is a big loss.
Well, Brian Johnson's now their coordinator. He was their quarterback coach for the last 2 years. They got a new defensive coordinator. They wanted a new defensive coordinator because they really didn't like Gannon.
That I agree with.
But their defense, they had 3 starters out on defense.
They lost suspect.
Yeah, but Kobe Dean didn't play in that game. Bradbury was out in that game. Maddox got hurt during that game. Let's pump the brakes by saying Philadelphia's weak. They're going to be there at the end. like that's crazy talk. DeAndre Swift ran for 175. When Philadelphia decided, you know what? We're going to run the football. They ran for 250 yards on them and held the ball for 39 minutes.
But do you really hold him? I'm just being real with you. You really hold that guy in that regard? Because Raheem Mostert had monster games. And Jeff Wilson Jr. had monster games.
Solid.
You can have an outlier week as a running back. Are you a true RB1? That you strike fear into the opponent where you have to game plan against them. Because that's what travels in December.
Listen, did Kenneth Gainwell strike fear to you last year?
He was a very good, effective playmaker for them.
But I don't think any Niner fan said, Kenneth Gainwell, please. We got Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, but
Kenneth Gainwell ran all over the Niners in the NFC title game. Miles Sanders, did he pump fear into you?
I think Miles Sanders is a more complete player than I give credit to.
Fear into you.
I don't know, man. I don't think they're as good as last year. It's early. It's early.
Maybe not. It's September. It's week 2. Swift, the only problem with Swift, in my opinion, in Detroit was he couldn't stay healthy. That was my problem. I think the guy, is he RB1 on the... I don't know, but he ran for 175 yesterday, and they have a great offensive line that make running backs better. And when you have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith going deep down the field and Dallas Goedert in the middle, that strikes fear to me. Like, that offense is still no joke. They scored 34 points, and they played sloppy football.
Well, the Vikings look like they're done.
Well, they are done.
I mean, the Vikings look like they're done. That one and done winning the North feels very outlierish. It feels very outlierish. I'll give you this one. What about Kirk Cousins to the Jets? He's on a 1-year deal.
I keep saying that.
What do you think?
Sterling. Love it, Sterling. How many picks do the Jets have? What picks do the Jets have? Because if I'm the Vikings and we're trading Kirk Cousins, I want first-round picks. I want second-round picks. I want all that.
For a 35-year-old who's on an expiring deal that you've been trying to, that nobody's, jumping over themselves to go get?
Well, a lot of Niner fans believe if they had Kirk Cousins, they'd be in the Super Bowl. A lot of people believe.
I don't know.
Is Kirk Cousins putting the Jets over the top?
I think given their situation, in a 1-year deal, it's about as good as you could look for.
I don't know, man.
I think he'd be a good fit.
I think a lot of people are throwing that out there.
Okay.
It might be a good fit. Could he run that offense? Maybe. Nathaniel Hackett? I don't know. I just don't see it happening.
So you're rolling with Zach Wilson if you're them?
I wouldn't roll with Zach Wilson at all. I just think
there's limited options.
I don't think Kirk Cousins is on the block.
Okay.
At least not now. And then you're going to bring a quarterback in midway through the year, try to build a rapport with Garrett Wilson and Alan Lazard and all those guys up there. I don't think it's going to work out. Like, if your master plan is to go trade for Kirk Cousins to save your season's over. I don't care how many yards Kirk Cousins threw for last night. I don't give a damn how many touchdowns he threw for. If your master plan is to go get Kirk Cousins and say, hey, Kirk, save us, get us through the AFC playoffs. You imagine Kirk Cousins.
It's not a master plan. It's like a plan C, because plan A was Zach Wilson a couple years ago. Plan B was, all right, look, the contingency is go get Aaron Rodgers, and now you're on to plan C. Like you're picking amongst not a lot of great options.
I hear you.
It's the best of minimal options.
Let me see the Jets.
Watching Sirianni walk off that field last night, I'm saying there's just no way in hell that guy is going to be able to outcoach Shanahan at this point. I believe in Shanahan this year. This feels like our year. It does. It feels like it. I know it's 2 weeks in, but I understand. That's a short week. You get credit for the win. I understand all that. It's a short
week. And remember, it's Thursday Night Football.
I know things are always uglier.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Week, quick turnaround.
I just don't.
You play
last year, their offense felt more dynamic.
Well, they got dynamic later in the season, right?
Yes.
Because they came later in the season. They were kind of early on, jabbing people, scoring points. Devontae Smith is a superstar.
I'm not denying you there.
A.J. Brown is a superstar.
What happened with A.J. and Hurts on the sideline?
Well, they threw a touchdown pass later in the game. It feels like they got over it.
Well.
And that's what A.J. Brown's what diva wide receivers do. You know what I'm saying? We see this all the time.
He's a stud.
And then you got Dallas Goedert.
Come on, I was gonna grasp at any negativity from the Eagles. I was gonna come in here strutting. I felt like Vince McMahon there.
Let's say I got it out to a text thread, and I'll read some of the texts.
I want to hear them all.
Yeah. I'll
By the way, your boy Philly Zoo, I follow him. He don't follow me on Twitter. Yeah, he got a lot to say about me.
Yeah, he doesn't like you. He's one of my best friends.
Well, you know what? Then I'm unfollowing.
But you know what? Yeah, I'll follow him. He tagged me in a tweet last night because we're in the thread. He goes, well, we got the better O-line, better D-line, better wide receivers, better quarterback. Check. And then he tagged me on Twitter, and I said, do not tag me on Twitter because if I retweet your Philly Zoo, then the entire empire is coming after you. And you don't want those problems.
All right, Philly Zoo. You have 132 followers. You now have 131. I unfollowed you. You got what you wanted.
You got what you wanted.
And guess what? Philly Zoo. Where do you live? You don't live in Philly.
Nah, you
choose to live out here.
He lives in the inner Richmond.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's what I thought. Guy alone. Leave my guy. That's one of my best friends.
I love when the truth hurts and people get all butthurt. Happy birthday, Monte.
Oh, man. No, Philly Zoo. Actually, happy birthday to Philly Zoo. Happy birthday to Philly Zoo.
You guys share a birthday?
No, his birthday's on the 13th.
I'm not wishing him happy birthday.
Oh, man.
His happy birthday wish was that I followed him for a year and he didn't follow me back. That's my present.
You know what he tells me?
What?
The day after the Super Bowl was our worst show ever. And I said, well, it was the highest rated Bay Area show in the last 10 years.
I mean, Eagle fans are still clipping the content from the day after the Super Bowl, 6 months later.
And if you would have I told him yesterday, so we're in this pickle pool, right, with bets. And I said, let's take the Eagles -6 tonight. Now, they obviously pushed yesterday, 34-28 or whatnot. And he was all freaking, I don't know, this and that. Big Dog said, go with the Eagles, man. The Eagles are going to win big. So they win, and he's panicking midway through. I don't like the vibes of this game. The Vikings are going to outright win. That's what Philly fans do. They call that passion, right? They call that passion. I call it a sickness. So, we're texting, and he says, well, you're on the Super Bowl show afterwards. I listened to it, and it was terrible. I said, oh, really? And so we went back and forth. Oh, he listened the whole damn show. And he's listening probably right now.
That's the one thing that
listen last.
I underrate. Everyone's listening at all times.
Exactly.
Especially you Philly birds.
So look, oh man, this thread is big because I just started going off on them.
I just hate the pigeons. God, the pigeons are so annoying. Like they really are.
That's what I told him. I was a win-win in the pool. If the Eagles lose, I'm happy, and I'm going to call your station. I'm going to clip your station. We're going to play your sound on our station, and we're going to laugh at you for losing week 2.
You know
now,
what?
if we win in the pool, great.
As I'm crushing Philly, I do want to take a step back because I don't remember if we addressed this. I've gone back and forth with Hugh Douglas, really nice guy. I feel awful for him and his family. He lost his son in a car accident, and we joke around about the anti-Philly stuff and this and the other. the poor guy and his family. I'm almost getting emotional. I feel horrible for him. He's put out a lot of tweets and videos and stuff of him and his young son. I mean, the kid was under 25 years old. Yeah. Nobody should have to do that as a parent. And on the real, I send love from my family and to the Douglas family. I feel really bad for him and his family. I don't know what else to say. It's an awful situation.
He's going through an awful situation. No doubt about that. You never.
I didn't mean to turn it. I just felt really bad. I was thinking about it.
You are all over the place.
I know.
You don't like to hear about it. You don't like to see it. You don't like to read it. It stinks.
I know.
But let me tell you something about Philadelphia. Forget that. Hugh Douglas, prayers go out to you. Hopefully you get better. Keep your head up, you and the family. Now, Philadelphia itself, because I was going at it with Philly, because again, Philly Zoo and all these other fans, well, when you give out your section number, what do you expect to happen? Now, let me put this on the table again. When somebody tells a real one like myself and you, hey, if you wear your jersey in Philadelphia, you're going to die. You're going to die, right?
At a sporting
Sterling, Loveman, we're from the Bay. Really? You're going to tell us that? So I told him, we're sitting in section 115. What were we, row 5, seat 7, 8. Now, at our seats, because they say, what do you expect to happen when you give out your section number? Nothing happened in our section.
No.
Everything was all good. I checked the guy behind me. He got the point real early. All right? Nothing happened on our seats. What happened going into the stadium? What happened when you walk to the bathroom? What happened when you're walking around and people were touching? That's a different story. And that's where the problems are.
And here's the thing. It didn't just happen to us.
No,
Ask George Borges, who's an anonymous person from San Francisco.
The Olympic Club. Shout out George Borges.
Ask him what his experience was like.
Right.
How about Norm Dudum's cousin?
Right.
Ask him what his experience was like.
Worldwide Hef.
Worldwide Hef.
Touching hats, slapping brims, throwing beer, flipping middle fingers with your cameras out. Like you little punks out there. Whatever. Philly's got something coming. I swear to God, I don't think I've ever hated a team like Philadelphia in my life. And it's not even their team. The team is good. They got very likable players. I like Devontae Smith. I like A.J. Brown. I like Jalen Hurts. I like Jason Kelce. I think they got a lot of
I do not like Nick Sirianni.
Sirianni, forget him. Fletcher Cox. I like Fletcher Cox. I love Fletcher Cox, to be honest with you.
He's how can you not like him?
A lot of likable players.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's their damn fans. And people, for some reason, when Fox posted that video yesterday, them flipping off Viking fans, said, it's just different in Philadelphia. Yeah, it is different. But you guys accept that? Okay, it's fine. They are lucky, because I'm trying to figure out a way to wiggle out of this. The game falls a day before Baby Chez's birthday. How can I get out to Philadelphia and get back for Baby Chez's birthday? Because I want to get back out there. And it's a night game, and I don't give a damn. I hate them, Shasky. I hate them with a passion. When I talk about them, I turn red. I feel a sickness to my stomach.
I'm going to start calling you Dre Dog.
I want them so bad. And I'm watching them from afar. They will get better. Don't believe that week 2 is what the Eagles will look like in December. They will get better. They will figure some things out. They will swing a big deal just like the Niners. Howie Roseman is a ballsy GM. But I want them so bad in the playoffs. I want them so. Dallas is in our hip pocket. We've been 2 straight times. They're rattled. I don't know. I don't fear
I'm
Dallas
looking at
whatsoever.
Dallas a certain way. I think that Dallas feels very hungry. I know it's early. It's a long season. We got months to go. Dallas is a problem. I think their personnel defensively is very unique.
Right. Yeah. I mean, ask Joey Bosa. You're right on the text line. Franco, ask Joey Bosa about the experience at Philadelphia.
That's Joey Bosa.
What did he tell that guy? You little broke, you know what?
Oh, dude, I love Joey Bosa.
You little broke.
I love the Bosa so much.
888-957-9570. We'll get the Nick in Berkeley. We get the John on the Bay Bridge. More coming up on the roast. We got Reeds all the gore. And we got a special guest. Special guest coming up at 6:48. I'll explain on the other side. Special guest because I want to highlight something that's happening in the Bay Area, and I think it's really cool on the prep scene. Shout out again to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the Xfinity mobile text line. And it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And the segment also sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. All right, more coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Here's a message for Bay Area architects and designers. If you're about to start a remodel or design project with one of your clients,
Now, back to the morning roast with Fonte and Shasky.
Okay, Sterling. Okay. Little hot boys. I see you. It's Rams week, man. King of the Hill coming up. We got Shasky's best bets. King of the Hill this week, my favorite Rams games. Rams-Niner games. My all-time favorites. All-time favorites. I think people know what number one will be.
Harbaugh first performance?
Was that, no, that's against Seahawks.
Oh, I was against the Seahawks.
Yeah, Ted Ginn Jr. with the two.
Well, maybe it was Mike Nolan then against the Rams.
Oh, yeah, when he did the outside kick.
Yeah.
The outside kick, and then they won. And then they win midi after.
Was it the Brian Hoyer wearing all black against the all yellow Jared Goff? Was it 2017?
Yeah, they lost that game.
Thursday night game?
He threw a pick on the first play of the game.
I think we scored 30 in that.
They scored 39.
39.
I remember the score. 40. I think it was 41-39. Trent Taylor almost died in the end zone on one of those plays.
Would it maybe be the Jim Tomsula victory when he took over for Harbaugh at the end? Or not Jim Tomsula. Yeah, it was Jim Tomsula.
Took over for Singletary?
No, when he took over, didn't they win that final game and the Rams laid down in that game? And then they ended up using that ammunition to trade up to go get Jared Goff.
Did they do that 2 years in a row? Because I feel like Chip Kelly won that game as well when Kaepernick was in the end zone, threw up the fist, and his last final game in the NFL. By the way, I love Colin Kaepernick. This whole thing that, hey, man, he's ready to go. He hasn't played football since 2016.
Am I mean for saying it's an eye roll?
No, well, it's an eye roll in terms of like, why? You guys have played NFL football in 7 years. 6 to 7 years.
I mean, even Carson Wentz, when I hear Carson Wentz is available, I roll.
Right. Should the Eagles go get Carson Wentz?
The Eagles?
I mean, not the Eagles, the Jets.
Oh, no,
wrong
Jets,
green team.
I mean,
wrong green team.
Apparently, everyone's done their homework on him. There's a reason why he's not a backup.
Yeah. Not a good locker room
guy. At least right now.
Not a good locker room guy, apparently. Anyway, let's get to the calls, man. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. It's Rams week. Let's get fired up, man. Sunday, Sofi Stadium, 105. We got an updated injury report as well. Sammy Womack III didn't practice yesterday. He was out of practice, but Nakuya, our boy Nakuya, didn't practice yesterday for the Rams. Oblique injury. Is he going to play? Didn't practice on a Thursday.
That's
Big news. Not good at all. Let's go to Nick and
Especially
Berkeley.
when I claimed him in every league.
Yeah, I claimed him too in one league. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening?
You know his name? None of us know
Hey,
his
man,
name.
I've hated the Rams since I was like 3 years old with those stupid little swirly helmets. Like they got Rams horns on and stuff. You know what I mean? They just used to annoy me for some reason. But look, man, there's winners in the league and there's losers. And half these coaches don't even know what they're doing. Deion has proven that in college right now. There's a lot of fraudulent coaches out there that believe in their own hype. And let me tell like Pete Carroll up in Seattle, he's got nothing coming. The Rams are about to get slaughtered, man, and we're going to be eating extra lamb chops. We just got to watch out for Donald with his little swirly tackles trying to roll people's legs underneath him as he tries to tackle people because he's a cheap shot artist, man. He's a good player, but he's cheap, dude. We got to just knock him out the game if we can. I don't even care. You know what I'm saying? And check this out, man. The Niners, this is our year, Shasky. You right about that, man. I'm feeling the vibe. It's early and all that. But look, what really cracks me up more than anything is Vontae, the way you systematically you decimate these other radio station hosts. They look like little kids, man. It's like a track hawk racing some kid on a skateboard, bro. They can't even keep up. Shasky cheesing it up in the background, sounding like the little hound dog or a secret squirrel, you know, with that little laugh he got. I mean, I'd be cracking up, dude. And the way they're like, oh, they start stuttering. They don't even know what to say, man. You be breaking them off, man. Let's go,
Let's
Nick.
go,
yeah,
Nick.
Let's go.
In the
Let's
words
go,
of
Nick.
Master Pete, break them off something, Bonte.
Break him off, Nick. That's my guy.
One of my favorite
listen,
UGK Master P songs.
That is something I am proud of on this show.
What's that?
Is that when we do these simulcasts.
Oh, yeah, we're undefeated. Never lost.
Yeah. Sean and RJ had no idea.
I guess
105.3
technically
in
I
Dallas.
got knocked out by Salty once.
Yeah, he did bludgeon you.
But that was during the
early
COVID
on.
days when our stupid board op wouldn't pot us up or not.
Well,
I mean, God.
Well, you know, they hyped it
Still
up, and
mad.
I tried to warn you what Salty was about, you know. But whatever. Sometimes you need to lose. You get back up. But you know what? Sean and RJ, 105.3 to Dallas, Bobby Boucher, ready about the third guy in. And he was like, yeah, I'm waiting. wait, I got so much stuff. I did so much research on them. I was like, you used to work at UPS. Well, what do I work at now? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you guys doing? They were so done before they even turned the mics on. So we welcomed them with some great clips.
You used to work at UPS. Like that was going to phase you.
Yeah. Oh, great. Awesome. Woo. Whoop-de-doo. They helped pay for my braces when I was younger, so thank you, UPS. Anyway, those guys are done. They're in our hip pocket. They'll probably never come on the show again. Yes. They're done. I mean, they are so done.
What can Bonte
and jacked
do
up
for
in the
you?
Brave. And then the guys in Philadelphia, the bubble bath boy. But you know who I want this time around?
Huh?
I want that little weasel, John Marks. Our guy Rob sent me a clip over Labor Day weekend. Provided our business. We're off. We were off Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Marks?
It's a guy, 94 WIP with Ike Reese.
Okay.
For some reason, I had no idea.
Ike Reese, the former NFL player?
Yeah, former NFL player.
For real.
So he wants to get in on the mix now. He wants to jump in. Okay. So he blasted us on national CBS radio. Biggest idiots in sports radio history.
Did he say our names, though? So
No,
maybe someone might
He called us idiots. Called us idiots.
I've been called
idiots
worse.
in San Francisco. So I said, okay. John Marks is a little 5'6", little fat guy walking around Philadelphia eating cheesesteaks. You know
Don't make fun of us short fat guys.
I'm not trying to make fun of him, but I'm saying this little weasel's got something coming. So I want him December 3rd. I want to bludgeon him. Because Bubble Bat Boy, Joe DeCamera, he's soft, whatever. He's whatever. You know, Joe Giglio can get it too. He can get it too because he's acting tough out there. So Kyle in San Francisco can get it. Crossing Brown
I like
can get
Joe.
it.
Joe's a good guy.
Joe's all right. I like John better on a Bay Bridge. John, what's happening?
I like John better.
John, what's happening?
Who is John?
Little after the fact, because you guys kind of moved on from it, but you guys were talking about people's experiences out in Philly.
Yeah.
The championship game. Yeah, go ahead and give a little drop. I was in my Trent Williams jersey the whole time. I took a subway. I took the freaking subway from downtown to the stadium. Probably the only Niners fan in the car. Honestly, I got heckled quite a bit, but personally for me, I have never felt more popular. I've never had more attention and eyes on me. I've never had more people trying to go out of their way to yell at me. And sure, people were saying stuff, but I knew my audience, and I knew that if there was a certain, I get too aggressive talking back, it could be trouble for me. And I kind of just took it on the chin and enjoyed it and took it for what it was. And I didn't have, I would say, as kind of down of an experience as other people had. It honestly was kind of enjoyable to be in that environment.
Right.
And I don't know, I just wanted to give my 2 cents and say that, I don't know, it really wasn't that too terrible of a time for me. I still a Niners fan through and through. I hate the Eagles, but I at least had a fun time with it, and it was cool to be the center of attention for all these people to get so mad at my...
Once we got into the stadium, thanks for the call,
Everything
John.
was pretty chill.
Everything was chill. I had a great time inside the stadium.
Till we wanted to go leave.
Well, then you go to the bathroom, and there's people telling me to do things and calling me all kind of homophobic stuff. Like, wait, you want me to do something to you, but I'm supposed to be so and so. I don't get what's going on now. I don't get F you, you're a loser, F you, get out of here. I don't get how that's trash. That's all.
Aren't there other letters of the alphabet?
Well, so I was talking to Dumas yesterday.
Oh, Dumas, another Philly guy.
No. But Dumas I respect Dumas, man.
Okay.
Dumas, because he was like, look, man, I know what you went through. And he goes, there's a lot of suckers. He goes, Crossing Broads. Yeah, I went at it with them.
Oh,
they're nobodies.
Really?
Howard Eskin too. Howard Eskin came on our show saying Crossing Broads.
I get a kick out of Howard.
I do get a kick out of Howard. But it's a lot of little kids, and he goes, I bet you if you just stopped and looked at them, they would shut up and say, and that's what happened a couple times, right,
Literally
Chesky?
what happened.
I'd stop, Shasky would grab me, I'll go, what'd you say? Hey, man, it's just a game. Oh, so your energy changed just like that. All I had to do was turn around and look at you. Little suckers. Philly's got something coming, but they'll get better. They'll get better by December 3rd. They'll be ready to roll.
I am so ready for Rams-Niners this week.
Yeah, this is a big game. It's going down to SoFi Stadium.
It feels to me very 1990s-ish.
It is.
And I'll tell you what. When the 1990s happened for the Niners, they were on top of the planet. But once they lost in 92, it felt like all I would do is watch the New York Giants and the Cowboys play the early morning game. And then it was like, oh, they won? Niners got to win. If they're in that 1 o'clock window. Right? Got to win. And it was almost like college where style points did matter. Yep. How you won did matter.
Yep.
As we built up all season for the one regular season matchup or the potential playoff matchup. Who's going to get home field advantage? And I feel very similar this year. Dallas, Philly, the Niners. I might even throw Detroit in there. Like maybe that's premature, but I'll throw them in there.
Detroit would be a factor.
I think Green Bay somewhere in there. We are going to be scoreboard watching all year.
Yeah, no, we will. We'll be looking at Philly. We'll be looking at Dallas. We'll be looking at the Detroit Lions, and that's fine. But as long as the Niners handle their business, this Operation Get that home field advantage, Operation Get the bye week, and Operation Take care of Rams early in that football game on Sunday. I expect a lot of Niner fans to be down there at SoFi Stadium when the Niners are wearing their red jerseys. Rams decided to wear white for whatever reason. Hey, suit you. Niners look great in red and gold, especially down there in L.A. So it'll be a lot of fun. 888-957-9570. Who's the one Ram that you grew up just hating? Who's the one Ram that you hated? Like, I go back, and I couldn't stand Kevin Green. Then he became a Niner, and he's like, all right, he's all right. Jim Everett? Is it Jim Everett in the jawline? Is it Flipper Anderson? I kept getting that football card. Flipper Anderson, single game receiving record, 336 yards against the New Orleans Saints. It's like, I hate Flipper Anderson. Great name, hate the guy. Who's the one Ram you hate?
Do you want the answer now or
on the other side? But first, on the other side, we got a special guest coming. She's a roaster. Women's varsity basketball. Also the head coach of the new girls flag football team at St. Ignatius. We got to give her some love. Angelique Bacall is going to join us in a second. On the other side, talk a few minutes about the flag football game they had. Our boy Jack the other day, his daughter plays.
Yeah.
Apparently, she's the quarterback. Apparently, she's throwing dimes all over the place.
And Chuck's daughter. I think Chuck's daughter might be the quarterback.
Chuck's daughter might be the quarterback? All right, maybe we got crossed up.
Her.
Well, we'll ask her. But Jack's daughter's a freshman. So, but no, they went out there and won a game, and you see flag football going around. All these girls are playing Sacred Heart Cathedral. So I'm going to take Chaz out to a game out there, man, and see it. I think it's really cool. So we'll get them.
Yeah.
We'll
My
get
buddy
Angelique
Jimbo
on.
was out at the game the other day. He said there was a lot of the boys were going to support the girls.
Yeah.
It was really cool.
No, it is really cool. So Angelique Bacall will join us. On the other side, she's a roaster, and she's a big fan of Tony in Oakland. She'll explain why on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hi, this is Carson Daly.
Fonte and Shasky.
Dusted and disgusted.
Who got the best verse on this? Mac Mall.
Mac Balls is pretty sick.
Pac.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a banger.
Spice?
They all brought it. See, those were one of those songs where they all brought it.
I know.
They all brought it. By the way, 95.7 The Game has you covered with the best red and gold coverage out there. You guys know that. We're the unofficial, official flagship station of the 49ers. The kickoff show begins at 11 a.m. this week. Evan Giddings and Low Neal get it started on Sunday. 11 a.m. the kickoff show. You don't want to miss that. Then Grandy, Mark Grandy, the Grandy man can, our own Sterling Bennett, and Alan Styles have your instant reaction and analysis immediately following the final whistle on overtime. It's good to see overtime grow and still be alive. Sterling knows what overtime is about. Sterling, I'm going to be listening this week from L.A. I better hear some fire. Better hear some passion, buddy. Trust me. Hear it all here on 95.7 The Game.
I listened last week. It was excellent.
No, I know. Those guys do a great job, man. This segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. We'll get right back into the 49ers. Right back into the Niners. Because they're going to dust the Rams, and I can't wait. Who's the Ram you hate? All that stuff. We also got some stuff with the Giants. Because apparently Farhan and Kapler are going nowhere. They're going nowhere no matter what. But I want to go to the prep scene for a second. And there's some special things happening out here in the prep scene. St. Ignatius and a bunch of teams out here in the Bay Area have started a girls flag football league. And I think this is really cool. And we ran into our boy Jack's, I want to say his last name is Steve. We ran into him at the Olympic Club Foundation for Fight Night. He's like, my daughter's playing flag football. I got to go. I walk into the house yesterday, and it's on the phone, chop it up, and there's this loud person on the other line. Like, who the hell is that? Well, it's Angelique Baccaro. And Angelique Baccaro's been working with the basketball team in St. Ignatius. How many years now? 5, 6, 7. I lost count. She's the head football coach for the girls' flag football team. So I said, Angelique, get on here. Because she's a big fan of the roast. She is mad at us for taking some segments away. She does love Tony in Oakland. But Angelique, you wanted this moment. I want you to hype up this program. Angelique, good morning. I can't believe you got up for us.
Come on, man. I get up for y'all every day. Vontae, Shasky, my guys. I'm so happy to be here, man. But before I start, Vontae, happy birthday to you, my guy.
There you go.
I appreciate that. Angelique.
Fellow Philmonian, you make us proud, man. Hey, from UPS to everybody's living room, okay?
Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. And Angelique, you're the real MVP because what you're doing at the prep scene is something I'm a little jealous of. And Shasky coaches a lot of kids that I love that he does at the youth scene. YBL baseball, he's wearing the pullover, working with the kids. And you've been at SI for how many years now?
Yeah, man, this is going to be my 6th year at SI.
6th year.
I'm an alum of SI. I graduated in 2004. I played basketball every year. I actually coach Shasky. Your niece is our point guard.
Yeah.
She got so much swag, Shasky. Who taught her that?
She was in the gym with me since she was in kindergarten playing against the boys. I'll never forget it. She was like in 3rd grade, and one of the dads in the 7th grade, I don't know, these girls are going to get hurt. I said, why don't you stay for 8 minutes and you let me know if, someone's going to get hurt. 5 minutes, he goes, you got to come over here. Oh, my God, the boys are going to get so much better playing against her every single day. Girls can't only compete against boys. They can kick the crap out of them. You know me. I go to a lot of those girls' games.
Chassis. That's the point, man. Megan Manning, I call her Mustang Manning. I don't know who gave her the red Mustang, but she played like she drives. She got all gas, no brakes.
Love that.
So what's going on with these girls in flag football? Because, it's... my niece, her older sister, Erin, is obsessed with the Niners. Obsessed. Knows as much about the Niners as any of the boys her age. Goes to the games with me. I'm really happy to see all of these teams, all of these schools putting together flag football for the girls. It's a great step forward.
Oh, man, it's a huge step forward. It's about time, Shasky. It's about time. Let me tell you something. When SI called me and asked me to do it, I'm a basketball coach. You feel me? But I coach everything. I immediately said yes. Immediately. I said, look, I think girls would love this. The first day of tryout, Shasky, Vontae, almost 100 girls.
Wow.
100.
Wow. Now, how special was it to play on a Wednesday night under the lights and have that whole school support you guys. And you guys, I heard y'all up there ran it up. Y'all was looking like the Colorado Buffaloes out there Wednesday night, man. How special was that? Coach Prime. Angelique got swag like Prime.
Hey, if you have not been to a football game at St. Ignatius, you got to come. Jeff Glosser got us turned up out there. We got the lights going. We got DJs. The kids are out. They going crazy. You got to bring baby Ches and Anna Bonte.
Yes.
Shasky. Y'all got field passes, sweet seats, whatever you need. It's a time you don't want to miss.
So are you guys going to play Sacred Heart anytime? Because I know the volleyball game was the other day, the Bruce Mahoney volleyball game. I don't know who won, so if you have any insight on that. Are you playing SH?
Oh, Shasky, you don't know who won? SI won in set 5. Thank you.
Yep.
It was a huge deal. You see how many kids come out to that, man. The kids wait all year for this matchup.
Yep.
I am so juiced to play Sacred Heart. We play them. I need the whole city to come out.
Let's go.
We play them next Thursday at Westmore at 5 p.m.
Oh, I'm coming. That's right down the street from me.
I'm actually at Westmore for baseball practice on that day.
We'll be there.
It's the Niners versus the Giants as well at the same time, Monte. I mean, I got to call Cap on that one over there. But
y'all postpone the game?
Hey, Bonte. Shasky, y'all record all them games, man. Y'all watch them games all time. This is once in a lifetime.
Exactly.
You're right.
Hey,
leak on the sideline of a flag football game?
Angelique, I love your style. I've gone to a lot of the girls' games over the last few years. And again, I sound insane, but you remind me a lot of myself. I'm a lover, and I'm passionate, and you could feel the passion from the sideline. The way you're up, down, moving around. I love everything about your vibe on the sideline of a basketball game. I can't imagine what you look like doing flag football.
Oh, me neither.
No.
Hey,
go ahead, Angelique.
After the game, I was sore like I ran for 2
I was going to ask you, do you wear a headset? How are you calling the plays? How are you relaying the plays? How's that going on?
Hey, listen, Mackenzie Eggert, QB1.
Told you.
Yep.
Eggert's daughter.
Yeah,
Bro,
Chuck.
Let me tell you something. She is phenomenal. She's the starting center of our basketball team. She plays golf, and she's running the offense like I don't know what Chuck has taught her all these years, but man, me and her are lock in step. I have no headset because SI probably would know that I would break it. You can hear me.
Well, look, tell those Mulkerans to boost the budget for NIL and the transfer portal so we can make you guys the Colorado Buffalo of the WCAL.
Come on, man. Hey, somebody call Mulkerans and Glosser and tell them to ink the deal. I want to match Deion Sanders.
Hey, listen.
We'll get there.
I have no problem. I have no problem eking baby Chaz to a scholarship deal with SI right now. We can get it done right now.
Man.
We have no idea what type of athlete she's going to be.
Let's get it done on air, Bonte.
John Mulkerans, Chestnut, Leonie Hill is coming to SI. Let's go.
I love
Angelique, good stuff. No, we're proud of you, Angelique. You do a lot for SI.
Yeah,
you do a lot for the community. Like, I know what we do is fun, but no, what you really do, that's the real work there, helping the kids. And you're developing lifetime memories with these kids and helping them and giving them life lessons. So we're also proud of you, Angelique. You're doing a great job.
Man, I really appreciate that. You know, I see a lot of female athletes. I played flag football. I was the only girl. I got all brothers, Bonte.
Yep.
So I know what it's like to feel like, man, I can do this. I just need somebody to believe in me. And I was coached by all men until I got to SI. I had a female coach, Julie Guevara. I'll never forget her. She taught me, when you see me coach, I'm coaching like her. She was so fly, though, too. She taught me, hey, man, you can be a woman, too, outside of this. You can dress for the job that you want. And that inspired me to start my own program, She Got Game, which allows me to host basketball camps for all girls at SI. And I see hundreds of female athletes. Some of them can make the basketball team. Some of them can't. But guess what, man? I'm coaching them. And I'm inspiring them. And hopefully the goal is they'll be successful in life. So I'm blessed to get to do what I do, man. And I'm just thankful to SI to welcome the opportunity and to really embrace female sports, especially flag football. We here, baby.
We here. Check them out. The SI Wildcats. Congratulations, Angelique.
Seriously.
She's fired up about it. I can feel it through the phone. Angelique Vaccaro, everybody. Good stuff, Angelique. We'll be seeing you soon.
Hey, I'll see y'all on the sideline. Westmore, the city.
Let's
come out. And to my squad, let them know we here, SI.
Let's go. Angelique.
I love her.
She doesn't miss.
I love her.
She does not miss.
You know, look, one of the things I love about having this opportunity, this platform every morning is to put a spotlight on things that maybe people don't understand locally that are going on. And right now, seeing all of these young women play flag football, it's awesome. Like I told you, my niece, Erin, she goes to all the games with us, right? You know, she loves the Niners, CMC, Brock Purdy. Like, she knows as much about 49er football as any of the guys her age. And it's just really cool that they have this opportunity now to play sports and be athletes on the same level and on the same playing field. And just to see it grow the way it is. You're raising a young girl. I got my buddy Rocco raising 2 young girls. All my buddies got daughters. It's inspiring for all of those young athletes to see girls their age and older playing ball.
Remember covering Robin, who calls us, her daughter, Shantae, and the great women's basketball teams at City College of San Francisco. But even the prep scene and seeing the low high school girls and seeing the SI girls. I remember when they went to, I shouldn't have done this, but they won the Bruce Mahoney over Sacred Heart, and Bill Mulcairns was coaching the women's team at the time. Interviewing him, and they were fired up, and he grabs me, he goes, Bonte, thank you for everything, gives me a hug, and the girls are high-fiving me because it meant something to them. We were showing them love, man, because the ladies don't get a lot of love like the men do. So it's good to see Angelique representing for them. And, you know, we all have girls out there, man. Who's to tell them they can't do something, right? Who's to tell them they can't do something? I know Sterling's engaged to a girl. He may have a little baby girl. He may have one. You never know. So it's really cool what's going on here in the city. And, again, this platform, me covering prep sports, me being tapped in with prep sports, you coaching the youth, it means something to us. So that's why on this show, we like to dive into the prep scene from time to time, even on a football Friday here on the Morning Roast.
And I know we're going to transition back into the Niners, but like some people are just born with the bug, as I call it, the sports bug. Angelique, who was on the phone, you think she was born with the sports bug? She's going to be playing ball, coaching ball, doing ball the rest of her life.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
Watching it the rest of her life. What about you? You got the bug? Right? Sam got the bug. Sterling got the bug. Girls got the bug too.
No doubt.
And it's just, I'm glad that there are outlets for that energy. Because I'll tell you right now, man, and I say this all the time, people always think it's corny, but it's the reality. Sports, if I didn't have it in my life, God knows where I would be.
Yeah, I mean, the pandemic taught us all. Without sports, man, we were wrecks.
Down and out.
Down and out. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, in AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And by the way, YouTube, Twitch, we love you all here on a Football Friday, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That is YouTube and Twitch. But it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Let's get to the lines. What do you know? It's Deli Boy.
What?
The bat signal went out for him. You brought him up. He called us. Deli Boy, I feel like I've heard a lot about Deli Boy over the last week, man. Deli Boy, you getting any sleep these days?
Very little. Very little these days. But it's all good. It's happy chaos at the Shasky house in Pacifica. So, doing good. Hey, Bonte, I just wanted to call and say wish you a happy birthday, buddy. I love you. And you're the best, man. You're the best.
I appreciate that, Deli Boy. I love you too, man. Like a little brother, man. I never forget the ride to the airport to Philadelphia. No, one thing I'd never forget too is when you hug Joe going to Boston. Joe Shasky here was heading on his first trip for a sports scene, as a media member. He was going to Boston for the NBA Finals. And Deli Boy came by, stopped by on his lunch break, and I saw that hug. And I saw Deli Boy's eyes get a little teary-eyed.
Now I'm getting teary-eyed.
Because he was really, I was like, that's what it's all about right there. I know. He was so damn proud of you, and that's why I love Deli Boy, man, because he supports us. No, seriously, the way he hugged you and the way he hung out with us there going to Boston, and he was running material. He was giving us the whole lowdown on the finals and the Niners. So, Deli Boy, you've always been a supporter. I'll never forget our days in the parking lot when we ran into somebody and we were talking and laughing. You know what I'm talking about. But Deli Boy, thanks so much, brother.
As a thrower of the football.
I'm telling you guys, I'm so proud of both of you from where you guys started and where you guys are now. You guys are doing it, man. You guys are doing it. Keep going. I love you guys. Happy birthday, man. Have a good weekend, okay? And go Niners.
Go Niners, baby.
Man. It is Rams week. Who's the Ram one there? I'm seeing a lot of Ram hate here. Mark Bolger.
Mark Bolger?
Mark Bolger.
Can I give you an off the radar one?
Yeah, give me one.
Aeneas Williams.
Oh.
And the reason why I say Aeneas Williams, they won a Super Bowl before Aeneas even joined the Rams. The Niners went something like, 11-5 or 12-4 one year, and Kurt Warner was the MVP of the league. I think the Rams went 14-2 the year that they lost to the Patriots. Mm-hmm. They were unbelievable, and they added Aeneas Williams in that offseason prior, and it was like almost unfair. He was the best player on the Cardinals for a minute, and then he joined them, and obviously he took out Steve Young.
Yeah, took out Steve Young.
But that year in particular, he took out T.O. late in the game on a vicious hit. Mm-hmm. A vicious hit. Mm-hmm. I mean, he was near the Roger Goodell over the weekend. I don't know if you saw some of the games.
I did see that. I did see that. He's a Hall of Famer or whatnot.
Yeah, but I think he's in some sort of NFL personnel circles at some point at the high level.
Right.
Point being, I hated Aeneas Williams.
Yeah,
I hated him. He always seemed to come up with a big play, a big turnover, a vicious hit. I mean, we talk a lot about how the modern game has opened up. We always go Atwater, Ronnie Lawton, Bernard Pollard, and Deshaun Golson. Aeneas Williams was one of the scariest players in the league because he was quick and would take your head off.
And he was a corner. Ask Michael Irvin about him.
He was good.
He was in Michael Irvin's jockstrap. He was the one player the Cardinals had. And the one time they won the playoff game when they beat Dallas in the ball, it basically ended the Dallas Cowboys. That was the end of the Cowboys with Aikman and Emmitt Smith and all those guys.
He was so good.
He was legit. No,
we never bring him up.
I don't know if I hate him because he was so good.
No, I hated him because I always thought that he got the best of us.
I couldn't stand Torrey Holt.
Oh, really?
I couldn't stand Torrey Holt.
What was it?
His arrogance, his dancing. Thought he couldn't be touched. I couldn't stand him. By the way, Zucci Man, what up, Zucci Man? Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Loved Angelique's energy. Good surprise guess.
Yeah.
I knew Angelique was going to bring it. Let's get to Tyler in the city. Tyler, real quick in the city.
What's up, buddy?
What up, Tyler?
Happy birthday, gang. Bonte, bro. It's your birthday, man. I got to shout out to the king of morning sports radio. Bro, happy birthday, my boy. I'm super juiced for you, bro. You are definitely one of the pillars in the community here, and want you to just keep going and doing what you're doing and bringing Shasky along with you. Because Shasky, you are definitely a vital part of this as well.
No doubt. Appreciate it, Tyler.
Who do you hate?
Who do you hate with the Rams, man? What you got on Niners, Rams?
I was just going to type it into the chat. Isaac Bruce, bro. Cannot stand Isaac Bruce. Yes, Hall of Famer, all that, but I think he was overrated in my opinion. Ooh. And then after that, I'm going to go Steven Jackson.
Oh, it's a great name.
Yeah.
Remember when Dante Whitner blew up Steven Jackson on the Falcons?
I do.
Oh, yeah.
That was the epitome of what I felt about his career. I want to say shout out to the Hittner for go ahead and laying that smack down on Steven Jackson. We are about to blow out the Rams this week. Whoever is in the chat, you have a little bit less than 24 hours to get off your last week take. Run through the Rams this weekend. Lamb talk. Shout out to the Rams.
I love that. I love that.
Steven Jackson was a monster.
You know,
he was sick. Oregon State.
You know, so high school. Went to high school with him. One of our good friends, Johan Thomas. Now living out in NYC. I think he's still working with MTV, doing stuff behind the scenes. But Johan was like roommates with Steven Jackson at Oregon State. Johan got a scholarship to Oregon State out of Washington. Johan Thomas, infamous for 4 interceptions in Turkey Days. We blew out Galileo 50-14.
Okay.
Just want to remind all my Lions out there that you lost to us in '99 Turkey Day 50-14. We blew your asses out. Johan Thomas, 4 interceptions. But he was roommates with Steven Jackson. That was his boy. Steven Jackson from Las Vegas. But yeah, I couldn't stand him either.
And we're going to get a Kyle Turley.
I remember him more as a Saint.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting Richie Incognito from Dave Canales right now.
Oh, wow. Richie Incognito. Heat. We don't call him Dave Canales. We call him Heat. Unless the Reardon administrators are listening, then it's Dave Canales.
Go Reardon. They won their first WCAL girls volleyball game. I think that's their first WCAL win for the girls program in WCAL.
Wow. All right. Real quick, we got a couple guys on the line. Hang tight. I can't wait to get to film on mic. But we got Papa Shasky. We got Papa Shasky on the line. Well, Papa Shasky, aren't you supposed to be resting right now? Microphone Marion told me you're supposed to be resting right now.
Getting the Shasky trifecta. I had a follow-up on Deli Boy. I got Mama sitting right next to me. We're both wishing you happy birthday.
Thank you, Noreen. Thank you, Noreen.
Double dip. I'm worried.
Yeah. Don't say nothing, Noreen.
No, we just both wanted to wish you guys a happy birthday today.
All right. Thank you so much. Noreen, Papa Shasky, You got to name one Ram you hate. It's Rams week.
One
Come
Ram,
on.
Dad.
It's personal this week.
Ram. Oh, it's got to be Anthony Dickerson. That's old school.
Yeah, that is old school. Number 29. What about you, Noreen? I know you hate the Rams, Noreen. Come on. Give it to me, Mama Shasky.
You hear that?
Oh, God. This is struggle. The struggle bus.
Noreen doesn't care
This
about the
she
Rams.
does not.
Has she been to another game recently?
I think she went to a game last year with Marianne, in fact.
Oh, wow. Marianne.
Yeah.
Did Marianne talk the whole game?
Yeah. Mom, you a big Brock Purdy fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell.
You see how happy she got?
Yeah, I did. I could tell. Papa Shasky, how you feeling, man? I don't think we talked to you since you landed back from Europe.
Oh, yeah. How was the Europe?
Fabulous.
Yeah, I love that.
Wonderful trip. It was really, really spectacular.
Were you able to keep him off the phone?
It was a bucket list.
Yeah. Were you able to keep Papa Shasky off the phone? Were you able to keep him from looking at the standings for the San Francisco Giants?
No.
Oh,
No,
boy.
he's on the phone all the time.
Oh, boy.
I had to get the package. I had to get the Wi-Fi updated package on the ship because their Wi-Fi was just nothing. So I had to pay the extra money to have the Wi-Fi so I could listen to you guys and I could tap on my computer and watch you guys.
Yeah, he listened every day at 4.
Yeah.
It was at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, he's crazy.
You're insane. Yeah. You're insane. That's problems. But I love the support. Noreen, Papa Shasky, thank you so much.
Love you both.
I love you guys. You guys are roasters.
Have a great day.
Yep. Thank you. Filmo Mike, the rest of you, 888-957-9570. It's not about me today. It's not about my birthday. I don't want to make it about that. It's about Niners and Rams. It's about the Niners going to 2-0, improving to 2-0, and getting ready for the New York Giants. It's smacking McVay and the Rams for the 9th straight time in the regular season. Because, again, that team has something that we should have. They stole that championship from us. They stole it from us. And it's personal every time we play the damn LA Rams. I can't wait for Niner fans to take over SoFi Stadium. I cannot wait for it. All that red in the stadium. And when Fred Warner comes out there and warms up, and Boom Boss guy, you better hit the weight room.
All that red might start a fire.
Oh, I like where you're going. I don't know where you're going.
You don't know that song?
I don't know that song. No, I don't know that song. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking with no compromises. What's that song?
This is Mozzie and what's his face from L.A.
Oh, who? YG?
Brazy.
Oh, Brazy. All right.
Too Brazy.
Oh. Philbo Mike would know. He's coming up on the other side as well as the rest of the calls. We're breaking right now, Levin.
1 in 8 kids live with hunger in America today. To fight childhood hunger this September, visit your local Jack in the Box and donate $1 to receive a coupon for a free curly fry with any future menu purchase. 100% of funds raised will be donated to No Kid Hungry.
Fly Homes is a radically different way to buy or sell your home. Look, man, these guys are great. It's a personal relationship with them. You could buy before you sell, right? Your Fly Homes real estate agent will show you how to buy your new home before you even sell your new one. How about that? You can stay ahead of the game here. And look, it's not a financial relationship. These guys really want to get to know you and do what's best for you and your family. It is a personal relationship.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Ugh. Come on, man. Niners Rams week. It's personal. It is personal. I'm going to get straight to the lines. 888-957-9570. We got a lot of fun stuff happening. We got Shasky's 2 favorite bets this week. 2 favorite bets. I wonder if Colorado will be in there after Jay Dovrell say, yeah, I talk to people with glasses, my hat off. Deion Sanders, they got that relayed to him very quickly. And yeah, Colorado State will get blown out. But it's a nasty slate in college football. This is like a down week. I don't think there's any ranked teams playing against each other. That'd be next week when you got a lot of teams playing against each other, like Ohio State, Notre Dame. You're going to have Colorado, Oregon. You're going to have Florida State, Clemson. Next week will be the week. We
do get Florida, Tennessee.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I'll tell you later.
All right, we'll do that later. We have King of the Hill later, but first we got to get the Filmo Mike, and then we'll get to David. Filmo doing great things over there in 106 KMEL. Filmo, what's happening?
Mike?
What's up with it, man? What's up with it? And was that Angelique? Was that young sister?
Yeah.
Sister?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I could kind of tell her energy. She always had crazy energy. But anyway, Vontae, I didn't really like DeMarco Ford, Tony Banks. I didn't like none of them bums.
Yeah.
I mean, DeMarco Ford from the Bay, but I didn't like him till he got on the Best Damn Sports Show, period.
That's a good call. Yep.
Hey, Vontae, blood, I got to hear about this. You was asking yesterday, you was like, you know what I want to know? You was like, you know what I want to know? I want to know what the hell you said to Charles Haley trying to console Charles Haley, brother. I just don't take you as somebody that's a consoler.
Yeah.
You wake up in the morning, oh, baby. So I just want to know the conversation. What went down? How the hell did you console Charles Haley?
So let me tell you, I'm walking with Rocco, one of Shasky's best friends. And we're walking through the club over to go meet Shasky and do a video after the game, and we're depressed. We're like, I can't believe they lost this game to the LA Rams. We're in shock. So we're walking through.
My dad was
and
so
Charles
mad.
Haley's on this pillar, just chilling with his head down, his leather jacket inside his arm. His head was hanging, Filmo Mike, hanging. I'm like, hey, Charles, man, we're going to get him next time. And he shook his head just like very down and say, Charles, it's going to be good, man. We're going to get him next week. Because, man, He's like trying to get some words out. He just couldn't muster the words out. And I'm just like, Charles, yeah, we're going to be all right, man. And I just kept it moving because, how Charles, he's got a switch. So I was just like, man.
Right.
Hey, Rocco's sitting there. It's like, man, that was really Charles Haley. I was like, we really had to go give him a hug like he played the football game. I just trying to be a bigger man at that point, Philbo. I don't know.
Man, when you said that, I forgot what day, I was cracking up all day. I swear to God, but I was like just thinking, imagine you consoling big ass Charles Haley.
Dude,
Happy birthday, Vontae.
I appreciate Philbo. Yeah, I don't know what I thought about when I tried to console him. I don't know what I was doing, but I was just like, Charles is down bad right now. Like he just played 60 minutes of football. He was wearing that loss harder than everybody.
Can we appreciate how Fillmore Mike is keeping the word blood around?
Oh, yes. There's no doubt.
I love that.
Yeah, no.
That was a
mid to
late 90s St. Mary's staple right there.
Well, it was a Frisco staple.
I know, but St. Mary's Park, that's what everyone would call everyone.
That's the only place you played at. We use that at Panhandle. We talk to Bloods everywhere in the city.
I know, but that's just
St. Mary's.
That is just
because you only went to St. Mary's. You got to venture out.
We played Day Street. We played Glen Park.
No, seriously. Has Rocco told you that story about Charles Haley?
Of course he has. But he couldn't get past the story of you guys getting invited into the suite by Darrell Wright and then meeting, Dwayne Wade and then them having shots for you.
Oh, yeah, Gabrielle Union.
And then Gabrielle Union was there.
40, Matt Barnes, Kerry Champion.
Kerry. I mean, who wasn't there?
Yeah, I mean,
me and my dad.
Rocco said, man, I'm not going to lie, man. It was tough for me to keep my composure. I said, dude, it's tough for me to keep my composure, homie. It was Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade. And they walked, no, because Darrell called us before the game. He said, yo, turn around. And it's him and Dwayne Wade in the suite doing this at me and Rocco. And then when the Niners went up 17-7, E40's in the suite standing up, and he looks over at Rocco and I, and he points. We felt like stars. And then Jimmy happened in the fourth quarter.
Jimmy happened.
Like Troy Aikman said, midway through the fourth quarter, it's tie game. I'll never get over it watching the broadcast over. Troy Aikman, Joe, the refs done a really good job of controlling the Niners run game, and I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah, we were all afraid.
Ask Worldwide Hef, right? The Niners get the ball back, and I'm like, this is Jimmy's moment. I turned to all of them, like, this is his moment. There was a minute left in the game. They had no timeouts. I'm like, this is his moment. I look to my left, and my dad, Worldwide Hef and them on my right, my dad to my left is packing his clear bag. And he goes, Joe, he's not going to do it.
He's not
and I go, what? And I look over, and Jimmy throws a completed pass inbounds. I'm like, what are you doing? For like a 1 yard check down, and my dad is already in the aisle, and he's like, he's not going to do it. He knew.
It happened right in front of us.
I know.
It happened right in front of Rocco and I.
That throw, Aaron Donald is throwing him to the ground, and he just flings it up in the air.
That sequence of plays, the last 6 plays the Niners ran, I said, oh, my God, Jimmy, like, that's how we're going to do this?
Aaron Donald dominated that final 5 minutes of that game.
That's why it's personal this week, because of those memories right there. Because of those memories that they gave Charles Haley, the feelings they gave Charles Haley in that game, the feelings they gave Joe Shasky. What about the guy we started doing IG Live, and Miles in San Francisco comes out of nowhere? He's damn near got a tear coming down his eye, and some kid, a brother, comes in the video and starts MFing Jimmy Garoppolo in the video. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Instagram like me was a Niner fan. What a day that was. It was the perfect day until the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. I swear to God, it was we had the Mafia breakfast. The Mafia breakfast was iconic. We get to the stadium. We're going through the tailgate. We get in the mosh pit. We see Coach Buck. He's got the headsets on. He's got the wristbands. We see a who's who of people out there. We walk in. We take the photo in front of SoFi Stadium with the waterfall and everything. And your boy from Fresno, we had no idea who he was. He's tatted up everywhere. He goes, I got to get in this picture. And nobody was going to tell him, no, you can't get in this picture. It was like, yeah, go ahead. And he gets on his knees, jailhouse style. Remember that?
I remember everything. My buddy, I remember we're packed in a parking lot filled with Niner fans. And somehow my dad finds Marty Yerbick. And Marty is wearing a 1990s sweatsuit, the Niner one. Remember the burgundy? The red. Burgundy red when they switched colors. And he is drenched in sweat.
Wow.
And I go, Martin, why are you wearing a sweatsuit? Wow. Blood, they said it was going to be 71 degrees. It's 86. And he was sweating.
It was hot.
Bullets.
That day was hot. I can't believe I got through there without a migraine.
I don't have the right T-shirt on, Blood. I got to keep the sweatsuit on. It looks too sick. He had the Niner throwback sideline sweatsuit.
I remember. Lawrence McCutcheon, 510, Xfinity Mobile text line, that Ram that he hates. I like that. Lawrence McCutcheon. I couldn't stand him either.
Lawrence Phillips is the name I thought you were going to say.
Lawrence McCutcheon, Mike Martz. Can't stand Mike Martz. Especially when he came to San Francisco, ran that phony offense, got everybody killed out here.
I love how we still talk about Mike Martz. Like, we'll book him on shows like we do here, and like he's a quarterback expert.
No, he's not.
I mean, come on.
Come on, man. Come on, let's stop. 888-957-957.
I watched his offense.
Shameless Shoutouts coming up in moments. Yeah, he had JT O'Sullivan at 5 wide, empty backfields getting cracked that year.
You got to go back and look at the stats on the JT O'Sullivan experience. I thought it was better than it was. It was bad.
It was very bad.
Just turnovers.
Well, quarterback
He's
school.
also now quarterback expert.
Yeah, quarterback school.
Actually, it's one of my favorite things on
it. It is
internet.
a good one, but it's
he also understands who he was as a player.
And that, as long as you understand that, we can roll.
Mike Martz thinks he invented football.
Yeah, but it's like you won with Dick. You got to the Super Bowl with Dick Vermeil's team. All right, that was Dick Vermeil's team, and still blew it against Belichick. David, SoCal, what's happening?
What's up, David?
What's going on, guys? First time caller, long time listener. Love the show.
Appreciate that.
Happy birthday, Bonte.
Thank you, man.
Honestly, I feel the vibe, like Shasky said, man. Something about this team this year.
I know.
I mean, obvious. It's the quarterback, man. I'm telling you, this guy. Last year with Jimmy, I just did not. It just always felt like rushed. It didn't feel like it was well planned, thought out. With Brock, he sees it first read, boom, he goes for it. The spin move that he made against the Steelers, and when he went in that scramble drill, it just put me at ease for this year. And I don't know. It's something about this guy, man. He just keeps the Niner fans just cool, calm, collected. And honestly, man, I just feel it this year. Something's different.
Yeah, it is different. I do feel it.
I feel it too.
I feel it. When Fred Warner did what he did to Najee Harris, and then shout out Doug Hamilton, he represents Najee. We talked about that play. It was a rough play for Najee. It was. It is what it is.
Spewing so many small details right now. I love it.
It is what it is, right? Brandon Ayuk coming out there catching 8 passes on 8 targets. And We were at the fight night, Olympic Club Foundation. And Ryan and his crew were like, who's it going to be this week, Bonte? Is it going to be Devo? I said, that's a great thing about this offense. We just don't know. It starts with McCaffrey. He's going to set the tone. It may be Devo. It may be Kittle. Hell, one day it may be Ray McLeod. It may be a Ronnie Bell day. It may be a George Kittle day. That's the beauty of this offense. There's so many weapons. I'm telling you guys, instead of we're focusing on this team. They're going to score with Philadelphia. They can score in that defense. All right? You pass protect that D-line. The secondary of the Philadelphia Eagles is overrated. They're banged up. Their linebackers suck. I'll say that. Eagles linebackers suck. We get to the second level, it's going to be lights out on them. Trust me.
Montez Sweat was pretty sweet last night.
Their D-line is nasty. They are nasty. We're going to have to figure out that right side of the offensive line. They do worry me. Shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570. I can't wait till Sunday, Shasky.
I know. I got this feeling Niners win by 2 touchdowns.
You know what? I think there's going to be a blowout. I do, too. And it's time to run it up. I want to see Shanahan say, you know what? Let's pay. I don't forget McVay running down to the end zone and celebrating with Tyler Higbee. That's still there. And I get the hate for McVay. I do. Those jokers stole something from us. It was so hard was that one of the hardest Super Bowls to watch, Shasky?
Oh,
Bengals, Rams.
Hands down.
That was one of the most painful Super Bowls to watch.
If I were ranking them, I don't know. I go back and forth. Giants versus the Patriots.
Oh.
When Mario Manningham caught that pass after the 2011 NFC Championship game, and that one. Those are the two hardest ones. And then also Seahawks. That one was hard.
Oh, my God.
Peyton Manning. I'd never rooted harder for Peyton Manning in my life. First snap over his head. I go, oh, my God.
Yeah, it's over. Safety. Yeah, you knew it was done.
Kidding me.
You knew it was done.
You got to be kidding me.
Mike Rotunda. Because we hadn't had a blowout in the Super Bowl in a while. And I was like, when that happened, I actually was like, hey, with Phillies, I said, we're due for a blowout. We are due for a blowout.
It was so hard to watch.
It was
that one, and then look at Stafford no-look pass over the middle. Woo! Look at Aaron Donald getting all of his praise.
Woo!
And Aaron, I might not want to come back. It's like, no, Aaron, you want $100 million.
Yeah, don't lie.
Sean McVay, I might go to Amazon Prime.
Marco Farr said it yesterday. Yeah, he thought about it for a couple of days. It's like, yeah, I need to come back. Mike Rotunda, I love this. Steve Spurrier, those fools. 77-10.
Steve Spurrier,
because when Steve Spurrier was out in Florida, they were throwing the ball up 50-6.
Danny Werfel?
Dude, they were throwing it up. And you know what? I got no problem with that anymore.
I do get a kick out of the old ball coach.
Yeah. Didn't you love it when he ran it up?
I love Spurrier.
I hated him. I hate those Florida teams. They were sick, though.
I loved him in South Carolina.
Well, Boughton Spurrier, legit.
He's a big golfer.
He is a golfer, huh?
Yeah.
Spurrier. All right,
let's go. And he wears the high crown visor, similar to my guy in Georgia.
Yeah.
See,
Kirby Smart.
The low visor, the one Sean Payton wears and Josh McDaniels wears, that's major, douche vibes. When you wear the high crown visor, major Southern vibes.
Yep. Real quick, early shout out here. Early shout out, 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. Shout out to Sacred Heart Prep Girls Flag Football Team.
Oh.
They beat the young, they beat Menlo School. They beat Menlo School. Go Gators. Let's go.
Awesome.
That is awesome. Larry, San Francisco. Then we'll get the Ria Landcast.
Hey,
We'll line them up for Shameless shout-outs coming up. 745 Shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570. Larry, what's happening?
Good morning. First, I want to give a shout-out to you. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Okay, with that.
Thank you, Larry.
My worst defeat to the Rams was when they beat us the year before last, and they got to that Super Bowl. But my favorite play by the Niners beating the Rams when Ronnie Lott made that incredible play when he knocked the ball away. It looked like a short touchdown. And somebody, one of you guys brought us something about that Lawrence McCutcheon. I could not stand that dude.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
He would beat the Niners, man, every single time they gave him the ball. With that, I'm out. Happy birthday, my man.
Hey, man, thank you, Larry. Dude, Lawrence McCutcheon thought he was Deion Sanders. It's like, no, you're not that guy, pal.
Trey Bly also thought he was Deion
That team
Sanders.
was so arrogant. Oh, I couldn't stand the greatest show on turf. Oh, I couldn't stand them.
They were good, though. London Fletcher, I had tremendous respect for.
Yeah, no, his story.
I had tremendous respect
His story,
for
he
him.
had like $6 to his name when he tried out for the Rams.
He's one of
I respect him.
Yeah, and he undersized, played forever.
I do respect him.
Yeah, I got love for him.
Marshall Faulk was really good.
I feel like Michael Brockers was a Ram for 15 years.
I remember inside the NFL when the Niners had beat the Rams, Garrison Hurst was running all over them. But then the second game, then Rams had beat the Niners. Remember the first play of the game, Garcia overshot T.O. Wide open right down the field up in St. Louis. The first game, the Niners rolled him. And Bob Costas, he was doing the interview with Kurt Warner and Marshall Faulk right after that Niners loss at Candlestick Park. And Marshall Faulk, this is how I knew. I was like, oh, this rivalry is real. Marshall Faulk can't stand the 49ers because obviously he grew up in New Orleans. Niners beating up on the Saints all those years. And I remember he took his lavalier mic off, slammed it, and walked off the interview. Like, he couldn't stand losing to the 49ers. And I was like, oh, okay, that's how they feel about us. Oh, we need to turn this thing up. We need to turn this up. So, weird memory. I don't know why I remember that. But
well, I remember when Mark Bolger subbed in, and then Jamie Martin subbed in, and they still beat us. And there's a lot of frustration when they took our gold pants. I hated that particular era of Rams football.
Oh, my gosh.
I remember when they would wear, like, the white tops with the gold pants.
Oh, yeah. They were nice.
It looked like Notre Dame.
It wasn't Ramsey, right?
No, it was not Rams.
Yeah. Now they're wearing white this week. What are you wearing, white and blue pants or white and yellow?
It's probably the bone.
Oh, gosh.
You can't call anything white now. It's got to be like off-white, cream, some shade. It's got to be a shade. Vanilla bean.
Same old sorry-ass Rams. That's what I want to say after Sunday at around 4 o'clock. Let's go to Rhea. Let's go to Lancaster. Rhea and Lancaster. Lancaster's, how far is that away from L.A.?
I'm an hour and I think like 30, 45 from SoFi.
So I know you're going to be at SoFi on Sunday.
I looked up tickets. I was going to go, but I got a Cowboy fan in my life, so he didn't want me to go.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
But happy birthday to you, Bonte.
Thank you.
I just want to say how fired up I am. I'm going to have everything I can possibly have on, shirt, hat, socks, whatever. I'm going to will my voice to victory. I need the faithful in SoFi Stadium to be loud, put them on silent count. I've been a candlestick for a Rams game. I went to Anaheim when they were in Anaheim to a 49er Rams game. I don't like the Rams. And I remember how I felt walking out of that stadium on January 30th, 2022. I was angry. Okay? So I need us to beat them down.
I like that.
On Sunday.
I need that passion. Rhea, you just brought it. The pain that we felt in January 2022. I want y'all to think about that on Sunday. That doesn't go away until we get what's ours. And that's a Lombardi. That's what the season's all about. We know that. We don't have to talk about it every day. We know when we strap up on Sundays and we strap up on Mondays and we strap up on Thursdays, we know what the end game is. When you got premium players like this and you got a roster like this, you got a front seven, and you got a head coach who's in his bag right now because he feels like he has a quarterback that he could trust in Brock Purdy. We know what the end game is. But that pain, we know what it was like walking out that stadium. We know what that flight was like. We know what that drive was like. We know what that Monday was like. And we know what it was like watching them beat the Bengals at SoFi Stadium for that Super Bowl. That was our Super Bowl. That was our year. And they stole it from us.
I think the big difference from last week versus Seattle versus this week against the Niners for the Rams, you're not going to be able to sit back into that pocket and be able to deliver the ball down the field. I just think that they're going to bring some heat from that front four. And I'm very interested to see if Wilkes dials up anything exotic. He didn't have to last week. It was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. I think this one's going to be a little more balanced in that first half, but I expect Bosa to be better. I expect the other two guys, Armstead and Hargraves, to continue what they did last week. I think we're gonna really turn them one-dimensional.
Yeah, and that's going to work out into our favor. Because they didn't really run the ball well last week against Seattle. I mean, Cam Akers had 22 carries, 29 yards.
I mean, they stayed committed
Sterling,
to it.
what was it, 2.3 yards a carry or something like that?
Yeah.
They'll quit on the run game against the Niners. Now, they'll try to run the ball against the Niners. They have success early on. Their opening drives, they always seem to score against the Niners on their opening drives or move the football. But the Niners adjust. They adjust, and they start smacking them in the mouth. I hope Steve Wilkes doesn't have to blitz much. Offensively, I expect the Niners to be able to run the ball against them. They have success against Aaron Donald and running the ball against them.
No doubt. I also expect Deebo Samuel to set the tone early and often in this game. He's always traditionally kicked the crap out of the Rams.
How do you prepare for a guy like Deebo Samuel, a unique player? How do you game plan for a guy like that?
Who?
Deebo Samuel.
Who's that?
The receiver, They did a lot of good things as far as, reverses and things like that. He just made some good plays today.
Remember that when we're kicking the Rams' ass. Remind them, Debo, who you are. Let them know who you are. Give him one of these. When he pointed at the back of his jersey. Hey, Aaron, you see this name? You know who that is? That's what I want. We need more rivalries in sports. We need more hate in sports.
I'm with you.
I love we need beef. That's
I need less Red Sox Yankees on my television, but everybody else can
still
start
them on, except they're both out of it, right?
I know, but ESPN just keeps putting it on.
Oh my God!
It's like, come on.
Yeah, it's
I get it. Everyone there works at is from Boston or New York. I get it. We know
baseball, and again, 5 minutes. Shameless shout outs, but again, baseball. Grow your game. The Baltimore Orioles have a young, fun team. How about air more of their games? What about Texas and Toronto playing this week? Air more of those games that mean something. Yankees they're boring too. Yankee fans got to be sick right now. Verducci, El Dorado Hills. Verducci, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Bonte, happy birthday, my brother. For some reason, when I found out it was your birthday today, I flipped it back to the pandemic when you were in that Hugh Hefner robe. And I just felt like today, baby, you were probably up early with Anna, just smoking the stogie, baby, had in the club 50 Cent. It's your birthday, baby. So happy birthday. Thank you for all that you do. Now, about the game, I just came out to pick up basketball out here in El Dorado Hills. And, Chasky, you have me fired up. I remember the day when we lost that game. My wife had her friend come in right when the Niners had lost. And I said, just go down the block. I need to decompress. I had a Charles Haley going on. This week, I don't want a petty no fool, baby. We're not petty no fools. We are running it down their throats. And the thing is, let me tell you something. Against Pittsburgh, we didn't have to show off Kittle. We didn't have to show anything dynamic on defense. And the other thing, we saw Drake Jackson come alive. We are going to just sit there, run it, throw it right down their throats, and go ahead, baby. I want them to go ahead and run it down their throats and give it to them 77-10. Let me tell you something. With those fans out there, they sit there and pretend that they're true faithful like our 49ers. It's going to be a 70-30 ratio there this week. So Niner Nation, get up on your feet, show up, and make it a home game, baby. Let's go, and happy birthday, Bonte.
Verducci. A lot of heat there. A lot of heat got me fired up. He got me fired up. He's got me sweating right now. That's what I'm talking about.
That's the AC unit in here.
Yeah, that is that too. It is cooking 80 degrees in the studio. But I just saw a text. I didn't even know this guy could text. I think this guy owned a cell phone. I thought he always called us from a payphone or something. But Juice has chimed in from an area code I've never seen before on the Xfinity mobile text line. And Juice said, as the third host of the Morning Roast, happy freaking birthday, my man, Bonte. Here's my personal number. Oh, by the way, I see callers coming into the studio on Friday. We got to set that up in the near future. Peace, love, and chicken grease. Juice from Fremont. Well, Juice, I need to hear your damn voice. I haven't heard from you in 5 months since the Warriors got rolled by the Lakers.
We'll bring back Roasters coming in next week.
Yeah, next week.
Because I've got a special person coming in today. Yeah, you'll see it later. Later. I'm not going to give it away. Special guest.
That doesn't make me feel good.
Special guest.
That doesn't make me feel good. Oh, boy. Shameless shout-outs. Shirley, I don't like this.
No, I didn't invite your family in. Trust me, all right? I'm letting you know that now. I didn't invite your family. Because you're looking at me like, uh-oh. And I'm like, no.
I told Anna yesterday, I was like, you don't have to come by the studio, okay? You don't. She's not. She's asleep right now. Baby Chess took over the bed yesterday. Woke up at 12:45.
Still tired from Wednesday night? Because I am.
Yeah. Still cooked.
I had baseball practice, and I'm still exhausted.
I'm looking for it. The best thing about today is I'm looking forward to that nap.
Well, the other thing that I got a big golf tournament this afternoon for my cousin's buddy. I did leg day on Wednesday before the.
Oh yeah,
my legs are still burning. I can barely walk and I can barely get down. I popped like 5 Motrin yesterday to get through baseball practice. No, I'm not kidding.
You got to retire, bro.
No, I popped like 5 Motrin just to get through baseball. And I was super fluid and I was like, yeah, let's go.
You're not Will Clark.
As I got to the end of practice, I could feel the Motrin wearing off. I'm in trouble. Today.
All right. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 90 seconds. Juice in Fremont has a text line. I need to hear Juice about the Rams. Who does Juice hate in this Rams rivalry? Where's Rob and San Bruno? We're the heavy hitters today.
Rob hates Shanahan.
Yeah, he does hate Shanahan. He's watching it to cut. Niners lose. He'll be back. He'll be back. Like he said last time, I don't care. Ain't no excuses this year. You better win. Now, that's a sick way to watch a football game. When you're like, cool, you won. Great. But you better do it next week. It's like, let's just enjoy the ride. I'm telling you, it's going to be a special ride this year. This defense is humming. No, Shasky. They need zoom-in cameras on players warming up. Because, like, Baldy posted a video yesterday of Trent Williams warming up in the end zone.
Yeah.
Like, that's sick, right? Fred Warner coming out there, running around with the dreads, and he's talking to Baldy. But when they first come out, you hear the crowd like, woo! And they break the huddle. It's going to be some scene at SoFi. You hate Marcus Peters. Wow, Marcus Peters?
Well, he always used to jump routes.
Yeah. He's a Bay. He's Oakland.
Yeah, I don't hate him. I don't hate him.
Yeah, I can't hate him.
I don't hate him. I do think one of the sweetest victories in recent memory for the Shanahan regime, that win against the Rams at home in 2019 when Jimmy threw 2 big bombs down the middle to Emmanuel Sanders, that was a great victory.
Yep.
Talking about Niners, Rams, just in general, that was late in the season, one of the finer Jimmy Garoppolo moments, Fred Warner before halftime. That was a great game.
Great game. Great game. Great game. All right, let's hit it. Shameless shout-outs here on the Morning Roast.
It's Friday.
Yeah, I'm a shameless, horrible human being.
Your chance to shamelessly shout out whoever or whatever you want.
I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. They would know who I am if they're listening.
It's time for shameless shout-outs on the Morning Roast.
You know you make me wanna.
Shameless shout-outs. What do you have, Shasky? Kick us off here.
All right, I'm going to go straight to the YouTube chat. I'm going to shout out Jay LaFrey. He's in there every single day, and he said, this week, all the Ram fans are going to be AI.
Oh, yes, that's right. What is up with that? Is some strange stuff.
Between Chat GPT and AI, I mean, what can't the internet do?
Yeah,
robots are coming.
Robots are coming
and stuff. Right?
Robots are coming, man.
Are they not?
What if those AIs talk?
I don't know.
What do they do? Like, what if I said, hey, your team sucks? What is the AI going to do? Is it just going to look at me?
I have no idea.
I don't want to run into the AI. I never want to run into them.
This Chat GPT thing's pretty sweet. I mean, it knows everything.
All right, Sterling, get the mic on. Loveman, get the mic on. Sterling, who you shouting out, man? Who you shouting out?
Is it wrong if I shout out my fiance working her butt off down there in Southern California being a teacher, 2nd grade?
No.
Those kids are crazy. Crazy. I mean, they're kind of little devils out there. They're nuts.
Yeah.
But kudos to her working her butt off and very, very, very tired today.
The 209. Shout out to the strippers. Bonte's going to go support them later for a quick birthday celebration.
No, I got a Zoom meeting at 10:30. I stop by somewhere at 11 o'clock. I will be around the Go Club.
Robot strippers? AI strippers?
No, I need the real thing, baby. The real
Chat
thing.
GPT strippers?
The real McCoy.
Oh, yeah.
The real deal
yeah.
Holyfield. Fried chicken. They still got the fried chicken at the Go Club. Somebody let me know. Gene, Uncle Gene.
Somebody let me know.
Uncle Gene, Oakland, what's happening?
What's up, Gene? Hope your surgery went well.
Man. Yeah, it's going to go in 3 more hours, so I'm shouting out my doctor, Dr. Tanaka.
There you go.
Get it right, Doc, so I can continue to watch and enjoy all my games. And it will be a blowout on Sunday, and happy birthday to you, Bonte. This is your golden era. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you, Uncle Gene. Appreciate that. Look at Uncle Gene. Call him before surgery. He can't get enough. Can't get enough. I love Uncle Gene. He knows it's going to be a blowout on
Shout out
Sunday.
to Hillsdale High School football dance team for the opener. Good luck, and also congrats to the Hillsdale High School girl flag football team for winning on Wednesday. That just seeing so many people so excited about girls flag football is really cool.
Love that. No, I agree. Cruiser 209. What's up, Cruiser?
Hey, good morning, brothers. I just wanted to say happy birthday, Bonte. I hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you,
I
brother.
want to give a shout out to my sons, Jacob and Anthony. We had a parent-teacher conference this week. All A's. They're doing great. I'm so proud of them. And I just want to say a special shout out to Boot Busters. There have been some stinky-ass fancy cockroaches around, and Boot Busters helped me out. Thank you, guys.
Good stuff
Is that
there.
real?
I love that. Hey, I'm going to believe it. Adam at SF. Adam, what's happening?
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to shout out Bonte. Happy birthday. I Just appreciate you, taking your time after Warriors games to chat it up a bit over the airs, everything. So just wanted to wish you a good day and a happy weekend.
I appreciate that, Adam. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Rams week, Niners and Rams. Who's a Ram that you hate? We'll do that more in the 8 o'clock hour and much, much more. Mike in Redwood City. Mike, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte. First of all, happy birthday. How you doing, Shasky?
What's up?
Love you guys. Listen every day. What I wanted to talk about was there's a great play going on in San Jose. It started last night. I was there for opening night. It's called Toxic. It's at the City Lights Theater in San Jose. Strong recommendation. I am not a theater person. I was in there last night. It was awesome. Toxic in San Jose at City Lights.
All right.
I'm shouting out.
I like that. 888-957-9570. 267 Niner Joe from the Northeast. Shout out to the Eagles offense. That is trash. They struggled yesterday, yet they scored 34 points for over 250 yards. It's their defense that's leaky.
Does anyone think the Vikings are good?
Not really. Well, a lot of people like Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins.
Got Brock Purdy, man. Leave the Kirk Cousins stuff alone. Stop. You don't want him as your quarterback. He's a sitting duck. The pocket has to be perfect. This is the NFL. The pocket's never going to be perfect. You need to move around a little bit. Okay, he threw for a bunch of yards and 4 TDs. Great. Awesome. Don't want Kirk Cousins. Stop talking about him.
Shout out Carlos, I hope I'm saying the name, Aguas, getting married this Sunday to his lady Jan.
That's beautiful. Shout out to the San Francisco Vikings Soccer Club. Girls 2008 age group red team playing against the highest in the R League in Northern California this season. Wow. Good stuff for them. They beat Burlingame 6-1 last week. Wow, sfvikings.com because they've had a program for many years.
Yeah, they
Legendary.
absolutely have. Sam Lubman, shout out to you, buddy. You were fighting the good fight over the last 48 hours with a lot of Giants Twitter. Dude. Man, you okay?
It happens. We all want the same thing. I do have a shout out though. Well, first off, it's a two-part shout out. Shout out Mike Dunleavy Jr. It's also his birthday today as well.
Oh, wow. No way.
Yeah, and then speaking of birthdays, Ponte, I do want to give you a birthday shout out because we had the caller earlier who said that you're not much of a consoler. I kind of disagree with that because I've had some down times and you've been there for me in those down times, and I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate working for you. You've been great. I really do look up to you, and I just have a lot of fun working with you. You too, Shasky, but it's not your birthday today. So again,
are you going to cry?
No. I really appreciate working for both you guys, especially you, Bonte. You set a great standard.
You're a teammate,
and you really make me want to work harder on myself as an employee here. So yeah, happy birthday, buddy.
I appreciate that, but let's get something straight. You don't work for us. You work with us. You're our teammate.
So I work with you,
yeah,
correct.
Exactly. You're our brother. You're part of the morning roast. You are part of the fabric. The roast is not the same without you. So we work together. You do a hell of a job, Lubman. You're doing a hell of a job. You really are,
I would love
man.
to have an assistant.
Yeah,
it would make things a lot easier in my life.
My life is so unorganized right now, and it's just something happening every single day. And I'm just like, wait, what? I'm starting to use the iPhone calendar. I need to.
Yeah, well, no. If my wife and I have a rule, if it's not in the calendar, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, okay. See, yeah, Anna's big on the calendars. I finally succumbed to the calendar.
Do it, dude. It makes your life easier.
It does. It's like, God, you look at the calendar, it's like, dot,
yeah, I know.
This. Yeah. I'm like, jeez.
So tomorrow, nothing on the calendar.
Oh, that's good. Sundays during football season, nothing's on the calendar.
Well, no. I have the Niners schedule loaded up on, so I know exactly what blocks to not have things to do. Trust me.
Let's go to Justin, San Jose. Justin, what's happening?
Hey, what's up? Good morning, guys. Hey, Bonte, first of all, happy birthday, my guy. I want to give a shout-out to you.
Thank you.
Real quick, I want to give a shout-out to all 8 of the Rams fans out there that are going to have their Charles Haley moment this weekend. And, while I'm at it, I want to shout out that one kid from Free Willy for being the only real Seahawks fan before 2012, baby. Let's go.
Oh, my God.
That's awesome. Let's go to Victor and SF, and then we'll get to Javier and San Bruno. Victor, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Bonte? Happy birthday, man. What's up, Shasky?
What's up, man?
Hey, Virgo gang. I just had my birthday yesterday, man.
Oh, happy birthday to you, man.
Yeah.
Happy belated.
Yeah. So I want to just give a same shout out to the San Francisco Bombers. My son Antonio, number 24, playing out there tomorrow.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Is
baby.
that a Pop Warner team?
Yeah, Pop Warner team. Yeah, Pop Warner
cool.
team. Yeah, that's awesome.
Pop Warner. Yep, Pop Warner.
Let's go.
I think the Olympic Club Foundation, they had a package where you could donate some money for some helmets for the Brown Bombers. Real quick, Javier. Say Bruno. Real quick, Javier, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to say shout out to Vontae. Happy birthday. And I'd like to give also a shout out to all the Salvadorian and Central Americans. Happy Independence Day.
Yes.
And shout out to all Godzilla fans. We got 2 major trailers coming out and a movie coming out in December. So stay safe.
I want to give one last shout out before we get on out of here. I got a text message yesterday from John Ring, and John and my family go way back. S.I., Reardon, etc. Stephen Wynn and Matt Niehaus and Karen Haskell. The Olympic Club Foundation raised the most amount of money they've ever raised for youth sports.
Wow.
Over $500,000 this year.
Wow.
It was an incredible night that we were celebrating just youth sports in the Bay Area. There's a lot of people that don't have, the resources, right? Whether it's equipment, whether it's the fields, the coaching, etc., to play sports. And so when people are doing things like this, I want to support them. Junior Giants, I know the Warriors do a ton. I know Steph Curry does a ton for our community.
Eat, learn, play.
But you and I were really lucky to be a part of that and to help drive that money. Shout out to everybody who helped donate to that. Over $500,000 is raised for youth sports. So shout out to all of them. John Ring, I love you, buddy.
Hey, John Ring did a hell of a job. John Ring and Kareem, they did a hell of a job. Setting up this
shout out Mitch
fight
Richmond.
night. Mitch Richmond, that's
For
our guy.
showing. Yeah.
That's our guy. You see the comments yesterday?
Yeah.
Said, what are we laughing at?
It
Wrong
was
answers only.
Really good.
There was
a lot of good ones.
There was a lot of good
we
ones.
We were looking at Shasky's softball stats.
Yeah, that was good. But there was a couple disrespectful ones. I was like, all right, dude. Like, why do we have to do this? Anyway, shout out to all the roasters. You guys don't have to wish me a happy birthday. I really don't like birthdays. I don't like all the attention.
That's why I'm making it uncomfortable.
It's always uncomfortable, but I appreciate the love. It's a great community here that we have on the Morning Roast. It really is. You guys are all family. Even the James _ 1982. I can't stand him. He talks about things that I'm just like, wow. But all the roasters on YouTube, all the roasters on Twitch, Xfinity Mobile Text Line, Lubbock, Sterling, everybody here at the 95.7 Game. Life is good right now, man. What can I say? Life is good.
Well, it would be a lot better if when we run promos, they actually said your name properly.
Oh, the Bonta?
Bonta!
Yeah, and then I'm ripping Philadelphia.
I think it'll also be a lot better when we hit the injury report.
All right, man. Good news. Drake Greenlaw returned to practice yesterday. David Lombardi did tip us off and say, hey, it's nothing serious with Drake Greenlaw. He should be ready to go on Sunday. Lombardi predicted correctly. The bad news is quarterback Sammy Womack III did not participate in practice yesterday due to a knee injury, though there's little indication that Womack will not suit up on Sunday for the Revs. This is big. Puka Nacua, who had the big game Sunday against Seattle, 119 yards like Tutu Atwell. He did not practice yesterday with that oblique injury. What's going on with Puka Nacua? They're already without Cooper Kupp for the first month of the season. Tutu Atwell, Van Jefferson, a lot on their plate. Maybe it's a big Tyler Higbee day for the LA Rams. That's the injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's a football Friday. It's a payday Friday. It's a 50-cent Friday. 888-957-9570. It's Rams week, folks. It's personal.
It is personal. And thank you, Greg Sir and the PAL, for donating all your money to youth sports as well.
Good stuff.
Every business deserves a great deal.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We got some breaking news here. Breaking news. Just hit the breaking news. Hit it, Sterling, when you get a chance. I can't believe this. Cannot believe it. We ready. We ready for the Rams, but we got something else cooking here. Something else cooking, and, shout out to Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Breaking news.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Shasky, you want to deliver this? Do you want to deliver it? Should I do it?
I'll deliver it right now.
You want to deliver the news right now? This is.
I'll let you respond.
All right.
Warriors World, at Warriors World. Per sources, speaking on the condition of being anonymous, Daryl the Guru Johnson suffered an ankle injury that leaves his Warriors World hoop tourney status unknown. GM Bonte Hill's team may have to move forward without their star player. So Warriors World is tweeting out, for those that don't know, there's a Warriors World tournament every year. It is a huge Twitter account. They used to have, I think they still have a website. They sell a lot of merchandise. They're just huge Warrior fans. They do a huge tournament every year. 95.7 The Game has been a part of it at times. I think it was a 95.7 team a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. There hasn't been one, though, in a couple years?
A couple years, no.
Okay. And Guru was the one who was all about it?
All about it. So,
and are you the GM?
Apparently. So, I was not even involved. NBC's fighting for me, and then David Taylor wanted to sideswipe me and take over NBC. It's fine.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Guru's like, come on, B, I need you. Okay, fine. I help you construct the team.
So, wait, Goo came at you. I just want to make sure that we're dissecting.
Goo came at me. B, we got to put it, what you think. So, we don't got the bread right now. So, you know what I did?
No, this is a 3-on-3 tournament.
3-on-3 tournament. Happening next Saturday at the Racketeer Performance Center where the Warriors used to practice. Their old practice facility where they have it. They still have it open for the community of Oakland. A lot of kids go there and stuff like that.
Really cool.
Really cool. But on the condition of anonymity, this guy Guru,
I can't even say that
Guru,
word.
Anonymity. It's a tough word.
Anonymity. Yeah. Oh, no, I can't do it.
Yeah, anonymity.
On the condition of being anonymous.
Yeah, there you go.
You like the way I changed that?
Yeah, I do that too. Guru. It's basically Guru because I just got the same text. B. I'm not happy right now. Not happy, Guru.
This is why I don't get involved, man.
I can't even do it.
Anonymity. B, I spray my ankle bad.
Where?
Gonna be doubtful for 30. I'll still shoot you the bread. I'm hurting. So, the bread.
Well, first off, it's a week away, and he knows.
It's a week away.
He knows he's got.
It's a week away.
He went.
Now I've got to court a roster.
But now he went to Dr. Narav Pandya, and he knows that he's out already.
Oh my gosh. There's literally a job from everything from them.
I can't get him.
So
who's on the team currently?
So check it out. We'll get there. Because right now we don't have anybody.
You are mad.
Well, they needed somebody to foot the bill to get the team into the damn tournament. So I footed the bill.
Oh, you put up the money?
I said, look.
Good luck getting it back from
King of the Bay, right? You guys all king, blah, blah, blah. So I said, you know what? Here. Yeah. Pay me back.
These are my Gucci socks.
So I tried to get a ringer from City College. They couldn't make it.
Okay.
So I'm still working at Coach Adams, City College, San Francisco. I'm struggling here. 8 days away, and our quote-unquote star player can't play. I can't ask Lucas Alexander to play in a tournament after what I saw from him 3 years ago.
Well, he's recovering from his own ACL.
Torn ACL.
I'm going to be honest. The roster here is not great.
It's not great at all. Not great.
I'd throw myself in there, too, if I was an eligible player, and I am not playing.
That ticks me off. All of a sudden, he flaked out. A week away from the tournament. How did he sprain his ankle? Was he warming up for the Warriors World Tournament?
Is he coming in on crutches?
What happened? He slipped on a soda diet soup?
That's not fair. No, but is he like, how did he get hurt? Where did he get hurt?
I don't know. I don't know where he got hurt, how he got hurt.
Who's on the roster?
Right now, there's empty slots, man.
So I know
there's
Styles
a lot of 50-50s.
Styles was like tweeting out well, he's been tweeting out a storm for months now, but he was tweeting out a storm about his jumper and this and the other. He's on the shelf.
Yeah, he tore his Achilles.
Yeah, and he is a good athlete.
He tore his Achilles.
You know, and I'm not saying Guru's
Evan Giddings, Big John. Next Saturday. Oh, gosh. All right.
You know what you should do? I think you should step down.
Yeah, you know what? Coach Adam. No, I'm not stepping down. This is where you step up.
Oh,
This is where you step up. Remember Bob Myers had to go make the deal for Kelly Oubre Jr. Didn't work out, and we're all down bad in the play-in tournament. You know what he did? He said, you know what? I could sit here and I can mope. But you know what? The heck with this. Let's start 18-2 the next season and go win a championship. The good GMs like John Lynch. He was struggling with Nick Bosa, right? Nick Bosa, he's like, God, I can't get this deal done. Parag is driving me crazy. Jen, we need money, blah, blah, blah. You know what he did? He sat back and he heard a ring. It was Bob Myers who sold John Lynch to get the Bosa deal done. You know what John Lynch said? You know what? I'm going to rise from the dead and I'm going to get this deal done. And he got the deal done before week 1 in Pittsburgh. So I'm not stepping down. I'm stepping up. And we will get reinforcements. We will get a roster. And we will go out there and win one game in the Warriors World Tournament.
Did you get a text from Adam right now? Don't lie to me. I love Coach Adam.
Diaquisto?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Don't worry.
So you're coming out with the 3/5 of the starting lineup for City College JUCO, defending state champions.
Hey. No. It's just students. We're not getting real basketball players on our team. I want my money today, Guru. It's payday. I want my money today.
How much was it? Do you mind?
Nah, I can't.
Okay.
It may be different prices for different teams. I don't know.
Oh, okay. No, my bad. I didn't mean to do that.
On condition of anonymity. Anonymity.
Yeah. Oh, boy. I think you should do an Invincible and have just open tryouts. That's how the Niners...
Late. It's too late.
The Niners found Paul Hofer that way.
They did find Paul Hofer that way.
Bill Ring.
Oh, my God. Oh, man. Chambry, Arizona. Get us back on track. Chambry.
Hey, fellas, appreciate you taking the call. Happy birthday, Bonte.
Thank you,
man,
brother.
I told you guys a while back. To be honest, I was never a fan of you guys when you guys first started. Not for hate, just because I love the other show and the way that they did things. But, man, you guys have won me over.
Thank you.
Huge fan from you guys. So nothing but love and respect for what you guys do and the grind you guys put in. You guys mentioned the most hated Ram. Man, for me, it's a toss-up, so I got to give you two, but it was Leonard Little and Adam freaking Archuleta.
Oh, Arizona State.
Can't stand those dudes.
Yeah. Adam Archuleta,
love you,
Arizona
boys.
State.
Appreciate you taking the call.
Thank you, Chambry.
Thank you. Thank you for the love. Couldn't stand us. A lot of people couldn't stand us. I think people still can't stand us. They can't stand the way we say anonymity.
I want to see the text that Guru sent to Warriors World.
Yeah, I do want to see that text.
I kind of want to see that.
So I'm going to read the text he sent me.
We need that to be leaked.
I have something that he sent me, and this birthday's getting off. Baby Chaz, welcome.
It's a great gift that he gave you.
Well, now I don't have to deal with him blaming everybody, throwing people under the bus. They set me up. All right, Guru, you're done. No more Warriors.
Who set him up?
The last time he thought we set him up.
What do you mean?
I don't know what he was like. They set me up. They had me out there looking bad. So anyway.
You know what we say about fielding ground balls? We were talking about the kids last night, right? There are certain shortstops that you'll see at any level, and you're like, man, that guy never gets a bad ground ball. He never gets a bad bounce. You know why? Because the great shortstops know how to make every bounce a good bounce for them. They get it on the short hop. They pick it up cleanly. Clearly, Guru, not in that category as a fielder. They made me look bad. Not good.
But yeah, I sprained my ankle bad. Gonna be doubtful for 30. I'll still shoot you to pray. Yeah, you will. I'm hurting. Happy birthday. So, Baby Chaz wakes up at about 12:40 this morning. And it goes, get on the couch because she's not going to sleep in the bed with you because she likes to play. So then I wake up, leave my phone at home, and then Derek Cruz hits me. What's next?
Well,
what is next?
There's two types of athletes. There's the Jimmy Garoppolos who come waltzing onto the field in an NFC Championship game in Jordan's when Bonte Hill thought he could play. And then there's the Patrick Mahomeses who go out there and play. I mean, he's like not even like
you know what he's doing?
What?
I know Guru's game. We're going to play buy or sell in a second. We'll get to Joe Lozano's buy or sell in a second. He's going to play up this ankle injury. He's going to show up Saturday. He's like, I'm toughing out for my guys. I'm toughing it out. I'm getting my Willis Reed on. That's what he's doing. He's setting it up.
I think he's legitimately hurt.
No. He is setting up his Willis Reed moment.
You want me to ask some guys to come play for you?
We got guys. We got some rosters to fill. Actually, Warriors will hit me up the other day. It's like, hey, we got confirmation. I need jersey sizes. So I was like, let me get back to you. We got some last-minute calls here. Colin Shiverton, where are you at in San Jose?
Colin Shiverton. Wow, that's a name I haven't heard.
Colin.
Hey, he can shoot.
Oh, he can shoot with the best of them.
I mean, if you brought Colin Shiverton onto that floor, yeah, you guys would do well.
Fred Sturdivant out in Alabama. He's in Atlanta. We need some hoopers.
That's a name I haven't heard.
Dean Parker, you want to stop modeling? Come play some hoops with us.
Who was my lefty?
John Williams.
Oh, he was
he's
sweet.
Overseas. He's out in Germany.
He was sweet.
Oh, I love Big
Great
John.
guy.
I love John Williams.
Yeah, handles for a guy his size.
He almost dropped a triple-double in the state championship game against Citrus. Yvonne Dorsey? He's in Miami, right?
Is he?
I thought he was in Miami.
I used to see him shooting hoops at Alamany back in the day.
Yeah. Yvonne Dorsey, you out there? We need shooters. We need bigs. We need everything.
You should go to Reardon right now and just go ask Joey Curtin if a couple of his players could be, loaned to you in the way that they do in soccer.
Olympic Club. All right, since Mike Williams wants to blow me up yesterday, I didn't reply to one text of his. I feel bad. But Mike Williams, you want to play next week? Let's see how good you are. Because there's some goons playing in this World Tournament. I know the old club got some ballers, but this is different. It's like going to the prison yard playing hoops.
Is Goo coming in today? Do we know?
Is he out with an ankle injury?
No. He'd be the first radio host in the history of radio missing work because of an ankle injury. That would be pretty funny.
I can't get up the elevator. I can't get up there.
Well, you can't drive, right? Like if you have an ankle injury.
Carlos Ramirez is not available for the Warriors. He's playing with NBC, Tella. Leave me alone. Damn it, Tella. You know who Tella's trying to reach out to?
Who?
He's trying to. It's like I got Festus and D. Wright on the squad.
Well,
that's a lie. D. Wright's not coming up here to play in the World Tournament. Festus is in Nigeria. He's going to Nigeria tomorrow. They're not playing for you, Tella. Good luck to your squad.
Like on the real, I'm surprised how angry this has made you.
No, I'm just playing a bit. I'm not that angry. It's a little more work on my plate.
I did see Kalena last week, and let me tell you,
he won't play again though. That knee.
Kalena is in great shape.
He won't play again.
You really don't realize how gigantic of a human being he is. He is chiseled out of granite.
He's ripped.
I think the guy's guns are huge. Pipes, bro. My guy got pipes.
Let's go to Joel in San Jose. Quick buy or sell on the other side after Joel. What's up, Joel?
What's up? Happy birthday, Bonte. Thank you from all the Bay for everything you do for the Dubs and Niners and just keeping us entertained. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, low-key, I want to start real quick with my favorite, most hated Rams player. It's not what you'd expect. The thing I hated the most when they were the greatest show on turf was every time they would do they'd cut to Brenda freaking Warner in the stands, and we had to look at her clapping for her man, and I just hated that so much.
They had the 2-for-1 haircuts, too, at the time. Remember that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. No disrespect, but, man, I didn't like it. Anyway, I'm getting on the plane tomorrow, going down to SoFi. I got my red Warner jersey. I got my red hat. And I just need give me the Bonte and Shasky. What do I expect at SoFi, and how do I make this a miserable experience for the Rams fans? Levi South is in effect. I want to hear you guys talk about it.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah, love you guys.
SoFi will be one of the great experiences. Yep. If you fly in and you stay in a hotel near SoFi, you're almost within walking distance.
Yep.
You can take an Uber over to that parking lot, and that parking lot goes off.
Yep.
And then going into the stadium, I would recommend going in 45 minutes early.
Yeah.
Food's excellent.
Yep.
The concourses are wide. You walk up, you go into the stadium, and you're up above looking down in the same way Golden One Center is that way.
Yep. And the big house in Michigan's like that.
Sick.
When you enter the big house, you're at the top of the stadium.
Gotcha.
It's like
I didn't know
pit.
that.
That's why it's so hot down low.
I didn't know that.
But that concourse is sweet.
It's so
It
cool.
is. It is a hell of a stadium.
I would do a lap there.
Yep, do a lap there, no doubt about that. By the way, it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We'll play the sound real quick. Sean King was on the station earlier this week, and he had this to say about the San Francisco 49ers.
The only negative I see on San Francisco is I feel like they have to win it this year. They can't afford everybody. Obviously, you're only getting away with this because you don't have to pay the quarterback. But Ayuk's going to look for a deal. I'm sure Purdy's going to want to get paid. So they got some guys that are going to have to command some big numbers coming up. They may have to make some moves. So this team, as we know it, with Debo and Trent Williams and Bosa and, all those guys, I think this is the year they have to win it.
That was almost Steiny and Guru earlier this week. Of course, Sean King won a Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Bucks. Tulane. Do you buy or sell? Buy or sell the Niners? They have to win it this year. Are you buying that or are you selling that?
For the fans, I'm buying it. For the players, I am not. I'm selling that. And I think that their salary cap situation has been over-exaggerated.
I do, too.
It feels like they've managed it pretty darn well.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty darn well. And they get out of some dead cap money from some prior players who have not been on the roster for multiple seasons. After this year, I think they have much more wiggle room. I mean, New Orleans year after year is like $50 million over the salary cap, and
right.
Somehow they're always a player in free agency. So I think the Niners are fine. In fact, I think their window is about a 2-year window.
Yeah,
if we're going to say anything.
Yeah, I'm selling what Sean King is saying here. I think they do have a 2-year window, and I do believe they're going to be able to keep a lot of these players here, especially Brandon Ayuk. The Niners have proven to you, Jed York, Parag, John Lynch. If they want you, they will keep you. They will find money for you, and they've done that with their premium players. Sterling Bennett, I'll bring you in, and as well as Sam Lubman. You guys buying or selling what Sean King said about the Niners Super Bowl window? Is this it for them?
It being a 1-year window? No. This team is they have the best core in the NFL. Nick Bosa is now paid. Fred Warner is going to be on this team. George Kittle is still on the team. Brock Purdy doesn't have to get paid for 3 more seasons. Why would this team not be good in the next 2-3 years?
Well, plus, let me add to the Brock Purdy thing. If Brock is as good as we all think he is, and he could sustain this year, wouldn't we be talking about him the same way we're talking about the Burrows and the Allens, like those types of guys? Like, what right?
Why can't he get better this year? Why couldn't he be a top 10 quarterback and your window extends 5-7 years?
That's
now?
what I'm saying. Yeah. I agree with you. I agree 100%. Like I am not eliminating that aspect. I want to see that thing play out. What about you, Sam?
No, I agree. I don't think this is they have to win this year. I think they got a legitimate 3-year window here where they could probably, the next 3 years, they definitely have to win at least once, but it doesn't have to be this year. But at the same time, in the NFL, if you have a quarterback, you have a window. And if the 49ers do come out of this year, even without a Super Bowl, but we know Brock is that guy, 3-year window, absolutely. But that window extends far beyond these next 3 years as long as we have faith that Brock is that guy. He's 24 years old. This could be a 10 to 15-year window. I might be getting ahead of myself here if he does hit. So, no, they definitely do not have to win this year, but it would be pretty nice if they did.
By the way, we got an update from Jordan Guru Johnson. He was balling with his son, Daryl Jr. at Santa Clara University. Went up high for a rebound. Landed on foot.
What, is that from him?
That's from his Twitter account. He went up high for a rebound. Like he was like, ah!
I got to look it up.
Buy or selling this one, fellas. Buy or sell. Carlos Ramirez, by the way, late addition to the show. He's going to join us in 7 minutes. Carlos Ramirez, of course, your host for 49ers pre and Giants pre and post game shows. NBC Sports Bay Area. Buy or selling? Brandon Ayuk, will he be a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL when the season is over? Buy or sell? Are you selling? Are you laughing?
I'm looking at Daryl the Guru Johnson's tweet. I'm sorry, I'm so distracted. I apologize. We'll get back into the Niners. He put the Paul Pierce gif of him getting carted out in the wheelchair. It's just balling with son at Santa Clara. Went high for rebound. Landed on foot. I love how he already had spoken with a doctor and he's out. He's out. I'm ruling myself out for next week.
Wow. I think I know why.
This is going to be a big deal around here next week.
I think I know why he's belling.
I love Goop. I love Goop. You got to understand.
I think I know why he's belling.
This is why you don't sign up for these things, man.
And he got me involved. I was just trying to mind my business, enjoy a nice little Saturday.
The text line. He went up so high that piece of paper underneath his shoes got him. That's so mean.
Oh, my gosh.
Goo. What, you think he's got something else going on?
I do. I don't know if I can speak on it, though. Brandon Ayuk will be a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL when the season's over. Buy or sell?
Ooh, I'm going to sell. And the reason why I'm going to sell that, not that I don't think he's good enough to be one of those guys. It just feels like there are other teams that are dedicated to throwing the ball that are going to have more opportunities to showcase who they are. Like, but if I said he caught 95 passes, wouldn't that surprise you?
It would. In this offense,
right?
Absolutely.
Right, and especially if they're winning games and they're running the ball late. Like, Justin Jefferson, if they're playing in games like they are last night, he's going to have 125 catches.
He already has more career receiving yards than any receiver in the history of the Chicago Bears.
Wait, Justin Jefferson, the wide receiver who's 24.
Who's 24 years old, has more career receiving yards than anyone in the history of the Chicago Bears franchise.
I don't believe that.
It's unbelievable, right?
I don't believe that. There's no way. The Bears that have been around for like 100 years.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm selling on Ayuk being top 5 because of the stats or whatnot. He has top 5 potential, but there's some studs at the wide receiver spot. Sterling, love to jump in real quick before the break if you guys want to. No,
I can't believe that stat.
Well, I was going to ask, is that receivers that have played for the Bears, or is those stats for receivers that have
in a Bears uniform?
Right. Like Brandon Marshall has 12,000 yards receiving.
Right. So it must be
but he played
players.
On 1,000 teams.
So it's got to be players who were drafted by the Bears or like career receiving leaders for the Chicago Bears.
For the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, it's career receiving yards while you were in a Bears uniform.
That's crazy. By the way, Angelique has said something yesterday that I want to bring to the table. And I was like, is this the first ever matchup? I think we forgot to bring it up when she was on. Angelique Bacaro, who joined us at 648. Coaches SI girls basketball team and, of course, their flag football team. They got a big win Wednesday night at SI. She said, is this the first ever matchup between the first overall pick of the NFL draft, who Matt Stafford was out of Georgia, and the last pick of the NFL draft?
I can't think
Brock
of
Purdy.
one.
And I was like, wow.
I mean, how many Mr. Irrelevant picks have there been?
Exactly.
I know there's been a lot of number 1 overall quarterbacks. I don't know.
Mr. Irrelevant never makes it past training camp.
Is Elias Bureau still a thing?
Yeah, it's still big. But she dropped out. I was like, wow.
Point.
First ever matchup between a number 1 overall pick.
Great point.
And the last pick of the NFL draft. It's kind of wild. All right.
No, that's incredible.
Carlos Ramirez coming up. That'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be a part of
with Fonte and Shasky.
95.7 Game has you covered with the best red and gold coverage out there. The unofficial official. As this beat just slaps. You could let this ride for the rest of the show. You ever want to just do a show like you played a basketball game? They got the beats blared, offense, defense. We should just do a radio show 4 hours. We just got different beats.
I like it.
Boom.
When 95.7 first started, they would play music under the bed underneath the entire segment.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, just to be different.
It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
It's pretty sick. I'd probably get too distracted, though.
Again, there were certain lineups that weren't great at the beginning.
I'm not going to go there. 95.7 Game has you covered with the best red and gold coverage out there.
I didn't see which ones.
Evan Lowe, get it started. Low Neil, get a dose of low. Low. Starts at 11 o'clock, the kickoff show. And, we got our baby, overtime. It's great to see overtime blossom. It's still a thing because Sterling Bennett, Mark Grandy, Alice Stiles, they'll have your instant reaction and analysis immediately following the whistle on overtime. Hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game. Immediately after the game. As soon as it's done, boom, there's Mark, there's Sterling, there's Alan Stiles.
It's a kingmaker position. I mean, it is. And the best part about it is, and this is, honestly, Sterling, this is not any shot at any of you guys. We were so damn good, it took 3 of them to replace us. It's a joke.
He said it, not me. But Sterling was punter overtime.
Oh, Sterling was.
We were yelling at him down the line.
I don't even remember that part.
Sterling,
I just remember Alex Scott doing judo while we were doing live shows.
It was Sterling and Arden.
I miss Alex Scott.
It was Sterling and Arden.
Nobody was more passionate about the things coming out of my mouth other than me than Alex Scott. I felt like me and that guy were going to run through a wall together. Love Alex, dude.
He had our binders down, our folders, vanilla folders with the layout, the plan, the guest.
Gosh, he was the best.
I miss Alex Scott. He was at Joe Spinotti's Biddy's birthday party.
Was he?
Or Nora's birthday party. And Alex Scott was there running material. I was like, all right, enough, Alex. It's a lot. It's a lot right now.
The Winning Edge.
Got to chase some diapers here, dude. Just chill. He does The Winning Edge. He loves that book.
Yeah, he does.
He lives by it.
Yeah, he does.
He literally lives by it. But Sterling and Arden used to be behind the scenes during the pandemic. How many times did we yell at those guys?
Arden.
We were yelling at those guys every week.
Every single show. Multiple times a show.
About what? What were we just yelling at them? Just
fix my line. Give me back up.
Give me back up. Hey, that was the pandemic year. That was all bad. Remember Jim Coles called us?
I've never been more angry in my life.
Dude, the Dolphins game was rock bottom for your boy.
We did like a 13.
Oh, my God. We got numbers that day. But that's number 47 playing corner. And the Dolphins go up 21-0 just like that. And I remember Adam Knopf. I owe you lunch, Adam. We'll do it soon. I promise you. Maybe even next week. I got to figure out this Warriors World team. Maybe you can help me out. He called me in the middle of that game, third quarter. He goes, Bonte, you know it's over, right? It's over for Jimmy G. It has to go. Then I fired off that tweet. The Jimmy G era is over. Then I deleted it. Kate Scott held on to it forever.
25 more games.
Kate Scott held on to it forever. But I was yelling at Sterling. You're yelling at me. Sterling Hardens, they're our whipping boys. Look at them.
There were times during COVID where the boss would be like, do you two hate each other? Is this going to last? And now look at us.
I'm not going to say what I want to say, but Carlos Ramirez, he's going to say some things about the Niners and Rams. NBC Sports Bay Area, 49ers pre and post, Giants pre and post. It was a great time to be alive during the pandemic, and Carlos Ramirez is a great time to be alive right now.
Honestly, it was not a great time to be alive during the pandemic. What are you doing? Who are you fooling?
Move on. I'm being sarcastic.
Right. It's horrible.
It was a horrible
We're only
season.
going to be in shelter in place for 2 weeks. It lasted like 2.5 years out here.
Post-game shows from the nursery. Baby Chance's room while Anna's laughing at me, throw my remote control because the Niners stuck in front of no fans. Unbelievable. Anyway, Carlos Ramirez. What's up, Carlos? No devil and angel this week. It's all about the angels.
Cumpleaños feliz, te deseamos a ti. Cumpleaños, Ponte Hill, cumpleaños feliz.
I appreciate that, Carlos. Hey, I love that, Carlos. Way to go, baby. Way to go. Carlos, good morning to you, brother. Niners or Rams? Niners-Rams week. Niners go out there and handle business week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I got the feeling they're going to handle business this Sunday. This team was so buttoned up on Sunday. What was the most impressive aspect of week 1's win over the Steelers?
That I still think they have a ceiling to reach, that they haven't filled their full potential, that you see a team that's focused, that understands where they messed up. That's last 2 minutes in the second quarter were not buttoned up, both on offense and defense. That Nick Bosa is not 100%. He wasn't for that game, and he still had one of the highest PFF rankings of any player, despite he didn't have a single sack. That Deebo Samuel and George Kittle were not required. It was Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk performance. That it was Brock Purdy's first game back from the injury. That it was on the road, everything. I mean, I'm focusing more on the things they can still do than the things they did. I mean, Christian McCaffrey was just a beast, and I think he can still do more. He has such a good history facing NFC West teams over his career. So heads up, I've got some trivia for you guys today, some fun facts. We're going to have some fun today on the show. Are you up for it?
I'm game.
Yeah. I know you're the third host now, Carlos. I love this.
No.
Do this all the time. I love it.
So first nugget. There's no trivia. First nugget. Christian McCaffrey is the player with the most yards per game against NFL West teams in NFL history. He is averaging 146.6 yards per game against NFC West teams.
Wow.
That is 20 more yards per game than Marshall Faulk, 22 more than Walter Payton, and almost 30 more than Billy Sims. He is an NFC West killer. So I expect him to have a huge game against the Rams this Sunday.
Oh, yeah. 3 touchdowns last year. 1 passing, 1 receiving, 1 rushing against the LA Rams out of SoFi Stadium. And he's a West Coast guy, right? Colorado, then he comes to Stanford. Yep. It kind of makes sense. He loves it out here on the West.
Yeah, and if you focus solely on the Rams, he's averaging 172 scrimmage yards per game against the Rams, plus 4 TDs. So, yeah, he's bound to have a massive game.
I think he played them with Carolina, and then 2 or 3 weeks later played them with the Niners.
That is SoFi, yeah. That's when the Rams are like, let's try to get Christian McCaffrey. The Niners finally beat him to something, right?
Yeah, about time.
Yeah, and if I want to focus on the single play, guys, I think there was a single play on Sunday's game that just encompasses and signifies everything the 49ers meant in that game, their attitude, and what they want to convey as a team this year. And I was talking about it with Dante Whitner for a pregame meeting we have on Thursdays, and I asked him, is it possible in a football game where there's so many plays, can a single play determine the outcome or set the tone for that game if it's an early play? And he said, Carlos, absolutely. And I'm talking about the Fred Warner hit on Najee Harris. That hit shook the entire Steeler game. And that, to me, Joe and B, that single play encapsulates everything the 49ers mean as a team, what they want to convey and communicate as a team. We're going to kick your ass, deal with it. That's it.
Well, the Hitman put one of the greatest hits early in the game in the history of 49er football on Pierre Thomas.
Oh, my gosh.
Where he KO'd him before he even hit the ground.
Right.
I mean, Dante Whitner was ripping his chin straps off, and the ball was in the middle of the air. It was the most incredible play of all time. I was in the top of Candlestick, and I felt it.
Yeah, absolutely. So if I want to focus, you're asking me what's the most impressive thing I think I told you, but if I want to focus on one play, the one moment, that to me was the most impressive moment of the game. Najee Harris did not want any part of that game after that, and neither did the Steelers offense.
How many times have I talked about that play? I can't get over the play. I can't get over the way Fred Warner. It's the most violent I've ever seen him play linebacker. I mean, he really set the tone. He looks bigger. He looks stronger. He looks faster. And the Pittsburgh Steelers basically tapped out after that play. I thought the game basically was over. Now, it wasn't over. I've seen the Niners had work to do, but literally it was over. Their soul was sapped out after that hit.
C-Ram, I thought you were going to throw some trivia my way. I wanted to beat Bonte in some trivia.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
No, do you want trivia now? Do you
yes,
want it right now?
yes.
Yeah, we want it right now,
I want my cake now, and I want to eat it.
We want it right now.
Right now.
We're not patient followers.
Let's go with trivia, right? This is since 1970, okay? Since 1970.
Since the merger.
Christian McCaffrey has had 150-plus scrimmage yards, right, in 27% of his career games. That's a really high number. That is second highest percent of career games with at least 150-plus scrimmage yards since 1970. There's only one player
Gale Sayers
in NFL history with a higher percentage of plays with 150-plus scrimmage yards. Who is he?
150 scrimmage yards.
Since 70, though?
Since 1970.
Yeah, so I'm going to go...
We're looking for a player with a higher percentage
O.J.
of
Simpson
games played with more than 150-plus scrimmage yards.
Yeah, I'm going to go O.J. Simpson.
I'll go...
Although I want to say Walter Payton.
I'm going to go Thurman Thomas.
That's a good one.
The correct answer, with 30.1% of games, career games played, with over 150 scrimmage yards, is the one and only Hall of Famer, Barry Sanders.
I was going to say Barry Sanders, too.
Barry Sanders is the player with the most amount of career percentage games with over 150 plus. Isn't that crazy?
That is insane.
Well, it's even more crazy because he was the only guy on that team.
Well, right. And then number 3, you're going to love this. Number 3 all-time with 26.3% of games played with over 150 scrimmage yards, Arian Foster.
Oh, yeah. He was great for Houston. That
he had a great run, yeah.
But he also thinks that the league is scripted, so I don't know. He's kind of a wackadoodle.
Yeah, so that's who Christian McCaffrey's chasing, guys. If he gets another one this week, he'll bump it up and be one step closer to Barry Sanders.
Do you have any more trivia?
No, not today. What I do bring up today, well, yeah, you know what? I do have another one. DJ Khaled, another one. I do have another one. You know what day today is, Bonte, besides your birthday?
Dan Marino's birthday.
It's Friday.
No.
Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s birthday.
No.
Dexter Carter.
It's Roberto Clemente Day today.
Oh, yes, it is.
It's one of my dad's favorite players of all time.
Yeah.
So Roberto Clemente's career wins above average is 94.8. That is the 37th highest in MLB history, which is insane. There's only one Latino player with a higher career WAR than Roberto Clemente. Who is he?
Higher career WAR than Roberto
I'm going to
Clemente.
say A-Rod or Albert Pujols.
Barry Bonds?
No, he's Latin.
I don't count.
Latin.
I don't count A-Rod.
Ronald
You don't
Acuna
count
Jr.
A-Rod?
All right, Ronald Acuna Jr.
No, it's career WAR, so it would have to be added up. So, it's not Juan Marichal. I'm going to say, I'm going to go with, I want to say Manny Ramirez or David Ortiz, but I don't think defensively they got enough a positive WAR. I'm going to go Albert Pujols.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Bro?
Yeah.
Roberto Alomar.
With 101.5, 29th in history, the great Albert Pujols is the highest player in MLB history, Latino player in terms of WAR.
Where's Alomar at on that list? Roberto Alomar.
You are correct, my dear Joe Shafty.
Roberto Alomar, where's he at on that list?
Oh, he's way down.
Yeah.
Really?
He's a home run hitter, so.
Oh, yeah.
Down.
Yeah.
WAR is heavily weighted towards slugging percentage.
Yeah, I see.
And, OPS and things like that.
It's a stat I never
So
got into.
the third highest, Hispanics, Adrian Beltre.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, 500 career home
Longevity.
runs,
Yeah.
played forever, elite defender, even though defense isn't as highly rated. I like that. Wow, that's interesting. That's really interesting. I like that. Roberto Clemente Day.
All right, how's Sunday end up?
Roberto Clemente Day.
How's Sunday going to end up here, man? I feel like the Niners going to beat these boys down, Carlos. What do you guys have planned on the pregame show, too? I mean, how are you hyping this game up on NBC?
Well, we're talking about first of all, I agree. I think the 49ers are going to put on a clinic and just show what the Rams really are, which is a good team, not a great team. We're going to have that hit. We're going to focus and feature on how a hit can change the outcome of a game. You cannot miss what Dante Whitner thinks about the Rams and specifically about Akello Witherspoon. He has a breakdown and some words will be said on Sunday pregame live. By the way, it's going to be on NBC Sports Bay Area Plus because we do have a Giants game on Sunday, so don't miss it. There's some numbers that really stand out to me about the 49ers and the Rams, how they stack up, how they match up for this game. The Niners didn't really use any play action on Sunday. They're currently 29th. I know it's just a game and a half if you count the Eagles and the Vikings. We didn't really see a lot of play action by the Niners on Sunday, so I do expect them to perhaps showcase a bit more of that. I expect Matthew Stafford to throw picks. Last games, or since 2021, facing the 49ers, he's got 5 touchdowns and 5 interceptions with 6 giveaways. Dante calls him Matty Miscue, which I think is a great nickname for him. I expect that. I don't expect Aaron Donald to wreak any havoc, and I do expect Nick Bosa to come up on top. Since 2021, when they go head-to-head, and I love this one. You don't love this one, guys. Whenever they face each other, Nick Bosa is 4-0 against Aaron Donald. Nick Bosa has 5 sacks to Donald's 0. They both have 6 TFLs, but Bosa has 12 QB heads to Aaron Donald's 2. So maybe 99 is going to try and do some havoc, wreak some havoc, and change that trend. I wouldn't expect it, but that's what I'm hoping for. 49er Demolition Derby on Sunday at Levi South, a.k.a. SoFi Stadium.
There it is. There it is. We would talk to you about some Giants stuff, but we don't have the time, Carlos. We'll say that for another day. Just handle business in Colorado. Another time for the third wild card spot, but hey, we'll see what happens there. Carlos, we always appreciate the time.
Thanks,
we always
buddy.
appreciate you, man. Have a great weekend. We'll be watching you on Pre and Post on Sunday.
Thank you, brothers. Have a great weekend, you too, and let's go Niners on Sunday.
Hell
there
yeah.
it is. Carlos Ramirez here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 a game.
So the way I know we're going to talk Niners. We're going to get back into the Niners, I promise. But I do love doing these fun exercises because you are a sports nut and you do know your stats. The way the WAR is, like career WAR, is you add each year.
Yeah,
okay?
each year, and then the home runs weighted. See, I honestly, and I'll be ignorant, I saw
not
the WAR
greatest
stat,
metric.
and I was just like, I don't, because, you get these arguments like, well, his WAR is this, and his WAR is that.
I know, Joey Gallo's WAR is
but it's like, wait, what is his batting average?
Yes.
How many home runs did he hit? How many RBIs?
Well, are you a winning player?
Right, so I don't even know what WAR means. It's like the plus-minus stat to me.
I agree with you. But you look up, and there are certain things where it makes sense. Can you name any of the top 5 all-time career WAR leaders?
Trout's on that list, huh?
No,
career.
All-time history of baseball.
Willie Mays.
Willie Mays is number 5.
Barry Bonds.
Number 4.
Babe Ruth.
Number 1.
Number 2.
Got 2 more.
2 and 3. Number 2 and 3. Mickey Mantle on this list?
Nope.
Ooh.
Think pitchers. Both pitchers.
Both pitchers. Clemens?
Nope. He's just outside. He's 8.
Oh, Pedro?
Nope.
Mariano?
Nope.
Wow. Bob Gibson?
I'm giving you one more guess.
Greg Maddux?
Nope.
Randy?
Nope. It's Walter Johnson at number 2, Cy Young at number 3.
Wow. Walter Johnson. Damn.
I did get the Albert Pujols right.
You did. I was impressed. I didn't get I screwed up. I screwed that up. I thought Roberto Alomar. I know the home runs are heavily weighted.
I'm looking at him.
Roberto Alomar was sick. I think a Latin player, play music trivia with Bate. No, we don't want to do that. Come on, it's my birthday, man. Give me a break. Throw me a bone.
Mike Trout already higher than Griffey and Pedro.
See, that bothers me. That bothers me. Stuff like that bothers me. Where's Alomar? Down?
I'm scrolling.
All right, I'm going to take Sid and San Bernardino.
Yeah,
Sid, get us back on track. Sid, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, brothers?
What's
man?
up, Sid?
Hey, I just wanted to ask, man, are we confident? Is our confidence set in stone going into this game, or are we overconfident? And I want to say, because we're going in here with our home jerseys, and did we force the Rams to wear their road jerseys? Like, how many times can you spit and on people in their own house to where, they come back and be like, you know what, this is enough. I know this is week 2 and whatnot, but who really wants it, the Rams or the Niners in this divisional game? I got the Niners winning 27-17, but I'm just like, I don't know. I'm really confused on this. But we might be overlooking this game like it's just a win-win. We got this.
Well, I think the fans, we feel good, right, Sid? We feel good. We feel like we have the better roster, right? And I say we, really the 49ers. I'm not part of the Niners, but the Niners do have the better roster. I don't think they're going to allow themselves to be overconfident because they know what's at stake. They know that, look, man, we have to keep pace with Philadelphia. We have to keep pace with Dallas. We want that bye week. We want that rest. We want home field advantage. We're tired of flying for the NFC title game to another place. So I don't believe the Niners or Shanahan and company. This is a rivalry game. You never overlook a rivalry or a rival opponent. So I don't think the Niners, the players, will be overconfident. Fans will be overconfident. Well, yeah, we're going to kick their butts by 30, blah, 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 blah. But the players, they know what's up. They got their attention. The Rams got the Niners' attention last week when they went up to Seattle and put it on them. So I don't think the Niners are going in overconfident at all.
Yeah, I think they're ready to roll. I think this is a team that's beaten them for the grand prize. This is a coach they can't stand, a quarterback they flirted with. I think they're ready to go. And then them beating Seattle means a lot. I think it really helps them. Yeah. Just to tie a bow on something, Roberto Alomar, 137th all-time in career WAR, 14th amongst second basemen. And this is where I've got a problem with this. Like, Robinson Cano is a very good player.
He's not better than Roberto Alomar.
Yeah, he's 7 slots higher.
Not even close.
I agree with you. If I was building a team and you said you could have Robinson Cano or Roberto Alomar, I'm taking Robbie up.
I laugh. I make the pick in 5 seconds.
Yeah. Biggio just below Roberto Alomar. And really? I probably would take Biggio, even though he played center field. I'd probably take Biggio over Cano. That's just me.
I would too.
That's just me. Joe Morgan, not number 1. That's Roger Hornsby, Eddie Collins. So it's interesting.
Where's Jeff Kent at on there?
Wow. Jeff Kent, 21st. I mean, Ian Kinsler higher than Jeff Kent.
Yeah, see that WAR stat. That drives me crazy.
Willie Randolph, who was a very, very good player.
Very good player.
Higher than Jeff Kent.
Yeah, that bothers me. Jeff Kent was a better player.
Jeff Kent, 21. Altuve, 22. Just to show you where Altuve's at in his career.
And I'm probably taking out stat. I'm taking Altuve over Cano too.
Oh, are you kidding me? I think Altuve's since Robbie Alomar went down, and retired, I think it's Utley and Altuve at second base. If you're asking me, the gold standard at the position.
Right. Yeah, I'm the WAR stat. It bothers me. Let's go down to Georgia, the great state of Georgia. Keith, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good, man. What, you just had to leave the room? What are you doing?
Yeah, I just had to leave the room. But I was telling you, the producer, man, I think it's our year. I've been a 49er fan since 1988, 43 years old. I feel like this is the most complete, best roster that we have. Obviously, you always have health as a factor, but if we can get through the season, I really think this is the best team we've had.
My boy Brandon worked on my Yahoo. He's out in Chicago now working for, I want to say MGM or something like that. Charlie Walter just connected with him. He's a Viking fan, and I feel bad for him. His tweets to Viking games are unbelievable. It's a painful experience. But they were in the thread. I was in the thread with them. And there's a Chief fan, and there was Brandon, who's a Viking fan. And there's an Eagle fan. And the Eagle fan was talking their talk. And the Viking fan and Brandon.
Do you have like 32 teams represented in this group thread?
No. This was on Twitter.
Oh, it was on Twitter.
Yeah,
okay.
on Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thought this was a group thread.
No.
I
I would never do that. I can't do that. It'd be on Do Not Disturb.
I would have left the conversation.
Right. Yeah. See, I just mute it. Right. That's all I do. But both Brendan and the Chief fan was like, look, we got no dog in the fight. We would wipe out. The Niners would wipe out the Eagles right now. That was from a Viking and a Chief fan. From the outside looking in, they were like, Eagles ain't touching the Niners this year. I was like, that's interesting. I feel good about that.
I'm telling Sterling, and I'm going to put it on air, I want to save that door closing sound. I've come up with a new segment.
Uh-oh.
It's when I pull an athlete inside the office. Come on in. I want to talk to you.
Look, I have to talk to you.
Exactly. Like, right? No, we have Rat on the table.
What do you think Keith was doing?
Well, this is what I think he was doing. So,
with his
if
wife
you can get that door sound, I've got a whole new segment. I'm coming up with it right now. We're doing it right now, and I got a person that I'm targeting for this week on who I need to talk to.
Who do you need to talk to?
Well, in this particular sports analogy, this is a one-on-one conversation. Close the door. Sit down.
Wow.
You like this?
I do.
All right.
Like
you ready for it?
Yeah. So, Brandon Velasquez, my guy. The Eagles are half the team they were last year. Lucked out on turnovers. Not sustainable. SF wins easy over them. Easy. I don't know if it's going to be easy. And by the way, Brandon works with Live on the Line in Stadium out in Chicago. Twins, Vikings, T-Wolves. He's tortured.
The Niners are tortured, B. I don't want to hear about other fans being tortured. Yeah, we keep losing at the very end.
The Vikings are tortured.
All right?
They just know they have no shot. Niners, not right there. They know they have no shot.
I don't know anyone who hates the Vikings, but I also don't know any Packer fans or Bears fans.
Yeah.
So, all right. So here's the new sports thing that I'm doing. Hey, come into my office. That's the door shutting. Sit down. Do it one more time. Come on in. Come into my room. Sit down. Sit down. Hey, Nick, how you doing? That new money kick in? You buy yourself a house? I appreciate that. Look, I know last week, week 1, you're just getting your feet underneath you. This is Rams week. And there's a guy across the field this week, Aaron Donald, okay? They think he's the gold standard at the defensive line position of the last decade. And he probably is. He's great. He had his biggest moment in the fourth quarter against us in the NFC Championship game. And then he did it again in the Super Bowl. Let's end them. Let's send him out of this division. All right? I'm Kyle Shanahan in this particular one. Actually, I'm Joe Shasky in this one.
All right.
I need you to go out there and sack the quarterback over and over and over and over again. And then I need you to stick your hands up and look at McVay like you do. That's what I want this weekend. To me, this is a Nick Bosa week. Last week, he was getting his feet underneath him. This week, he pops off. Name an offensive lineman for the Rams. I dare you. Nick, you have got to come away with 2.5 sacks this week. You let Drake Jackson eat and clean up, and that was great. I love seeing the young man feel good about himself. But this week is about you. The stars come out to play in Hollywood, and there's no star who shines brighter than Nick Bosa. My man, this week is all about you. Boom.
I like that. Sterling, can you get the door sound one more time? Just door sound. I got something. Hit the door sound. Hey, Farhan. Close the door tightly. No. One more time.
Oh, no.
Farhan Zaidi. Close the door tightly. Let me talk to you real quick. Make the playoffs or not. Might as well put your house on the market. You're out of here. You're fired. Now, make sure you close the door behind you. Got a meeting to do. Zoom meeting in 5 minutes. Can you close the door, please? Yeah, thank you. Have a good time.
That was quick.
Meaning, is it quicker than him platooning somebody out? Than Marco Luciano? Was it quicker than pitch hitting for him?
I didn't see you pivoting to the Giants.
Yeah, well, I just want to fire him because Sam Lubman's fired up because Greg Johnson basically said, yeah, I said what I said. They're coming back next year. How do Giants fans feel about that? They're going to be back in our lives in 2024. Farhan Zaidi. I got no problem. I really don't have a big issue with Gabe Kapler. It's Farhan. I don't believe in your philosophy. I don't believe in your plan. I don't believe in your your approach to the game of baseball.
Well, here's the funny
thing.
I
don't believe in you when we had Aaron Johnson right here on the platter. I looked at you, you talked to Aaron, I said, damn, we lost Aaron Judge. It's because you spoke. Just because you spoke. Here's a door, Farhan.
Let's have a brief. We needed the door slamming. We're going to add that into that element.
Especially for Farhan.
And I want to get back into the Niners because they make me so happy, and the Giants just frustrate me. Everybody thinks that if you're not in on Farhan, you're against smart people or thinking baseball and blah, 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 blah. And let me just tell you, you know what's smart baseball? And I was talking with Bill Lasky about this, in fact, at the golf tournament. And yeah, I'll say his name. He works at the other station, but I respect Bill's baseball acumen. I love Bill.
He works at the other station, but you are listening to 95.7
The
Game, KGMZ FM in HUS San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app. Free Odyssey app, that is. Download that bad boy. Favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to First NorCal Credit Union. And also, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, don't watch the Giants and go to first5california.com. Bill Astley.
To me, smart baseball sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes is not overthinking it. Is called KISS. Keep it simple, stupid, right? You've heard that phrase before, right? No, I'm serious. Like, there are certain guys, like Manny Ramirez is an example. Do you tell Manny Ramirez what to do when he's in the on-deck circle? Man. Hey, Manny, look out for the slider. It's coming. Or is it like, let Manny cook, right? There are certain guys, you kind of just let them cook and let them do their thing. You get in your own way at times when you're overthinking certain scenarios, right? Like, you really do. I really, truly believe this. Like, right now, Ryan Walker. Everyone wants to tell me about how great Ryan Walker is. Ryan Walker doesn't even know what he's expected to do on a daily basis. Sometimes he's an opener. Sometimes he's coming in high-leverage situations late in the game. That's very difficult. You're making it difficult for him. And some people say, well, you just go out there and do your job and pitch. It's much easier preparing for your job on a daily basis when you know exactly what your job is, okay? I look at someone like Luis Matos, who is a human, okay? He's a human. And I'm going to keep bringing up this specific example. He goes 2 for 5, hits a home run after a week in the minors. He's feeling good about himself. He's seeing the ball well. You're not going to play tomorrow. Why not? Well, because we're facing a righty. And you know what? You hit a little better against lefties, and we want to see somebody else in there like Wade Meckler, and we're going to give him an opportunity. That is not smart. You know why? Because now you're taking away the momentum of a young player and his confidence. Mm-hmm. All right? So we could talk about data and how one guy hits 10 percentage points higher than another. But what about being smart to the emotional relationship between that person and yourself and their emotional and mental confidence in going out there and performing at a high level? We all agree. Sports is very mental. Sports is very confidence-driven. Did Trey Lance look confident? Forget all the what he can and can't see and processing. Did he look confident? No. Does Brock Purdy look confident? Yes. It doesn't take a rocket scientist and spreadsheets and percentages of what their completion percentage is or touchdown to interception ratio or air yards for just a basic person to go out there and say, that guy looks confident and that guy doesn't. And I think the essence of being a brilliant, manager is understanding when and where to apply data and when not to apply data. And that's my biggest gripe with anyone who says, like, well, you just don't like data. No. I don't like how they're managing the players on the team, and I don't think they're getting the best out of their guys. Right now, they have 2 starters, Logan Webb and Alex Cobb. Harrison isn't even a real starter right now. The guy can barely go through 4 innings, right? And I like Harrison as a prospect. But you're telling me how great he is, and you're saying, and even baseball, MLB.com, he's the number 2 left-handed prospect in the game. I'm just being honest. I like Harrison. I think he can be a great player long-term. Right now, he does not look like the number 2 best left-handed prospect in all of baseball. He just doesn't. He doesn't. Now, a year from now, could he look totally different? Absolutely. Camilo Doval in 1 year took a massive leap forward. Massive leap forward. But we have overrated all of their prospects in their entire system. And then when they get to the big league level, we've seen certain guys, we've given them chances. I don't think they're putting him in the best position to succeed. So I'm just completely out on this regime. And if you're telling me, Joe, they're going to make a manager change and they're going to move out Gabe Kapler, well, why? The next guy's just going to come in and do exactly what the GM wants, because we all agree the GM's making the majority of the decisions when it comes to the lineup. So what good does it let having Farhan have a second hire? Either you're in or you're out, and I'm out. I'm out.
There it is. He's out. But Greg Johnson's not. He reiterated to Sousa Slusser what he told the Chronicle last month. Greg Johnson, owner of the Giants, president of baseball operations, Farhan, Zaidi, and manager Gabe Kapler aren't going anywhere. So there's that. So we'll see how it plays out. And I'm not going to get mad about it. I want to move on.
But my response would be then the fans aren't going to Oracle.
Well, I told you that this past offseason. You guys laughed
that's
at
a bad business decision.
Well, what happened this year? I said I wasn't spending a dime on the Giants. I didn't pay for a single ticket all season long.
Okay, it's been 5 years.
And I went to 3 games. I went to 3 games this year.
Bonte.
I won't go to another game. I'm probably not going to watch the Rockies this weekend. I'm probably not going to do it, doubleheader. So I'm move on. Jose Ortiz. 49ers will crush the Rams in the trenches. Fred Warner has an all-time linebacker name. Happy birthday, Bonte. You come a long way, sister. Who is Bonte Il video? Much love, JJ San Jose. Had to get that in. He spent $10 to the super chat.
Okay.
So the Giants,
Can I make one last point?
They're coming back, and there's no reason to even speak on them.
Well, I'm going to one last thing.
Are.
Don't tell me about how great your drafts are. There have been 5 amazing trades in baseball in the last couple of years. Francisco Lindor has been moved. Matt Olson has been moved. Juan Soto has been moved. You can make trades to make your team better. It's not just in free agency. It's not just the draft. You can be bold and make trades. You've done none of those things. If I told you right now, Patrick Bailey, over under, 1 All-Star game, I might hit the under. They don't have a legitimate everyday player all-star candidate in their system right now.
No, they don't.
Now, it could change.
Well, but
a year from now, I could look at it totally different.
But you know what's funny about all this? And it kind of irks me. Because when I was saying this, the same exact thing that you're going through right now, talking about breaking it down and all that stuff. Last offseason, I said I'd trade Kyle Harrison straight up for Ohtani. And Giants fans and people out here,
wrong.
Oh, you're crazy. Why would you do anything like that? We overvalue VAR systems so much. Again,
you're right.
I go back to Matt Laporta. Oh, the super stuff for CC Sabathia. All the idiots got to. No, these prospects are prospects until you see it in the bigs. I will trade prospects for a major league proven talented player any day of the week. And it's the same thing with football. And it's the same thing with basketball. And that's why we see what the Warriors are like, you know what? We got to go get some adults in the room. So we're going to go get a Chris Paul. We've seen him do it time and time again, play at a high level. Same thing with the Giants, man. Like, there's no point of even getting worked up about them.
You're right.
Let them do their thing. This is their philosophy. Let's see how it goes. Now, about a month ago, I was like, yeah, you can't fire Farhan. I just don't think you're going to get any confidence into this fan base or infuse any confidence into this fan base if you bring them both back.
Well, to me, they're a group package. Because if you're going to get another manager, to me, you're at like the other manager's going to try to dictate games in the same way that Gabe Kapler did.
Right.
So either you're in or out on Farhan.
But you say
to me.
But also, a lot of Giants fans like, well, our farm is a lot better. Is it?
But it hasn't bared any fruit.
Luis Mato's batting 9th. Schmidt, I don't know what the hell he's doing. He's on a roster. I haven't seen him play in a while. Ramos is okay.
Their 2 most prominent players.
You sit Luciano back down. You sit Luciano back down. And he got hurt. So I don't know how good this farm system is.
I don't think it's very good.
I don't
look at and I don't know. I just they frustrate me. Let's get to the Niners. I want to finish on a high note.
All right, yeah, you went down that road.
Well, you brought Farhan into the room.
I just said I fired him, and we kept it moving, man.
Open that door.
It's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, King of the Hill, Shasky's best 2 bets, and your phone calls. Antonio, hang tight. We'll get you on the other side, Antonio. That's coming up here, 888-957-9570. We will finish strong here on a Payday Friday on The Roast.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Am I doing the bets now or after?
Yeah, we're going to do some bets soon. We'll do some bets. King of the Hill coming up, brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. We'll do that in a second, but first let's get to Antonio. Guru just came to the studio. I just left my jaw dropped. Excuses galore.
My guy looks like he's about to have his leg amputated.
I mean, he looks like he has gout. That's not a funny thing. My grandma had gout. That foot looks bad. I'm not going to lie. It does look bad.
Hey, can I be honest?
What's up?
He undersold and over-delivered walking into the studio.
He really did. He really did.
I got
Antonio
up high,
in Oakland.
though.
Antonio in Oakland. What's up?
Oh man, I'm just ready for this game. Can't overlook the Rams as division rival. Division games are always so wild, but I think we're gonna win. It's gonna be red everywhere, and we have their number, and we have Aaron Donald's number. That's kind of why we beat them 8 straight regular season times and stuff. And then the one time we didn't block them was in the playoffs and we lost. But we got too many weapons for them, and Stafford's gonna throw us a couple balls out there, man. I think Fred Warner's gonna get a pick. I think Hargrave's gonna be so fired up that Aaron Donald's on the other side. I'm like, I'm gonna get a couple sacks. So, and they got to block Drake Jackson, too. So, we got a NASCAR package out there, man. I'm so damn ready.
Hey, that NASCAR package is nasty. Drake Jackson, Cleve Farrell, I don't want to sleep on him, too. We had a really good game in a run game. Really good. I thought he was solid in the run game, setting the edge. I like Cleve Farrell, man. Nice little reclamation project for Chris Kosaric. We've seen this before with him on that defensive line. It's like plug any defensive lineman in Chris Kosaric's system, and you'll get something out of them. I don't know what it is about his scheme, the wide nine, what he does in practice, but he gets the best out those dudes. One of our favorites, too. We got to get Chris Kosaric on the show. He said he'd come on.
He's a great dude.
He said he'd come on. He is a great dude. He's a great dude. By the way, 95.7 Game has you covered with the best red gold coverage out there. Evan Giddings, of course, producer for Study Guru. He's going to be joined by Lorenzo Neal. It gets started Sunday, the kickoff show at 11 a.m. You don't want to miss that as they set you up and get you ready for Rams and Niners. And, of course, the instant reaction right after the game, my favorite, Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, Alice Styles, overtime. Instant reaction. Instant. You get it all right here on 95.7 The Game. Also, if you're looking for the best Giants talk, we just got a little snippet last segment. Sam Lovin and Joe Shasky. God bless their souls. Garlic fries and baseball, guys. Podcast coming out. They're still cranking them out. I know they can't wait to take a break from that.
I mean, look, we're over here like ready to throw flowers at Farhan's feet. Dave Dombrowski won a World Series and was fired a year later, and they were 9 games above 500.
I know.
Won a World Series.
The Red Sox just fired a guy who's like a Farhan clone.
Oh, wow.
I am Bloom.
Didn't even know who he was. But, they fired him.
I'm going to tell you this right now. All you data boys, it's going to circle back around. Old school baseball will always be there.
Yep.
It's like the run game, Bonte.
Why Greg Johnson? Why Greg Johnson? Oh, I see $10 Amelia. You know what? I'm gonna read this. Ram Sports Report. He's been in our chat all week long, and that's fine. I like that. I need a Ram fan to not like. All right? Because I don't know any Ram fans.
It's Ramelia.
Now, Craig Marshall, who plays Seahawks with us, went to Washington High School, he all of a sudden became a Ram fan, and he's from Chapel City, Turkwood, right in the heart of Fillmore, California. But all of a sudden, he's a Ram fan. Anyway, Ramelia Sports Report. Props, guys. First place Rams host the 49ers. Niner fans wearing those same red jerseys they wore in the NFC Championship game, going down the SoFi escalators with their heads down in defeat. Love it. Rams surprising people this year. Just make sure, and I'm glad you spent $10, because I'll read it. Just make sure you're back next week. Don't disappear on us. King fans lost to the Warriors. They disappeared on us. Except for one. There's one in there. There's a couple.
There's a couple that call in.
But, I don't want you to disappear on us. Keep the same energy. Keep that same energy.
We need the door slamming at the end. Yeah, Give me that whole thing.
It needs some work. So I don't know why he's so happy. What did Ram fans think before the season? All of a sudden they get one win in Seattle. Y'all think Seattle was Super Bowl contenders?
I mean, Tom Sula won a game early on. Chip Kelly won a game early on.
When did Seattle become Super Bowl contenders? We thought maybe they could become NFC West contenders.
All right.
But there is nobody taking Seattle seriously.
No. You got to get to King of the Hill because we've got to get some. So we got a jam-packed 30 minutes here.
Jam-packed.
And we got to talk about the guy who came limping in.
Oh, did you? By the way, real quick, Stephon Diggs went out to address the reporter. Now the reporters apologizing.
They're all apologizing.
Yeah. It's bad business.
For everyone.
I told you, that was cold what they did to Stephon Diggs. You could think one way about him. That was wrong. That was wrong. Very disappointing. That's why Buffalo don't deserve no damn Super Bowl. Anyway, King of the Hill. King of the Hill right now, Sterling. Let's go. Ah, yes. Yes. King of the Hill brought to you by West Coast Men's Health.
Oh.
Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Top 5 favorite games. I'm going to go 5. Top 5 favorite games of my lifetime between the Rams and 49ers.
All right, let's go.
My lifetime. Now, people could disagree.
Roman
could
Gabriel.
Agree. Yeah, I'm not going to go back that far.
Norm Van Brocklin throwing to Jack Snow.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about Frankie Albert. Hugh McElhaney.
John Brody on one leg.
Now, this is a rich rivalry. We've broken this rivalry down before. Coast back, West Coast.
Joe Youngblood played with a broken leg.
Number 5 in my lifetime.
Okay.
A Saturday night, 2019.
Let's go.
December 21st.
Let's go.
Jared Goff and the Rams were moving the ball up and down the field. Up and down the field. So many play-action passes. But Fred Warner, the night he became All-Pro Fred, according to George Kittle, with the interception right before halftime.
Amazing.
Niners win 34-31. Jimmy Garoppolo with 2 big completions on 3rd and 16. Weren't the perfect ball throw, but they got there.
That Saturday night was electric. We were yelling, beat LA. It felt like the rivalry was back.
No doubt. No doubt. It was
and
back.
I think we eliminated them from playoff.
Contention.
Yeah, right there. It might have been that week or that game really ruined their chances.
Yep, no doubt. So that's my number 5 game. Number 4.
Number 4.
1988.
Oh.
October 16th. A Sunday at
in
Anaheim
88.
Stadium.
Are you Nicotina?
No, not.
Keep going.
No. Matt and the Summer all on the call.
Oh, boom.
Roger Craig's coming out party. Well, it probably was a Super Bowl against Miami, but you know what? The high knees. He ran through the Rams, 3 touchdowns, 22 carries, 190 yards, had another 30-40 in the pass game. Niners win 24-21. Roger Craig dominating. As people forget, he was one of the all-time running backs in the 80s. He was on the All-Decades team in the 80s.
All-Decade team.
He should be in the Hall of Fame. Moving on here, number 3.
Number 3.
January 9th, 2022. Niners down 17-0. Down 17-0. They get a field goal before halftime. And I remember being in the media room at Chase Center because that was the same day Klay Thompson came back to play. It was a jam-packed day for your boy. I remember Dieter Kurtenbach was in there. Oh, that field goal doesn't mean nothing. I was like, I don't know. I think there's a little life in there. Got a good punt. Came back. They ran the ball down their throats. Did Debo throw a touchdown pass to Jawan Jennings in the back of the end zone?
Yeah, he did, and none of us saw that coming.
Nobody saw it coming. Niners win in overtime to make the playoffs. And they won 27-24 in that's an iconic game. Iconic football game.
Jalen Ramsey almost had multiple red zone interceptions.
Yeah.
That was a great game.
Yeah. It was
I thought it was Jimmy's finest, 15 minutes.
Right. It was. And then a month later. Yeah. Anyway, moving on here. Moving on.
Number 2.
1990. January 14th. Niners smoked the Rams at Candlestick Park in the NFC title game where Jim Everett, quarterback of the Rams, laid down like a little dog or a little cat, a little meow. Laid down. He saw that 49ers pass rush coming. Charles Haley, Romanowski, all those guys flying around. Roddy Lott with some great deflections deep down the field as Jim Everett was trying to find Flipper Anderson down the field. Henry Ellard had nothing that day. Niners rolled.
Jackie
30-3. They advanced to the Super Bowl, and they smoked the Denver Broncos 55-10 to win their second straight world championship. That is number 2. And number 1, all-time favorite Niners-Ram game for me, it's when Bonte Hill became a Niner fan.
Okay.
Officially. It felt like this was the night I became a Niner.
2009?
No. 2019? 2015? When Jim Harbaugh was hired? No.
When Tom Sula won that final game after firing Singletary and they dumped Gatorade on him?
Oh, man. No.
When we won the Bush Bowl?
Oh, come on. You know where I'm going. It's December 11th, 1989. Monday Night Football. The Rams are rolling over the Niners, rolling, dominating. John Robinson had this little look on his face, this little smug. You know, John Robinson from Daly City, of course. And he's walking around there, and the Niners are kind of trying to find themselves. They're trying to find themselves after a rough start. And John Taylor with the 2 90-plus yard touchdowns on quick slants. Great downfield blocking from Mike Wilson. Great downfield blocking from Jerry Rice. It's an all-time game. It always stand the test of time. That's why John Taylor's probably my favorite 49er. Frank Gore's right there. But number 82, and I may have to rock the John Taylor jersey this Sunday because of this game. 30-27. Niners go down to Anaheim. They beat the Rams. Georgia Fontaine. Remember that former owner dancing on the sideline with her little hair and all that stuff? Dan Diodoro, Al Michaels, Frank Gifford on the call for ABC Monday Night Football. It's my favorite game of all time. December 11th, 1989. I go back and watch it sometimes. It makes me tear up. It brings me back to my childhood. It was the day my grandmother, the late, great Lorene William Tyndall, said, you know what? You can stay up past your bedtime tonight. Becky Tyndall, you can stay up past your bedtime tonight. Go ahead, watch that 49er football game. And she had to check in on me a couple times because I was jumping up and down because John Taylor was going, and God. Love JT. Love those Niners teams. Going on the road and smacking the Rams, which is going to happen this Sunday. That is this week's King of the Hill. My all-time favorite Niner games, top 5. King of the Hill brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. What do you think, Shasky? What do you think?
I think it's great. I think you nailed them, honestly. I really do. I mean, I thought you maybe go like, Edward James Dome when Reggie Bush slipped on the tarp and hurt himself. I was thinking that maybe you go, an Arnaz Battle pass for a touchdown, which happened on the second doubleheader.
You want me to get Arnaz Battle in here somehow, some way?
Notre Dame, yes, he played quarterback.
Yeah, I know, and then he moved to wide receiver.
But he threw for a touchdown pass in the second half of the doubleheader Monday night matchup, week 1, because that was when the Niners were so bad. They put him on the back end of a doubleheader of Monday Night Football. Oh, God, there's so many moments. Fred Otis, Amy. Multiple returns, Sac State, Hornets, Stingers up.
It was bad Niner teams, man.
Hey, Fred Ellis, Amy, number 18.
Good, though. I liked him.
How about Vinny Sutherland's return?
I did like
against the Rams.
I did like that. Let's go.
All right, you ready for some of my college bets? Last week we went 1-1.
Right, 1-1.
I lost.
We got music for everywhere else. Oh no, we can't do that.
Really quick, Bonte. There's someone special on the line. I think we should talk to really quick.
Oh gosh,
who's special?
Oh gosh, I'm nervous about this. I don't like special guests.
Is it John Taylor calling in?
It's probably Anna.
It is not. It is not. It is your auntie calling to wish you a very happy birthday, Bonte.
Which auntie? I got many aunties.
Oh no, there's only one. Come on.
It's Renell.
Oh my gosh. Seriously, Renell, you got up just to wish me a happy birthday. You didn't have to. You got to get ready for the Giants' next homestand coming up. Come on, Renell. You got a big Raider game in Buffalo this week. You don't need to call me.
Oh, come on now. I'm not going to miss this opportunity. It's Virgo season.
It is.
A, and B, we're born a week apart.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Like mine is next Friday.
Happy birthday.
And thank you. But no, that's why, come on. I had to do it. And by the way, I'm officially on vacation after I hang up with y'all.
I can't even tell the boy. I haven't been to too many Giants games this year. They've been frustrating me. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the show. You know our frustrations with this stuff. But hey, they're still in the playoffs. They're still in the playoff hunt. I'm trying to be positive about the boys.
Blame me.
Yeah, I just said no. I know. Renell had to sit through it all too. But man, they won that game. Renell, I was driving in and I heard you on the loudspeaker because John Miller sounded so depressed. He was just letting the air. He wasn't even talking. And they came back at 165. And Shasky and I were emceeing this event at the Olympic Club for the Olympic Club Foundation. And I go to Shasky. I said, "Hey, the Giants won today?" He goes, "No way. They were losing 5-1.
I turned
5-2 going into the 8th inning."
It's been so exciting, I have to say. And stranger things have happened with this franchise since we've been at Oracle, right?
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt.
You know what? Just let's stay positive. Let's be encouraged. I'm gonna come in and I've got a job to do every game, and I'm gonna do it.
No doubt.
Represent for the team and the fans and the city, and let's go.
Let's go,
Renell.
You're right.
Let's go.
Can you give him like a birthday tip for longevity? Because you are no, I mean it. Like you have been so youthful. And I don't want to say anything disrespectful. I mean this in the most respect possible. Like you just get it about life. You understand it. And I said to him, I said, the sauna is supposed to be good for your health. Mm-hmm. You do it 20 minutes a week. They say it adds to longevity. What are your tips to, aging like a fine wine like you have?
Well, my goodness. First of all, thank you for that, because it is the milestone birthday next week. 65, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I love that. You don't look it. You don't look it at all, really. You look the same. Since I've grown up, you look the same. Seriously.
Thank you so much. But no, I mean, it's all about health, mentally and physically. I get my workouts in. I've been working with a trainer for over 2 decades. And
wow.
I think that has a lot to do with it. And I'm going to the spa today. I go once a month. A lot of self-care.
Yes.
You learn as you get older, especially for women, that we can let stuff go now because we're such nurturers and we want to help everybody and take care of everybody, and but we're not any good to anybody else if we're not taking care of ourselves.
No doubt.
So I learned that probably like in my 40s. I wish I'd have learned it sooner, but I also had 2 fantastic role models, and my mother lived to be 96.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. Biggest Giants fan you'll ever meet, and I miss her so much. Like those 2 Lamont Wade Jr. walk-off victories, she would have lost her mind.
Oh, my God.
Excited.
Mm-hmm. No, Renell, you've done it. And Shaska and I, we go to the old club. I got a massage the other day. I'm all about the mani-pedis.
Yeah,
I'm all about that dude. Like, they just calling me Bougie Bonte.
I'm proud of
But
him.
you know what? I like being bougie, man. It helps.
It does. And it's putting yourself first. That's what it is. It's not bougie. It's putting yourself first. Because what did one of my girlfriends at the gym once told me? You don't have to burn yourself out to keep others warm.
I like that.
Renell, will you be heading to Birmingham next year for that classic between the Giants and the Cardinals?
I'm certainly hoping. I don't know, but that is my hope and my wish and my desire. So
Rick Woodfield.
We'll see.
No, because
really
we want to go. We both want to
really
go. We want to do something. We want to treat you, Renell,
Bring my
to a
glove.
nice lunch, to a nice dinner, something, because you've done so much for us. Just being there in your presence and taking the time to call us today. You didn't have to do this, but Megan, who said my auntie Renell, and Megan's such a great girl, and she's doing great things, and you've always done great things. You've always been a role model with the way you speak, your delivery, your humor. You've always been down to earth, Renell, and we appreciate you, man. The Bay Area is better because of you.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much for that. But it's your birthday.
I know.
Give some love your way. And always, I have the opportunity to say how proud I am of you. I've watched, you from the beginning, and it's been amazing. And I'm really proud of you. And you're on fire this morning, too, by the way.
Yeah, well, we're out of control.
Such a great thing he found me.
Hey, Shasky's carried because the lack of sleep these last couple days. Baby Chaz is not cooperating in the middle of the night. Let me tell you, Shasky's off the walls. Hey, it's football season, Renell. It makes us crazy.
I understand. It's like week 2, and we're all like already like, wow.
Yeah, we're losing our minds.
I love it.
And we got to beef with Philadelphia. I mean, you see it online. We got Philadelphia hates us.
We need a good
Dallas
bodyguard.
hates us. If you know any good bodyguards out
Somebody.
there, I don't know if we're going to be able to go to the East Coast soon, Renell. Boston, when we were representing for the Golden State
I'll
Warriors.
go back to Boston.
Yeah, maybe. Renell,
I've got the complexion for the protection.
I was talking to Bully the other day, Renell, obviously talking to Mitch Rissman. He was the honorary chair at the Olympic Club the other day. How excited are you about Warriors basketball this season?
It's all good.
It's all good. It's all good.
It's all good.
Renell, did you cut out?
There?
Oh, you cut out? Oh, we thought you cut out for a second.
Sorry, I didn't know what was going on there.
No, I think I did lose you for a minute. My bad.
Okay. Oh, no, all good. No,
Well,
we're saying, how excited are you about Warriors basketball this season? I know it's my B-Day, but we're all fired up here. It's about to get real crazy here in the Bay Area in about 6 weeks.
It really is. I love this time of year when like all the sports kind of merge, and I'm fired up. I mean, Bay Area unite. I'm just going to support everybody because that's how we get down in the Bay.
No doubt.
Super
No doubt.
excited.
Renell,
Enjoy
your vacation. Enjoy your vacation. Happy early birthday. We'll definitely wish you a happy birthday next Friday. Thank you for calling in. It means a lot to me. It really does. You becoming out to your mother and a role model for not only me, but Joe Shasky as well.
Thank you guys so much. That means so much to me. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a fantastic day today, and that in true Virgo fashion that the celebration goes on for several days.
No doubt. Love it, Renaud. Thank you so much.
And we go from one luminary, one pillar of the Bay Area sports landscape, to the mother of the roast, the mother of dragons.
Oh, my gosh.
Are you there?
I'd like the big breakfast, but can I exchange the McMuffin for a biscuit?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, is this this McDonald's?
Oh my God!
No?
I mean, we are two clowns.
You're Ronald, and I'm the cat burglar.
Yeah. Welcome to Whack Arnold's.
Oh my gosh, Laura! Thank you so much. You didn't have to do it. You didn't have to. I just saw you like. Let me tell you, Laura Britt. You guys called me the king of the. Hey, no. I'm nothing. Laura Britt works her room. She was at NBC in front of clients. And she's on the stage with the Raj Mathis. All right? She's on the stage with the big dogs in this market.
More stage presence than me at the fight night?
Not even close.
I mean, I worked the room.
I mean, not even close. I mean, let's just make sure we don't tell the Olympic Club Laura Britt is available
she's gonna
for
take
that.
her jobs.
Yeah, we need this money, Shasky. Laura's going to take it from us.
You guys were wearing tux. Was that last night or 2 nights ago?
2 nights ago. I went and bought a tux the first time in my life. And number one, I love dressing up. Number two, I went suspenders over the cummerbund, and it was a great look. I felt like I was going to take someone out in a diner like I was, Michael Corleone.
We have moved from renting tuxes to buying tuxes.
Yeah.
Is that how old we all are?
Well,
seriously.
He's buying tuxes. I'm still renting.
It was more cost effective. It was going to be a couple $100 to rent, maybe more than that. And the Men's Warehouse took care of me in more ways than one, and it was a good investment.
Yeah, at some point it is worth it to just buy the tux. And now that you guys are big time, I feel like that's it.
I mean, he's still waiting for Child's Free Post.
What do you get a child that has everything? like right here, like I wanted to get my guy a present, and I'm like, well, what do you get the guy that literally wakes up and uses Gucci towels? Like, what could you use? You guys driving Teslas and Chargers?
It's a great point. I don't know, because he's got the Gucci shoes,
right?
He's got the Louis Vuitton belts and stuff.
Gosh. I haven't got Louis. I got our Armez belt, Laura. Armez.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got it in Paris.
I get them all mixed up.
Yeah, I got them in Paris. I got it in Paris.
You know what the funny part about Bonte's rise in the media game is we walked around, and I remember him going, I don't know, the O Club, I don't know. He walked around, every single person, I love the work you do on television. You are so good on television. Really? Ha, ha, ha. And he was just working the room. My guy was built for this.
No.
I felt like a proud brother.
No, Laura, I thought he was going to go back to the days where we were doing overtime. Making nothing
in the back seat of my Nissan with my grandfather filming us on Periscope.
Right, but we walk on the field, Laura. I walk on the field, Laura. See, I'm terrible with names, right? I forget names all the time with shameless shoutouts. You hear the drop, and we're walking on the field before the game, and I'm just pointing at everyone. What's up, Bonte? And I'm giving the points. He says, like, I got to master the point. It just works. He's pointing out like, hey, I see you, big dog.
Head nod.
Yeah, head nod. Hey, I see you, Daddy O. What's going on, baby? What's up, boss? What's up, chief? Laura does that all the time. You see her at Levi's. You see her at Oracle Park. She's now the star of all stars. I saw your summer reel yesterday, Laura.
Out at Levi's. I'm going to try and make it down for a few games this year, but I miss being there, covering the team.
Yeah, we won't. I trust me. I know you want to be around some winners. We want all that kids.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, wait, hold up. The Giants are still in it.
Oh, they're still in it. Yeah, I know they're in it. They're in it. They're in it. Laura.
They're in it.
Tell the kids I said hello.
A Niners win on Sunday for your birthday. I also wish you a Giants win over the weekend against the Rockies.
Wait, hold on, Laura, real quick before we get you off. Somebody just on the chat said Bonte uses plus 91 premium gas. It's $5.69 right now. I'm been going down to 89. I'm not that rich. Listen, Laura, do you have to work both doubleheaders? The doubleheader this Saturday?
Oh, yeah. I'll be
Both
there
games?
all day. If you need to stop by, bring some food, that's fine. I'll take it.
Well, it's a good thing that, because here on Giants Pre and Post, we're sponsored with DoorDash. And I don't know if you know this, but we just DoorDash some chicken wings over here. And me and Bonte Hill are eating Buffalo Wild Wings right here on the spot. What do you think of these, Carlos?
Do you know that your sponsor is going to love this, because I really do use DoorDash like almost every game.
No, but don't you guys?
Yeah, we use DoorDash.
That's what I'm gonna
DoorDash
say.
was there last week, Laura. And Matt Murphy, who's the big boss at NBC, don't even know, he's just the man. Yeah. It's like Matt Murphy comes around, you kind of shut up.
I am.
He knows who you are, and that's why, never got lost in his cell phone. DoorDash was there, and they were telling me, Stacy and everybody were like, yo, DoorDash is coming back. They really love the work you guys did. Because, I was on the soda diet. I was still crushing burritos. It's like, well, hopefully Soda doesn't watch this. But DoorDash is all in again, Laura.
DoorDash is, we really do. Because now that the games are shorter with the pitch clock, we can't leave. We used to would go out and maybe go down to Whole Foods around the corner, venture out like within a 5-block radius. We can't do that anymore because you miss half the game if you leave the office.
No doubt.
I need just a little true serum here. How frustrated does Richie get just reading some of these lineups? Like, on the real. My dad's head's ready to explode. Like, every day. Like, right now, Laura, you cover this team like no other. Game to win with your life on the line. I don't even know if there's one player who's a lock to be in the lineup.
Oh, there are a few that are a lock to be in the lineup, but yes, he gets frustrated.
Tell Richie I love him.
Oh, man.
But I think that's a lot of people. You do. That was the whole point of this past offseason and will be this upcoming offseason. They do need the superstar. You've got to have a superstar or two. I don't think that they're not understanding that. I think they know that. But this team is not that. This team is put together whatever the best lineup is tonight for this X pitcher, and let's go get it. That's what this team is. It's not superstar. It's not that. It's not the Braves lineup.
No, it's not even close.
Even their young players, like I see, some promise in Matos, and clearly, like, you can see the promise in Harrison. None of them is even close to being like hit the ground running. You know what I mean? And that's not a knock.
Well,
it's just,
don't shortchange Patrick Bailey.
No, Patrick Bailey. But here's the thing, Laura. Defensively, he's excellent. Offensively, he has outperformed whatever the expectations were at every level of the minor leagues. If you just project, like, he's been much better offensively, and even then he's had some rough stretches.
Yeah, but every player is going to have rough stretches. So I would say that's a positive that he's outperformed what people thought he was going to do offensively. And then really defensively is where you actually really need him to start to build something. If you can have him and Harrison and really start to build something, that's positive. We're looking at the positives. I listened to Rennell. I was taking notes. Apparently, I need to go to the spa once a month.
Yeah, you should.
Call my husband and tell him.
Hey, trust me, I'm going to start doing that, too. I got a mani-pedi in New Orleans. I may go get one today just because. It feels great, Laura. By the way, the Gucci belts I know are going to come out this weekend. But how about those 49ers? Are you feeling super about them?
I've been saying this for the past, 4 years? 4 years now. This team is very capable of winning the Super Bowl. If they wouldn't have had all their quarterback injuries, and really when Jimmy was there, I don't think anybody felt 100% confident that they could go out and win a Super Bowl. I think they can. This is a really, really good team.
No doubt.
Laura, I hate to do this. We got to go. Because we have a special guest on the line.
Oh, we have another one. Great.
All right.
Great. We have another one.
Thank
you, Laura. Thank you, Laura.
And while
I appreciate
we're giving JP Money says happy birthday.
Oh, boy.
Michelle says happy birthday.
Thank you.
And now someone special to your heart is going to say happy birthday.
I already know who it is.
Oh, look at the Zoom.
Look at the Zoom.
Oh,
wait! I gotta pop the Zoom. Wow, that's beautiful. That's beautiful right there.
As we're celebrating women in sports, we now have baby Ches on the line right now, and it's a beautiful thing to witness.
Hi,
Anna.
Hi, baby
out.
Ches. You gotta take the salsa out. Take the salsa out.
Take your salsa out and sing Papa happy birthday. Ready?
Oh, baby.
Oh, boy.
Oh, baby. Okay, anyway.
Oh, baby. She's not in the mood.
Anna, do you want to say happy birthday to Bonte?
Yeah, so I just want to say happy birthday, babe. We love you so, so much.
I love you, too.
And you're the best daddy. You're the best papa.
Aww.
And you're the best man. And I want to say thank you for allowing us to live a life where Chestnut gets to wake up at 9:40 a.m., while you sleep on the couch because she has decided to take over our bed the last week.
Oh.
But you're amazing and you work so hard, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys, too. I appreciate you guys,
Anna,
too.
I
do need a nap.
I sit next to him every day, and normally he looks like a black man. Today, he looks like a tomato. He is as red as can be. He is so embarrassed. Why are you embarrassed?
Basically, I'm like Shasky whenever he's worried about a football game, right? I'm like the color of his microphone. Anna knows how I feel about the birthdays. She's like, ooh, I can't wait. And birthdays, I'm like, babe, I just want to have some good food and stay at home. And she's the complete opposite.
I'm the type of person where, like, I feel like birthdays are super important because it's literally the day you came into the world.
Exactly.
And so the world changed that day, and so we should celebrate that.
Absolutely.
And
I'm with you.
I like to treat birthdays like the biggest national holiday in the world, and Vontae likes to treat it like it's never occurred.
Hey, baby Chaz. These are first words, fire Farhan. That's what the YouTube chat is saying.
We want to know. What's up? How you doing? Hi. It's Shasky. Hi. Oh,
no words.
She's giving me.
Oh, baby.
Oh,
Give
baby?
me an oh, baby. Oh, baby. Give me one, Chestnut.
No.
She's not.
She's got such better hair than you.
She does have good hair.
Such better hair than you.
Well, thank you. I'll see you probably the next hour or two after the Zoom call, and hopefully I can get some sleep. Chaz, you got to sleep.
I love you both.
Tonight. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. With that said, best bets. Bye, Chaz.
All right, I'm looking at Utah State, Air Force. I went 1-1 last week. Texas, I hate you. I hate Texas. I'm not going to be a Texas fan until Arch Manning's playing, but whatever. All right, Texas, you beat Alabama. I had 7 with Alabama. Didn't look good, but Colorado, they covered. Thank God you got me on the Colorado bet.
Yeah.
So I'm back to even, essentially, even though I've lost a little bit of the juice, correct?
Yep.
We started with $100. We're back to even. There's not a lot of great games. I'm looking at Utah State at Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at Florida, Tennessee. Like, Bonte, do you have any play that you're looking at right now? Colorado State?
That's a lot of points to lay in a rivalry game. But I may just do it just to have some fun.
Who?
Colorado State is bad. And you know what? I bet on Colorado week 1. I bet on them in week 2. Why stop? I'm taking Colorado again in week number 3, especially after Jay Norvell said what he said about Deion Sanders. And you know what Deion said? Here's his response to what Jay Norvell had to say.
Okay.
I'm minding my own business, watching some film, trying to get ready, trying to get out here and be the best coach I could be. And I look up and I read some bull junk that Deion said about us.
Talk to us.
Once again,
talk to us.
Why would you want to talk about us when we don't talk about nobody? All we do is go out here, work our butts off, and do our job on Saturday. But when they give us ammunition, they done messed around and made it what? It was just going to be a good game. They done messed around and made it personal. It was going to be a great test, a battle of Colorado, but they done messed around and made it personal.
You know what happened to them last security guards? Talk to him, Jimmy.
That's right. What Jimmy? Jimmy,
talk to him, Jimmy. Y'all know what happened to the last security guard. Y'all know what happened to the last security guard. Come on, Craig, go down. Y'all know what happened to the last security guard. You don't even know. You don't even know.
So, Washington State scored 50 on Colorado State. I'm taking the Buffaloes. I don't care about the points. Give me the Buffaloes.
How many points?
What is it now? 23. I can pull up Bovada real quick here. I saw the spread went up 2 points yesterday alone because of what Jay Norvell said. Because, believe it, it's 23.5. 23.5. There's a lot of bad games on the board, though.
Here comes the Guru rap.
Uh-oh.
Like Guru's hair, I'm going to ride the wave. Go Buffs, baby!
This show's off the hook, man.
Call me the Silver Surfer because I'm riding the wave.
This show's off the hook.
Ben Michael McAdoo.
Yeah, I like Colorado State. I'm taking Colorado State big. I'm riding with them.
Let's go.
So you need one more game.
No, I don't. We're going to go one.
One and done.
I think one this week.
How many units? What are you going? How much we throwing on this one?
If we're doing $25 per unit, I say we do 2 units on this.
All right, 2 units on this one. Let it ride. 2 units on this one. Shasky, Colorado.
I'm all in on the Colorado experience.
Taking the points. Where's my Colorado?
This feels like the Golden State Warriors in 2015.
Oh, here it is right here. Minus 24 on Bovada.
Here's the thing, though. Shedeur needs to continue to rack up points if he wants to get that Heisman hype.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to just run it up on him.
No doubt. All right, let's get the Fast Five. Fast Five here.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity.
Final thoughts. Shasky, thank you so much, man. You always try to go over and beyond on my B-days, man. Getting guests, Rennell, that was special.
You got to smile. Life is short, man.
Chaz, no doubt about it. Thanks to all the roasters for all the well wishes. You guys know I hate this. I thought this year it was on a Saturday. I was like, yes. I mean, next year it's on a Saturday or Sunday. And yes, you can avoid a day like today altogether. But thank you guys so much, man. It means a lot, man. The roaster family, you guys are family. Of course, my immediate family and everybody out there. Thanks so much for the calls.
We're going to kick the crap out of McVay and the Rams. Mark my words. Nick Bosa, 1.5 plus sacks. I got 2.5, but 1.5 plus sacks. I got Deebo Samuel popping big in this one. This is personal. I think the Niners are about that life this year. Cool. They watched Philadelphia play, and a message was sent. They have to up the ante. It feels like a collision course. The two best teams in the NFC East versus the San Francisco 49ers. Who will get that number 1 seed? The Niners are primed and ready. This is a business trip. I'm pumped.
Yeah, I am pumped up for this one. Lubman, Sterling, get in here.
All right, I'll go first here. I was going to say, for the Giants, you know what? Farhan's coming back next year, regardless, whatever. Let's make the playoffs, all right? I want to see the Giants make the playoffs this year. I'm going to keep believing. I'm going to keep showing up no matter how frustrated I get. I'm still going to ride with this team because I'm a fan, and that's just the goofy things that fans do.
I ain't showing up. I ain't watching. I don't care no more. Lose for all I care. But this Sunday, Niners-Rams. Niners are going to win 33-10 and annihilate the Los Angeles Rams and continue to prove why it's Levi South Sofi Stadium.
I like that. Take the points. The Niners giving 7.5 Sunday. I may ride with you, Sterling. I may tease it. Down to a 0.5 point. Little 3-team teaser. Little action. I like that. Great job, Sterling. Great job, Lubman. Hell of a week here on the roast. Week 2 coming up. Niners and Rams. Again, Media Day with the Warriors, October 2nd. That is coming. We got a big day Monday, of course. Steiny and Guru are coming up. Niners and Rams. Don't forget. Kickoff show, 11 o'clock. Low Deal, Evan Giddings. Overtime, Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, Alan Stiles. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation TG network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Hey, you don't want to go anywhere because...
Steiny and limping Guru.
There's more to this Guru story.
Oh, gosh.
I can't wait to hear it.
go now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, I'm going to have to tell you right now, if you're not ready for some lunacy today, you might as well just check out. You know what, Goo? I've been doing this long enough. You can get a feeling before a show.
Oh, wow.
And this one's going to be loose.
Well, I'll tell you what.
So let me get. Yeah. I'm going to step on you early.
Okay.
Well, not literally, because I don't want to sprain your other ankle.
Wow.
What are we opening up with the Warriors World Tournament today? That's our number one topic?
No, I wasn't going to bring it up. I was just going to bring up the fact that I got a flat tire coming home from shooting hoop, being injured, and you randomly brought up, Goo, can you change a flat on the show yesterday?
God!
And I got a
forgot
flat.
about that.
And this is what I almost shed a thug tear, Evan. I text the Vine. I'm on 880 in San Jose. I got a flat. The game's about to start. Philly, Minnesota, in Philly. And Steiny says, you need me to come get you. I told Norm, who came and got. I said, my guy, he got my back.
I would come get you.
That meant a lot, man. I believe you.
I can't believe you got a flat.
Evan didn't say, I'll come get you. Spadoni.
They were in the city. That was a little different. They were in the city. I did. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I Googled it. It was going to be 56 minutes to Fremont.
Did you really
and
put
I thought,
that effort into seeing how far?
Yeah, it's just an hour.
You are my guy. I would have came and got you, but, man, I'm hurt. Man. I don't think you and Shasky think I'm hurt.
No, I think
the Twitterverse
I think you're hurt. I absolutely think you're
vile.
hurt.
Why would a grown-ass man, of all the accomplishments I got in pickup, real quick here, fake it? I would just say, hey, Bonte, I can't make it. Happy birthday to Bonte, too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. No, I absolutely believe you're hurt. You know why? Because you have no business playing in those games. And you've been playing in them so long, and you've been tempting fate. And I told you
Willard and
years
Gibbs
ago.
are happy this happened.
I'm not happy.
all three of you.
I'm not happy, but I knew it was going to happen.
No,
I knew it.
There's no tears. It's a sprain. I'll be back. Just hopefully, I'll be there Saturday regardless.
I don't. Nobody really cares if you're coming back or not. Dude, basketball
Why do I
career.
feel like you're?
When you throw a brick at me?
Hey, Warrior World, she tweeted out the Woj, the reports. I'm hurt. You didn't like
Greeny, we've learned that Daryl the Guru Johnson has suffered a high ankle sprain and is now listed as doubtful.
Yeah, I'm going to Kaiser after the show. Seriously, just make sure no tendons. I didn't mess nothing up. How hurt I
thought we were doing...
we'll do that. Then I got to pick up the car because it's getting tires. But go ahead.
All right, it is a football Friday, and the 49ers play the Rams on Sunday. And you know what? One thing I was thinking about is we're going to be keeping an eye on the Eagles and the Cowboys all year long. Eagles won last night. They beat the Minnesota Vikings. Let me just throw 49er fans, here's where we'll start. Anything in that game last night make you more confident, less confident? Does it matter? Was that game irrelevant? As a 49er fan, did you watch it with any extra interest? And how does it, how did that game relate to the 49ers? I mean, I think the Eagles are pretty good, and I think the Niners are pretty good. And I think they're both going to be there at the end. That's what I'm thinking.
Now, you very well may be right.
With the Cowboys.
And you said something to me the other day. I didn't give you credit for it, but you're like, Goo, this ain't college. It ain't style points. You're right. But to a degree it is. Steiny, I'm telling you, when I saw the great A.J. Brown on the sideline bitching about his targets, how the hell can you be a player to go back to the Super Bowl and win it, knock off Dallas or knock off your division rival, knock off this juggernaut of a team in the Niners, and A.J. Brown is being selfish. They had to be separated. Now, I don't apologize for my fandom, but I told you I feel like this Niner team is connected at the hip. There's going to be some days, Debo and Kittle, were the byproducts last Sunday in Pittsburgh, where they didn't put up a lot of stats. The ball ball didn't come their way a lot, but nobody was bitching. And to see A.J. Brown pull that stunt on national TV, I think that's a problem. And I'll tell you this, AJ, it worked. Steiny, that boy got 5 balls or 6 passes come his way after that. But that's not how you do it. It's neither here nor there. I said, oh, my goodness, this is something to watch. Sirianni, he was the flavor of the month. He's got some Kapler in him, but he did take that team to the Super Bowl. Steiny, I'm watching Philly. They lost Hargrave. They lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson in the backfield. Marcus Epps. Shazier White. And, some of these guys aren't household names, but that vaunted defense didn't look like that yesterday if you know how to watch football. And week 1, Mac Jones was within 15 yards of laying an L on him. So I know, proceed accordingly, Goo. They're 2-0, but sums up with Philly that I don't like early.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
They're 2-0, though.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
You got to be
The
connected.
49ers are going to go through some adversity, too. We don't know. Every team does. We don't know what it is. Devontae Smith. Hey, it's part of being a competitor, man. You always want to feel you're part of the team. He just wanted to be part of the team. Just wanted to feed. Just wanted to get in on the blowout, man.
But when you got to get separated from your QB.
There was no separation.
There's mental residue.
Come on.
And
We've had worse fights than that.
That
Give me a
ball
break.
came his way
and we
after
came
that.
back stronger than
No
ever.
doubt.
So
I
this
never
is
was mad. Like, you hold grudges, but I never
I don't
was
hold
mad.
grudges, but I do get mad.
Well, you bring it up later. But, yeah.
That's not a grudge.
You didn't lie. I appreciate you saying it wasn't a good look.
Let's go to Chucky in Oakland real quick. What's going on, Chucky? How you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? I haven't spoken to you guys in a while, man. I just thought I'd call in, man.
What's up, baby?
Nice.
Speaking of not a good look, man, Guru, man, you done pulled a Kevin Durant, baby boy.
What happened?
Hey, Bonte, I was listening earlier, man, and Bonte was talking about how, you guys got a hoop squad going on.
Chucky, I got hurt. I sprained it. I turned the ankle last night, Chuck, about 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, after you guys supposed to be balling, man, and then Bonte said you tweeted talking about you went up high for a rebound and came down, man, and then Sasky came in on it, man. I said, man, they had me rolling, Guru, man.
Yeah, I'm
Come
trying
on,
to be
baby.
all right, Chucky. I'm a battler, baby. What you got? Who winning this weekend?
Hey, man, I ain't know. I'm not the Niners fan, man, but I'm gonna go with the Niners, man, and But you guys are speaking on like you said on who gonna win. I'm gonna go with the Niners. I'm all in on Brock. He look good, man. When I see somebody's mental game, when their mental game is tough, man, I don't see nothing slacking, man. I don't see him regressing, not at all. That's my opinion, man. They look nice.
Well,
yeah,
there
they
it
do.
is.
Thanks, Chucky. Appreciate the call.
Actually, liquidate all assets. That's why I got the glasses on. Episode 2 just dropped, Steiny. I came in this morning and did it. The Niner line started out at 9.5, down to 7.5.
Well, 9.5 for a run. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it?
But business is good when they give that to you, though. But still,
especially
that is
the
a
Rams
lot.
coming off a nice win, opening night,
But
opening
Seattle
day.
are not the Niners.
Yeah, but 9.5 on
Cup
the
is
road.
not playing.
A division game.
Aaron Donald has not recorded a sack on Niner quarterback in 2 games.
Okay, so that's 2 fewer than Bosa has had in the last 4 overall.
Well, DPOY last year.
Mike in San Jose. What's up, Mike? Mike watched the Eagles.
Nothing much, fellas. I'm over here feeling like the Eagles, just what Guru said, you know what? They're missing that something on defense.
Mm-hmm.
You could definitely see that they were putting themselves in situations they shouldn't have even been in. The fact that Minnesota was so close in that game says a lot about the Eagles already. Like, they're going to be one of these teams that if they're going to be playing like that, they're not going to be able to beat elite teams at the end. You can't let teams stay in games that are bad like that. And Minnesota is one of those teams where they'll get it done, but they'll never win that big game. So I definitely agree with you, Guru. Philly's missing something, and of all the teams that look good, they look like they got the most potential problems defensively. Thanks, fellas.
Good stuff, Mike. Appreciate the call.
And I'm not Kirk Cousins, Steiny, 364 yards, 31 of 44, 4 touchdowns. You and Evan, I got to pull a Kirk back. You guys got into it. But 31-44, he didn't cost him the game. They had 4 turnovers, but damn, I mean, he was cutting up and carving that secondary for the Eagles.
I mean, the caller's Mike's right. If Minnesota hadn't turned the ball over, they'd win that game probably. I mean, Justin Jefferson going in for a touchdown. By the way, do you think they should change that rule? The touchback rule.
I like it.
I can't. It's a hell of a penalty.
You gotta hold. It is. It's the worst. But you gotta hold on to it.
But
you gotta hold on to it, man.
Look, I had Kirk Cousins. I wasn't minding a touchdown in that situation, quite frankly. And I just kept thinking, man, the guy's trying to do the right thing and stretch out and get into the end zone.
But ball security is key no matter where you are. But when you see that orange pylon, Steiny, you got to hold on. And it goes out and it's the other team's ball. Real quick, you had Kirk. How many points did you get from that?
I had Kirk and Devontae Smith.
Well, I had Hurts. He got
I'm
me
off
40.
to a great start.
How many can you remember off the head?
30, high 30s, I think. High 30s. And you know what? People were saying, don't play Kirk Cousins. Play Daniel Jones.
No interception.
I'll tell you what. My hands-off approach to my fantasy team
You're
so
1-0.
But we're off to a great start already in week 2. I think they're really – you know what? I looked at the roster. That's why we drafted a lot of veterans because I don't want to coach kids.
When you say we, who do you speak of?
Our organization.
Oh, okay. You are special. Evan, if this guy were 0-1, there would be no fantasy talk. Like, that's how I'm looking at you. Now you're like a little kid.
415, Philly quarterback had a career season last year. Okay, they're not going to come close this year. I mean, look, no doubt.
That's just defensively, man. And again, they were up 21 points, got a touchdown to A.J. Brown, called back because of holding. But bottom line is, Minnesota, you're right, Stoney. They don't make those bonehead turnovers. Who knows? But I'm talking about what we're talking about here in the Bay, the Niners. They just, and we'll see. They got another chapter to put together Sunday in L.A. But, Stoney, when I see you on Monday, I believe we're going to be talking about the same thing, dominance, that we saw in Pittsburgh.
You know what? I got a pet peeve, a little NFL pet peeve, not to one team. Tell me if you agree with this. Teams just give up on the run way too fast. They just do. Like it's almost like an unwritten rule to me in the NFL. If you're down 2 scores, you can't run the football. It just feels like that. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, this is a high-scoring league. There's a lot of possessions. I'm watching that Minnesota game. They got down 20-7.
Yeah.
It's early third quarter.
No reason to abandon.
3 straight incomplete passes.
Well, that's different. That's a series.
That's what I'm talking about. They didn't run one time.
But you got arguably, and not arguably, I think you got the best receiver in the game, Steiny. No longer have Dalvin Cook. You got Kirk who can fling it. And also, they're thinking they can have their way with the Eagles secondary. So the odds of us throwing it 3 times and getting big chunks, I kind of
they got
understand
incomplete.
That's different, obviously.
And first of all, the other thing is you start playing that way, then they know you're not even going to try to run. Give up. Like my guy Kyle doesn't give up on the run like that.
And he's got many styles, as our guy March told us yesterday.
Admit it, Evan and Guru, when at the end of the first half, it
was 13-7.
Yeah, but at the last play when Hurts ran 8 yards up the middle, and you're like, I guarantee you were like, what are you doing? And he comes out, Justin Elliott, 61-yarder.
Yeah. That was big.
I was like, what is he doing? Who cares if you get 8 yards?
Bionic leg.
And then the guy comes in and kicks a 61-yarder. How about this? Look at the kicking game for the Eagles and the Niners. Whew.
Well, Jake,
we got some kickers.
They ain't missed yet.
We got some kickers on both of these teams.
You kind of don't want to use them, though, Steiny. Extra points.
The game, and I know I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but if the Eagles and 49ers, don't you think it's coming down to line play? I can't believe I'm saying that.
There's no doubt.
I mean, the Eagles' offensive line against the 49ers' defensive line, that's ball game right there.
We'll see.
Right?
And I'll tell you what, I'm excited this Sunday just to see how McKivitz – like that was week one. It was his first start. But what if the Rams can take advantage of McKivitz? And now we got 8 quarters to go along with the 4 that weren't the best. And Steiny, it can be over in one play, and Brock is getting hit too much. You can still win the game and your quarterback take a pounding. I'm eager to see how they shore that up if they give McKivitz help. But I know you're talking about week 13 or week 14 whenever they play Philly, and we don't want to look ahead. But, damn, Dallas is going to be here in a few weeks, and that'll be that test with that D-line they have. Because to me, Steiny, I'm starting to think those are the 2 best Ds. I don't want to sell Philly short.
I'm talking
Dallas
about
and the Niners.
Well, who's got a better offensive line, the Eagles or the Cowboys?
I would say the Eagles.
That's the one I'm talking. Like the Eagles ran the hell out of it last night.
175 yards from DeAndre Swift, 259 total, average of 5. But the Minnesota can't stop the run.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
But can Philly run effectively? They're not going to get 260.
How'd they do in the NFC Championship game? Even though
I can't remember.
It wasn't to 5.4 yards a pop. Like the Niners had action to kind of slow that game down, and it was 7-7. Remember McCaffrey made his run. You are right. Those are exciting, and we're going to see how it plays out. I just don't know how strong outside of Trent Williams this Niner O-line is. And it's not about can you be strong enough to beat the Lambs. I'll give you that, even if you play bad. My thing is, can any other team take advantage of you on your way to trying to win that 6th Lombardi?
All right. Here's what we got going today. We got Sal Castaneda, KTVU anchor. He's coming on at 11:30. We like to talk to him every other Friday or so. He's a San Francisco native, been a season ticket holder of all the teams. So we like to get his perspective. And he's a perfect guest today because Greg Johnson, the San Francisco Giants owner, said, no, Kapler and Farhan, they're fine. Vote of confidence. He said the Giants have basically said those 2 guys are coming back next year. Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi. So we'll ask him about that, and also the Niners. He goes way back with the Niners. At 1 o'clock, we got Jake Ellenbogen, and what he is a Rams expert. He does a podcast in L.A., and we're going to talk to him about the threat that the Rams have. But here's what we're doing right now, and I'll kind of set it up this way. 888-957-9570. And, Goo, I want you and I to go back and forth and bring the listeners in. Here's the question. You ready?
Yep.
I want one thing you learned from week 1, and then one thing you want to learn in week 2.
Wow.
888-957-9570. What do you think you learned in week 1? It could be obviously about the 49ers.
Or the whole
Doesn't
league.
have to be.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be about the Niners, but it can be. I have a couple Niners ones in here. But 888-957-9570. You want me to go first?
Yes, please.
All right. To me, what we learned from week 1 is that the best teams in the NFC are for real. Philly, Dallas, and the 49ers. And even though Phillies look the least impressive of the 3, they're still 2-0 and they won a game on the road. The one thing I feel like we learned right off the bat in week 1 is the top 3 teams in the NFC are who we thought they were, and it looks like they're pretty good. All 3 of those teams are pretty good.
And you feel
so
like
I think they're for real. I think all 3 are for real.
And you don't need me to add, but the way I took that, Steiny, is you feel like all 3 of those teams sent a message. They put the NFL on alert, like we are. Like you said, we are for real.
I think both. Well, there's no doubt the Niners and the Cowboys made statements.
No doubt about it, Steiny. Yeah. All right, for me, it goes back to last Thursday in Kansas City. As great as Patrick Mahomes is, and I've been watching this for a little while, guys. I know Kelsey didn't play, and Tony had a bad game. But the Kansas City Chiefs, if they want to get back to the dance, they need something. They need to make a move, and they need a top wide receiver or something close on the outside. Patrick Mahomes has disguised it. He's done everything like a magician, but I'm watching this NFL now, Steiny, and they need something to go along with Kelsey on the outside. And maybe Tony is listening right now saying, Goo, I just had a bad game, but it's bigger than that. He needs a threat as we watch him mature, Patrick Mahomes, in the quarterback position. So that was my takeaway. You can manipulate him and Andy for so long, but they need something of substance more than a Tony on the outside to go with Kelsey.
Who does I should know this.
Cincinnati has Chase.
Who
and
does
Higgins.
who do the Chiefs play this week? Do we know offhand?
Kansas City. I want to say Jacksonville. I want to say Jacksonville. Thank you, Evan.
Where is that game?
Jacksonville. Ooh. Kansas City could be 0-2.
It could be.
I think it's 2.5 Kansas City favored.
By the way, the one thing, and 17 games. I was figuring this out. You know what it's the equivalent of? It's the equivalent of 9 games in the NBA. So, like, let's say the Vikings are 0-2. It would be like if a team starts out 2-7 in the NBA.
I want to say that's greater, Steiny.
It's not. It's not. I did the math. 9 games essentially.
And the crazy thing about you got me thinking the NFL is I'll veg out and be on the couch in the lab from 10 to 8 at night, and you would think, okay, I got my football fix. At least you're wanting more. You can't wait for Monday night. It is king, man. Shout out Elvis and LeBron.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number, and we're going to have a little fun on the other side. Give me one thing, 49er fans, or not, that you learned in week 1. What do we think we learned in week 1, and then what would we like to learn in week 2? Here's my. I'll do one at a time.
I got a 49er for you.
I got a bunch of stuff here. Here's one thing I want to see this week. Who does Pittsburgh play?
Cleveland.
I want to see if
Sunday night football.
I want to see if Pittsburgh stinks.
Or Monday night. Help me out. Yeah.
I got a bone to pick with Evan if they stink, because he came in and was talking, this team's good. This team's got.
He wasn't bombed. JD picked him.
Okay, let's. Right. I just want to see
with Evan and Lowe on the pregame.
I got a sneaking feeling that the Steelers may stink this year. That's just me.
I want to hug you.
You can't.
Where did it come from? It's not just Evan. They didn't make the playoffs last year. Where did this?
Because they were 9-8, and people think they're ascending.
No doubt. So
okay, that's where
the Niners are a beast. They're dominant.
Yeah,
I'm with you. But if Deshaun Watson comes in there and has his way with the Steelers and leave them 0-2, then are we saying that Niner win wasn't that big? Because like Chicago last year, who beat the Niners and ended up being a dump trucks. Wasn't just Evan is all that I'm saying. A lot of people were picking Pittsburgh, especially to make it a close game. But what'd you think about Mahomes in that wideout? You think he's so good it don't matter, Goo? He's won it without stellar play outside without Jerry Rice, or
you might be right.
I just think you're running out of stuff.
Well, the thing about Kelsey is he's a tight end, but he may as well be a great wide receiver, right? I mean, he's one of the best receivers. So the minute he comes back, they get their best receiver back.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens then. But I mean, they
got a
new
girlfriend, Stoney.
Who?
Kelsey. Remember, he was dating a beautiful sister.
I don't.
They broke up.
I don't pay attention a lot to that.
Evan, you can help me. Oh, you do. But
no, I don't.
I help you out.
The rumor is Taylor Swift.
Yeah, Taylor Swift. The rumor.
Oh, she's from Wyomissing, Pennsylvania.
Oh. Yeah, it's all. He also.
She's from my
shot
hometown.
It down.
Oh, he shot it down.
Oh, so
look at all these rumors.
She's too famous for him.
Please.
He couldn't. Come on.
See, that's why you wouldn't get that date. You don't go into anything about
Taylor
your brand.
Swift.
Talk to me.
Makes Travis Kelce look like an unknown.
What does that have to do with love? He's a good-looking dude. He's an athlete. My wife loves
She doesn't like football. I have no idea. Best of luck to Travis Kelce.
Well, allegedly. Evan told us allegedly.
And Taylor Swift. Yeah. Hey, 95.7 The Game has you covered with the best red and gold coverage out there. Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal get it started on Sunday with a kickoff show at 11 a.m. Then Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, and Alan Stiles.
Yeah.
They have your instant reaction and analysis immediately following the final whistle on overtime. Hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. It's week 2. We want to know what you learned or what you think you learned from week 1 in the NFL. And what are you looking to know after week 2? 888-957-9570. We'll be right back.
Back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, it's Friday, it's payday.
Yeah, well, I had to get new tires. Almost a rack.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I fainted. I was like, what are we doing?
$865.
Yeah, but still.
For 4 tires. But now you're safe.
Mia.
You're safe. And your family doesn't have to worry about you sliding off the road. I need new tires soon, too.
And I had my son drive from Sac to Santa Clara, not knowing the tires were in the shit. Dude, there was wires. The wires were coming out.
Yeah,
and
you
I hadn't
needed
known.
Well,
I'm calling Cadillac this weekend.
I'd pay, just
I
pay
take
a little
it to
more
get
attention.
it serviced at Cadillac, and they tell me about my tire thread. Mr. Johnson, you're fine. Obviously, I'm not. Who messed up?
Boy, I feel like you've been through the ringer since yesterday. Sprained your ankle, got a flat tire. What else happened?
Don't sound like Evan. He goes, God, you got bad luck. And then I thought about that. I had COVID, but don't take the personal stuff. I had COVID.
Yeah.
But before COVID, we were in Vegas. Had a good time.
That's where you got it, probably, though. I seriously, listen to this, and we'll drop this
Is
in
it
here.
good or bad news?
I think first of all, you'll love it. It's not football related, but I got to mention it. You're going to love it. You're going to do cartwheels. This is all you. You ready?
Yep.
8-time NBA All-Star Dwight Howard will meet with the Golden State Warriors next week. Sources tell The Athletic. The team has been exploring signing a reserve veteran big man, and now the 2020 Lakers championship center backup will visit with the Warriors officials soon. That's Shams Charania.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to just keep reading what else is under it. Dwight Howard will arrive in the Bay on Monday, so get out there to the airport to greet Dwight Howard. And then he's going to work out Tuesday and Wednesday. Also, he's going to meet with Kerr and Dunleavy. Steve, Kerr is the most interested in Dwight's mindset.
This is
acceptance of a role. That's by Jay Sucker.
There
you go.
The guy keeps his ass in shape. 2, I will take a victory lap because I've been waiting for this to manifest. And the fact that he's coming, he's signing, and Kerr, they need this. Size matters in my Fitz voice. Come on, man. D. Howard on the Steiny. He ain't going to try to score, do too much.
Okay.
He's going to put you on your ass when you come to the paint. And let me tell you what he's going to do. Alter or block a shot and get a rebound. That's all we're asking.
No, you're asking him to also be a part of
Guard
a very...
Jokic. Oh, my God. That's what it's for. Steiny, I'm telling you.
What?
Dude, take this to the bank. He's signing to guard Jokic.
I shouldn't have... You know what? I should have just sat on it, Evan. Seriously.
I love it.
The move is borderline insignificant.
He's got a body. He's got a big butt. I'm telling you. I can't wait for Monday.
Guru has been asking for this for about a year.
Give us a big.
Right, but he's talking about him like it's 2007.
Oh, no. Now he just has to do a specialty. We don't need you to score, D. We need you to play D. That's all.
No, you also need him to throw a pass on offense. He's gonna muck up the offense so bad that he's not even going to be worth the half a block he gets a game.
So you're telling Steve this could cancel the trip?
This could be a big problem.
He's coming for a reason.
If Dwight Howard's on the Warriors, this could be a big problem for me.
I like the fit.
I mean, what are they going to do next?
Either.
What are they going to do next? Bring back Nick Young?
No, sign Chris Paul and go small. Oh, they did that. D. Howard.
All right, back to the Niners. I do not want him on the Warriors.
The amount of people on the First NorCal Credit Union chat, I'm not thrilled with this move.
Well,
because they're poison like you are. The dude.
He's also old.
His body
Their team just, believe it or not, they get...
Well, that I add to that number. You're right. I'll give you that. The birth certificate ain't...
Help me.
The birth certificate ain't on your side.
Oh, Goo, what about the lob threat?
I forgot.
Oh, man, that vertical spacing.
Oh, he still got that.
All right, can we please get back to football?
Let's do it.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. If this were 2010, we would probably, that would derail, we'd go from football to talking about Dwight Howard.
You read it.
If this was 2010, but it's 2023, and so it's a mention. That's it. All right, let's get back to what we're doing. 888-957-9570. Guru and Bay Area sports fans, give me one thing you learned from week 1, and then one thing you want to learn from week 2. And I already got a couple on the 888-957-9570 Xfinity mobile text line.
I love this.
And 950 or 650. The Steelers are losing to the Browns. According to last year's stat of Niner opponents. Remember that? Didn't the Niners, after the team played the Niners, they never won, right?
0-6,
I think it was worse. No.
Yeah, I thought it was 0-6.
I think it's 0-16, believe it or not. Because it's, no, it would be how many wins? No. I think that every team that played the Niners in 1 week lost the following week.
Exactly.
But it had to be more than 6 games.
From the physicality.
Well, apparently. Or it might have been just a coinky-dink.
Unless you're the Eagles, though, who sent you home.
That's true.
Yeah.
Marin Phil here. He's a total Niner homer, but he said, I learned Jake Moody can kick in the pros. What I want to learn this upcoming week, how much farther can he kick? I agree. See if he can get up to Justin Elliott range.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
It is funny. I'm like, you're hardly going to need him because they're going to get in the end zone so damn much. But he had 3 opportunities cashed in.
Jake Elliott.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this.
State Farm.
I got you. So you're stepping on me. I'm trying to be
well,
nice
that's because
I'm in pain.
Evan was in my ear.
know.
My bad. Go ahead.
No, I just had my second one. It was my turn.
What was it?
Something we learned this week 1. The 49ers, Steiny, I mean this, are the most complete team in the NFL. Now, does that mean you're going to be the winner and raise up the Lombardi trophy? I don't know, but in my world, you think you'd be pretty damn close. Brock Purdy, he's the guy. He knows how to run his offense, this offense. And if there's another team out there you can say that is complete like the Niners, I'll listen. Now, Miami may have the best offense because McDaniel I like his mind, Tyreek Hill, Waddle, Mostert, and Tua. But I'm talking about on the defensive side of the ball, the Dolphins can't hold the candle, I don't believe, to the Niners. So I've learned in week 1, Steiny, short sample size, the 49ers are the most complete team in the NFL, and I don't think I'd get one person that would dispute that. Complete.
I mean, okay, it's one game. Well, no, I could say the Cowboys, right?
Well, offensively, they didn't look as great as they did.
Well, that's because they turned over.
They had the ball, too, but I hear you. They got big tests.
God, it's hard to explain. It just feels like you're really going out of your way to overpraise these Niners.
Well, it's if we're at a Whitney Houston concert, R&P the Queen, and she's singing her ass off.
Let it be a bill. Let it be like, okay.
Can't.
No, Whitney Houston just came out and sang. She came out of the opener
Greatest
and sang,
love of all.
it was a great song. Great song. Yeah. You're not ready. You can't say it's the greatest concert of all time yet.
No, but I'm standing up clapping.
You have to wait. That's fine.
Yeah.
You have to wait to call it the best concert of all time.
That was pure dominance, what we saw Sunday. And then I'm also
what about TJ Watt?
Last year. Things that I got on my 8.5 by 11.
Yeah.
We'll watch this weekend. But Steiny, I'm not fronting. And I damn sure ain't kissing nobody. Like, kissing ass don't get you
know
anything.
What? I think I do know what you're doing, though.
This is your greatest bit, though. Because the way you start saying.
Now, just admit this. Okay. You were the person who introduced me to something I'd never heard before called reverse devil tongue.
Oh, it's the most, and there's double reverse devil tongue.
Okay. And, well, we got one or the other. I'm not sure. But here's what's going on. Clearly, the Cowboys are really good. And clearly, the 49ers are really good. So somewhere in your mind,
oh, I love this.
This reverse devil tongue, you feel like if you over-respect the Niners, if you just praise them, overpraise them, talk about how great they, then it'll make the victory over them, if that happens, so sweet because you'll be able to say, well, we just beat what I said was the best team in the NFL. And not only that, I was very humble in the days and weeks leading up to it and will be after.
I see you working. But let me tell you why you're off the mark. And Evan can attest to this for me. It's already over for me.
What do you mean?
I know who the better team is between the two. So They've ended
what if
the
there's
Cowboys
injuries?
season twice. They're coached better. They have a Jedi calling the plays. And when they hook up in week 5, let me tell you, Steiny, the Cowboys need the game more than the Niners need the game because you will continue to you play the rest of the schedule. The Niners are complete. It's real. And if the Niners were the Raiders and they were playing like this, my friend, I'd be telling you this. That's how I live my life, man. You have to give credit where credit is due, and the Niners deserve their flowers. But that's why I'm also a hard ass on Kyle because you're like, Goo, you act like I'm blinded to the ride. No, I'm holding this team to the standard that is so high, they're deserved, and they've tricked off chips. Not chips. 19.
Boy, that's what bothers me.
And 2
that's
more visits
so disrespectful
to
the Kansas City Chiefs. It's unbelievable.
Well, you had the Rams up 10 a couple years ago.
Oh gosh, if I were a Niner fan, I don't like the way that was.
I'm
was
objective,
phrased.
baby. You called me
tricked off.
Oh, you're up 10.
Come on, Goo.
I know it's Friday, feel good payday, but you're up 10 in the 4th. Too far-fetched to expect you to close that out with the great Kyle Shanahan and that defense led by Nick Bosa and Fred Warner.
It's too far-fetched to think one of the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history could get 2 scores in a quarter.
Who was that?
Patrick Mahomes.
No, I'm talking Rams. NFC
okay, well, another Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Oh, he hadn't been up until that. Yeah,
that's to use that. Let's go to Sid in San Bernardino.
Sid.
I'm going to San Bernardino. Ring-a-ding-ding.
Who the hell is that?
Mark Knopfler. Mm-hmm. What's going on, Sid?
Knopfler.
Hey, Sid.
Sid.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. It was on mute.
Oh.
Sorry about that. But, hey, San Bernardino, ring-a-ding-ding.
Yes.
What is going on?
You know.
Hey, that's the big homie Mark right there, man. He only said San Bernardino one time through that whole song, though.
That's correct. That's correct. It's about fast food, the song, actually.
But the singer, rap, R&B, country?
Rock, probably.
Hey, man. Hey, I'm low-key an artist. I would love to remix that song for San Bernardino, but we gonna get off that and get it back into this football, man. I just wanted to hit Guru with a quick question about he said that I was about to say San Bernardino, but the Niners are complete.
Yes.
I don't feel we're complete yet because we have not paid no attention to the right side of our O-line.
Wow, man.
So how are we complete? How are we complete? If we're complete on the left and the right. You know what I'm saying? And all around like a circle. That's when we're complete. And I'm not, boo-booing on like anything that you're saying.
No, I hear you.
Saying, brother, we're not complete, but I do trust in what we're doing. But as far as us going in this Super Bowl window, we definitely need to be Guru complete to win.
Oh, that's a great call.
That was a great call. Sid, thank you very much.
Well, I'll say this to that.
Sid,
Let me
the
respond
artist.
For
he
Dude,
knew.
Wow. We didn't even ask him what type of artist he was.
Probably a musician because
he had a nice voice.
He got a...
Dude, Sandberg, I want to hear the song. But anyway.
It's a great song.
Okay. Part of having a weakness or a problem is identifying it. Right. So I expect Sunday, if McKivitz, one hit could be the only hit that takes Brock Purdy out. Steiny, okay, give me the list of what ails the 49ers or their weakness. Okay, right tackle.
Well, I do. So go ahead.
We're going to see McKivitz get help. But if it's so detrimental to what they're doing, which it wasn't Sunday because they won the game going away, and Watt got 3 sacks when it was all said and done, but there was not any juncture to the caller in that game against Pittsburgh where you're like, oh, McKivitz is taken advantage of. The game is we can't operate on offense. It wasn't to that degree. Now, could it get there? We'll watch. And then this team has a problem. But damn, I just believe the fact that you got the right tackle is the one question mark. Outside of that, hit me with another one because a lot of teams, to me, Steiny, got more than just one thing on the to-do list.
Well, I mean, look, if you want to say the 49ers looked like the most complete team in the NFL week 1, I'm not going to argue with you. But if you're going to say the 49ers are a complete team, then I will argue with you because there's so much yet we don't know about this team. Their offensive line, especially the right side. I think we still got to see about the secondary if the front four can't get pressure. But did they look the most complete in week 1? Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah. But like Kyle Shanahan would never say this is a complete team right now. He'd say we got a lot to work on. But I mean, again, the first week was terrific. Okay, here's one thing I learned. I'll give you a. Give it to me. I'll give you one thing I want to learn more about this week. I want to learn more about 2 quarterbacks that have been so maligned when they were in the Bay Area. Derek Carr and Jimmy Garoppolo. They both won in week 1. 2 quarterbacks that were in the Bay.
New homes.
Carr's been criticized when he was a Raider. God knows Jimmy's been criticized. I want to see if those guys can put together years and get into the postseason.
I love that.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. I'd love to see Garoppolo get the Raiders into the postseason. And if Derek Carr can get the Saints in, dynamite.
You said something the other day about Jimmy, and I agreed, and I said it after we heard his soundbite when he was kind of questioning Kyle. So a lot of weird stuff over there, right? That's my Jimmy. Steiny, don't you feel – I know it's one game, and I watched every play. He's playing free. I'm not telling you he's not Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not telling you he's not going to mess up or throw a bonehead pick, but there is something to a guy if he felt like he was in shackles. And I'm watching him talk to McDaniel even after maybe a bad play in Denver. I'm like, we may see the best Jimmy Garoppolo yet. And to your Derek Carr point, it's just a shame he broke his leg. 16 when they lost to the Texans and they had a great year. I'm eager to see if a new locale can do him so good. But if somehow the Saints are 2-0 and the Raiders beat Buffalo, could you imagine?
Here's where, and I'm
rooting for both of those guys. I think a lot of people, just like Dion.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing. We're just phrasing it differently. I don't think anybody's playing a certain one game. There's only been one game. So, I don't think you can judge, like you said, Jimmy Garoppolo's playing free.
Well, if he didn't
it's one game,
if I don't
but it's one game.
Okay,
let's watch 3 or 4 first.
If Jimmy didn't, this
That's
how
all
words
I'm
are
saying.
important. You are. If Jimmy doesn't like Kyle, just give me that. Let's just say he don't like playing for Kyle. Nobody knows it. That's your boss, basically. And Jimmy's in a new job and has a new boss. He likes his job better.
Probably.
Okay. And I think with that mindset, maybe you might get better performance.
I also think there's a chance you get worse. Honestly.
But week 1 was good. We would chalk that up for Jimmy Garoppolo. Win on the road, division game. So far, so good.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. I mean, I guess they weren't complete wins, but does it matter if you're the Raiders or Saints? What else you got on your list? Anything?
Yeah, this one, help me, Steiny.
Okay.
There were 3 bust-out teams last year that all lost in week 1. I know it's 1 week.
The 3 AFC teams?
NFC.
Okay.
The Vikings, Giants, and Seattle. Seattle lost at home to a Ram team that didn't have Cooper Kupp. That was shocking. Giants just obliterated. Didn't score a point at home. Sunday Night Football. And Minnesota now 0-2, but I do feel like they got some life to the way that game ended. I'm eager to see, is there going to be another version of these 3 teams in the NFC that can make the playoffs? And we do see a cycle in sports to where, next up. But I'm wondering,
like the Lions.
It's early. Exactly. It could be Detroit.
Packers.
Could it be the Rams? I think it's going to be a Rams ass kicking, but I'm watching these 3 teams that made the playoffs last year. And now Minnesota's already tallied one on the, they're 0-2 now. So we'll see what the Giants and Seattle do this week.
No, that's interesting because even though those teams made the playoffs, they're certainly not juggernauts. So they could be replaced. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're having fun on a Friday. Give me one thing you learned from week 1.
Man.
One can be about the Niners. One can be about the league in general. Then 2, what do you want to learn about the 49ers in week 2? Or what do you want to learn about some other things that are going on in the NFL in week 2. But I also have Brock Purdy in here. What did we learn? What did we learn in week 1? I think we learned that like Brock Purdy kind of is who he is. And the question now becomes, how much better can he get? And can he be a good enough quarterback to take this team far?
Yeah.
But
because he took him hella far last year, even though he didn't start from week 1.
Yeah. 831 wants to know, Guru, what's a complete team?
I saw that. All 3 phases that you have dominance. You have shot callers. And the Niners on offense, Debo, Ayuk, because I'm giving them that moniker, Kittle, McCaffrey, obviously. And now the emergence of Brock Purdy. I mean, man, that's more than 5 I just mentioned. Defense, Bosa, Warner, Hargrave. And now, if you want to tell me on the offensive line, Trent Williams, and you're concerned about McKivitz, I get that. But damn, if we put every team and did an autopsy on them or their weakness, like the singer caller, you know, made the point of.
Sid in San Bernardino.
I love you. Every team has a weakness, something an area of improvement that needs to be given attention. But I can't wait to see McKivitz's encore this Sunday.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to the game. I don't think I'll ever say, hey, I'm really looking forward to that offensive lineman and see how he plays.
You know where you're watching? I know it's Friday.
I'm hoping at my buddy Dana's.
Okay.
I'm hoping. Supposed to be a nice day Sunday. I'm playing early in the morning.
Look at my guy.
Golf early. And
you didn't play Wednesday. What happened?
We talked about this. Did you forget?
Well, I'm playing hurt. I'm under a lot of Motrin. What happened? I forgot.
The days are getting shorter.
Oh, yeah. That was a lot of people. A couple people text me. The sun up. Good. Go swing him, Steiny.
In case you just joined us, Guru begging out of the Warriors World Tournament.
See, if we were in college, we really would be moving furniture, as Lo Neal would say, because you really feel that. You and Shasky, you won't come out and really say it.
What?
You think I'm not hurt.
I didn't say that.
I went up and I'm playing with youngsters, man. Half my
exactly.
age.
So you deserved it.
No, I stepped on somebody's foot.
That happens in basketball. And when you get older, your bones are weaker, your tendons are weaker, and you got hurt.
Me.
Yeah, stop playing. Stop playing.
I never
I'll tell you.
will.
Okay, you know what?
With a tear.
Let me tell you what's going to happen next.
Out with a tear.
Yeah, you're going to have a
boss
cast.
Text me, can you walk?
You're going to have a cast from your groin down to your ankle. You want to wear one of those for 6 months?
That's a nightmare.
Exactly.
But how would I get that?
You'll tear an ACL with an MCL, and an Achilles is going to go with it. I'm worried about you. I can't have you on crutches or in a wheelchair. No, I can't have it.
My whole thing now is, what would you have to do to get that body cap?
Give it up.
No,
Just
I'm not a
please
running back,
do.
Stoney. Nobody's hit me from the blind side.
You're going to get hurt again. It's inevitable. And I'm worried about
This is
you.
a sprained ankle. It's not a soft tissue. Well,
but apparently
it's on the Carfax
apparently
report.
So look, next week are you going to be what's it going to say on the box score? Injury or load management?
DMP.
Sounds like it might be some load management. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number, and give me one thing you learned week 1 about the Niners or any other team, and then what do you want to find out about the Niners or your team in week 2? Steiny and Guru are, we're bringing down the house.
Heyday, Jack.
Today. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
Put it in the hole.
San Bernardino, ring-a-ding-ding.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let me do my Guru. Yeah!
No, seriously, I like this. Pops would like this.
It's about fast food, believe it or not.
I've got to strongly disagree.
Oh, my little young punk Evan.
Well, my name's John Kroc. You can call me
that.
Ray. It's about McDonald's and Ray Kroc. Like crocodile, but not spelled that way. Clever song. Very
Dude, that's
clever.
a little man.
Yeah, that's Mark Knopfler, Dire Straits. But he has a solo career, too. Mm-hmm. All right. 957 The Game has you covered with the best red and gold coverage out there. Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal get it started on Sunday with a kickoff show at 11. Then Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, and Alan Stiles have your instant reaction and analysis immediately following the final whistle on overtime. Hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game. We're talking about what we learned in week 1 and what we hope to learn about in week 2. And we're talking also about that game last night and whether 49er fans thought anything much of the Philadelphia Eagles. And I think we can all agree that of the 3 supposed best teams in the NFC, the 49ers and Cowboys have looked better so far than the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, let me ask you about the Eagles quarterback, Steiny, because,
okay.
I mean,
I know what I wanted to say.
Jalen Hurts, you think? Yeah. I mean, in your book, is he a made man already? Because the verdict is out for me.
But it's not out with Purdy?
You know that. Purdy.
So you're more sold on Purdy than Jalen Hurts?
I am. And
didn't Hurts win the MVP?
He may have. I don't remember.
He didn't.
Yeah.
Runner-up.
And it was a great year. Jalen Hurts, Steiny, hey, I know it sounds crazy.
It does.
Brock Purdy doesn't have to. He's not playing a ghost of being better or making more explosive plays than Jalen Hurts. It's can you run this set? And this set is the Lakers from the 80s fast break offense. And he's no longer John Stockton. Brock is Magic Johnson. That's all. He's their point guard.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I mean.
All that noise.
Boy, what a position you put me in.
Yeah, but why couldn't you answer just about? Oh my God!
What did that one say?
You know you lie.
You know you lie. Yeah, dude, that's true.
No,
you know you.
Hey, listen, man.
I think
you. Why did you have to go? You're like a dope fiend. Why did you have to go there?
Go where?
To bring up Purdy. I asked you specifically about Jalen Hurts. Let's just focus on that.
But I started talking about Jalen Hurts.
Right to you.
And I'm
going to put you in a straitjacket. Do you think Jalen Hurts is real? That's all I'm asking. Okay,
yes, I do.
Brock Purdy. You can't mention his name.
Yes, I do.
Right.
I think he's pretty good. I mean,
is the jury still out for you?
What does that mean?
Is the jury still out? Are you watching him like?
No, he's going to be their quarterback for a long time.
Okay.
Now, the question is he going to be top 5, top 10?
And that's how I look at it. I'm not saying he's not.
I'm sold
just
on Jalen Hurts.
I'm watching, Steiny. Like, he could throw that pick. He could fumble in the Super Bowl and lose you to get. Oh, Evan, we were together at Willard's. Guess what? That happened. So, he can make a mistake. Now, if he keeps doing that in big-time games, then we'll be like, man, he might be prone. But I don't want to sound like I'm robbing the kid because I've been doubting him from jump. But I got to give him last year's Steiny. But I got as much confidence in Brock Purdy as I do Jalen Hurts. That's all. Especially when I was at Willard's with Evan for the Super Bowl, and I kept saying, talking to Jalen, he didn't know. Show me. This is it.
You're wrong.
Do it.
Fumble. Let me tell you what.
Stupid score.
Let me tell you what you're thinking. Let me tell you exactly what you're thinking.
Yeah, because I'm
But you're thinking. You're more confident in what's around Brock Purdy than what's around Jalen Hurts. And I'll give you that.
But what if I told you the Wi-Fi, and I don't,
I'm rejecting anything you're saying.
No, my Wi-Fi in regard to the Commodore 64, the processor, Purdy's ability to read it is up there with. I'm going.
This is interesting.
All color quarterbacks.
Now this is interesting.
No, that's what sets them apart.
Okay.
It ain't his arm.
This is interesting.
Let me get rid of it. Let me move. What did you say? The skedaddle. Bah-bah. That's it. That's the noise for the Niner offense. Bah-bah. Debo. You stop Debo. Kittle. Bah-bah. You stop Kittle. Oh, okay. I go to IU. Bah-bah. And they can be chunk plays. Mitchell. Bah-bah. That's what
they don't throw to Mitchell.
Well,
Stop it. You coughing.
Shout out Dave Fleming. But no, you come on, Steiny. His ability to get rid of it is what sets why he's having
I'm watching
success.
the Eagles last night. And it's the third play of the game, and it's 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5, and Hurts drops back, and there's pressure from his left side of the line.
Oh, I know.
And he dodges a guy and then beats a guy to the edge and gets the first down. And I said to myself, that's exactly what Kyle Shanahan wants. That's he hung in there, nothing. Then he made a play, and I thought to myself, you know what? That looked like Brock Purdy a little bit. I think Hurts and Brock Purdy have some similarities, believe it or not. Their escapability is one. And I'll tell you what, I was a little surprised because I said, you know what? This is why I said to Shasky and Evan, I said, you know what? I think this is why one of the reasons Kyle loves Brock Purdy, because I think Brock Purdy can make this play too. And both of them kind of said no. They didn't think Purdy could make the play, but Hurts could.
Well, I would give Hurts you're not asking me, the advantage, athletic, escapability. I can't hate on Jalen Hurts on that. And also, Hurts and all quarterbacks do, Steiny, had a bad interception right over the middle, late read. But quietly, he got sacked behind that best offensive line, or one of them in the NFL, 4 times to a Minnesota team.
How many sacks did the Pittsburgh Steelers have?
3.
And did they run for 260?
Well, also got blown out there 30.
No, they didn't. They didn't run for 260. Bay Rob. What's up, Bay Rob? How you doing, man?
Steiny and Goo.
Hey.
What's happening, fellas? Steiny, real quick, Steiny.
Yes.
Looking at Jalen Hurts, and I love Jalen Hurts. He's coming up. He's coming up in the world. He's a great quarterback, but they could easily be 0-2 if them other 2 teams was butting up.
You're
right. They could be 0-2 right now if them other 2 teams was butting up. You know what I'm saying? You got to seize opportunities. You know that.
No doubt.
So Minnesota blew a couple of them.
Yes.
But for us, the Niners, when I went to game 1, we were solid. And
no doubt.
I think we could get a lot more better than what we are. And another thing I'm expecting from us, for real, Boo and Steiny, I'm expecting us to have home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Because I know Philadelphia go hiccup against a couple of the teams they go play with their schedule they have.
Already have.
So I'm expecting the Niners. I'm expecting the Niners to have home field advantage. We just need to handle business. But Philly and Dallas, we gonna see what's gonna happen with them. But I'm just looking at our team right now, and I know we got a whole lot of room to get a whole lot better. So that's what I'm expecting right now. But week 2 been kind of crazy in the NFL.
Well,
and I'm gonna tell you who else is scary on the other side. Miami. Ooh-wee.
Wow. Appreciate the call.
Bay Rob.
Week 2 is when you find out if week 1 meant anything.
That's why you like my assessment of the 3 teams that made the playoffs last year. Well, Minnesota's already followed up with week 1 loss.
I think Minnesota's good. I think Minnesota's still going to make Minnesota's going to make the playoffs.
Okay, you think so?
Yes, I do.
How about Seattle? Well, they got a tough game against Detroit.
I don't know.
On the road.
I don't know. I haven't seen Seattle.
That's a sneaky good game.
Who?
Seattle at Detroit, an upstart Detroit team. How will they follow up the success of knocking off the Chiefs? Yeah, sneaky good games, Donnie.
Yeah. Evan, it looked like you were going to jump on.
Oh, since 2007, 125 teams have started the season 0-2, and only 12 have made the playoffs.
Okay, so that is 10%.
Hey, Evan, let me ask you this, since you're the younger one of the show.
Good stat, Evan.
When they moved the schedule to 17 games, how much luster did that stat lose? You know, the 0-2.
Well, it probably gets hurt a little bit, but we'll need some more time to gather the data.
How many years are we into the 17-game schedule?
I think just 1. This is the second.
Yeah, it was just last year.
This is just the second year.
So not that much, yeah.
Plenty of time left for any team. Plenty of time. It's the equivalent of 9 NBA games.
I didn't like it.
9.
That was too too few.
It would be, you know what else it would be like? It would be like a baseball team started 8-10. They started 8-10.
NFL's different, man.
Hey, the 49ers are a complete. Would we ever say that about the Warriors started out 8-1? They are a complete team. They can beat
totally different.
Tony in San Francisco. What's up, Tone?
Hey, in regards to Brock Purdy and Hurts, I think one thing that really impressed me about Brock Purdy was his ability to bounce back from a major injury. Oftentimes you'll see a quarterback come back that, they look really great, then they get hurt and they come back and they're just skittish. They're just not the same. He's coming back. He's even better than before. Oh, it's fantastic.
Well, thanks, Tony. Appreciate the call. No, I mean, that's like we're watching Brock Purdy, and one thing we haven't even talked about a lot, he's right, is he's coming off an injury.
Man.
Season-ending injury.
You couldn't tell.
Exactly. Brock Purdy's been terrific. There's just no doubt about it.
Well, not comparing myself to a pro athlete, and a younger pro athlete. Whoa. You said, Goo, you're old, your bones heal older. Right. You're right. He's a young kid, and there's no ill effects right now of that elbow surgery, man. Gosh.
Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Now, maybe something else. Football, long season. Josh in Maryland, did he hang up on us? Okay. I like the Terrapin State. All right, here's a couple more that I have here it looks like after week 1, the Lions are going to be a fun team to root for. Ain't nobody roots against the Lions.
Yeah, I give you that, man. That started last year, right?
What?
Rooting for and their coach we thought was a heel or a Neanderthal. I did. And he was.
I didn't like his start.
What was the start? What did he do with the
bite kneecaps? Bite kneecaps.
And now he's the man. He's like Dion in the pros. We're gonna get to that. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We can
get to it right now. The kneecap. We are not on anybody's timetable but ours.
This is our show. You, Evan, and I.
Dion's over the top.
Tell us why you say that.
I don't want to hate on Deion Sanders, so I'll let you.
On a fluke. Tell us why you mean that, and I got to follow up because I've been scared. I've been in the Deion pool, but something's happening, and I got to say it. And you said something today, and then we had the convo. Let's go public.
Listen, obviously they're off to a great start, and I don't dislike him. I like him, but it's too much about him. That's all. And the whole receipts thing, I think he's going overboard. But hey, he's a college coach, and that has a chance of working in college, and I'll give him his flowers. But you were the one who said it. It's like he's bigger than the program.
Inside.
I agree.
Yeah, no, and because he's arguably one of the greatest athletes to ever play. We understand that, but I didn't think those glasses comments, one, were racist, and then I'm looking at Norvell Steiny, and I told Evan I got to find out. I don't know what descent he is. He looked like a brother. But I'm like, we can't put everything in that category. Deion has a style. He's got flair, flamboyancy, Steiny, so the shades go with that. And I kind of felt what Norvell was saying, but at the end of the day, to make the kid, that ain't personal to the kids, but you're such a brand, Deion. And everybody loves you, and I get it. But, Steiny, I'm starting to think the kids are getting lost in this, and it's the Colorado Deions. Just a thought. I know because I'm with Bonte on it because he's all in on Deion, and so am I. But I took a couple toes out the water.
Who's the guy? Norvell?
Yeah.
I think Norvell's absolutely right. I really do. It's like, you know what? Go ahead and wear sunglasses indoors. That's fine.
And be the...
But just know that the image you're projecting is that you're not a grown-up. And you're doing it now with me. And so it's hard for me.
I did liquidate all assets with Dan Dibley
I'm like Norvell.
Out on all platforms
I'm
now.
like Norvell. You know what? I can't do, I thought.
Well, then I don't like you then.
Well, we knew that.
Norvell, but yeah, dude, hey.
So if you get what Norvell's saying, why don't you take your glasses off right now?
Well, I'm not a leader of young men.
No, but it's about glasses indoors.
No,
he says it's not. You got to be a grown up.
I left another studio to this studio.
Okay.
And in that studio, I did a show with my shades on. That's what I do.
That's what you did for that show.
Triple D Guru.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's with our former partner.
I don't care.
Well, you need to.
I'm asking you.
Does it bother you?
Yeah, a little bit.
And that's why I'm going to keep them on. And I'm hurting too, Stoney. I'm playing hurt. I was going to really try to call off, but the Thursday stuff's getting out of hand with the fake stuff. So I'm playing hurt.
Ballpark Frank. Now you're making me feel
What
bad.
a name.
What's up, Ballpark?
Frank.
How you doing, buddy?
I like that.
Okay. Check this out.
Yes, sir.
Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and my dog. Yeah, let's go.
Who's your dog?
Jeez.
He was running material.
That's terrible.
What was that?
That was
and I'm laughing at
absolutely
the shameful
terrible. That was the worst call we've had in 6 months. Ballpark Frank is banned. He not only
what do you think
didn't
he was
make any
doing?
sense, there was no context to it.
You know what? Ruben in San Jose just hit me in the cardiac muscle. Guru, you are a leader of men. You're a father of two.
I don't. No, you're not.
No, I'm not what?
You're not a leader of men. I'm not either. It's okay.
Are you mad you didn't have a boy?
No.
Oh, because why would you take
Girls are
that
easier.
from me? Yeah, I got two sons, Donovan and Daryl.
Well, being a father doesn't count. I mean, it's you got to be like a coach or a teacher. You know what I'm saying? You got to.
I'm all that when fatherhood.
Right, but that's family. That's expected. That's expected. This is about being a coach.
Evan's going to be a father someday and a husband.
Not yet.
He's a bachelor.
Vegas Rob. What's up, Vegas? How you doing, buddy? Vegas Rob going once.
Yeah.
All right.
They starting early at happy hours, Donnie.
Who would call a sports talk radio show or show from a bar?
He gone. No, I haven't.
I think I'd want to do it from home.
Hey, can I run something by you?
Of course.
It's random.
No kidding.
So you know our guy Chad in Portland, Rip City? Chad does the show in Portland.
Okay.
Our former coworker. So they had Evan kind of stole some reps from me, but Evan knows him. Shout out Trav, now voice of the Blazers. I used to, they'd call me whenever something would pop off in the Bay. So I ran some material on my last hit out there about the gym and the pubic hair, the guy that was doing the pubic hair in the gym. And he laughed. And I was like, yeah, this is working in Portland. But I was doing some analytics last night, Stoney, and I saw him tweeting. That's my guy. I guess I could text him. I ain't been on since. And I ended the interview with that joke, and I'm wondering if that didn't go over well.
Probably. It probably didn't.
Kind of put me on. I thought about it like he laughed, but maybe his Nahegan was like, we can't have him on again. Anyway, random.
Interesting. Did you hear about the, what do you call a chameleon? What do you call a chameleon who can't change color?
Hold on, don't give us the answer. A chameleon that can't change color.
A reptile dysfunction. Yeah!
That is a one.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm here for it. I almost want to ask you where you got that from. My mom and I exchanged them.
Would you want to start doing joke of the day?
We have enough.
Why'd the tomato cross the street?
To catch up. Josh in Maryland. What's up, Josh?
Oh! Now, there was a specific play in last week's game. I mean, a lot of Brock Purdy's plays are great. But there was a specific one where I thought, wow, I think anybody else would have did something different. There was his number one was a screen play to Deebo Samuel going across the middle. And it was completely covered. You would have think he would have ran out. The play would have been broken.
Mm-hmm.
He looked to the left or right and just dumped it off to McCaffrey as a second option. Wow. So, I mean, something so small as that I noticed, I was like, wow, this kid has it.
Who does that remind you of? Joe Montana to me.
You think Joe Montana?
No, Joe used to do it better than anybody. Look for something downfield, and then bam, Roger Craig in the flat.
Because he was staring Deebo Samuel down on that play, and I was like, okay, he's not there. He's going to run across. Right. But he stood there like a second and a half extra, and he found McCaffrey right there in the middle. The second thing I wanted to talk about, Guru, are you married?
Yes, sir. 20 years, September 20th.
That's beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Has your wife told you to stop playing? And I'm just the only reason I'm bringing it up because I had something similar happen to me.
No, she hasn't. She has not told me. Yeah, no,
playing or anything like
she has
that?
not. Nope. And I dropped some weight, and I feel faster, but she's never said stop playing.
Man, I've been playing a lot of rec league football for a long time, and there was a gap where I haven't played in like a year. I went out and played. She was like, "I don't want you to play. You're gonna freaking get hurt. Stop. I don't want you to play. I'll be pissed off if you get hurt."
What
so
happened?
I played quarterback in the rec league. I went out and tore a muscle in my calf muscle, and I had two fears. One was I'm just praying to God that it wasn't a bad injury because it's something I've never felt before in my life. And two, man, my wife is going to kill me. And I was legit nervous about that, man. So that's why I just wanted to know if your wife was getting on you about
I want to say thanks for the story. I call it support, but now I'm more scared than I've ever been.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate the call.
He was playing quarterback. Mia!
See what you started?
Dude.
That kind of radio is not going to get it done.
Oh, boy. You Willard and Diaz.
I love you, Josh.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were saying me.
Well, yeah.
No, you want me to get hurt.
No. I don't want people to call in telling us about their injuries.
Yeah, bring the party down.
That's all. I don't care. We can talk about your injury.
Yeah, we're going to have a drink to it today.
By the way, you know what? I'll say it now. Is she on the YouTube chat, my girl Lori Matthews? Is she on the YouTube chat today?
She's my favorite. No, I haven't seen her yet.
Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
She tweeted out last night that Cousins was garbage.
Yeah, Lori.
Well, listen.
Did you respond, or are you going to do it? You're doing it now.
I did it to her. I said, "Oh, he looked pretty good to me." But you know what?
She was going resume career.
No, she was going last night's game.
He had 4 tugs.
Thank you.
40 points in the.
Thank you.
No,
but here's the 650, and this is the fine balance that I try to walk. And it's hard working with you, but I need to give Brock Purdy his flowers, and I need to give him kudos for everything he's done. He looks just absolutely terrific. But we don't have to go from there to Joe Montana.
Oh, no. That was a specific play. Yeah.
As it's 650, we're complimenting Brock Purdy for dump-offs. My God. And, listen.
Jimmy never threw it in the flat.
That's why I have to. I've got to try to be the. You know what? You can call me the scale. I'm the scale because I have to be the balance. I have to.
But you said what I said.
Which is what?
And I didn't say.
Oh, he's been great.
Montana came up.
Yeah, he shouldn't come up at all.
We'll see.
Please don't bring him up.
That's not how I watch sports.
It's not fair. Hey. I know you compare everybody to a Hall of Famer, and then when they're not, they stay.
Where did you, Evan, and I and Spadoni leave off on a comp for Brock Purdy's start? In any sport, the start.
Jeremy Lin.
But he didn't do that with the Warriors on his first go-round.
Okay.
So I'm going to rebuke that.
Well, I'm going to rebuke you.
Well, you do it every day. You try. Dude, I'm playing
So what if he was on the Warriors? He never played for the Warriors. He got to New York. He started playing. He blew up. That pisses me off. That's the thing you bring up. Who had a great debut? Oh, not Jeremy Lin?
Don't let the facts get
Nobody remembers him on the Warriors. He didn't even get off the bench.
This is your boy Brock's first crack at it. I'll find one.
Find one what?
Comp.
No, you won't.
Before we get out of here.
Because he's not done with his career yet. We don't know who he's going to be.
That's why I said start.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that mistake. Football Friday. That's what it is. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. Also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromise. On the other side, not only do we have Sal Castaneda of KTVU, Guru is going to tell us why this may be the greatest team in the history of the National Football League. And I'm talking about the Niners. Mm-hmm.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. It is a payday Friday, and we're looking forward to 2 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
And our next guest is going to make it go faster to 2 o'clock. Sal Castaneda, KTVU news anchor, and KTVU will be having the 49ers game on Fox on Channel 2, local, region. What's up, Sal? How you doing?
Sal.
Steiny, Guru, what's up, fellas? I'm always feeling better on a Friday. You know that.
Yeah, so you're done. Your weekend has already started. Is that correct?
It started at 10:05 this morning when I took my IFB and my microphone off. And, walked out, loosened my tie, a la Mike Meeback. He took his tie off immediately. He was taking his tie off like 30 seconds after the broadcast. I kind of stole that from him. I'm out.
Nice. Well, Sal, if people don't know, you are a Bay Area native, a San Francisco native. You grew up as a 49er season ticket holder.
All right. And there's a feeling that defenses haven't figured him out yet, and they will, and he'll come back down to earth. I mean, that's what some people are saying. But other people are saying he's the real deal. But, I mean, there are a few people out there who say that the defenses, in the sports department anyway, will, they eventually will adjust and get the book on him. He doesn't have a strong arm, strong enough for some people. In this offense, I happen to disagree. I think he's perfect for this offense. But yeah, if you're asking what some of the people are saying in the newsroom, it's like, well, what if he has to throw, over the top? What if he really has to get aggressive? Can he do that? And I guess he hasn't proven it to enough people yet. It's early. I mean, he certainly looked good last week against Pittsburgh, but I think it's going to take some time. I think it's going to take one more season of him. And I do think the fact that he was picked last in the draft sticks with people sometimes. Is it fair? No, I mean, it doesn't mean he's doing what he's doing, but we ran a story today that he's the last one picked in the draft, going up against a quarterback this weekend who was picked first in the draft. So, that's still a thing. That's always going to be a thing until he becomes, if he becomes the next Tom Brady or whoever, right?
Sal, you're a lifelong 49er fan, and breaking news here, I can get extreme with my opinions, and our friend Steiny will tell you that. But when I found out we're having you on, I thought to myself, Sal's lived it all. Just like my friends and family, they used to have this saying, when the Niners go to the Super Bowl, Sal, we win. Not so much lately, and I tell Steiny, in my world, it's Super Bowl or bust. I feel that from a fraction of the fan base. Walk us through how you're going through this season mentally. Like, what are your expectations, and would you be disappointed if somehow they don't get back to right the wrong that happened against the Eagles last year in the championship game?
Well, yeah, I mean, look at the Eagles. They beat the 49ers to go to the Super Bowl, and yet they didn't win the Super Bowl. And so, whatever. They had a nice season. They had a nice playoff run, but they did not win the Super Bowl. And that's how every team feels when they don't, it's nice to be mentioned, but the only people who are mentioned after all is said and done are the winners, whether it's fair or not. And, yeah, I would be disappointed because, the 49ers obviously have gone all in. Everyone talks about windows, right? This seems to be the window where all these guys are hitting peak. There's no such thing as a rebuilding year here with these players. At some point, maybe a few years down the road, wherever we get there will be rebuilding and the Niners' expectations will be lower. But how can you have any other expectation other than winning it all? And I think Kyle Shanahan, people are they want him to win one. Once he wins one, I think it's going to be easier for him to continue doing his thing.
Sal Castaneda joining us on 95.7 The Game, KTVU news anchor, Channel 2 locally, and you can watch the 49ers game there starting at 1:05 on Sunday. I know you were a Giants season ticket holder for a while, and I know you still go to games here and there. Greg Johnson, the owner, has said that Farhan, Zaidi, and Gabe Kapler will be back in 2024. As a Giants fan, give me your reaction.
I mean, I like it. Susan Slusser broke the story yesterday, and my reaction was, okay. I mean, it'd be like pulling them now, right when you're beginning to see signs of the young kids, and, I use that term loosely, younger than me, everyone is, when the kids are beginning to do their thing, when you finally, see that Farhan's choices have made it through the system and are coming up. This was a surprise year. I had really low expectations this year for the Giants, just because I knew that, essentially all the World Series team is now gone almost, and we're starting over. And what the Giants haven't done, they've never admitted, and I've been following them for a long time, they never admit that they're rebuilding, right?
Right.
So it has to come, and this is the closest I've felt to rebuilding, and they're off to a good start. I don't think that you would pull someone right now. By the same token, I don't think these guys have unlimited, it's not like, I think Bochy had a lot more of a window. I think that Kapler has 1 or 2 more years, and so does Zaidi, to see what they can do. But why would you pull them right now? I heard someone saying they want some regime change. For what? I mean, really, right now, right before you think it's going to get good? They're still in the battle for the last wild card spot.
Yeah, Sal, but they don't have a Barry Bonds. They don't have a Gerald Buster Posey. And I'll say this, I'm more disappointed in Farhan than Kapler, because Farhan's the guy that, he gets the groceries, and they haven't been able to solidify and close that deal to get a guy that, young kids can say, hey, Mom, I want to go see Sal Castaneda, the new hot shot on the Giants. And I feel like they failed at that.
I think you're right about that, just because from a business standpoint, think about it. You had Barry Bonds that people came out to see. You had Tim Lincecum, who didn't play every day, but people came out to see him. He filled the seats. You had Buster Posey. You have to have someone who basically puts butts in the seats. If we had a superstar, I shouldn't say we because I'm not on the team. If the Giants had a superstar that people could go see, I think you're absolutely right. That seems to be the last piece. So you are right. I think that every team needs a draw, someone who preferably who plays every day, who the fans can get behind. For such a long time, it was Bonds, and then you had Lincecum, and you had Posey, and you had a couple of others that people came out to see. You're right; they don't have someone like that. I think that's the last piece. If the Giants start playing well enough to deserve, having a free agent consider coming to San Francisco, then I think we're going to get that. And what, in my opinion, what needs to happen is the kids need to start playing better. And they're right now they're vying for a playoff spot. So more of this needs to go before, some baseball player is going to want to come here and spend his time.
Great stuff, Sal. Appreciate you hopping on. Have a great weekend, and hopefully we'll watch a game Sunday together.
Yeah. Let's get it going, guys. Hey, Guru, keep him honest. You know that.
Yeah, how I do it. I try to. Stoney, I got a real non-sports question I want to fire to Sal. Maybe I'll text it to him, or just tell me if we got enough time. I'll ask him now.
Your show.
Sal, I love you to death, and I mean this. I'm born and raised out here. Is there more crime because there's video of it in the Bay, or do you help me? What are you seeing? Because it's really starting to bother me.
I believe there is more crime. I also believe that we're more aware of it because of video, but I also, if you look at stats, there's definitely more crime. And what worries me about crime is that, once they put, let's just say they take care of retail crime, criminals will try and do something else. But, I think more people are aware of it. You're getting sick of it. I think that the cities have, just the other day, we had the mayor of Oakland on, and, our interviewer really kind of went at her and said, hey, people are getting tired of it. And I think all the mayors, not only here in the Bay Area, but across the country, it's kind of a crime wave.
Yeah.
People are beginning to feel the pressure, and hopefully government will do something about it.
Good stuff.
All right, Sal. Appreciate it, buddy.
I'm going to keep you honest.
All right, that's Sal Castaneda, KTVU news anchor. You can watch the 49ers game locally on Channel 2.
Will he come to your crib, or you go over there? We'll go to a destination?
We'll go to Dana's. My buddy Dana's.
I'm going to get there this year.
We'll see.
I'll take an invite, but I got Dana's number. I'll hit him. Yeah.
You have Dana's number?
I've been with him in a social setting with Evan. And he's a brother, Steiny. That's stay true. Come on now. He's got to stick together,
This
baby.
happens all the time with me for some reason.
Oh, you're not one of those guys that count friends.
Like my friends.
Oh, my God.
Better than me.
That is the biggest character flaw.
I know. No,
so
I
you're
mean,
the guy that orders the pizza, and before we open the box, I'm getting like,
no.
Just eat.
I think you're misunderstanding. What I'm saying is I'm good friends with Dana. I introduce him to my friends like you,
okay,
and then he becomes better friends with you than he is than me. It's happened frequently.
But there's an insecurity in that.
Well, there's also a truth in it.
Oh, my God.
Maybe.
I'd be like, that's cool. Evan and my boy, they took off. I hooked them up. I feel like I'm better than you. Wow. I had to throw in the crime thing, Stoney. I'm sick of it, man. Good for pressuring these politicians, man. I'm getting sick of it. If I had the money, I'd be out of here. I'd be in the country, the woods.
It's dangerous out there, too.
No, there's no traffic.
But there's
it's 7
animals.
at night. I was coming home last night.
There's animals.
I love the.
There's rat field mice out there. I know you hate those.
When you're in the woods, it's different than when you're in the suburbs.
There's no. You know what's funny is if I see a rat outdoors, it's not as bad as indoors.
Right. That's incredible.
A rat
the
indoors.
Psychology behind that.
Speaking of rats, let's put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco.
Yeah, a rat indoors is 7 times scarier than a rat outdoors.
Sometimes I wonder, are they watching me? Like, no, seriously, because they don't want to see you. Dude, I'm telling you, Steiny, I need a do-over, man.
With life?
Yeah. I do a lot of things different, man.
Like what?
Leave a lot of stuff alone. The thoughts I'm having, they're grown-up thoughts, and I don't like, you know what I'm
Now
saying?
with those glasses, they're not.
Well, that's
Remember,
too
Norvell said you're not a grown-up if you're wearing those indoors.
Hey, somebody said, hey, Guru, can you give us 3 picks against the spread? We're going to do that again, the second edition, as a show.
Right.
What time?
12 o'clock.
There we go.
And we'll incorporate a listener.
Yeah.
Last week, we had some fun with this. We all made predictions. We picked 5 games against the spread. Guru, myself, Evan.
Yeah.
And we'll have a listener call in and make the picks. I forget who the listener's name was.
It was Omar.
Omar.
Yeah, look at
That's
that.
right, Omar. It was Omar. He went 4-1. And
They're not watching you.
Okay.
They're not.
All right.
Okay? I'm clear that up right now. Okay? And when it really comes down to it, I will say this much. Rats are very smart. They're extremely intelligent. They're more intelligent than you think.
What's that mean?
I didn't watch. Well, I didn't watch it, but I set traps, and I've seen rats take the bait off the trap without getting caught.
Those are cartoons, Rich. Come on. There's no way.
No, it's real. It's real. It's real. Trust me, man. I've been in the business long enough. I got more experience in this than you do.
Wow.
I'm with Rich.
Whoa, man. You're the man, Rich. I just thought of a Tom and Jerry episode like that.
And again,
yeah. Man.
Atco Pest Control, one of our sponsors.
Yep.
Earlier in the show, I know what I wanted to. You were talking about the Eagles earlier and the fact that A.J. Brown got into it with Jalen Hurts.
Man.
And you said, you know what? It feels like the Niners are together, and that's not a good sign for the Eagles. And I can't disagree with that. And here's Nick Sirianni afterwards. You like Sirianni?
I did, but he's got a little Kapler in him. Like,
oh, no.
Yeah. Like, I know I'm a good looking dude. I'm better than you.
I don't think.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Listen to Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see what was going on with that. We're just trying to manage the game.
You were part of the TV show that you kind of interjected there.
Okay.
What did you have to say to AJ and Jalen? I guess
guys, the conversations we have on the field are going to be private, and the conversations we have in our locker room are going to be private. Y'all don't need to know what was going on right there.
He got caught in the lie because he did break it up. He was Richard Steele. And the dude, kudos to the reporter, go, well, you broke it up.
That's Philly, baby. You don't let a guy skate.
But don't lie to us. We saw you break it up.
Sirianni lied.
Yeah, okay.
You know what's the funniest part?
You like him? I don't know. And then he's wearing these halter tops or whatever.
Listen
what was that he had on? You ain't Gabe.
You know what the funniest part was is when he goes, okay? In the middle of this. Listen.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see what was going on with that. We're just trying to manage the game.
You were part of the TV show that you kind of interjected there.
Okay.
What did you have to say to AJ and Jalen?
As the conversations we have on the field are going to be private, and the conversations we have in our locker room are going to be private. Y'all don't need to know what was going on right there.
Okay, bro. I hear you.
Okay is reminiscent of you coaching. Like, okay, you caught me. Okay, wow. Okay. Sirianni, Nick, get it together. But AJ Brown, why week 2 you doing that, bro? Man, thirsty.
Yeah. Well, you know,
and
listen,
he got 8 targets after that, though.
I know.
The ball kept coming. Whoa, Doug.
See, this is where I'll offer a cautionary tale. And yes, the Eagles had some issues on their sidelines, and it sure looked like A.J. Brown wanted the ball thrown to him more, and that can affect the team.
Yeah.
But let the 49ers season play out and see what
Debo
happens.
getting 5
What
targets,
happens if Brandon Ayuk isn't the offensive player of the week in a contract year? Let's just see. I'm not saying.
I got you.
I'm just.
What we need
I'm
to
just
start
saying.
doing, Steiny and Evan,
What?
if you guys don't mind, each week, obviously, they're playing a different opponent, and each opponent possesses something different on the defensive side of the ball. Let's guess who's going to be the offensive player of the week for the Niners. Like, I don't think anybody would have had Ayuk going into Pittsburgh. I'm being truthful. I had Kittle. I thought Kittle was going to be Purdy's security blanket.
How so?
With the way that the Steelers come off the edge and blitz, I was like, okay, he ain't going to have much time. I was just thinking, it was going to be a closer game than it was. So Kittle.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, with Kittle,
you're talking about him actually catching the ball.
Yeah.
Well, I would not pick
dude,
him to be the offensive player in any game this season.
Stoney, book 1,000 yards for Kittle. Put that in there. That's just put that in there.
No.
Would you take that bet?
What do you have last year?
Well, see, I don't want you to be able to look at that.
It's under 1,000. I know that. Yeah, I'd have to. Well, God, there's so many games.
He has 6 touchdowns under Brock Purdy last year, and it wasn't.
This is where Evan's great because now he's looking it up
and he's fast at it.
Yeah,
765 yards for the year.
How many games did he play? How many games did he play?
I think he missed 2.
Yeah, he missed the first 2 games.
Okay.
Put one up for Goo. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
How many games did he miss? 2. And it was.
I'll take that bet.
Yeah. Well, I don't want it now. 765. Boy, that's a little more than 2 games, Tony. But
are you ready to come? Are you ready to let me have my victory lap?
No, you can't.
Come on.
Because you talked about his hands.
Kittle like a
Every time you need him, he's there.
As a blocker.
No, Steiny, stop. New Orleans.
No. New Orleans was 4 years ago. He made that play 4 years ago. People are still living.
Boy.
Just like poor Jimmy Garoppolo. It's going to be 20-48. And they overthrew he overthrows Emmanuel Sanders. Yes, he did.
Never go full Jeff. YouTube, 11 touchdowns. That's what Kittle had. What did he have last year? He had
6.
No, he said, should I set the over-under at 11 this year?
11 what?
Touchdowns. Tubs.
Yeah, go ahead, and I'll take the under if anybody wants to lose a bet. Anybody want to lose a bet?
Now there's 16 left.
So he's got to have twice as many touchdowns as last year.
Just because we got nothing on the books.
He's got to have twice as many touchdowns as last year,
I don't care about last year.
He had 11 total. He caught 6 in the last 5 weeks with Brock Purdy.
Wow,
he had 11 total touchdowns?
Yes.
George Kittle?
Yes.
11.
Never mind. I'm not taking it either.
That's what Jeff was signaling to me. Way to break that up, Evan, because I didn't. So he had 11.
You know what, Evan,
rebukes
Evan,
what are you about to say?
Kiss my backside. He's got the stats right in front of him. Like, and that's one of the things. Like, everybody now will go, we're going to go to break. Oh, Steiny, he didn't do his homework.
Well, no, it's not.
And Evan's sitting in front of the stats. He's sitting in front of Pro Football Reference. I'm sick of it.
No, the L in this for you is that he had 11 touchdowns. Forget how we got it. He had 11, Steiny. And it felt like he had 4, right?
but I never said he didn't have 11.
Well,
I just was
until we found out he had 11. We thought 11 was too high for him.
I wouldn't say you can't
he had
prove
6
that.
under Brock Purdy.
You can't prove that.
Yeah, but you're smiling.
You can't prove that.
Look at my boy. You know you lied. Somebody text that.
Oh, man. Anyway, the
Kirk Cousins 0-2, Steiny.
You want to bet? I'll bet they make the playoffs.
Now I'll take that.
I'm not betting on that.
I didn't want to.
Either. I just don't want to bet.
Warrior season's coming up. We need something. I got Curry MVP.
I'll take that. You have the Warriors winning it all again?
No, what we need to bet on, will Dame be a Blazer game 1 of the NBA season? He's got to be. He ain't going nowhere.
Why?
Nothing's popped off. And his album, this last rap album that I always criticize him about, is phenomenal. There is no fast forward on it, Steiny. Dame can rap. Dame Dollar, holla.
All right. Should we wait for your caller for the other side? Ask for a caller on the other side? I'll ask for a caller on the other side. But coming up at noon, which is in 5 minutes, Guru and I and Evan going to make some picks.
Yeah.
If you, the listener, want to join in each week, we have one listener participate. Last week's listener, Omar, is ineligible, but he went 4-1. He went 4-1 last week, so he's tied for second with Evan and myself. Guru in first at 5-0. So Guru's got it going on right now in terms of that. In terms of our picking against the spread, we've never done anything where we followed through all year.
Yes, we did. The $100 bet. Chris A. on YouTube. Stop betting with Steiny Goo. You never pay up.
Well,
SMH
true.
Capital. I put the $100 up there.
Nah.
And then treated Evan and Alan. No, it was John and Alan when you guys were out of here.
So you treated when I wasn't here.
Yeah, and Evan was gone too. You guys were in Italy, Rome.
You know what?
Dude, don't tell me I don't pay Chris. That's just sticking.
No, just be more specific. You don't pay Steiny. That is what works.
When, bro?
You know when.
I gave the 100 back to you.
Hey.
And then I put up another 100 after
it's
that.
A bid.
No, I want my okay,
it's a bid.
Now, see. Go ahead. I got you.
All right. One listener gets to play against the spread with Steiny and Guru and Evan on the other side. Don't forget, 95.7 The Game has you covered with the best red and gold coverage out there. Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal get it started on Sunday with a kickoff show at 11 a.m. Then Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, and Alan Stiles have your instant reaction and analysis immediately following the final whistle, and that's overtime. Hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game.
I had a beautiful girlfriend, 6 foot tall.
Oh, yeah.
She made my life hell.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, good afternoon, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl, the Guru Johnson, Payday Friday. We're very excited. A couple pieces of news real quick. One significant, the other barely significant. The significant one is Greg Johnson, the owner of the Giants, essentially given Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler a vote of confidence. He said both will be back in 2024. So that's a significant piece of news right there, I would think. And then in less important news that means less, Dwight Howard is meeting with the Warriors.
Dwight, if they don't sign you, when will you're going to be DeMarcus Cousins?
Dwight Howard is interviewing with, or not interviewing, he's meeting with the Golden State Warriors.
I thought you were going to give other news.
There is other news.
In my world.
Nacua, the wide receiver for the LA Rams, is listed as questionable for Sunday's game, but they believe he will play. He had over 100 yards receiving against the Seahawks.
Yeah, he was there, Cooper Kupp.
So there you go. All right. Here's our game. It's against the spread. All of us pick games. You want to participate, be the third caller, 888-957-9570. You'll make a pick along with us. We're keeping track all season long. Guru right now at 5-0. I'm 4-1, Evan 4-1, and the listeners
Nice job,
are also 4-1.
Right
so
on
if you
my
want to make
tail.
Omar has been he made the picks in week 1, and some lucky listener, caller number 3, will get to make our week 2 picks. We have 5 games. 888-957-9570 if you want to go up against the big boys when it comes to picking games.
Liquidate All Assets, episode 2 out now, all platforms.
And also, the other thing I wanted to talk about was Justin Elliott. 61-yard field goal.
Dude, look at you. The stuff that I love. No, that was a great kick.
Like, I find the long field goal much more interesting than the kickoff return.
Oh, no doubt. I'm with you.
Like I think the
concussions have ruined the kickoff for me.
I think the long field goal is one of the most exciting plays. I really do.
I haven't heard anybody say that, but I don't think you're by yourself, and I agree. It is. And
when a guy comes out for a 61-yarder, you're sitting there saying, no way. Yeah. Really?
And then he nails it.
I keep saying Justin. It's Jake. Yeah. It's Jake. My bad. Thank you, 650. I wrote it down wrong the first time. Okay. All right. Let's have some fun. Let's welcome in Steve. He's caller 3. Steve's in San Francisco. Steve, what is going on?
Nothing much. I'm just working here, driving a van, and listening to you guys all day.
There
I like
you go.
the show.
All right.
Ready to make some picks.
All right. Sounds good. I'm going to turn it over to our master of ceremonies, Evan Giddings.
Nice. All right, boys. This is week 2 of the NFL, and we are going to start with none other than the 1 o'clock game that everyone will have their eyes on, SoFi Stadium. That is the 49ers and the Los Angeles Rams. The current line is San Francisco. It's actually come down a little bit, guys, so we'll take it here. Minus 7.5 on the road at Sean McVay.
Guests first.
Yep.
Steve, start us off.
All right, I'm going to lay the 7.5 and take the Niners. That's the easy one.
All right, I'll go. We'll go Steve in that order. Boy, that's a lot of points. But the Niners, they own the Rams when it doesn't matter. It's early in the season, doesn't really matter. I'm going to take the 49ers too.
Go ahead, Evan.
Yeah, I will also be taking the San Francisco 49ers. I think that this is a game that they should handle the Rams in. I think LA is coming off a pretty big, and I don't know, we'll find out if it's a suspect win against the Seattle Seahawks last week, but I think the 49ers are just cruising right now. They're not going to be able to stop them.
No doubt. Put me down minus 7.5. I'd take it if it was 14.5. I'm just telling you, these two teams are headed in two different directions, and right now the Niners are just unstoppable, and 7.5 layup.
All right, boys. Second game on the slate. Back to the 10 a.m. We're going to Cincinnati, where the Bengals, after a 3-point defeat last week against the Browns, my goodness, they are 3.5-point favorites. 3-point favorites at home against the 1-0 Baltimore Ravens, coming off that win against Houston.
All right. Well, I'll start this one. I'll take the Cincinnati Bengals to cover here. There's no chance. There's no chance they're as bad as they looked last week. They can't be. And also, is T. Higgins not going to make a catch again? No. I don't think so. Wow. I think it's a coming out party for Joe Burrow at home. And I see it's going to be a big, big day for the Cincinnati Bengals. 41-14. I'm going to take the Bengals to cover.
Win by 27, apparently.
I just made that up. I forgot they're playing Baltimore. Yep. 21-14.
Goo? Oh, I got Cincinnati. I'm not a believer in Baltimore. Beckham Jr. didn't make that big of a difference. I know they scored in the 20s, but Cincinnati will not be one of those teams I talked about, the disappointing teams, and go 0-2. -3, this is kind of low to me. So I'm going to take Cincinnati -3 to cover, Evan.
Caller?
My turn? All right. Yeah, I agree with you guys. I think Joe Burrow gets right and has a big game, too. Cincinnati.
All right.
Sure.
I will be taking the Ravens. Give me the points on the road. I think that Baltimore did not have its best performance, even though they won by like 16 points last week. They are missing, I think, one of their top corners as well as a safety. J.K. Dobbins, of course, had Achilles injury. But I think Lamar steps up in his stead, and maybe they lose by a point or two.
Okay. All right. Game number 3.
All right, third game on the slate. We're going to go out to Detroit, where the Seahawks are on the road. And the Seahawks, after that disappointing loss at home to the Los Angeles Rams in Week 1, will try and bounce back against the 1-0 Lions coming off that Thursday night victory against the Chiefs. Seattle is plus 4.5 at Ford Field in Michigan.
Go ahead,
you know what? I'm going to go with Seattle. We're going to find out. And Detroit got a win. I'm high on them. But I think Seattle, with those points, are going to cover. They might outright win the game. No weather conditions. So I'm taking the Seahags to, I don't want to say upset Detroit, but kind of bring them back down to earth.
All right. Evan?
This game was kind of tough for me. I'm also going to take Seattle. I don't think they're as bad as they were last week, and this week will probably prove that. I also think Detroit's just coming off a massively intense emotional win at Kansas City. And I think there'll be enough separation for Seattle to sneak in there.
All right, Steve?
I agree with Evan about that emotional win last week for Detroit. I like the Lions, but I think they're going to have a letdown in this game in Seattle. I agree with you. They might even outright win the game.
All right. I got to differ here, and I'm going to take the Detroit Lions. And while you guys are right, they're coming off an emotional win. That was a while ago now, quietly. 10, 12 days. I think we know Dan Campbell can motivate. So I think they've put that in the rearview mirror. And also, here's the other thing I was thinking. Even if they are a little bit flat, they're going to go into that Ford Field, and it's going to be a zoo because there are expectations now in Detroit for the first time in a long time. And I just think the Lions are going to break through early and roll in their home opener. All right.
All right, boys. Game 4, still at the 10 a.m. Our final 10 a.m. game is going to be Kansas City on the road at Jacksonville. Jacksonville surviving the Indianapolis Colts last week on the road. Meanwhile, the Chiefs, of course, lost to the Lions 0-1. Kansas City, the defending Super Bowl champs, are -3 in Jacksonville against Trevor Lawrence.
Wow. Chiefs.
Wow.
I dare them to start 0-2 and then not cover, too. I mean, come on.
No, come on. What? Jacksonville, they got talent.
Kelsey will end up playing.
Yeah, but Stoney, they need something else.
Okay, well, then pick the other team.
Oh, I already told you. I'm going Jacksonville plus. What did you say, Evan? 3?
Well, you better be careful.
I got
3 points.
Yeah, I got Jacksonville.
Kelsey wasn't practicing.
They got a Super Bowl winning
and
coach.
Nimble.
Yeah,
he was
Peterson,
nimble.
I'm telling you, they got weaponry.
Kelsey was nimble, though, Goo at practice.
But nothing on the Tony dropping passes. I think the story is in the NFL, when I see you guys Monday, Kansas City 0-2. I'm taking Jacksonville.
All right, Steve?
I don't think the Chiefs are going to drop as many passes this week as they did last week. But I'm gonna go with the upset. I'm gonna go with Jacksonville and Kansas City starting 0-2, man. Yeah, I'm going against the grain.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Kansas City on the road -3. Not only do they get Travis Kelce back this week, they also get their number 3 player, Chris Jones, back this week up the middle. And I think that even though Jacksonville is a very, very good team, I expect them to win that division. I think that Kansas City bounces back and is 500 at the end of the weekend.
Oh, that's right. I forgot Urban Meyer got fired there.
Oh, my goodness. Horrible.
Last game, game 5.
All right, 5th game on the slate. We're going to go to Monday night. Sonny, I think I already know where you're leaning because the Cleveland Browns are going to Pittsburgh. Steelers, back-to-back home games to open the season, and they are 2.5-point dogs at home against the Cleveland Browns.
Go ahead, Goof.
Of course, won last week.
Call me Drew Carey, the black Drew Carey. I am all about Cleveland. Deshaun Watson is back. They got talent. They got a beast like the Niners with Bosa, with their D line. I'm telling you, they dismantled Cincinnati, and there's no way they're going to slip up here. Call me Drew Carey. I'm taking the Browns.
All right, Steve?
I think I'm going to go with Goo. I like the Browns. I like their chances to make the playoffs this year. I think they're a good team. I'm going to go with the Browns as well.
All right.
Uh-oh.
E?
Well, out of pride, I feel like I have to go with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I also think that I got to see it again with Cleveland. I think their defense is legit. They are incredible. But I do worry about that offense a little bit, and I think the Steelers are not as bad as they were. I think it was just the 49ers making them look like bumpkins. So I'm going to go with the Steelers plus 2.5 at home.
Yeah, after watching them against the Niners, and yes, the Niners were good.
Yeah.
Until they win a game, I'm considering the Steelers the worst team in football.
Oh, look at
I think
you.
they stink. They also lost their receivers on my fantasy team.
Johnson,
Smith,
yeah,
Deontay
Johnson, yeah. So I'm going to go with the Browns, and this may be another 30-7 shellacking. Steve, thank you very much for playing.
Good luck, baby.
Your picks are locked in.
You're welcome. Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Thanks for having me. You guys
Absolutely.
Have a good day.
That's Steve in San Francisco. Make the picks for week number 2 for our listeners.
I love it, man.
That's fun.
Yeah, it is, especially when you're in
I
first
think
place.
it's fun. Vintage. So
now, why would you just not let me have my moment? You couldn't let it breathe.
You know, it's funny. It's week 2, so that would be like an NBA team starting like 4-1.
Dude, 5-0 though.
5-0.
Hey,
do you remember what Guru said on Monday, Steiny?
Oh God,
I don't. But remind me.
Didn't care about going perfect because, quote, there wasn't any chicken on these games.
We're going away.
I forgot about that.
Dude, Evan, oh boy.
I forgot about that.
All right, now we got to talk about some work stuff. So, you were insecure, or you showing you were
what
insecure
are you talking
when you talked
about?
About your friends and they go make friends with other friends.
It was a joke. It was a self-effacing
there was some truth
joke.
in that, and I love you because you're always open.
No, there
with
wasn't
it.
any truth.
Now, I told you the around the corner thing the boss has going, we're not getting any run on it, and I'm the only one that's worried about it. You don't care because you don't you're like, ooh, you got that corporate eye. I'm just telling you, I don't like it around the corner. Bonte is my brother. We talk. We had a show together. We went to Vegas. He's got my niece. They're raising my niece. I go out in the break, and there's a cake. My birthday's May 19th, and these are just Guru Analytics. There was no cake for me, and I don't think you had a cake.
Was it a Thursday?
You're on fire. You're on fire with the Cat Thursday. But Steiny, I'm not hating on B. B, I love you. Happy birthday. You're going to the Niner game. This ain't about B, but the cake is symbolic. I don't think you and I had a cake. And I'm looking around like any envelopes anybody want to give me, any boxes, because we didn't get a cake.
Do we know who got him that cake?
I don't care. The cake is there.
Well, what if it's Shasky?
Well, I didn't think of that. But still,
it can't be the boss.
Even if Shasky got the cake, we got to step our game up. You didn't bring me a cake, nor did I bring you one.
Right.
We got to step our game. It's passing us by.
We actually don't have to step our game
Stuff
up.
is passing us by, and you don't see it.
Nothing's passing us by.
Yeah, you ain't looking.
No,
I don't like you. You're just.
I'm fully cogent.
Dixie.
I'm aware. I live in the moment.
No, you're not.
And I do not try to look too far ahead. Or
I'm
look
the guy
rearview
walking in the
mirror.
neighborhood like,
Where
neighbor's
did you
got
come
something new.
from?
I just tell you what.
Oh, my God.
A cake out there, dressed to the king. Yeah. I'll bring you a cake if we're cake. We've been cakeless, but just little stuff I noticed, Donnie. But you just smiling, getting your coffee. Everything's good. All right.
What if it was Curly, the guy who knows everybody's
Well,
birthday?
he's on vacation.
Hey, he's on his honeymoon.
Well, he had COVID, too, before he left.
Oh. Now the Bay Area knows Curly has COVID. That's what? You're unreal. What? Go ahead.
I am bothered I said that.
What?
Is it a big deal?
Not really. No, it's not.
You've never had it.
As far as I know.
I did Guru Analytics. I said, Sonny, if I'm correct, you've never had it.
I might have.
Look at my
not
guy.
have.
What? You never went to Kaiser and they said you got it.
No.
Yeah, good for you.
I don't go to Kaiser.
Where were you?
Just kidding. All right. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. We started the show with, I thought, something fun. And it was, what did you learn from week 1 in the NFL? And what do you want to learn from week 2 in the NFL? But we can make it Niner specific.
Mm-hmm.
And 888-957-9570. Guru and I will jump into that in a sec. Seriously, a couple pieces of news just to pass along. It looks like the Giants are going to bring back Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler, according to Susan Slusser of the Chronicle. And then lastly, the Golden State Warriors are meeting with Dwight Howard. Come on, D. I think early next week. They have an open spot. Everybody always wants them to get a big man. So we'll see if the Golden State Warriors sign Dwight Howard. I didn't say anything bad about the boss. I didn't say a word bad about the boss.
I love my guy, man. I just your boy feeling
welcome
left
in.
out.
I'm sorry to interrupt
welcome in Matt
because you'd move on to the Warriors, but there's a very good reason why I got him a cake and didn't get you a cake.
Please explain.
I like him more.
Oh, boy. See, the truth will set you free. That's all I wanted to hear. But Steiny, I hate you're oblivious to it.
No, I'll add the next part. He's also a little more scared of Shasky. He knows he's got a man. That's one thing about Nahegan. That's why he's one of the greats.
Hey,
is he doesn't treat everybody the same.
Dude,
the guys who need pats on the back get pats on the back. The guys that need kicks
those are
in the
great
behind.
coaches. And you don't treat your kids the same. You're all different. At least for me. And I don't want a cake this year. Somehow I'm still here. It won't be the same because it'll be I cried for it. Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I mentioned Dwight Howard and I mentioned Farhan Zaidi. Okay,
Farhan could have got an extension.
What do you mean?
Like, we could have got news he's coming back and he got more years had he just knocked it out the park. So I know it's good news he's coming back. But
is it?
I don't think he's a Don like he was before. Like, I still think, I'm just saying that they could have added some more years to this thing and he's going to be here but it was quiet on the set. He's coming back. And I think we're kind of at the, Nike, just do it.
Okay, I'm putting myself in the owner of the Giants' shoes, and a reporter comes up to me, Susan Slusser, and she says, she asked the question, can we expect that Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler will be back in 2024? Why wouldn't you say, we're going to assess everything at the end of the season, and we're right in the middle of a pennant race. We got a shot at the postseason. Let's see how it all shakes out. But, the manager, the general manager, all the players, we do that assessment at the end of the year. And right now we're focused on getting to the postseason. Why wouldn't he say that? I don't get it.
Wow.
So what if they collapse?
Well,
I know. What if they collapse?
Right there
Nothing.
for the taking.
If they collapse, you know what happens? Nothing.
Yeah. But when you talk about their tenure,
I'm not saying
and I
they
love
should
you
be.
for this, and you say, well, they've made the playoffs, blah, 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 at a blah, blah, blah.
Once.
I think that would just be hollow if they couldn't add. Like, this would be big for them just to qualify.
And let me be clear, I'm not saying fire them.
Yeah.
I'm saying what?
I get you.
Just maybe if you're 99% sure that they're back, I still wouldn't say they're back.
No, totally get it.
I don't know. That's the one thing I did feel a little strongly about as it related to the Giants.
Well, 650 says, why cause a distraction during a playoff run? Better than giving them confidence. But they ain't fielding no balls. Farhan or Kapler.
No, I think he's saying distraction for the players. But there's no distraction for the players, I don't think, if you answer it that way.
Do you think there's a possibility that, say they do collapse, that they could still fire them at the end of the year and then come back and say, well, we said that we were in the thick of the playoff race, and then we ended the season 2-24. And
Yes, and I think we've seen Mike Dunleavy lie.
The Jordan Poole
and we also saw Kyle Shanahan lie about Trey Lance. So, yeah, I guess you're right, Evan.
Well, to Evan's
doesn't
point,
mean
Steiny,
anything.
That would make the owners that would make him look bad. The fact that he came out and said this, and then even if they collapsed, I had to go change it, and it did happen.
Did it make Dunleavy look bad?
No. No, it didn't.
Hey.
It was an F.
You know what, Goo? What if Greg Johnson comes out, fires him at the end of the year, so he does break his word, and he just opens up the press conferences? I react to new information.
I would salute him.
You would take a victory lap for your entire
it's called
career.
Life.
I think.
Yeah. Ernie Chavez is back, Stein. He said Goo had COVID 5 times, only 3. Ernie Chavez.
Who's had it 5 times?
He was making a joke about COVID and how many times I've had it. I've had it 3 times. He said I had it 5 and it got to me.
All right. DeMarco Farr was on with the morning show.
Richmond, California. That's where he's from.
Okay. And I do feel like – go ahead, Evan. Oh, I feel like the Rams are getting less respect than the Steelers got. Will you give me that? The Rams are getting less respect from the fans.
I thought you went the other way.
All right.
Totally.
All right. DeMarco Farr says, you better be careful.
Watching and seeing what the Rams did, I think it was far more significant going up there and beating Seattle the way they did. You changed the narrative. Most people had them tanking for Caleb Williams. And sure enough, here you go. You go up to Seattle, one of the toughest places to play, and you put a foot in them. Watching San Francisco just absolutely brutalize Pittsburgh, I think everyone had that. Everyone had San Francisco as being one of the best teams in the NFC. So no shock there. They kind of got it going. Brock Purdy coming back was huge, but we knew that team was going to be good. But no one had the Rams doing what they did up in Seattle. No one had Puka Nacua going off. No one had Tutu Atwell going off. Matthew Stafford was rumored to be on the trade block, and he played angry and played good football. So as long as they can sustain that, keep that going, keep that momentum going, you'll have a shot versus San Francisco coming this weekend.
That was DeMarco Farr. He was on with the Morning Roast yesterday. Really good guest, talking a lot about the L.A. Rams. And
I just feel like he's talking about the Rams as if they had 3 or 4 good weeks. It was a good win, and they were part of the are they tanking for Caleb Williams. But Steiny, Matt Stafford, maybe like everybody shut the hell up. You guys have written me off. We ain't tanking. I'm still here. I got a ring. And then also, I know McVay does not play a position, but if he has his guys ready for any game, it's a game to try to knock off Kyle Shanahan.
Earlier in the show, you said you need to see more from Jalen Hurts, but you don't need to see more from Brock Purdy. What about if I said, do you need to see more from Matt Stafford?
On a personal level, no. Okay. But with the fact, the shape that his team is in, health-wise, no Cooper Kupp, if you could keep
you have
this
more
game
confidence in Brock Purdy or Matthew Stafford?
We got to go. Tighten it up.
I'll tell you what, that's a 4. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. All right, we'll talk to you on the other side.
for dangle your feelings.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, coming up in a half hour, we've got Jake Ellenbogen. He's the host of Believe in Rams on Believe Network with former Rams linebacker Cameron Lynch, and he recently broke the news, Goo. This is Jake Ellenbogen, our guest at 1 o'clock. He broke the news that Matthew Stafford is going to be the star of Season 2's Netflix quarterbacks documentary.
Oh, I'm in.
So
He's from Texas.
So it's Kirk Cousins was in year one, and Jake Ellenbogen.
Well, was Cousins, Mahomes.
Oh.
And who was
Mariota?
Mariota, yeah.
It's been tough, apparently, to find quarterbacks to follow up for Season 2 because Mahomes set such a high standard, obviously. So Stafford's the first one that's been announced.
Wow, okay.
God, I like Stafford.
But he's got to prove more than Brock Purdy.
No, he's got a ring.
Oh, so
Yeah, I told you I'm done with Stafford.
He's grandfathered.
I love
he's
that.
Grandfathered.
I've always loved that term, Steiny.
Good. Talking about birthdays and gifts. You
got one coming up.
Yeah.
Streets are talking.
Here's my problem.
We hate them.
I need the gift. Like, I don't. You know what I need? I need a work bag. But that shouldn't be a gift for your birthday. That should be just something you go out and buy.
From somebody at home that would give that to you.
So
Nobody
I'm hoping the family doesn't get me a new work bag and think that's the gift.
Oh, get ready. That's how it happens.
A work bag.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Here's a new work bag.
It's like the boxer shorts for Christmas. So you're telling me I didn't spend all. I love the boxer shorts. The underwear. Evan remembered your birthday.
No, he didn't.
He came in here and said you got one coming up.
That's all he knows.
What?
That's all he knows. So what?
What else do you want him to know?
I don't.
That's flattering.
I don't want him to know anything.
Your boy remembered.
I don't. It's irrelevant. The point is moot.
We're at the age we hate birthdays. That's all.
I don't hate them. It's just God. After a while, you have so many of them. It's like, guess what? There's another one this year. Well, no kidding. It's a birthday.
And there's a message in each one.
You're going to have one a year.
Yeah.
Is one a year special?
Until, though, Stoney, you run out of them.
What's that?
You're going to have one a year until you run out of them. The younger, you would think Evan's got a bunch left.
Thank you. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We're going to get back into the Rams-Niners at 1 o'clock. Go ahead.
You didn't, and we can get to it. Yeah. I want to give you one of my, what am I looking forward to this Sunday?
Okay.
Can I give it to you?
Yeah.
Steiny, I really want to know, are the Jets done? And when I say done, can they compete? Now, you may go up to Dallas and lose by 3, 7, maybe even 10, but that would give me confidence, and they would be 1-1, obviously. I want to know, are they done? They got a damn good defense. They play the same time as the Niners. They start at 125, but I'm looking at the Jets. Did Zach Wilson really get anything that I said he got from Aaron Rodgers? Because he voiced it, but can you show that you learned from one of the best to ever do it?
It's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Guru and I have been talking about this for a good portion of the show, and I'm enjoying it. One thing you learned, give me one thing you learned from week 1 in the NFL, and then give me one thing you're looking to find out in week 2. Here's one I'm kind of looking to find out because
give it to me.
Not only did he not play well, there feels like there's a lot of noise around Josh Allen. So
how did I forget?
I need to. It looks like he's descending.
No doubt about it.
So I may keep an eye on Josh Allen and seeing what's going on there. He was supposed to be one of the best quarterbacks in football a couple years ago.
I'll tell you what, if Garoppolo and the Raiders and McDaniel go up there to Orchard and lay a L on them, Steiny, it will be super loud. Because Buffalo was picked to be get to the Super Bowl, AFC.
I know.
You wonder if that window is closing. But how is Josh Allen years ago when we thought he would be Shanahan's dream and he had the body, the arm, how has he turned into not a joke, but a guy that doesn't even know how to keep himself out of harm's way. And he said as much the other day. I know I got to work on that. We'll see, but you better not lose to the Raiders at home.
I don't know what's going on with him. I always thought he was pretty good ever since what was that, 2 or 3 years ago he came into San Francisco and they played
the
a good
game
ball
was
game.
in Arizona when the Niners were using
good call.
But he was
That was
phenomenal.
COVID year?
Yes, he was phenomenal.
Yeah, he was good that night.
Yep.
He was absolutely good that night. The other thing, I have this. What I learned from week 1, I think we can, and that's fine. People are going to say, but I think we got to start looking at Purdy as though this is like his kind of template. This is
who he is.
Yeah,
It's staying. He's here.
Right. And so, like, now to me, you kind of compare him to the way he's been playing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So if he continues to play like he's playing, it's all going to be good. You know what I'm saying? Like
there is no doubt.
Like if this is who he is and this is his standard and this is what he's doing, I don't want to say as a baseline because that makes it sound like he might not have some bad games here and there, where he's actually throws 2 interceptions and maybe doesn't throw a touchdown pass. But if this is now who I'm going to judge Purdy against, who he's been the first 10 games from now on. And I got to look at the 49ers the same way because that's all we know really at this point.
Now,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I love that. And one more thing I learned from the weekend, and I'm being real. You tell me what you think. Evan, please chime in. I made fun of Tua last year, and I was wrong, but I talked about his inability to stay healthy with the head injuries. That's nothing to play with. And I thought he was out there still concussed at the end. But Steiny, when that guy when he's on point, Tua, I honestly believe, and I think I learned Sunday, that the Dolphins have the most prolific and dangerous offense in the league. The Niners do it in different ways. It ain't wop, wop, wop. But when you have Waddle, Tyreek Hill, Tua slinging the thing, and then also Purdue track star Mostert, who can get it and take it to the house. Mike McDaniel, I think, has something. So, Goo, you're stating the obvious. But I remember vividly that Niner game last year where Miami came and they had receivers running wide open like deer, but Tua was off.
Yep.
So I'm wondering, Steiny, you tell me what you think. Are we watching the best offense or most dynamic offense in the league when it comes to the Miami Dolphins and Mike McDaniel?
See, this is where
Evan, I want to hear from you.
There is no I can't give you a definitive answer. They've only played it's one game.
But even last year when it was going good,
well, they stunk against the Niners.
Yeah,
and that's
one guy really stunk, Tua.
Well, you're right. What do you think, E?
Well, I think Goo's on to something. They're definitely the most impressive offense in week 1 around the league. But it's interesting, Sonny, because you said earlier that Jalen Hurts reminds you of a quarterback that Kyle Shanahan would want, or makes plays that Kyle Shanahan would want from his quarterback. I think Tua Tagovailoa is the closest thing in the league to Brock Purdy, or Brock Purdy is the closest thing to Tua Tagovailoa, in that they play in similar systems, they get the ball out fast, and they have prolific offenses under top play callers.
Do you agree with me that Shanahan would like Hurts or no?
I don't think so.
Neither do I.
I think Jalen Hurts, is more of a 1 or 2 read quarterback. I think he's more dynamic than Purdy athletically for sure, but I think Shanahan does want a guy who can distribute the ball a little bit more quickly.
See, I wonder if he could.
Yes, Danny, I would say nah.
See, I think he could. I think he would. I think Hurts would be close to exactly what he wants, but he runs a little too much.
And maybe that's what he thought he was getting in Trey Lance. A guy where he could program him to run, but run when you need to. Evan, you got me thinking, well, Tua did the exact opposite coming out of college, that is, than Brock Purdy, because Tua was the guy. You know what I mean, Steiny?
Mm-hmm.
Evan, he was supposed to be the dude playing big-time games, but, man, his ability to just put that thing up there and Tyreek Hill. I mean, where are we going with this, guys? 215 yards. I mean, his little side. Steiny, he is incredible. Tyreek Hill is incredible, and I think Patrick Mahomes misses him.
So what year is this for Tua?
4.
Okay, so in 4 years you said Tua's not very good, and now his leader, the most dynamic.
Tua has always
you killed him, didn't you?
Yeah, but because he couldn't stay healthy.
Oh, but you wrote him off.
No, I didn't wrote him off.
He didn't write back.
No, Steiny, that's a 3.
It feels like
the
you wrote
best
him
ability
off.
is availability. I thought his career was over, especially after that hit in Cincinnati, I believe. But we'll see. I'm just telling you, he's throwing that thing, and Mike McDaniel has become my new favorite because he's not Kyle. But I watched the Dolphin offense, and I watched your game the other night. NFL Network was showing it with the Chargers, and it was just like watching a track meet. Like Mike McDaniel has concepts too, Steiny. And they're getting the ball in the playmaker's hand. And I know it's easy when you got a bunch of dudes with speed, but Miami's a fun watch, man.
Might be the first time you've ever given a 49ers opponent a compliment.
I hope this bit is fun to you because I told you I wanted the guy fired. We'll leave that there. How about that episode?
And that's a badge of honor right now?
Yeah, no, it goes against everything that you say I'm doing.
Oh.
Like,
but that was,
ain't paying for my tires.
You've acknowledged that was a big mistake.
No, it was emotional. He ruined Trey Lance.
You know what I found? Tell me if you find the same. I feel like I make bad decisions when I'm emotional. Or my decisions tend to be better when I'm not emotional.
I'm not there yet. Just in life. Some of the best decisions need to come when if all hell is going on upstairs. Because that's what you really want to do.
What?
Because when you step back and not make a decision when you're mad or angry, you kind of do something to run from the real of, I should have acted in my first mind when I was at the epitome of anger. And then you say, I'm going to be Johnny Nice. And then you try to do that. And then you find out 4 or 5 days later or a month later, I've been had. I lied to myself. I should have did what I first thought when I was angry.
I'll bet you Draymond Green wishes he hadn't punched Jordan Poole.
I don't believe that. And as much, Evan,
all right, somebody
quick,
out
Evan,
there has punched somebody that feels bad.
I don't believe. Evan, just help me. Do you believe Draymond regrets that? There's no doubt he doesn't with what he's done on his tour in regard to the podcast.
I think he does regret it. I'm just not sure he's the best at expressing it.
He painted a picture to me. I know we get to it real quick. He painted the picture to me that there was a reason, and the subliminal was he almost deserved that. And I'll just leave that there. So to me, that takes onus off of him. Like, y'all don't know what he did.
What about when Kermit Washington punched Rudy Tomjanovich?
Changed his life. There's no doubt he regrets that. I watched the whole. They got a version of 30 for 30.
Yeah, well, I can only speak for myself.
That was scary stuff.
I can only speak for myself. I try to take emotion out. Yeah, if it's a legitimate decision.
No, I'll have sport takes off emotion, and then you want them back. But yeah, I'm talking about life decisions.
Fair. So,
like the Usher thing, if I could do that over, I wouldn't have told her.
I don't remember. Apparently, it wasn't so egregious that I remembered.
The Mia calling in about Usher and me telling her that we were bunk bed and me not thinking you didn't have the quick sense to know that.
Which I didn't.
And you what are you doing calling? Like, that was the worst part. But anyway, yes, and I'll take that back. Growth is amazing.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
And it's really amazing when you actually undergo it.
Sirianni got caught in a lie.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Where's the... Oh, my God. You're funny
That
today.
was good, though. He straight up lied.
Like, I don't even...
That was their Tim Kawakami or Matt Mayoko saying, you were over there breaking it up.
All right. It's Rams week. It's Rams week. And let's take a listen to Mike Martz. This is from yesterday. He compared the two coaches, Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. And here's what he said. Very interesting.
They're both brilliant coaches, and I love McVay, his enthusiasm, his ability to motivate his guys. But the step that Shanahan has on him is Shane can change completely, morph into something completely different from week to week to beat you. You know, so he's really has a grasp on, you know, how to attack somebody better than anybody else in the league, and you know, their Achilles heel, so to speak. And you know, he's always gone in there and beaten LA because he did the unexpected. You know, go in there and against Aaron Donald, and they put the ball, you know, they rushed the ball for whatever it was, and 6, 7, 8 minute, you know, drives, and that was smart. He knows how to game plan better than anybody in the league, in my opinion.
Man, that's coming from Marcy. He said game plan better than anybody else, Donnie.
I mean, here's what I heard in that, and this is I think kind of interesting. I think there's not two kinds of coaches, but there's one philosophy. There's a philosophy out there. Let's say of any sports team, of what a coach's identity is. What do you want to do? Like, we're going to do what we're going to do, and we don't care what the defense is trying to do.
The 90 Cowboys. We're going to turn it around, run it. We got the best offensive line.
Exactly.
Stop us.
Air Coryell. We're going to throw it all over the field, and that's our identity. And I don't care if you got a great pass defense or you got a terrible pass defense. We're going to do what we're going to do. It feels to me like, and there's a lot of coaches I think like that. They want to perfect that thing that they hang their hat on, their identity. What I'm hearing Mike Martz say is Kyle doesn't have an identity. He doesn't have, and I mean that as a positive. Like, there's nothing, it varies game to game.
He attacks your weakness.
So he's not going to run if he doesn't think running's the best thing to do, because the 49ers' identity is multifaceted. There are a lot of coaches out there on all sports that, you know, hey, we play our style.
No doubt.
And if they can match it.
Some have won that way too, Steiny. Some have gotten to the mountaintop.
Yeah. So I just think I think that's interesting.
Let me throw this at you and Evan.
Very interesting.
So I do believe what Mark said about they're two brilliant minds. We cannot argue that. But if we were to just submit 2 applications right now today, both of you, and I put down everything that McVay has done on the field in his coaching career, Super Bowl win, and Kyle Shanahan, what he's done, the heights, the lows, whose resume would come out greater? And before you answer, the reason I pose that to the both of you is in the Guru computer, no matter what you guys say to me, that Super Bowl win erases a lot of the bad that may be on and is current for McVay, and I would have to give the nod to Sean McVay opposed to Kyle Shanahan at this juncture. You guys say what to that?
Of course.
Oh, I was ready for a fight. Evan?
Why?
Because they're down right now.
Who?
The Rams.
He's still got a better winning percentage than Kyle Shanahan. McVay.
Yeah.
This is his first losing season. Kyle's had 2, 3 losing seasons. Now, I mean, you could say I'd rather take Shanahan, but the resume question is
okay. So nothing is super.
There is no resume. Wow. There is no resume question.
Wow, that's it.
That's not a wow.
No,
it's obvious as day,
Evan,
to anybody who looks at things realistically.
Well, I think a better question might be, if you could do it over again, 2017, who would you have hired? Both got hired the same year. Both are very young. Both had similar backgrounds. Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan? Which one do you think Sean McVay gets the Niners over the top?
Well, to that point, Evan, why if it's McVay, like you say, Steiny, on my scenario, why wouldn't it be McVay in Evan's scenario?
I mean, Kyle Shanahan might tell you if he had the Rams team, he might have won 2 Super Bowls. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wow. That is that's a hell of man. Niner might have bling bling.
Shanahan's 53-46 in the regular season, 6-3 in the postseason. Sean McVay is 61-38 in the regular season, better than Shanny. 7-3 in the playoffs, better than Shanny.
But head to head.
Super Bowl champion better than Shanny.
All right, I forget the two names. I just like the premise of the guy that punched his ticket for the chip should be up, and that you know what I mean. And that's McVay, even though it's kind of Run DMC right now, hard times.
But you're close. You're close to giving it to Shanny.
Well, Shanny's been to a Super Bowl, so he had his chance, and then he had two other chances to get there last year and against the Rams. So.
You want to say Shanahan?
Oh,
so
no,
bad.
I don't. I feel good. I feel complete that the guy that punched this ticket is that still resonates. Like that don't just evaporate, even though they're kind of going through a what would you call the state phase that the Rams are in?
I don't know.
Losing phase. I don't know if you what you said is just 1 year.
Just 1 year. Let's see him have another losing year.
It feels like
and
more.
If he has another losing year, then his last 2 years will be like Shanahan's first 2 years. Shanahan's had 3 losing seasons. He's had 3 losing seasons. He's had 3 winning seasons and 3 losing seasons.
Well, a couple of those, Jimmy was hurt.
I don't care. What does that matter now? The bottom, this is what you can't change. He's been here 6 years. They made the playoffs 3 years. They missed the playoffs 3 years. Those are facts.
And McVay's is greater than that.
And the 3. And here's the interesting thing. If you really want to get technical, the 3 times they were in the playoffs, they could have won it. The other 3 years, they weren't even contenders. They weren't even in contention.
Man, yeah, for 650 Goop, McVay has a better record. Well, you just said it. Yeah.
Steiny thinks that Shanahan isn't going to run the ball. No, I'm just saying that when his career is all over, Shanahan, you may be able to show that he ran more than he passed. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if he needs this week to pass more than run to beat the Rams, if that's what he thinks, then they'll pass more than they run this year.
Right.
Or this particular game.
And he's not a one-trick pony. Just like with Air Court, you knew what they were.
Paul Simon.
Yeah.
He's a one-trick pony. One trick was all that pony could do. What?
Paul Simon.
He's alive. Yeah. Of Simon and Garfunkel. Yeah. You know any of their songs?
No.
The Boxer. In the clearing stands a boxer and a fighter on in you, and he carries a reminder.
Quietly, you got something. Yeah. It ain't a lot. You're all right sometimes.
All right. Here's what we got on the other side. We're going to talk to Jake Ellenbogen. He does a podcast about the L.A. Rams, and he does it with former linebacker Cameron Lynch. And we're going to get the lowdown on what's going on with the Rams, a team that I had some people saying might have a real long year.
Look at them.
But they come out of the gates and they win a game up in Seattle very impressively. And now we'll find out how for real they are. They play the San Francisco 49ers. What's the takeover going to be like? Big takeover. 49 takeover.
I was with John
SoFi.
Aboard our guy John and Dibs. I think it's the secondary market is 65-35 Rams. I mean Niner fans.
Secondary market.
Secondary market.
Do we know what percentage the secondary market makes up of the entire?
That.
Yeah.
I don't.
All right. On the other side, talk some Rams. It is Rams week on 95.7 The Game.
I'm with Goo Dude on that one.
Oh, boy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. We're efforting Jake Ellenbogen, the Believe Network, Believe in Rams. Oh, my gosh. How did I forget? I cannot believe I forgot about this. This was so
incredible.
This was so unreal that I actually was a part of the text thread last night of our group. By the way,
I was out of it.
By the way, how'd my guy Kirk Cousins do in a nationally televised game?
Another L.
Yeah, but the numbers. Look at the numbers.
Oh, so you're a highlight guy.
No, I'm a numbers guy.
No.
I tell you what.
Tell it how it happened.
Marshawn Lynch, the halftime feature on Marshawn Lynch in Amish country.
This is incredible.
Was unbelievable.
I need a series, a show.
I think that's what we're going to get. I think he's going to go. I think the next one on Amazon, he'll go somewhere else.
It's wireless. Dude, it's incredible, man. Natural.
So, I don't know if you know
like
this or not, but I went to college in Amish country, Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Oh, I did not know that.
It's in the heart of Amish country. So, yes, we would be driving around Lancaster, and we would get behind a horse and buggy.
Come on,
believe in electricity.
Steiner.
Yeah, that's serious. And you couldn't pass them.
You ever milk a cow?
No. What I'm getting at is the Amish are fascinating people. If you don't know about the Amish, there's kind of different kinds of Amish in terms of seriousness, but some still adhere to stuff that's been going on forever, like no electricity. Some of them live with no electricity. Wow. So, in fact, when Marshawn Lynch tried to put his iPhone in front of the one elder guy, he had to turn his head because they don't look at TV.
We have a snippet.
Huh?
So we have a snippet of it.
It was incredible. Yeah, let's go for it.
I'm with it. Got my feet up in my Amish bucket, and we sliding. So you like the OG in the neighborhood that when Ernie something, the OG in the neighborhood? Yeah. What do you mean? You know what I mean.
$15,000 for a new buggy.
Well, 15 bands for a buggy?
Yep.
And all you get is this? You don't even get no music on.
You gotta sing.
I'm not sure if y'all familiar with this guy. Weird Al.
And he played the Weird Al, man.
Incredible.
Steiny, but I got to be honest. I didn't know. What's with the electricity? No. What's that about?
They live a simple life. That's what it's all about, living a simple life.
Wow.
Giving back. And it's all about community. The Amish are the people that can raise a barn in about 7 seconds. So,
gosh, that's incredible.
Let me tell you why that one hit me. Because I went to college in Lancaster like a long time ago. Yeah. And the Amish were always around. And you didn't keep your distance from them, but they were in a separate. You'd see them all over town at stores, and they'd be dressed with the.
But no high school games or nothing. They ain't doing none of that.
No.
Wow.
They educate their own. There's just they didn't bother you didn't bother them, but talk to them here and there. But what I'm getting at is like I went to Lancaster for 5 years, and I just never had an interaction with an Amish person, and they're like Marshawn Lynch goes there, and he. Oh no! It was just so cool.
Steiny.
It was just so freaking cool.
That's incredible, man. Yeah. He's special too, though. That was brilliant, and it was natural. Marshawn,
he's a natural with that kind of stuff.
He's the OG of the neighbor. Hey, I saw him. I didn't know why he looked at away from the iPhone. I go, they just no electricity.
Yes, you can get a DUI on a buggy, by the way.
Oh boy, but you can get a DUI on anything.
But they don't drink.
Well,
most Amish don't drink. They're too busy doing things in life that are more
incredible.
important. Yeah. By the way, I've had a lot of, and I might be kidding, but I know there's a lot of 49er fans out there that have reached out to me.
Oh.
And they want to know more about the Fly, Eagles Fly song.
Which I told you is part of my childhood.
Well, and 49, we should have a segment called Know Your Opponent, and maybe we'll do that week 12.
Nice.
Week 12.
Almost as brilliant as Evans. What did you learn?
But it's pretty amazing 49er fans, would you like to hear more about the Eagles fly, Eagles fly, some of the history behind it? I can do that. We can tease that. I know you do, don't you?
If you forget, I'm sure they would be doing it. But Steiny, I grew up hearing words to that song.
Yeah, see, I can't remember the words, but I do have my buddy.
Remember Shafsky and Bonte sang it on their show before the game, mocking them. Yeah. Niners got 49ers.
Well, they asked me if the 49ers had a song,
no,
and I
but
said
that
no.
was the one the guys made up during the 81 run. 49er, Ronnie Lott with the Cincinnati Super Bowl.
All right.
That's the
bang,
only
bang,
thing.
Niner gang.
Well, there you go.
No, but okay.
40 didn't give you the residuals.
But the answer, the 49ers don't have a song like that. Is that correct?
I'm going to say no.
Like Fly, Eagles, Fly. Have they ever had a song like that over the years?
No, that's an anthem. No.
Okay, all right.
Shout out Travis King.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a question to 49er fans. All right. When did this one start? And maybe I can't describe it, but they get a first down and then so you go,
I hate it.
But when did that start, and what exactly are we saying? Are they saying
first down?
Are they?
Yeah, and it started under Jaworski. I thought Harold Carmichael.
No, I meant out. Did they do it? I thought they just did in San Francisco.
I don't ever hear what you're saying.
Really?
Yeah, Evan.
There's
no way they do what you
Farside's chiming on the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, saying the 300 movie is when it started because, like, the Spartans go, oh. But I do know after Ayuk catches a touchdown or catches the ball in general, they scream, Ayuk, Ayuk,
But
Ayuk.
I could have sworn.
But they didn't do that before Ayuk was drafted. They don't have an anthem or any
I know.
gadget first down.
No, I think they do. Something happens.
No,
we do know. We do know.
Nobody
something happens after first downs. Listen, this is one of those things where
I know
I'm not crazy.
I watch Steiny.
Something happens at Levi
could
Stadium.
Be right. It could be the Ayuk thing or the thing from 300, but that would be fairly new.
888-957-9570.
That would be brand new.
Am I crazy?
This
or
is
am
not
I
a
not
staple
crazy?
under Jerry Rice. Like, I'm going back to those days.
I don't know, but they do. But you're saying they don't. They do it.
I didn't hear it under Harbaugh. Like, we would know.
I think they've been doing it for a while.
I can't wait to see if there's an answer to this.
I think I'm right. So they get the first down, and it doesn't happen right away, but then they do something where they go,
It says Evan is correct. Maybe it's
what did Evan say?
Ayuk. They do something for Ayuk.
Well, yeah, I get that. This is completely different. This is completely different. Okay, we got DJ on 280.
Okay, here we go.
First down chant. DJ, how you doing, buddy? You're the man. I appreciate it. What do we got?
Thanks. I'm calling about that IU chant, and it is from 300, that movie. And it always bothered me because it has nothing to do with the 49ers. And I always felt like the Vikings have like the Viking horn blow when they get the first down.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like as 49er fans, we should be saying Eureka when we get that first down.
I like it. But
what are they?
Eureka. Found it.
Nice.
All we got is what Evan told us. Ayuk. This is pre-Ayuk, I believe.
Thanks, DJ. Well, I think.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Now let's get 49er Frankie or Shasky.
So,
they would my gosh.
It's not. Maybe it is the 300 chant, but what's the 300 chant? What is that? Explain that one to me.
Evan would have to.
Okay. And when do they do that one? This 300.
It looks like after first down.
Well, the movie is about 300 Spartans, and it's just like a war cry, basically. Right. So Spartans are one of the most feared, military members of yesteryear or ages ago, and so it seems like they just took it and turned themselves into modern-day gladiators.
Okay, so the 650 says it started with 300, and then Brandon Ayuk was just a natural progression because it sounded somewhat similar.
Never go full Jeff.
You can apologize.
It's pre-Ayuk, and it's from 300, and it's dumb. The 49ers took it from 300.
I don't care what they did, but are you going to say you're sorry?
I never said.
You said they didn't have a first down chant.
No.
And it's 300.
No, you didn't say it.
Yes, I did.
Like a first down chant. You just said
I said
noise.
after every first down.
No, there were no.
Don't do this. Come on, we're good.
Listen,
Everything's going so
I
well
did
today.
49ers. Somebody said I butchered that. But you set it up like the Niners had their own something like the Eagles fly,
Right.
This
and then I made
down.
a separate comment about, speaking of which, the 49ers fans do this thing after every first down where I can't quite tell what it is, but they go, and you said, no, they don't. I've never heard that.
I didn't hear.
And
I don't
they
remember
do.
me saying no, they don't.
No, you did.
Yeah, I just said I
You
wasn't
denigrated
familiar
me
with
is
it.
what you did.
No, I did. Evan gave us the answer.
Mario in Santa Clara. Hey, Mario,
Don't
how you
do this,
doing?
Goo.
Good, gentlemen. Thanks for taking the call. Good to hear you guys. But yeah, it did start back in Candlestick when I was out there, and I remember they did put up the Jumbotron, the movie clip where they did it, and it was kind of hard to grasp too, but after years of doing it, you kind of just do it. But it is from the 300. It is kind of an old chant to kind of pump them up after a first down. That's all it really was. And then you're right, it is a version of the Ayuk to kind of put it with there. But anyway, thanks for taking my call.
No, you're the man.
I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. Now I know. Yeah. I'll be there week 5.
But why? This is what you do.
I feel like you.
This
somebody
is what
said,
you do.
Guru, God bless your patience.
No,
and I appreciate that
God,
person.
his.
Yeah, mine. Evan got us the answer, but you got us the question. But the fact that I feel like it's just plagiarism at its finest of you saying you knew what it was. We were searching.
No,
you brought up that you started
Goo.
the search. We got the answer. This has nothing to do with me saying what you thought or what you heard did not exist, sir.
Goo.
So just say collectively we found out what it was.
I'm gonna
Thank
go
you,
grab.
Evan.
I'm gonna get some bricks. I swear to God.
Put
Goo.
your glasses back on.
Goo.
You having one of those moments?
No.
Okay.
You doubted that they did anything at all after first downs. You did.
Well, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't say.
I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, I didn't stand up. You're wrong.
Well,
and Evan said something.
You took your glasses off.
Oh, boy.
Manuel in Union City.
Yeah, Thursday against
What's
the
up,
Giants.
Manuel in the Union? Bail out your guy, man. Bail out your guy.
Hello, you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, I'm a diehard Niner fan, but I still think that's the cheesiest thing they've ever done. They used to write it on a sign, and they spelled it out for all of us, the cheer guys at the Candlestick. They used to spell it out and kind of run around the field getting us to say that, and I just thought it was the cheesiest thing. It didn't seem natural. And till this day, my wife does it hardcore when we're at the game, but I will not do it.
Could you do it if we asked you to do it? Could you do it for us if we said just for one time, do it for us?
Oh, man.
Live radio, baby.
Man.
Come on.
My wife can't even get me to do it. I'll do it.
All right.
Go ahead. Give me a first down call.
Ayuk over the middle. First down. He can. He can.
Can
Somebody will do it. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Can Evan do it?
Listen, I get it. Manuel, thank you so much.
He wanted
It's like
to.
we asked him to participate in the wave, and he said he just couldn't bring himself to it.
I was ready. Like, let me hear it.
That's a good one. Let's go to Mike in Michigan. Mike, how you doing, buddy? Sagdova.
Hey, happy Friday, gentlemen.
Sagdova, right?
A few minutes ago, I listen all the time. I heard you guys uncovered the mystery about what the 49ers do. So it basically originated was the first year Harbaugh got there, and it's because he wanted to instill like a warrior mentality into the team. So what he did was they had Joe Staley on the Jumbotron, and when they did the first down, he would do that, and you would do it along with him.
Gotcha.
So the Titans of Tennessee, of course, have adopted it, and they do it as well when they do their first down. The funnest thing to do is when you go on the road, when the Niners have like a takeover, and you do it on the road because the other team's fans, they load that with every fiber of their being. They did it in Seattle last year when Brock Purdy ran for the first down to seal the game to win the division. And the guy looks up at me and he goes, "Are we in Cleveland? Are you doing the dog pound?" I said, "No, we do that at Levi's every first down." Ahoo, ahoo, ahoo. All right, guys.
Thanks, Mike.
So, wow, man. It sounds okay.
So, you know, I guess what I would say is if you've truly been watching all the Niner games, how do you not know that?
Man.
Goo.
You too?
No, I did know it. Remember I said, why do they do this? And you said they don't do it. So how do you think you never noticed?
Because I'm focused on football.
It comes through the speakers. Yeah. It's
so
wild.
Much so you knew.
Exactly.
You didn't know.
I didn't know. Yeah. Ooh.
No, ooh. I-ooh. Yeah. I-ooh.
Let's go, Lamar in San Francisco. What's up, Lamar? How you doing, buddy?
Baby.
What's going on, fellas? Happy Friday.
Yeah.
Ahoo.
Ahoo. All right, so it is. We have a Niners first down. I'm not a fan of it. Never was a fan of it. Like the gentleman said, it started with Harbaugh. And the significance of it, I get it. We were a running team. And so the significance of the movie and the Spartans, they held the line 300 men against all the Persians. They held the line, but they moved every obstacle in their way until the end of the movie, basically. So bend it, but don't break mentality. And that's what the Niners were. Hard on defense and moving the ball. And after the first downs, it's a Niners first down, as in we're pushing you down the field, imposing our will, and that's where we get it from.
Wow.
Nothing to do with our youth. Just imposing our will and being it just all comes together from the movie 300. If you haven't seen it, check it out, and it should give you a little chills. But I've never been a big fan of it. Like the gentleman said, the ladies love it, but it's first down. Get behind it. If not, just yell.
Wow,
thanks,
man.
Lamar. Appreciate it.
Monday, and I see the guys in the morning. Ahoo. They probably don't like it.
Well, then, if it does sound like some people don't like it,
yeah, that is a
why
fact.
Why don't we come up with a new one?
Well, I think it's because maybe you want to do it when you get a touchdown.
No, I like the first down. Yeah. Relentless.
What if the drive don't end in points? Maybe that might. I don't know. Dude, since Harbaugh. Boy.
So it's just been around. No, Harbaugh coached at Candlestick. But I wonder if it started at Levi Stadium. Dave's in Livermore. Hey, Dave, what's going on?
What's up, fellas? I actually like it, and it does relate to football, and it does relate to our mentality. So here's the deal. No, everyone's forgetting one major factor. There's a scene in the movie where they do it where basically they are lined up with the enemies on the edge of a cliff, right? So they yell that when they have their shields out and they're protecting the front line, and they yell it to tell everybody we are taking one step forward to push them off the cliff. And then they do it again to take one more step forward. So that's what it comes from, is we're moving a step forward, and I like it.
Wow.
Thank you.
Well, look at you.
Thanks, Dave.
Yep.
Appreciate I've been stuck on Bang Bang Niner games, Donnie. That's all I know. Man, oh, man.
See what I unveiled here?
You did. You found something.
Now, these are called nuggets. We're finding out nuggets about the Niners.
Well,
I love talking to fans who understand, who've been around, who have a sense of history, and who know their facts.
Yeah, it's cheerleading.
I love it.
Yeah, don't act like you're breaking down the game in the zone read or zone D.
No, this is more important because this is why
This is
why football is king.
And you know what's scary?
It's a common experience of ooh.
300 is a phenomenal movie.
Never seen it.
Well, obviously.
Who's in it? Mel Gibson?
Russell Crowe.
Same guy.
Yeah.
Mel Gibson, Russell Crowe, the same guy. Essentially. Hey, Brian's in Daly City. Hey, Bri.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, dynamite.
I just wanted to bring up one other thing. Well, two things. But first about those chants. Yeah, it came from 300 in the movie, and they were doing it back at Candlestick with Harbaugh. But you know where I saw it before that was actually at a San Jose State game, and I think they took it from there directly, which makes sense because they're, Spartans.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good stuff, Bri. Appreciate it. Do you
what? I just remember my boy being Russell Crowe. I guess it was Gerald Butler. I thought it was Russell Crowe. You didn't even see the movie. What do you care? You ain't gonna police me. I thought it was Russell Crowe. That was Gladiator.
Manny's in Berkeley.
Yeah.
It better not have been Mel Gibson.
Hey,
What's up, Manny? How you doing?
Hey, doing good. Hey, to piggyback off of a couple callers,
Yeah.
The San Jose State, they are the. I got it.
Man, you're breaking up, but it looks like the Spartans in San Jose State.
He fighting.
Might have had something to do with it. Well, I wonder if maybe Bill Walsh brought it. Maybe Bill Walsh brought it. Thanks for the call, Manny. Appreciate it.
They say Harbaugh, Steiny.
They do say Jim Harbaugh was the guy who started it. But no, what got us into this was the Marshawn Lynch and
Amish.
Oh my gosh,
that's man.
It was just terrific. Oliver's got. We may as well roll with it. Oliver's got more information. He's got more information about the chant that Guru's never heard. What's up, O?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
We add a little Bay Area to that chant. Section 229.
Oh.
Me and my boy Warren, we've been season ticket holders.
Careful.
Candlestick.
Careful.
Let us hear, baby.
When it's a first down, we chant, "Ahoo, ahoo, ahoo, yee!" And we add the yee to that to let them know we from the Bay.
Wow. Hip like a hippopotamus. Wow. You get it, Steiny Yee?
Yeah. Yep. Are you E or ye?
However you.
I'm not in 229.
Yeah,
That's only 229. You know what section I sit in?
God,
122.
And I thought when Evan was saying he was
Come
saying
on, Evan, that's
you.
not a smile. You didn't even hear it. He just said that they do that chant in section 229. I said I don't. The section I sit in is 122. Evan's not. You know what?
He's probably telling us he don't care. He said he's busy taking calls. Try it.
There's not a call on the board right now.
Maybe because he's in the process of doing it.
No, there's literally nobody on hold.
I can't believe I thought it was Russell Crowe.
I can. How many times do you think you've been wrong today? Just throw an over-under out there.
Well, first
and we'll
off,
go around the room.
I am 5-0 on the picks.
No, you are. Fair enough.
So I'm afforded 5 mistakes. I probably hit 2 of those. You didn't even see the flick.
I know.
But don't that bother you? Don't. 300's a classic.
What if I told you I've never even heard of it? Now I heard of the one with Braveheart.
Oh, that was.
I've heard of
going
Braveheart.
there, but you heard of it, but you ain't seen it.
Oh no, I've never seen Braveheart.
But you just nothing drives you to say, "Let me see what people are talking about."
Nobody's
of the
talking
greatest
about it
motion
now.
pictures ever.
Nobody's talking about it now.
No, but they're classics.
I'm a documentary guy.
But movies can kind of be that, you get what you want out of them. One day I'll lock you in a room and just make you watch Friday. We'll start from Friday 300. We'll be in there.
A couple others too. All right, boy, great job, 49er fans. Great job with more information on that, and thank you for making it. Making it
know about that, or they're hearing us now. You think when they come in, we'll say, "Hey, what's the no?"
Willard will say Willard didn't know.
Okay,
but he'll say he knew, but he really heard it from us.
I'm interested to see.
It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Steiny Guru. We'll be back on the other side.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you. We'll be here for another 10 minutes. Then we're joined by Willard and Dibbs.
And then off to the weekend.
And it's the weekend. It's the weekend. You know what we should have? Here's what I think.
Drink?
Well, perhaps. But it was more community oriented about 49. So we threw that thing out about what it was after the first down, and we should have a 49ers trivia contest. I'll bet you there are people out there that know so much, and we could get.
Well, the dudes in the morning would win it, but you're saying the fans.
No, I'm talking the fans.
I know everything.
Well,
he's a Panther fan.
I know, but what I'm saying is, you could really ask tough questions, but I bet you there's a lot of people out there.
Does one come to mind for you? Like if I gave you one real quick.
Well, I can't think of a question.
I can,
but it would be like answer would be Jim Drunkenmiller.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Now
Remember
that's
him?
phenomenal.
Or somebody like who's that guy?
Hey, so trivia question for you.
Oh,
who was Brock Purdy's first career NFL touchdown pass to?
George Kittle. Costani, before you say no, George Kittle.
Well, I think it was supposed to be to him, but he dropped it.
That's the one.
I'll tell you exactly who it was.
Oh, I know. God.
I'm going crazy, and I'm going Trey Sermon.
That was really
I don't think he was on the team at that point.
Wow. Who you got, E?
Kyle Juszczyk.
And
bye-bye.
He was doing it.
He can enjoy his last year here in San Francisco.
Honey, how didn't you knew the only reason he brought that up was that there was a reason.
Actually, I didn't know it.
Now, what if I told you guys this one? I'm aging myself, but not you. There was a former 49er running back that appeared on the NFL Today, the great NFL Today with Brent Musburger, Irv Cross, what was the young lady? Jane Kennedy, and Jimmy the Greek. And they gave him a football that had a handle on it because he fumbled so much. Name the running back.
Wendell Tyler.
Oh, Steiny. But how many of our listeners would have got that? I'll never forget. How cold was that? They gave him the football with the handle. The things we remember. Boy. Yeah. You got that one.
I'll tell you what. That probably happened when I was a kid and I didn't even live out here.
Oh, boy.
But anyway,
Phyllis George.
Let's switch over to a couple pieces of news. We could talk. You know what? We got 5 minutes. We could talk about the Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard's meeting with the Golden State Warriors early next week. They have a spot.
Man,
they might be looking to get bigger.
Back to Wiggins.
No, not back to Wiggins.
I am excited.
You know what though? For who?
Dwight.
Well, he's not signed yet.
Well, I believe the fact that they're flying
a lot
him
can go
in,
wrong. First of all, he's paying.
Oh,
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know
But
that.
Steiny,
And secondly, if they're paying, he's riding coach.
I'll just tell you this for Dwight, and forget DeMarcus Cousins because we won't even go. Podcast coming soon. Steiny, I believe if he doesn't get this job, his days are done. Dwight.
We can go back to Taiwan.
I'm talking about NBA.
Well, they're done.
They shouldn't be done. No. He's got something to offer. I mean, man, he could be Zaza better than that. He's still got something left. So the fact that the Warriors are saying, what do we got to talk about? We're small. We need you. Hopefully you can sit in front of us and not blow it.
I actually don't think he fits, but that's just me.
They have no size. Who's going to Jokic? Go give me 6 fouls against Jokic.
I tell you what, he'll mess things up on offense.
Dude.
Because he can't pass. Listen, let me get on the record. Let me get out in front of this. I think I do want him to sign here, though, because he's just another player that is going to make this thing like more popular and more volatile. Not volatile, but more. It's going to be a better story if Dwight Howard's here.
No, well, Steiny, Bob Fitzgerald's told us size matters. They need size. How many times are we going to keep saying that Kevon Looney can't be your tallest player?
You know, it would be really bad luck for your boy Steiny. What if he signs And then he does our radio show.
Okay. Like us, he fit right in.
No. I don't want to have to talk to him every week.
Well, we haven't had that.
Yeah.
Well, we had Myers.
I know. Yes, we did. CP3 will guard the ones while Steph runs around to open areas and shoots. Howard will be there for the rebounds to shoot back out, either to Curry. What does Looney do better? He defends much better.
So much so that
better.
the streets are saying he may not start. I was thinking about that the other day. I'm out.
Looney gives you a chance against the player on the perimeter.
Oh, no doubt. Give me that from the beginning of the game. The 48th minute. I mean, come on.
What are you saying? I don't get it. Tell me. Help me.
Looney should
Please
not
explain.
come off the bench. He should be in your starting lineup. That's all I'm saying. I don't
what
care
if Dwight
it's
Howard
CP2.
beats him out?
Well, stop.
What?
Loon dog. Come on, Steiny. Stop. You're trolling and I'm falling for it. Ooh.
Zuki Main calls the word I'm looking for combustible. I wouldn't say that.
This
I wouldn't.
dude is just trying to be in the league.
The Warriors are what going into this season?
Contenders.
Yep, it's not bad. The Warriors are
on a mission.
You don't know that though. You're just making that up.
Draymond told you the culture.
Please.
Dude, I cannot wait.
I tell you what.
When's
The
media
Warriors are cleansed.
Dude, that
you guys are unbelievable.
No, that was great.
What's it? Like
what are
your
you-
guys' lives are so much different than mine. Your views on things are so different.
I mean, how much does it cost to be positive?
It's not about being positive.
But
It's
you're
about being
negative.
realistic.
Why,
It's a surprise.
He said pure. And that's what they've cleansed themselves.
No, they haven't. Draymond Green's still in the locker room.
Where's Jordan Poole?
I don't care.
Problem's done.
Yeah.
See, that's
Don't do this right now. We're getting along.
Problem's done. Solved.
You know what? Are we in an odd year or an even year? Because if it's an odd year, Draymond will F it up. If it's an even year, you got a chance. So we're okay this year. Next year's going to be a problem, though. Yeah. The problem is they say in the NBA it's 23-24, 24-25.
I hate that.
So, so.
By the way, you must refer to Dwight Howard as NBA champion.
No
Dwight
doubt.
Howard.
And he was doing his thing.
I won't. I will not. You can't make me.
The stuff he was doing against Bam and Jokic to get there, just the body.
He finally figured out how he should have played his entire career.
And he's been, dude.
He's what? He's humbled.
No, he was out the league.
What? Yeah, exactly. All right.
I'm rooting for you, Dwight. So maybe Tuesday.
I mean, you know what? What the hell? Seriously, what the hell?
Sometimes
Go
you're a
ahead and
good
sign
dude,
him.
man.
Who cares?
Why you hating on D? He's been humbled.
Actually, I don't.
He's been out the league.
You know what? See, that's one of those things I challenge a lot. Like, here's one thing. Here's one I challenge. People just say it as though it's true when they say this. When they say something like this. Oh, well, Jed York has changed. We don't know that. We don't know that.
He's back
we just know.
off.
Right. Because Shanahan and Lynch can manage him. Harbaugh couldn't manage him. He may be the same guy, but Lynch and Shanahan
I love you, but that's what I was saying why you're different from everybody. I was going to say me and Evan. You're the glass half empty. We're the glass half full.
I'm not gullible, and I don't take things at face value.
Neither do I.
I question things, which
in turn
I wish more people would do. Quite frankly,
but you could
instead
be
of
wrong.
take the company.
But why you hate if Jed's listening?
Not hating.
What if he really said and took a? What if he said, you know what?
Gotta go. Willard and Dibbs on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Rephrase that. What do you mean?
Steph Curry is. If he was a gang, I'd join it.
Are you on him or do you want to ride him?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Willard and Dibbs. This is the crossover. And
Willard with the fresh haircut. I'm stepping on you early. It's Friday.
I'll just, the obvious one is, wow, Philadelphia with a shot across the country saying to the San Francisco 49ers, Stop this run.
Mm-hmm. Steiny.
What's up, Randy?
The Vikings are not going to go to the playoffs.
I think they are, actually.
I don't.
I think their defense is not bad, believe it or not.
And I'm not jumping on an 0-2 team because Dibbs will back me up. I said this before the year started. The Giants and the Vikings are not going to the playoffs this year. These are last year's playoff teams that are not going to the playoffs this year. And for those of you who like to call 2021 an outlier for the San Francisco Giants, if that's the case, then that's exactly what the Vikings were last year.
Well, the word is fluke.
Their point differential told you everything that
you were on it all year.
They're not that good of a team, and they showed it when they got to the playoffs.
It's interesting. What keeps you from putting Seattle with those two?
I don't know yet about them. I don't know. Like their metrics were much better last year. I thought Seattle by the end of the year was a better team than Minnesota. I can't figure out why. I don't know why Geno Smith had a good year.
Got a contract.
I don't know where the hell that came from. I don't know. So after last week there, right, kick the can down the road. I want to look at them again. But Minnesota this year, I think, is in a tough spot. Detroit's a better football team than they are, and they're going to be measured up against what they did last year, which was they're not a true visual.
They're not going to win as many games.
No.
And they were like 11-1 in one-score games, already 0-2.
They were in
the luck's already going the other way.
Hunt for best record for a while.
Yeah. What I'll give them is that they don't give up. Man, they like all those fourth quarter comebacks. You know, there wasn't just that one against Indy when what were they down by, like 31 points or some ridiculousness?
Man.
So Kirk can throw the ball, and Justin is the best receiver in the game. And
it's incredible.
They keep coming. I give them credit, but their defense is just not good enough to be a good team in the NFL.
And they lost some guys, man. Secondary line. We talked about it, and everybody's like, oh, and two coordinators. Okay, you can say one, no big deal, but it's something. And what about Sirianni saying about A.J. Brown, and I love myself for this, saying that the Niners are connected and you can kind of see it, and Bosa talking about, I hear what they're saying about my quarterback. You don't have to like it. I like hearing that, but the proof is in the pudding. And then you see A.J. Brown, week 2, they had to be separated.
Sure.
A.J., take a play off.
Sirianni was talking about the Niners being together?
No, Bosa said, Bosa saying, I hear, the mess about my quarterback. It just means something. That was a bad omen to me for Philly that A.J. Brown had to be separated from Jalen Hurts.
I don't know what you guys think. I don't know what that was about.
Selfishness.
I don't think any team is above a wide receiver getting crazy on the sideline. 49ers included.
Shout out Terrell.
Okay? Yeah. Like Debo went crazy the entire offseason last year. Brandon Ayuk has been doghoused by Kyle Shanahan. So receivers are cut a certain way. I don't know what that was all about.
Slack.
Yeah. Look, I'm not here to come down the Eagles' road because they don't look exactly right. I buy what you said earlier. Something looks like it's missing, but they're also 2-0.
No.
They're 2-0, and there's certainly not time to panic or take them off the list of elite teams in the NFC.
Yeah, we got a long way.
Yeah,
we got a long way to go. We didn't talk about the Susan Slusser article that Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi, they're going to be back in 2024. And my only thought was, why wouldn't you just wait till the end of the year?
To what? To announce that?
Yeah,
because they were asked.
I know, but they could have just said, you know what, we're going to do that at the end of the season. We're going to evaluate everything, position.
Because then that blows up in your face. Yep. Then that goes public. So Giants will evaluate Farhan and Gabe at the end of the year.
Do you think that was a truth? Do you think that was a truthful answer, though? Is it?
Yeah, they're under contract.
All right.
And they're in a playoff spot right now.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
So I think that the seat can be hot, but that doesn't mean they should be fired.
I kind of agree.
Don't you guys think? Don't you think that's about right?
I don't think I'd fire him this year.
I wouldn't.
But I probably wouldn't have said they're definitely back when. Who knows? You could end 1-15.
Well, they're back. No matter if they end 1-15, they're still back, and that's the reality of the situation. And like it or hate it, but they've done enough to earn one more year. And this year, if it does end 1-15, and you wind up, man, that would be what 75 and 87. That'd be a disaster. But
I don't. So if they don't win another game,
they win one more.
No, they got 75 already.
So 76 and 86. I apologize. I didn't know the exact machinations of what 1-15 would be. But they're coming back no matter what.
I'm more disappointed in. I can separate the two. I am really disappointed. And Willard, your truthism, Bonte from the beginning of the season, I'm not going to watch. Shasky, Dibbs, we've all admitted they don't have star power. I don't put that at the doorstep of Gabe. I don't like his podium game, but other than that, I will give you credit for 107. Farhan, to me, you failed to get a girl to dance with you at every turn, and now you got about 5 minutes left for the disco's over. That ain't Kapler's failure. That's on Farhan. So what's going to happen this year? We're going to run the youngsters out, but Otani might be there. Trout, as you talked about yesterday. So Farhan, close something. Get this team some juice. Yeah. Well, that ain't Gabe's
He
job.
closed on Conforto, and he closed on Haniger. And you know what? He was able to keep Jock Peterson on that 1-year qualifying offer. So let's not put too much disrespect on his name.
After a while.
Oh, boy.
Willard, I can't. Hey, Jim Mole. Jim Mole is paying $5 for this tweet on YouTube. Dibbs.
What do you got?
That means we got to push it to the front.
Sure.
He said the Giants are really stretching out that 107-win season.
Yeah, they are.
Thanks,
They're
Jimmy.
milking it, Jim. It's like the old heifer where you got the pail underneath it and you're pulling on those udders. And, I mean, you're milking it. And if you don't
agree? No, for real. Take the smirk away. Do you agree with that?
What smirk? I'm dead serious, Mark Willard.
Do you agree with that statement?
I do.
They're
if they don't
21.
miss the playoffs and they come back next year, they are milking it because you won 107 games and that amounted to a whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah, but
honestly.
you can't discount that.
I mean,
I know.
People are talking.
You don't put
and now
someone's
you're trying
job.
to get Bellinger, the guy who knocked you out of the playoffs.
Man.
You're
Listen.
all in on coming into second place on Bellinger again.
Listen, the heat's on. No one's denying that. The
Yeah.
heat is on, and I'll agree with you, Goo, that right now I think it's
48
actually
hours.
pointed at Farhan a little bit more than Gabe.
Glenn Fry.
Because
I was trying to think.
I've said this a lot to Giants fans. I don't think you can pair the two for this reason. If your point is, well, Farhan doesn't get enough good players, well, then Gabe's a magician. You can't. You don't get to do both. You can't be like, oh, this analytics. I hate both. If he doesn't have enough good players, then Gabe's a magician for having more wins than losses, or at least as many wins as losses every year. Right?
Magician's a stretch.
Well, but how else do you describe it? If we're gonna play, because you know that I don't.
Yeah.
But if we're gonna play the black and white results game, then the results are the results. And you're never going to put someone's job on the line after 107 wins and then a 5-game series against a 106-win team that goes to the 9th inning of the 5th game.
And?
You're not going to fire someone for losing that game.
Of course not.
And they lost on a bad call.
But
remember?
then-
Bad third strike.
Well, whatever.
They didn't
And then
lose
last-
on that. but
Last year,
the game
you
ended on a bad
Last
call.
year, you
They lost.
regressed to 81 and 81,
Yeah.
and this year has the same sort of whiff of mediocrity.
I acknowledge the heat's on.
So
the heat's on.
Big
And
offseason.
The heat's
to me,
on.
the heat's on both because Farhan has built a team that is about 500, and Gabe has managed them into being about 500. So I don't think you can blame either one more than the other one.
My question about Gabe is less about results also and more about what you're hearing players say about negative communication.
Sure.
Because any boss, whatever your decision is, and I think the Giants are usually pretty good at this, own it, even if it's an unpopular one, and look people, your employees, in the eyes and say, this is what we're doing. And if you've got multiple players saying, I was told this and then the opposite was done, I think that that's a problem. However, J.D. Davis was pretty interesting with us yesterday. He went on and on about Cap. Now, maybe that's just because he was in a radio interview.
No,
well, and he
but
just
didn't-
homered.
But he didn't.
Game winner.
But Lamont Wade,
He was great, though.
you don't hear
He was
yes.
great. He was great.
Guys that are not having as bad years as the guys that are talking.
Right.
Like, does that mean something?
The problem childs are the one kind of letting it out.
I don't think
ERA's 5.5.
To me, it's not the problem children as much as it is the guys who maybe thought they were going to be in a certain role and they're not. And if it's, Wood and Mania and Stripling, we had Mania on our show, and it's
I'll never forget that.
Hey, hey, Sean, how about this year? And he's like,
I don't know what our role is.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And so I think that's a part of it. And at the same time, though, when you come to play for Farhan, you got to know that that's going to be the way it's going to go. It's going to be lefty, righty, lefty, opener, and you're not ready, and now you're in the third, and now you're going to start, and that's what it's been.
I don't know that you know that. Ross Stripling started out the year as a starter. So did Sean Mania. And so did Alex Wood.
Short leash.
And then they stunk, and they
for
changed
like 3
their
starts,
role.
and then
that's
a quick hook.
Alex Wood has been struggling for more than 3 starts.
Sure.
He's been struggling for 2 years.
Well, as I mentioned yesterday, the last time he started was July. So,
and what has happened in his last 2 starts?
He's gotten bombed.
What has happened in all of his non-starts?
He's been filthy.
There you go.
As you mentioned, the last 8 outings, like a third of an inning, 1 inning.
And 4 innings.
2 outs.
And 3 innings. Yeah, I mean, just 2 days ago, he gave them the chance to come back, and they won a huge game because he threw 4 shutout innings as a reliever. So, I don't know, man. I get it. To me, you got to communicate clear, but the player also has to see, dude, you have that role's there if you go get it. Go pitch well. They'll start you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Let me switch it up to you guys before we get out of here.
Okay.
I was very upset with one Deion Sanders, one of my favorite athletes of all time, leaving
Yeah,
HBCU.
yeah.
And Steiny, I come in this morning and says something randomly, and it just hit me in the cardiac, and I'm going to share. Then he gets here, and he's already just, his presence, you just can't even argue it. This dude is Muhammad Ali, and you got everybody latching on, and I get it. And I'm rooting for Deion after I was mad at him. But Mark Dibbs, and I told Steiny this, doesn't it seem like now it's about him more than the kids? And Deion, if you're listening, you have to go take the knife out my back. But Mark, I love Neon Deion, but what if all those guys didn't want to put on those glasses? It goes back to the Mark Jackson thing where everybody was going to church because you want some playing time. You really didn't want to go to church. I'm like, they're doing that because you're becoming bigger than the program. Fair or foul?
I listened when you guys did this earlier. I thought it was a really interesting conversation. Really interesting conversation because I've been struggling to find, so far in this Deion stuff, I've been struggling to find the rational negative takes. They usually do sound like somewhere between hating, racism.
Okay.
And then you guys had a conversation and said, you know what, that's an interesting point. Is it too much about Deion? My answer, I've thought about it. My answer would be, if it's still like this a year or 2 from now, I agree with you. But right now, I think it has to be. Because that was a 1-win team with a culture in the bucket. And he has come in and changed everything. Do you know that is the highest price ticket in college football?
That's amazing already.
Do you know how many
Colorado Buffaloes?
Do you know how many players they got in the portal this year?
80. What
like
was it?
all of them.
Like every last one of them.
Right.
So
every last one of them.
If we wanted to go through the rest of the Pac-12 and talk about, hey, who's the head coach? I mean, you're more locked in than I am, and Mark works for the network, and Steiny and I, we might go 2 for 12 because nobody really cares that much. I mean, Justin Wilcox, nice effort against Auburn and good luck against Idaho and all the rest of it. But
USC,
right now, Colorado is the thing. They are the thing. And if you are a 17-year-old high school kid
No doubt.
and you're looking at college programs, you're looking at Colorado. And it's not because, I want to go to, it's not Denver, it's Boulder. Where the hell is Boulder?
Morgan Mindy. Yeah,
Right, thank you. Shout out Robin Williams, rest in peace. I was in 2 movies with him, but I digest.
Amazing.
Actually, and there was a third that he filmed on my campus, but I didn't quite make it.
What's his coffee order? Because I know you guys went out after the filming.
Actually, he was getting me coffee, so
Okay.
you could ask him, rest in
Very
peace,
good.
what my coffee order was. And it
Rest
wasn't
in peace,
some
yes.
iced latte. But the point is, Colorado's a thing now for the first time since Slash because of Deion. So I'm not mad at him for that.
Yeah, I mean, you make them put sunglasses on. I would imagine a college kid's like, we got free sunglasses. You know what I
Totally.
mean? And that was probably illegal 2 years ago to get free sunglasses.
Good point.
And now it's not. I would imagine that those kids, probably none of them have had the thought that you guys had today, which is this is a little bit too much about coach.
Okay. No.
I think they're more like, this is an I can't believe I'm on this team.
Yeah.
No, I'm.
Do you
I'm,
see
I'm
who's on campus this weekend?
It's like
if you're a high school senior, you want to
every
go to Colorado.
content creator in college football is on campus this weekend.
And the star athletes.
Pat McAfee, game day, everything is descending on.
Little Wayne performing tomorrow, college game.
They won one game 8 months ago.
Oh, boy.
One game.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. But it was interesting, you know.
And it's not so different from like Jim Harbaugh at Michigan or Saban at Alabama or, not Chip Kelly,
Not
but Brian
Dabo.
Kelly at LSU, Dabo at Clemson, all these other high-profile coaches who make it about themselves, but just because they're not brash with a theme song in sunglasses, we think about it differently.
Coming from a guy that's wearing them
I mean,
inside.
there's no doubt if I'm a college senior playing football and I'm a D1 guy.
Or a high school senior,
What I say, high school senior, I'm saying, what's
Sign
going
me
on in
up.
Colorado?
Yeah.
Can I get a scholarship to Colorado?
Right?
No doubt. And then you're going to go to Boulder, and then it's over.
Yeah.
Then
Wow.
you're going to sign there because Boulder's
it's beautiful.
Otis
it's incredible.
Bird, the third on the
I've never
YouTube
been
chat.
there, but I've heard.
He says if Cal or Stanford, and I know this is makeup, could have got Dion, would the same thing be happening? Would all of a sudden now the Bay would be hot? Would the
that's
attraction
a
be the
good
same?
question.
No.
It would have to be.
No.
What do you
That's a
mean
good
no?
question.
There was the Bay.
wait,
why no?
No, meaning locally or nationally?
Meaning locally.
He takes the Cal
nationally,
job.
Yeah, he takes the Cal job.
Wouldn't the same
and
thing happen?
I don't think it has the same splash.
Why?
Because Cal is Berkeley, and I apologize to all the Cal people who flooded my Twitter before
Danny Fry.
when I dared to ask about when was the last time they had a sellout. Because I had somebody come into my Twitter feed saying like, "Oh, why don't you guys talk about the big Auburn game?" And I said, "When was the last time you sold out a game?" And it was last year against Stanford, so it literally was the last game they had. But the point is, in the Bay Area, if we ranked the Rams, where the Rams rank, Cal and Stanford football is how far down the list. So even if Dion was here, I don't think that suddenly vaults it above the Niners, the Giants.
Not above.
But wouldn't
the
the recruits
Warriors.
still want to come?
Don't you think it would vault it into the conversation at all?
But not like it
And-
has in Colorado.
Well,
not even
except for,
close.
but in Colorado, it's not a local story. It's a national
It's a
story.
national.
And so therefore, I think that you could make the case that
Oh, my gosh.
ESPN would be following Cal
Oh, that wouldn't stop.
more than 95-7 the game. Maybe.
Well,
But ESPN
maybe.
would
And the
still
kids.
be if Shador Sanders is your quarterback
Oh, my gosh.
and Dion's your coach, and you're turning a one-win team into the hottest ticket in college football in less than a year, I think that's pretty hard to keep that out of our mouths.
And why wouldn't the kids want to follow Dion for everything you said earlier? Why would that stop just because it was to be the Bay? Would the kids still want to play for Dion and
that's all. But I also think a big part of it would be what would the media's approach be? Because right now Cal's an afterthought.
But so was Colorado.
Well, that's my point. I mean, would the Chronicle all of a sudden double up on a beat writer for Cal?
It might.
Would we?
I would think so.
Would we make sure we get sound of every Deion Sanders press conference? Will we try to get him for a weekly show?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
We'll do that now. I don't care where he is. If he wants to come on every week.
So the media could push this too.
Now, here's the other question. Would Cal and Stanford, even if they knew that this was waiting for them, would they do it? Because
I would say no.
Right. The academic requirements that go into two phenomenal schools like that, they do not value sports the same way some other universities do. And there are a lot of most universities would sell their soul for this to happen.
Right. And Cal, by the way, is now going to be Cal Berkeley going forward based on what the regents have voted.
Which I know they're thrilled about.
It's just
Is that true?
yeah.
What?
So now nationally, Cal is going to be referred to as Cal Berkeley because they spent a year and however many millions of dollars in think tanks to come up with a new name for Cal because Cal is not good enough because Cal's a big state and they want Cal to have more of an identity. So now it's going to be Cal Berkeley. Cal Berkeley is going up against Stanford. Don't miss it.
Well, I will say this. Having been from back east, a lot of people back there do not understand Cal is in Berkeley.
Right.
It's part of UCLA.
But those same people don't know what Berkeley is.
Well, they know it's a zoo. They know Cal Berkeley.
Well,
Berkeley's weird.
They're going to be in the ACC.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, you need to. Again, I don't love it either, but it does need to be branded differently. You go out to that country and say USC, they think you're talking about South Carolina.
Yeah.
Man.
So they need to. I get it. I know
but they wouldn't want to do it. That you kind of that was the walk off. I believe they would say no.
Maybe.
Are you seeing the super chat on YouTube? Give
super
it to
chat
us,
on YouTube. Jimmy Molly or Jimmy Mole. Mole. Can Dion lower rents? Also, where does this money go that he's playing? A pizza party? No, it goes right into the coffers. 95.7 the game.
Yeah.
Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard.
I'm excited.
Dibs is sick to his stomach.
I might throw up.
Oh, no.
I am so
Please explain.
out. The Boogie Cousins experience. Remember Boogie Cousins as a Warrior?
Yeah.
How did that work out for you?
It didn't.
Right. And you know why? Because he is one of the most selfish, me first, non-team guys in the history of the association. Thank you, Steiny, for mouthing.
Why are they
it, even
taking
though
the
your
flyer then,
headphones are
Dibs?
on.
Real quick, why are they taking the flyer?
They're kicking the tires because they need a big man, and they need. And you already have the oldest team in the history of the Bay Area. So, and I actually, it's funny. That's the only thing.
Warriors senior dance team.
That's the only thing that I actually like about this, and that's why I was pro Chris Paul. Steiny and I were in lockstep because I thought if you're having an old team, then get older. Forget the hell with the kids, if I can borrow from Steiny. So I do love the fact that Dwight Howard's really, really old, but he's not a good guy.
His body ain't really old.
He's a bad actor. He's a bad teammate. He hasn't been a good teammate since high school in Florida. He doesn't win.
No, but his role,
he got a ring.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you're coming in to be, if you're coming in to be a bit player,
that's it. Zaza.
Then I don't think it's that
Zaza
damaging.
can
The
make
whole
a
bad.
15-footer.
He doesn't have the imprint to matter as far as being a bad teammate.
So when he's
6 fouls against Jokic, go get it.
He's sitting next to Kuminga on the bench, and it's like
guard Jokic. Stop it.
Whisper, whisper.
Stop it.
Kuminga, you and I should both be playing more.
He's
Whisper,
40 years
whisper.
old. Jokic plays on the perimeter.
Hey, Podjemski, Steve's holding you down. Whisper, whisper.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a bad actor on the bench.
He's just a goofball.
So harsh, man.
He's a
that's what he
bad
is.
teammate.
But it's not in a way that matters. I don't think you're going to come on this team and get in the ear of a player more so than the establishment that's already there.
And he's still in shape.
The issue is this. Well, actually, there are two of them. One of them is the Warriors roster and I know he's not here yet, but the Warriors roster continues to be filled out by people that the fan base does not like. Number one, and number two, the whole veteran-laden old team thing. It's never worked. It's never worked. It always gets a lot of attention in the preseason because it's like name. It never works. The Lakers tried this.
I remember.
With Dwight. It was a disaster.
I wonder what the Celtics' average age was when they won the title with Paul and Kevin.
Oh, I mean, Kevin
and
was
all the
still
rest
in
of
his
those
prime.
fossils.
They still had some
Kevin
juice
was
left.
in his prime.
All right, gents, it's that point of no return where we either keep. Anyway, you guys have a great weekend and go Niners.
Well, that's it.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm going to throw a little change up at you here just to get started. First of all, Football Friday. What's going on, everybody? Let's do this. I'm so excited right now. Xfinity Mobile text line, do your thing. 888-957-9570, do your thing. Twitch, YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, do your thing. Let's go. Let's get in here. There's a lot on the table, and JB Long, the voice of the Rams, is going to join us in an hour, so we're looking forward to that. But a lot to get to today with regard to whether it's Dwight Howard and the Warriors, the Giants and their playoff spot / job standing, and then obviously the 49ers and the Rams. But you and I did this a little bit yesterday, and on the way in, I'm listening to Goo and Steiny talk about Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay and how you can't really remove that Sean McVay resume. Better regular season record, has the Super Bowl win. Check, 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 check. My issue with this is the black and white thinking of it all. And I think it has a lot to do with the discussion that surrounds maybe even all of the teams in our market, but certainly the 49ers right now. The black and white thinking of either win a ring or don't talk to me. And it sort of removes, the whole fun of watching games every week.
Right.
But B, it removes the process from the conversation, which I personally don't think you get to do. It removes the process. Isn't Kyle Shanahan's process a good one? Like, start with that. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The process of, developing a roster and having talented players and bringing in a quarterback that you believe in and game planning for the opponent and building a team that is sustainable year after year. Is that the process? Then yes.
Yeah. Austin Eckler shot a video of himself today as he was limping to work. He's been listed as doubtful.
Yeah, nice.
But Eckler said he heard a quote and it hit him. And so he put it out to the world, said, this is my message for the day. And that is, be very patient with results, but be very, very impatient with making progress. And it got us to talking and thinking a little bit. Do you believe the 49ers are making progress?
Yeah. Yeah, they're making progress.
Okay.
I mean, they've got a quarterback who they believe in, and he's healthy, and they hope that he gets better. And you look at what they've done with their roster, and the roster's better than it was when he took over, and they've got most of these guys under contract for years to come, not counting Brandon Ayuk, but they've cleared space to keep Brandon. They have a good defense, and every time they have a coach that they like who leaves, they get a pick back for him, and they bring up another coach who tends to be really good, as good, if not better. That's progress.
I agree with you completely, but I wonder if y'all feel that way. So 888-957-9570. If you agree with the premise, be very patient with results. Be very impatient with progress. Are the 49ers making progress? Here's kind of how I would look at it over the last couple of years. We know the quarterback story. So in an effort to make progress, as it turns out, they went backwards. We didn't realize it at the time, but they made a move to make progress at the quarterback position and to make progress with their financial structure, right?
Yeah.
They made progress with the financial structure. They did not make progress with the play at their quarterback position until the following year they tripped and fell into a complete diamond in the rough with the last pick in the draft. That, of course, is Brock Purdy. So I do feel like the premise last year was probably a faulty one when we sat there preseason and went, the Niners can be a Super Bowl contender with Trey Lance. Turns out I don't think that would have been the case at all, but he got hurt and we never really got to see it, and it's gone the way that it's gone. So if that's a step back, then they take 2 steps forward this year. Like, we've only seen one game, Dibs, but the way they're set up right now, roster construction, standing within the conference, and the play they're getting from the quarterback for the moment, to me, that feels like a ton of progress.
Yeah.
And so if I'm going to say they're making a ton of progress, isn't it fair to say be patient with the results?
You should be, especially at 1-0. I mean, if you're a team that's sitting at 0-2 right now, you might be a little bit less patient, knowing that only 10% of teams that are 0-2 make the playoffs, and that includes the last couple of years where you've got 7 teams in each conference making the playoffs. So if you have a team that's 0-2, you might be a little bit less patient, but your team is 1-0, and they looked very good. And I heard a couple of national voices today talk about how the Niners look right now like they're the best team in football. So you could be patient. Now, if they go to the Rams and they lose on Sunday, that might change your tone in terms of what you think about the team. But if they go to L.A. and they win, and then you have the Giants come in and the home opener on a short week, Thursday we'll be down there at the Hilton in Santa Clara, and you win that game, and now you're 3-0, and you start to stack wins, and you start to think about how good they're going to be. But for right now, 1 game in, 16 to go, yeah, it's hard to not be patient and trust the process.
Right, except for you also know, I don't think this fan base is ready to accept this idea at all. I don't think the fan base is going to be patient. I don't. And so that, to me, is one of the things to follow throughout this year. Grandy said this to us a couple of weeks ago, and I totally agree with him, and it's the only thing I'm not enjoying about this season. I am terrified of somebody really important getting hurt. I honestly think it feels like, this is not rational yet, they've only played once. It feels like it's the only thing that can stop them.
Right.
They look that good. It feels like the only thing that can stop this train is someone getting hurt. But in the back of my mind, someone's going to get hurt at some point because that's the NFL and that's the way it works. And so I enjoy the heck out of every single time this group takes the field, but there's also this lump in your throat, and part of that is the history of where this team has been in recent years. Yeah. But that thing is sitting there. And if it does go that way, or when it goes that way, hopefully when those injuries come, it's a short one. But when it goes that way, well, does the impatience take over?
And I wonder about.
I fear it might.
It might, but I wonder about the idea of impatience, because what are you impatient about? Are you impatient about whether or not they can win the Super Bowl? Because that's a real thing, but there's no way you can accelerate that because the calendar will dictate. That doesn't happen for almost 5 months. It's just short of 5 months from now when there is a Super Bowl game that you can either win or not win. You'll either be in or you won't be in. So that idea of impatience, I get it because I'm of the mind of Super Bowl or bust. I think that they should be a team that should be in the Super Bowl conversation last weekend of the conference championship game and all the rest of it. But you mentioned it before all week and last week as well. You can't get there until you go through weeks 2 through 18 and the wild card round, the divisional round, and all the rest of it. So, yes, some of us are impatient about how this will end, but you have to be patient in terms of today and tomorrow, and then Sunday the game and all the rest of it.
Yeah, but don't you think it's also a year-to-year conversation?
It is.
So, like, not impatience in, like, can you please win the Super Bowl here in October, but more like, we're not waiting until Super Bowl 2026. We're not waiting until Super Bowl 2025.
25 would be okay.
I know you feel that way.
Right.
We talk to a lot of fans who are like, dude, this year, or else, like, remember, Kyle's got to go door to door and apologize to every 49er fan if they don't win the Super Bowl this year because I'm sick of giving him a pass, Dibs.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, and
it doesn't feel like a patient fan base right now.
Well, it feels like that's the lunatic fringe in terms of.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think the majority of the fans, and I said this before, if this year ends the way last year did without the catastrophic injury, if you go to the NFC Championship game and you lose, however you lose it, if you lose it the way you lost to the Rams, if you lose it the way you lost to Philadelphia, if you just lose it, well, what percentage of fans would look at that and go, you know what, Kyle's got to go. That's it. I'm sick and tired of 4 conference championship games in 7 years. That's enough. I've had it.
But this is about more than, and again, in trying to remove black and white thinking, this is not just about choice A or get fired.
Right.
Like there's in between. I would argue that Farhan and Gabe have arrived in the in-between area. They're not going to get fired. They're also not garnering people's support right now. Kyle Shanahan is by and large, he's got people's support.
Right.
I agree with you. It's the lunatic fringe that does not support him. Steve Kerr has people's support. If things go awry, right? If Steve Kerr is like, we are starting Chris Paul for 82 games and the Warriors miss the playoffs or something ridiculous happens, well, now you've got it's not like, okay, we're firing everybody, but a new discussion and a new tone has been established. I think that's possible for Kyle Shanahan this year. Whether that's fair or not, this is a fan base that in the moment is supportive of Kyle Shanahan, partially because, I mean, for some of them, it's simply just what they looked like last week. You went through a really crazy offseason, and there were a lot of opinions shared, a lot of reasons behind it, and the Niners went, no, we're doing this, and then they did it, and we got to look at it, and everyone went, damn, that looked good. Okay, Kyle, we'll stand down.
Right.
We're going to stand down because it looks like you know what you're doing.
Trey was gone, and Bosa eventually signed, and you came out.
And Brock looked awesome.
They all looked great.
Right,
I
the
mean,
whole team.
we can all dwell on Colton McKivitz and giving up 3 sacks to a Hall of Famer. Fine. You still won by 3 scores.
Right. So, but then where does it all go next? What does it sound like after a loss? Because they're going to lose.
Of course.
It's hard to even imagine right now.
Depends on what the loss is and when the loss is.
Yeah.
If you lose to the Rams on Sunday, it's different than if you lose to Cincinnati in 6 weeks.
I agree with that, but also if you're 1-1, it is very far from the end of the world.
Right.
Like I don't remember.
But if you're 6-0 and then you fall to 6-1, that's different than being 3-4 last year.
I agree. And still the perception of the Rams, no matter what they did last week, the perception of the Rams is that they stink and the Niners should roll them. I don't know if that's fair. I don't know. We'll find out. We got to get a look at them again.
Yeah, Guru and I today on Liquidate All Assets, which is now available wherever you get your podcasts. Go to the Odyssey app and you can download it there. He and I both in lockstep
with
the Niners.
Okay.
Lay the points.
Lay the 8.
Yeah, I think we had it at 7.5.
Here, let me get you your updated.
I was referencing ESPN. I know different shops have different prices, but
sure.
We both agreed that it should be a 10-plus point victory for the Niners. The reason why the Rams were able to beat Seattle, and I mentioned it yesterday, they were 5 of 5 on 3rd down in the opening drive. They ran the ball 40-plus times. Even though they didn't run it very effectively as far as yards per carry, they were able to possess the ball 39 minutes and keep Seattle off the field. They won't be able to do that to the Niners. You're not going to run it 40 times on Sunday.
You wouldn't think. By the way, and again, you're right, it's different at different books, but the book I go to has got it down to 7.
Oh, wow.
Which is a very significant half point.
Sure.
Obviously.
I mean, that's a push in a 28-21.
Yeah.
I love the Niners, and when we go to break, I'm going to go to my book, which might be offshore here in California, and memo to Governor Newsom. Let's get this done, dude. Push it through. Legalize it.
I'm with you. It feels very much like the downfall of the BCS. It's inevitable. It's going to take a minute.
Right.
It's going to take
Do we have an 18 playoff yet?
Shockingly, no. We don't.
A couple more years, right, of that one?
15. Yeah.
I thought they agreed to it.
Of course. But,
2032.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Football Friday is brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Few things coming up, and let's take your temperature first on that. 888-957-9570. Do you have patience for this 49er team right now? Is there patience? We'll take your calls on that. Plus, very interesting information has officially been revealed about where this 49er regime has been. You'll want to hear this. We got that coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs.
Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. We work with an independent network of...
simple online application process.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It all could have been different.
It's late.
It is. It's getting late already.
Late.
It's Friday afternoon, buddy.
Right.
Okay?
Payday, dog.
Week is already almost over.
Let's go, direct deposit.
I told you this thing. By the way, is this happening to you? I hope I'm not breaking any rules or anything here. I didn't do anything.
I'll let you know.
I told you this the other day. Like, for some reason, and this is true for all, this isn't, I'm employed in multiple places. This is my only full-time job.
Whoop.
Thank you.
Thank you. Me too, by the way.
Direct deposits are coming in now on Thursday afternoon.
That's crazy.
I didn't do that. I didn't call anyone. I didn't do anything. But everybody's celebrating on Friday, payday. I'm like, I already spent half of it.
Yeah.
Right? And then you're waiting for that check to come in, and I'm like, boop, this bill, that bill, beep, boop, boop. And you come in, you're like, payday. I'm like, it's gone.
Best day of the week.
Yeah, it's already gone. Maybe that's why. Yeah, that's
Maybe
why.
it is the
That's
best
why I'm
day of
so
the
in
week.
on Thursdays. Now, payday Friday is happening on Thursday.
Yeah. I'm going to have to check.
I don't know.
My bank is Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Thank you.
And they are amazing, but I don't often check on Thursday. But knowing Fremont Bank,
go check.
It might be on Wednesday.
It might. You know what? 2 weeks from now might already be in there.
I should check.
Go check.
Because that's how they do it at Fremont Bank.
By the way, low-key flex. I don't even look at my bank account to see if the deposit
On
came
Thursday.
in. I don't,
On Thursday, I don't look.
I'm fine. I don't, if it's there, great. If not, it'll show up whenever it shows up.
When I do look at it, all I say is, thanks.
You're too small. Thanks. Why are you so small?
Dude.
We'll check. It could have all been different for the 49ers. It really could have all been different. The whole regime. More on that in a moment. But here's Austin Eckler, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, your thought of the day. Not from Jack Handy, but from Austin Eckler.
Hope you guys are having a good start to your weekend. I heard something this morning that really resonated with me, and it was someone that said, be patient with the results, but very impatient with progress. And man, I was like, that was music to my ears, because you put in so much work and you don't always see the results you want to see immediately, but guess what? It's inevitable as long as you continue to make progress. So keep going out there. Have a good weekend.
There you go. And I know what a lot of people are saying as Austin Eckler says, hope you're having a nice weekend. And people who have him on their fantasy teams are like, we're not. We're having a terrible weekend because you're our first-round draft pick and you're doubtful. So it's your fault, Austin. But outside of that,
yeah,
the premise of what he's saying, like, I am a full believer in that. Be patient with the results as long as you're making progress. I mean, it is falling in to what we've been saying a lot. Like, I feel like the fan base is gotten ahead of itself, has gotten impatient. All of those things are true as we approach, Dibs, wait for it, week 2.
That's it? It's only week 2?
The Niners are 1-0. And it's like Super Bowl and Kyle, you better, and all of that. And so I guess this allowed, at least for me, for my brain, back up for a second, and let's take the temperature of 49er fans. Do you believe, especially those of you who have Kyle Shanahan questions, do you believe the 49ers are making progress?
I mean, I don't know how you can say that they're not. I mean, what does progress look like in terms of a head coach, an NFL team, a franchise, a roster, all of it? You want your team to get better. You want your team to be sustainable. You want your team to feel like they're moving forward and doing things that other teams aren't. And I don't know how you can look at this team and see it any other way. The only thing that would keep you, in my opinion, from thinking they're making progress would be Brock Purdy. If Brock Purdy does not continue to play as well as he had, then you would look at that and you could say, well, I mean, Trey Lance, you had Trey Lance and you had Jimmy Garoppolo. You had quarterbacks that maybe you should have kept, and instead you kept Brock Purdy and you kept Sam Darnold, and Brandon Allen, and they're not good enough, and that would be the only thing that you could look at. Your receiving core is better than it's been. Your tight end is one of the best in football. Your O-line, even though last year at this time we all were questioning the interior three, the Killer Bees are pretty well established, and Trent Williams is a Hall of Famer. Your defense continues to be nasty, even with the third different coordinator in 3 years. Where's the lack of progress?
You were just talking about all of that, going through the roster, and it just made me think of something, and I truly believe this. This is not hyperbolic. I think this is the best 49er roster since 1994.
It could be.
I think it's the best.
I would have to look at the Harbaugh rosters.
I get it. Look, there's some good teams. They got two
we
teams
can go
that
tit for
went to Super Bowl.
tat in terms of, Kaepernick, Pete Kaepernick versus Brock Purdy. Right now, there's an argument to be made.
Sure there
because
is.
what Kaepernick was doing.
Oh, he was incredible.
Yes, and it wasn't necessarily 5-step drop and I'm going to pick you apart. It was give me the football and watch me make plays.
The Kaepernick career actually is one thing I've heard some 49er fans, it's what makes them express concern about Brock Purdy. Because they were like, Kaepernick was the man. We were so, that playoff game against Green Bay, like it looked so good. And then all of a sudden it went away. It fizzled. Not necessarily in a fair way. I think that the fizzle has been overstated. Part of it was the organizational downfall. I get that whole story, but Colin Kaepernick had, quite frankly, more individual buzz about the start of his career than Brock Purdy has had about his. But I'm obviously talking about much more than just the quarterback.
Sure.
The roster from top to bottom, when you look at the left tackle, the running back, the receiving core, the tight end, the defensive line, the linebackers.
Well, let's play the game real quick. Just real quick, if we can.
I think go ahead. It's the best roster since 94, I believe. Go ahead.
Frank Gore was your running back.
Okay.
And I'm looking at 2012 right now. 2012, they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They lost to Baltimore 34-31.
The Beyonce loss.
Yes. Frank Gore was your running back.
Versus Christian McCaffrey.
Right. And I think...
Who would you take?
Would you take peak Frank Gore or Christian McCaffrey? I think it's a toss-up. Frank Gore's a Hall of Famer.
So's Christian. He's on a track.
Frank Gore, 1,214 yards rushing, 8 touchdowns in a run-heavy scheme. He wasn't the same receiver that McCaffrey is.
Gosh, it's so tough because Frank's our guy. I'd take Christian.
Okay, Frank's a horse.
Yeah.
I mean, Frank, and again, I do think you have to look at it in terms of that offense because that offense was much more of a give it to Frank, run-heavy scheme.
I think Christian changes the game and the defense in more ways than Frank did. That's why I answered the way I did. It's no shade at Frank Gore, who is just restaurant quality.
I'm going to give the name of the receiver, and people are going to cringe and say, oh, dibs, it's not even close, because we think about this guy in a certain way, but this receiver had 85 catches for 1,105 yards and 9 touchdowns. His name is Michael Crabtree. So Michael Crabtree versus Brandon Ayuk.
Good receiver, but obviously...
Is Ayuk going to have a better year? Is Ayuk going to have 85, 1,105, and 9? I mean, he's on pace to have 36 touchdowns.
He had just under 1,100 last year.
Right.
And it wasn't
17 games,
and that was with,
not 16.
That's true. 3 different quarterbacks.
Crabtree had, he also had 3 different quarterbacks.
He did?
Well, there was Kaepernick, Alex Smith. Well, Kendall Hunter actually took a sack on one play.
Okay.
Sorry, it was a reach.
Doesn't count.
It was a reach.
All right.
Vernon Davis, George Kittle.
I mean, George.
Okay.
That's good. Look, it's a good team.
Vernon with 41 catches and 5 touchdowns.
Yeah.
As he was, dovetailing toward the end of his year. The number 2 receiver on that team was Randy Moss.
George also, well, that's
not the same Randy Moss, but Moss had 28 catches.
Well, it was the same Randy Moss. It's just not peak Randy Moss. That was him.
He got
actually him.
He got out caught by Mario Manningham, if you remember.
That was WR3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kyle Williams on this team as WR4.
Just to go back to Kittle and Vernon for a second, Kittle also does more. I think Vernon, very much a receiving specialist, okay blocker. George, elite blocker.
Right.
And also very good receiver. I'd take George over Vernon.
Willis and Bowman versus Warner and Kinlaw. Or Greenlaw, not Kinlaw. Greenlaw, sorry.
I was going to say, Kinlaw, I'll take the old guys.
Awkward.
Say it again. Who are we talking? Willis
and Navarro Bowman.
Bowman versus Warner and Greenlaw. God! That's hard not to say Willis and Bowman.
Bowman with 148 combined tackles, Willis with 120. That year.
My complete homer take is that both Willis and Warner, at their peak, best linebacker in the game.
Sure.
And I know that Ray Lewis was playing back then. Not a fan of Ray for different reasons, but Patrick Willis he took a backseat to no one. But I also think Fred does. I would put Navarro Bowman above what Greenlaw has achieved so far.
Okay.
But I don't think you're really losing a lot with either pairing.
And that's kind of my point of this conversation, because this is 2012, and you said best roster since 94.
I believe it was.
And I'm going to give you one more comp.
The linebackers are the first one where I'm leaning toward 2012.
But even the ones where you're not, it's close.
It's close.
Yes.
Now go to the pass rush.
The Smith brothers, Justin and Alden. Alden with 19 and a half sacks that year. 19 and a half. Bosian.
Yeah.
A Bosian total versus, and I'm going to give you Javon Hargrave after a game. I'm not going to make you take Armstead.
Well, he's not an end, but okay.
No, Justin was interior. Alden and Bosa, Justin Smith against Javon Hargrave.
Okay.
Justin was in the interior. Cowboy.
I mean, my thought right now is I'll take whichever pairing has Nick Bosa on it.
Okay.
That's the best player of the four, is Nick Bosa. That's the DPOY.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because this year of Alden Smith, he was every bit as good as Nick Bosa.
Well, statistically.
He was nasty.
Alden
Smith was on a Hall of Fame track.
Alden
There's no
Smith
doubt.
was amazing. I don't believe that Alden ever had the effect on a full defense that Nick Bosa has on these 49ers. My opinion.
Yeah, I would give, obviously the nod goes to Nick, but we should not forget, based on what we know about what Alden Smith became, we should not forget the impact that he had in 2012. All I'm saying is, as we go through this, it's a lot closer than you would otherwise think in terms of, the way this team, and there's some similarities between the way Harbaugh's team and Shanahan's team went about, running the football and all that.
By the way, not to totally, I don't want to go off on a side here. Justin Smith, interior? I thought Justin Smith was an end.
Maybe he was an end. I thought at times he would move to the interior.
Yeah, well, they all move around. But anyway,
sure.
I think Nick Bosa is a much more complete player. I think he stops the run better than Alden does. I think that he affects his other defensive line mates more. I think even when he's not getting a sack, I think that he is quicker to the passer than Alden was. Alden was great. I think Nick Bosa's better.
Yeah.
I think Nick Bosa's better. So you're not wrong. That was good. They went to the Super Bowl.
Sure.
I think this is a better roster. I think it's a
that's high praise.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, you better make it to the Super Bowl, because this team did with and I'm not going to say a lesser quarterback out of disrespect, but Brock Purdy and what he's shown in a small sample size with this offense, I think Kaepernick for the Harbaugh offense was as effective as Brock Purdy can be in this offense.
Do you have the whole roster in front of you?
Yeah, I do.
Give me the 2012 offensive line.
I believe there was a guy named Justin Staley, or Joe Staley, I'm sorry. Justin Staley's you had Anthony Davis, 23-year-old Anthony Davis,
Okay.
Joe Staley.
Sure.
And I'm looking at the scoring summary, and I have to find the entire roster. I'll find it for you here momentarily, but those were your tackles. Staley and Anthony Davis.
Okay. Trent Williams obviously is the best individual offensive lineman on either team.
Mike Iupati.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay.
And Alex Boone was the other guard.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Goodwin was
elite
the center. As a collective, I would take that offensive line.
Agreed. But this one, we don't have enough of a sample yet to know how they're totally going to perform. Trent Williams is the best individual lineman. The 2012
collection,
collection at this point is a better group. Well, you say, okay, if you feel that way about this roster, then they, quote, better make the Super Bowl. Well, I kind of have a very high level of confidence, if blessed with health, that they will. Did you watch the Eagles last night?
They look good.
You think?
I mean, at times, they have a running game and they have a quarterback. Anything short yardage, they're going to pick it up.
Well, sure.
Whether they do that Eagles smush play or if they give it to Swift or whatever they do, the Eagles' run game is nasty.
Hey,
that's a tough team to stop.
This will speak to the fantasy community. This is a total aside.
Yeah.
What's with these certain coaches out there who just sort of feel like we should keep our best running back on the bench for some odd reason? Like DeAndre Swift got 1 carry week 1 over, I don't want to call him a journeyman. He's not that old, but he's been in the Eagles backfield for a few years. Kenneth Gainwell got all the carries last week. And then this week he's hurt, and Swift goes for a $175.
We have 28 carries?
I don't know what it was.
29?
Yeah, he had 3 catches as well. He got a touchdown. He went down at the 1 another time or 2. He was dominant. He was fantastic. What are you doing, Sirianni? And same thing to you, Dan Campbell. Jameer Gibbs is out there.
No.
He looked incredible. Yeah, you say
David
no.
Montgomery.
Yeah, because he's on your fantasy team.
Feed the Montgomery. Give him the rock.
What is that? Why are there certain, because there used to be a thing, free Aaron Jones has been a thing in Green Bay for years. What I get keeping guys fresh and keeping them healthy.
Right.
But there are a few teams who are literally giving other running backs the lion's share, no pun intended, of the carries. It's like, will you please put your most talented people on the field and let them cook? It's just odd.
It's a fantasy thing for sure, and I look at it in terms of the head coaches, and you've got 17 games, and as we spin this back to the Niners, I wonder how Kyle Shanahan will deploy Christian McCaffrey against the Rams, because he toted the rock a lot in the opener against Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
You didn't see a ton of J.P. Mason. You got just a dollop, a little sprink of Eli Mitchell.
5 carries, I think.
But 3 of those, I think, were in GT, garbage time, after McCaffrey had already come off the field. So my point is, as we get deeper in the year, will Shanahan go to not more of a committee, but will he give these other guys more carries earlier in the game? Because it's a long year. 17 games is a lot. And Christian McCaffrey, if you want to rank the MIP, not the MVP, but the most important player on the 49ers offense, I would put him no lower than number 2.
25 touches.
For McCaffrey.
In that game. 25.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and Eli had 5. And Mason did not.
25 touches means he's on pace for 425.
But that's touches. That includes the catches, too.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
But those count because when you touch it as a receiver,
you get hit.
They want to tackle you.
Right.
And I think 425 would be a career high for McCaffrey. I'd have to double check because I know 1 year in Carolina he was damn near 400. But if you talk about, Mark, the most important player on the Niners offense, McCaffrey to me is, if he's not number 1, he's number 2.
I'm looking at, you're thinking of 2019, and he had...
It was like
403 touches.
403.
403.
In 16 games.
In 16 games.
So that essentially is the same as 425.
And that was his year where he went 1,000. He went almost 1,400 on the ground and just over 1,000 receiving.
Right. And I don't think that you need, quote unquote, him to do that. So I wonder how much they're going to spell him throughout the early portion of the year, knowing that, you got Mason and you got Mitchell and you have other guys who can tote the rock and get you at least similar production.
I don't know if I agree with that. I know what you're saying. He's a very, very good RB2, Eli Mitchell. He's a very good RB2. I don't know that you can get similar production, even in a small sample, just because of what the defense has to do when Christian's on the field. I mean, Christian is having a huge effect even just by being out there. Ayuk and Debo having the space that they have sometimes is because Christian's on the field, and he takes a whole lot of attention. You saw it last night. You see how open KJ Osborne gets? Now, he can't always catch the ball. You see how open that guy gets? Why does he get that open? Because everyone's freaking out trying to figure out where Justin Jefferson is. And Osborne's got an entire side of the field to himself.
Yeah.
So
and your boy Hawkinson. Hawk with a nice game.
He did have a nice game.
Yeah.
My parents were very upset at me last night.
Because you're going against your parents in the family fantasy
And
league.
I had Hawkinson and Swift. And I changed my team name.
To I hate my parents?
No. Abe was very excited. This is actually about you. This is about you. I never changed my fantasy team name in the middle of the year. But I had one of those like things that only made sense to me and a couple other people, and my kids have been ragging me on the name all year. They're like, you have the worst fantasy team name.
What was it?
Velvet Yahtzee Rollers. It means something to me and the lovely Christy, the rest, and Jude. It doesn't matter.
Because the dice cup has velvet inside.
Right, and the Yahtzee, he loves to play Yahtzee.
I do too.
The damn thing is too loud when you get the cup that's in the box.
Yeah.
So she bought him one that's lined with velvet in the middle.
I love your team name.
Right, and so that was my team name. And the kids were like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. So all of a sudden, Abe, out of nowhere last night, we're watching football, and we're talking about running backs. We're talking about DeAndre Swift. And we're like, see, they let him loose. I go, Detroit needs to do the same thing with Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs is also on the team. And Abe all of a sudden comes out of his room. He goes, Dad, I got it. I know what your team name needs to be. I said, what? He goes, Willard and Gibbs. Your team name has got to be Willard and Gibbs. And they ran laps around the house. They're like, you would go from the worst team name to the best team name in the whole league. So I broke my own rule.
Changed it.
My team name is now Willard
and Gibbs.
Willard and Gibbs.
Okay.
2 to 6 every single weekday.
I like
on
it.
95.7 The Game. Yeah.
For some reason, I think that's hilarious.
I figured
that's
you would.
great. It's a little bit of a nod. It's a backhanded nod, but I'll take it.
Will you now change your name to Dan Gibbsley?
Yes, I'll go to the courthouse during the next break and change it to Dan Gibley, because Gibley would shorten to Gibbs.
That's true. The Gibbers.
Let's win one for the Gibber.
I'm going to call you the Gibbers.
Perfect.
For the rest of the day. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It could have all been different. Wait till you hear what the Niners' original vision was, which has now been confirmed, and we'll go down the road of whether or not they'd be better off or worse based on how that would have played out. Plus, voice of the Rams, JB Long, in 20 minutes, it's Willard and Gibbs.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental...
Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm getting a lot of Puka Nacua is hurt info here on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Damon Chang and others.
Yeah.
Is he out? Is he listed as out?
I'd have to check.
He's listed as questionable, but Sean McVay has said they expect him to play.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So I will monitor that on Sunday morning. I hate that I'm playing him. I normally sit people against the 49ers.
I was going to say, that's got to be a sit-em if we're going to play start him and sit him here with Mark Willard.
I know. Yeah.
On Willard and Gibbs.
I got options. I'll think about it.
To me, that's an automatic sit-em against the Niners.
Yeah.
And I put this out on the YouTube feed, and I really believe it. I don't think that the Rams are going to be able to run the ball against the Niners. And I think when Stafford, he'll be looking at a lot of third and longs. Shout out JB Long coming on our show a little bit later. But third and JBs, and he's going to have a hard time to really move the ball against this defense. I like the Niners 30-17, winning to go to 2-0.
You got the Rams putting up 17 points, huh?
Yeah, 17.
Okay.
I mean, 17's not a lot. That's
it's not a little either.
No, that's a touchdown and a field goal, and then something in garbage time.
Another touchdown. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're up 30-10 with 7 minutes to go,
I got you.
And you know,
that's fair.
we're going to the hurry up, and
yeah, that's fair.
30-17 doesn't mean that they're up 17-0.
No. I got you. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty believable,
like a Brock
scenario.
Purdy believable.
Yeah.
Okay. Brock Purdy believable.
Absolutely.
All right.
Puka Nacua. We'll see.
Damon Chang on the YouTube says 30-6 Niners.
Okay.
That feels a little bit aggressive to me, but I like it.
I think it's going to be 68-2.
There you go.
I got 68-2.
I think that would be a scoregami.
Yeah.
We had a scoregami this last week. I think it was 22-9 or 25-9.
Explain again, scoregami.
Scoregami means it's the first time ever that an NFL game ends with that score.
That way. Got it. Okay.
So we did have a scoregami in week 1. Yeah.
Who was it?
I think it was it was 25-9 was the game. I'll look it up.
Yeah, you look it up. I don't remember somebody winning 25-9, but definitely
it was something funky like that. They put the funk in it.
They didn't. You don't want to fake the funk.
Never.
16-15. 16-15?
That's not a scoregami.
There was a 25-9.
Scoregami.
Ravens over the Texans.
Scoregiptus right there.
There it is. Okay.
And I'm kind of a nerd in many ways. I am Dan Gibley, and I like to nerd out on certain things.
Willard and Gibbs.
Scoregami is one of the things that really I get excited about. I know it's weird, but I kind of get into it.
Well, scoregami is a word version of what you're talking about with the score. It's not actually a word like you made that up, right?
No, it's a word. I don't know if it's an actual Webster's.
Is that in the dictionary, scoregami?
No, but it's actually a thing.
Okay. No, okay.
If you were to Google right now scoregami,
how do you spell it?
It's SCORE or SCORAGAMI.
SCORIGAMI. And there's a whole website with a whole.
Yeah,
you know what, Grandy?
You can see every single score that's ever been final.
There you
know what, Grandy? You and I have come so far.
Yeah, scoregami.com.
Sick of you correcting me. Yes.
It's incredible.
No one said you were spelling nerd, Dibs.
Yeah, it's SCORI. It's 2 I's.
And now you're going to pile on. Scoreboard, Lucas. I'm crushing you in fantasy.
There's no I in scoregami. There are 2 of them. 2.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Point is, this whole thing was my creation on this segment, and that the three of you were trying to
Not if there's a website. You
dunk all over me.
I know you like to take credit
I told you I didn't create it. I brought it to you, my partner.
And then you said it was my creation.
I did not. It's my creation.
Puka Nacua.
Weird science.
All right, check this out. 106.7 The Fan in Washington, D.C. This is Jay Gruden confirming an earlier rumor about what the 49ers tried to do in 2017 at the quarterback position.
I know that they wanted him. Let's just say that.
The 49ers did.
The Shanahans loved Kirk. Kirk loved the Shanahans. That's just, there's no.
Oh, yeah. He's still, to my knowledge, meets with Mike every offseason.
They brought him in here and taught him some good ball, and we were fortunate enough to keep Kirk and work with him, and now Kirk's doing his thing. But
do you think they would have given up the number 2 overall
They would have
pick?
given up more than that. They would have given up way more than that. You're talking about a quarterback who's $150 million guy. You're going to get more than a first-round pick. You get 2 ones. And you're going to get a player. I wanted Jimmy Ward. I wanted 2 ones and a player, or maybe 2 ones and a 2. I mean, these quarterbacks. You look at all the teams that are struggling. What don't they have?
Quarterback, yeah. I mean,
that's the number one position. And Kirk had opportunities to go to San Fran, the Jets, Minnesota. It wasn't like he wasn't.
Oh yeah, he had a
sought
market.
after.
Right.
So we could have traded him. It would have made our team better. Instead, we got a 3rd-round conditional pick. It makes no sense.
Was it as simple as, on the outside looking in, I've always thought...
It was as simple as they didn't like the Shanahans, and they don't want to give Kirk to them.
I always thought, exactly, optics-wise, Bruce and Dan hated the idea of Kyle and Kirk having success.
Exactly, which is...
the right way to run an organization.
Yeah,
right?
It makes no sense.
I mean, that's the
It
best
is what
way.
it is now, but I mean, it's just a shame because we have such a hot commodity. I mean, he's a young, talented player, threw for a ton of yards. His future's in front of him, and we got nothing for him. That's the worst thing, in my opinion, that happened. Aside from all the injuries and all the other stuff, that's the worst decision we made as a franchise.
Comp 3rd, eventually.
Yeah. All right, there it is from Jay Gruden. They're obviously talking about Kirk Cousins and the 49ers going after Kirk back in 2017. This is the pick that turned into Solomon Thomas, okay? The pick that ended up going to the Bears where they took Mitch Trubisky and ended up with the 49ers in the number 3 spot taking Solomon Thomas. They could have given that pick and more for Kirk Cousins. Now, what would that obviously have meant? It would have meant a completely new path. There's no Jimmy Garoppolo. There's no Trey Lance. I don't know that you can completely say there's no Brock Purdy because you still would have had your 7th rounder last year, and who knows what the situation with Kirk would have been in San Francisco. But let's say he's playing and he's healthy. There's no Nick Bosa. Also, you're talking about someone who's going to make a whole lot of money. So therefore, your roster construction is different. You could make the case that people like Trent Williams and or Christian McCaffrey are not necessarily on the team. The whole path would have been different. Tibbs, would bring it up because I still think there are a number of 49er fans who, A, either think that this is going to be an option for the 49ers next offseason, or they still think this team would be better off with Kirk Cousins over the unproven portion of Brock Purdy. I wonder what everybody thinks about that.
Right.
Where do you think this would go? Kirk Cousins versus Brock Purdy now. Would you be more comfortable with this team if Kirk Cousins was the quarterback? Or maybe the better question, has Brock Purdy now done enough to make everybody stop talking about Kirk Cousins?
It will never end until they win the Super Bowl.
You think?
I don't think it will. Now, it's interesting what you say because Kirk Cousins would be on a second deal with the Niners had they traded for him in that spot, because in 2017, after the trade broke down, Washington and the Washington whatchamacallits at the time gave him a second franchise tag, which was unheard of in that era. So they tagged him for 1 more year, and you heard in the cut they laughed about how, we got a conditional 3rd or whatever when he eventually left and went to Minnesota. So you would have had to have given him a Jimmy G type of deal, 5 years, and then you would have had to decide whether or not to keep him. So you still might have had Brock Purdy, because you still might have drafted Brock Purdy in 2022. I don't think, unless Kirk Cousins was terrible, that you would have traded up to get Trey Lance, so you might have been able to avoid that. Would you rather have had Kirk Cousins than Jimmy Garoppolo, a guy who did lead you to a Super Bowl? That, to me, is where the real question lies. Yes, Brock Purdy now has put all this to rest in my eyes, in Shanahan's eyes, in the eyes of most people, but could Kirk Cousins have taken those teams and gotten you over the hump?
We haven't heard from BPA in a while. BPA, let's bring you on. I'm going to let you know right now. JB Long's going to be on in 5 minutes. You got about 60 seconds, but great to have you, man. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Dibs.
Brian?
Dibs looking good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the general response will be, but yeah, I'd take Purdy, who's won more playoff games in 11 starts than Kirk Cousins has in 11 years. Yeah, I'll take Purdy. Kirk Cousins is not a quarterback you're going to win serious stuff with. And so, that would be my take on it. Easiest easiest one you can get, right?
Well, while I think, I agree with you. Tibbs, do you agree with BPA?
I do, Brian. I miss you. I hope you've been okay. We haven't heard from you in months.
Yeah, you all right, B?
I'm great, guys. You know, life is good. But yeah, I mean, Purdy is. I'm going to top it off with, my take on Purdy is his stretch is the best stretch of 49er quarterbacking I've seen since Steve Young. As far as utilizing the entirety of the offense, seeing the field, vision, maybe you could put Kaepernick's Super Bowl run up there, but otherwise, yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. And for $800,000, what a deal!
Yeah.
BPA. Brian, do me a favor and stay out of my mentions on Twitter. Get in the DMs if you really want to come at me.
Wow,
stay out of my mentions.
That was an odd thing to say.
Oh, we're friends.
Stay out of my mentions, but get into my DMs.
I will DM you.
Yeah, slide into my DMs.
Yeah, keep it offline.
All right.
You can come at me like that. Come on, B.
Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We'll take some more calls on this because remember, it's not just what Kirk has done, it's what Kirk would do with the Niners that I think is still on the minds of some. We'll get to that. And JB Long, the voice of the Rams, joins us coming up next as well. Willard and Dibbs.
Power Trip in Indio, California. 3 nights, 6 legendary bands. Friday, Guns N' Roses and Iron Maiden. Saturday, Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go football Friday. The voice of the Rams, JB Long, moments away. I want to say hi to a particular listener.
Okay, which one?
Alan Neal, who is on our YouTube feed right now. And I just want to shout out Alan because Alan's having a day. Alan's having a hell of a day. Alan says, what's worse, the dentist or traffic school? Because I just did both of them in the same day.
Wow.
And he said, it's time for a beer.
Get him a beer.
Yeah, you know what? Get him a beer. Alan, get a beer. Dentist or traffic school? ¿Quién es más macho?
It's not even close. It's traffic school because if you take care of your teeth, the dentist is 45 minutes in and out. And shout out Dr. Cavalli in Berkeley, my dentist, who is a P1 listener. He's great. He goes easy on the drill.
Okay.
And I take care of my teeth. So the dentist is no problem for me.
I do too, but I disagree. When you do traffic school, nobody touches you. Nobody sticks anything into your mouth. And also, the way they do traffic school now, you put the thing online and then you go do stuff and then you come back to it. You can get other stuff done. Like, you could have a conversation with people like we're about to with JB Long, the voice of the Rams, who joins us now live on Willard and Dibs. Hello, good friend JB. How are you?
It's good to hear from you all, and I just got finished with second grade pickup on this Friday afternoon, so hopefully I'm not on my way to traffic school for doing this interview to preview Niners Rams from the car, but as long as we're well connected, let's let it rip.
We are good to go. Car line at the second grade school. That is definitely something to navigate. So congratulations on that. And the Rams have something to navigate this weekend too. But here's my first question for you, JB, because a lot of people look at this and they go, okay, it's the Niners against an overmatched Rams team, which I feel is people sort of projecting on the Rams what happened last year. We've only seen this team once. They looked really good. Who are the Rams right now, this year?
Well, Mark, I think a couple things can be true. That the 2023 Rams are not in the same place that last year's decimated Rams were, at least not through 1 week and one win in Seattle. But I think fair-minded Rams fans can also say that given where they are in their roster development arc, they're not trying to play the 49ers on paper because the San Francisco two deep right now looks more polished and more complete than theirs. But the goal this week isn't, to be better than the 49ers roster. It's to practice better, execute better, come up with a better game plan, make fewer mistakes in those four quarters because, as you know, control of the NFC West is at stake.
No doubt, first place on the line. So you talked about game plan. If you look at what the Rams can do to win this game and to execute the game plan, is it a lot like last week in Seattle? Run the ball, possess the ball, and keep Kyle and his beautiful laminated play sheet off the field?
I mean, in an ideal world, yes, but I don't think what the Rams did last week in Seattle is realistic long term. It was remarkable in a one-game sample size, but the truth of the matter is you don't succeed in the National Football League by having more than 20 reps in second and third down and long. And, sooner or later there's going to be some mean regression. They went 11 of 17 on third down despite those circumstances against the Seahawks and punched in a fourth down goal line touchdown as well. So that was exhilarating, but I think realistically they know they have to run the football more efficiently. They have to be ahead of the chains after their first down play in a way that they just truthfully weren't. And then the other thing is, look, the whiplash between week 1 and week 2 in the National Football League is real. We don't know whether last week's win said more about the Rams and who they're capable of becoming or where the Seahawks are. And we'll find out more about, the division rival from the Pacific Northwest when they go to Detroit next week. So it's all data points. It's all information gathering. But I do feel like the Rams are playing with a little bit of house money based on the fact that they did get that week 1 upset.
JB, tell us about the sensation sweeping the fantasy nation. Who is Puka Nacua, and where did this come from?
Yeah, I hope a good portion of your audience had like a high waiver wire priority to claim him in their fantasy football league this week.
Too soon, JB, too soon.
That would be me. Go ahead, JB.
I inadvertently hit a nerve there, I can tell. But nonetheless, he's got the chance, and I think he already is, being the most impactful rookie that the Rams have had since Cooper Kupp. And Cooper Kupp has gone on to win
an NFL Offensive Player of the Year, Triple Crown, Super Bowl MVP. I'm not saying Puka Nacua is going to be that guy, but in terms of a mid-round draft steal at a skill position, a highly valued, coveted position, he was terrific. Went for 119 in his debut. Could have been more. Could have been 130, 140 if he and Stafford had linked up on a couple more. But as tough as it is to be without Cooper Kupp at the outset of this season, the one silver lining is that Kupp's been essentially out of the entire offseason program, save for a couple of days of training camp. So Matthew Stafford being right, being healthy, being able to develop that chemistry and rapport with Nacua, who's been on a crash course in terms of the McVay system since day one of OTAs, has proven fruitful so far. He's a little banged up. He's going to be on the injury report, but Sean McVay says he's going to play week 2 and make his rivalry debut against the Niners at SoFi.
That's fantastic for Mark's fantasy team and devastating for those of us who tried to get him in our waiver claim. Is Tutu Atwell a legitimate number 2 threat? And if not, who else do the Rams want to feature to try to keep this Niner defense off balance?
Yeah, I mean, I think Van Jefferson probably on paper is still the number 1, if not the number 2. The pecking order probably not too important there. The good thing about Tutu is, he's like a lesser-known Tyreek Hill. I'm not saying he's as prolific, especially given what he did in Week 1 for the Dolphins, but he's got speed to burn. And unlike year 1 and year 2, where Rams fans were disappointed, impatient because he was picked ahead of some other players that they really would have liked to have had on their team. In this year, in the schematic of this year's offense, he's running routes from every position. He's not just a 150-pound vertical burner. He's running in-breaking routes. He's going to the ground between the hash marks to make tight window contested catches, and that's really what's different. You can put him in motion at the snap, and he really stresses the defense horizontally and vertically. But if there's a defense equipped to deal with that, we all know it's up there in Santa Clara.
JB Long, the voice of the Rams, is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. JB, there's been a lot of chatter about this up here this week, and I wonder what you would say. How do you compare and contrast the careers of Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan?
What's interesting is Sunday is Sean's 100th career regular season game. I'm guessing that's true of Kyle Shanahan as well, given their parallel. I haven't looked too deep into that, but it's kind of a milestone moment for Sean. And when you consider what he's done, going from the youngest coach in the National Football League in 2017 to the youngest coach in the National Football League here in 2023, it's astounding. Took the league by storm, was NFL Coach of the Year, has taken 4 teams to the postseason, has rejuvenated what was a moribund offense, has won a Super Bowl, has claimed 2 NFC championships, and now he's reinvented himself a little bit. Some people have described this as like the second chapter in Sean's career. I think it's the second book. I think it's really it's part 2 of the series. We all know that if there is a blemish on his resume, it's the lack of recent regular season success against Kyle and the San Francisco 49ers. But I think he's pretty secure, and I know the Rams front office and the Rams fan base is pretty secure with his resume, what he's accomplished. And you know what? If the Niners wouldn't trade their guy for ours and vice versa, so much the better.
You mentioned the Rams fan base, and Mark and I have talked about this in terms of being here and being from afar, and we see the reports that maybe 2/3 of the tickets that have been sold are going to Niners fans. Where are the Rams fans in terms of not only their team and this weekend, but this rivalry and their willingness to show up and actually make it a home game?
Well, I'll answer this question in 2 ways, and it's undoubtedly the one that I get more often than not. I love living in Los Angeles because it is a true melting pot, and we get to enjoy all the great things about our country and about our world in a sprawling metropolis. With that comes the fact that people have moved from all over the world and all over the country to live here, and they bring with them their fandom. So I can't love living in Los Angeles and love everything about this city and then also bemoan the fact that there are other fan bases who buy tickets to come to our NFL games, right? That's just the reality of it. And oftentimes it plays really well because it's like peak bowl game vibes where no matter what happens in the stadium, someone's excited and you can feel it. I took this job with the Rams with a very long lens that it was going to take a generation, if not 2, to raise LA football fans on the Rams. And my 7-year-old peeping over my shoulder here is, I think, the greatest example of that. We talked at the dinner table the other day. what's the thing that you look forward to when you wake up in the morning? And his answer was, well, what day of the week is it? Can it be Sunday? And so his mom said, yeah, Sunday. He says, well, I look forward to the Rams game. She says, well, what about when you wake up on Monday? He says, I look forward to Sunday. And so I'm not raising him to be a Rams season ticket member, but I think it's emblematic of we're only 7 years of his life and of the Rams' return to Los Angeles into this project. And so it's comparing apples to watermelons to say, well, what about Philadelphia? What about Dallas? What about San Francisco?
JB, you know what I got out of that answer is that you're an amazing dad. You are raising football-obsessed children. Good job.
Well, he told all of his friends that he was going to get tickets to the Super Bowl, and they were all welcome to come. So, unfortunately, I had to break the hard news to him a couple years ago.
Man.
But
my dad's got juice, little Timmy. I love it.
What? You know what? Look, JB, they won the Super Bowl a couple years ago, so I guess probably not. Maybe it's just something we talk about. But that answer that you just gave, the dynamic we're talking about, it's more so when the 49ers are there maybe than some other teams. But I know it's a thing in Southern California, up here too sometimes. But do you think that ever gets to the players? We remember the Kelly Stafford comments a couple of years ago about how crazy it was and they had to go to the silent count. Does it bother the players?
How could it not? I mean, don't get me wrong. I would prefer a world where it's a sea of royal and soul every week, including this Sunday. But I don't think that it's worth wasting any mental bandwidth on that because it's just the reality that you deal with. And, I mean, I could argue that the most encouraging thing about last week's win in Seattle is they silenced the 12s. They went up there with an offensive line that had almost entirely new pieces at each position, and Matthew Stafford coming off one of his worst seasons as a pro, and their operation was clean. Like, I don't even think they had a false start. He was only hit twice. He wasn't sacked once. Now, I'm not saying they can do that against the ferocious pass rush of the San Francisco 49ers, but are they prepared to go silent count in their own building? Yeah, this isn't going to catch them off guard. Like, I don't think they're going to be shook by whatever, attendance is in the seats at SoFi this weekend.
Yeah, it's a great call in terms of the silent count. They've had to do it before at SoFi. The one guy we haven't talked about yet, which it's kind of burying the lead, is 99, Aaron Donald. How do the Rams deploy? I think that he plays on the DL, defensive line, my producer's telling me in my ear. Is this guy any good, JB?
Did you see the clip of Geno Smith, who I really enjoy and respect, go viral, where he basically is like, oh, my God, Aaron is kind of coming on a rush up the middle. Like, It was refreshing from a Rams lens to be reminded of the difference in the quarterback's clock when he is on the field. And look, I know that right guard and right tackle may not have been a strength of the 49ers offense last week, but we really have to go through it with a fine-tooth comb to find anything to pick apart right now in the 49ers operation. But in the world where the Rams find a way to win on Sunday, I do think dollars on defense matter. Like, Bose has kind of taken his crown, right, as the highest compensated defensive player on the planet, and so which NFL Defensive Player of the Year can put a bigger dent in the opponent's pocket? I think there's a summation of Sunday's game that goes that way because it kind of stitches everything together, right? Who can stuff an early down rushing attempt? Who can bottle up Christian McCaffrey? Who can put an offense in second or third and more than the sticks, where Aaron Donald might get a chance to pick out his matchup and get a chance to introduce himself to Brock Purdy for the first time. Moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo should be good news for the Rams, who never beat him in the regular season, except we all know that this guy that's playing quarterback in San Francisco now is a step in the right direction for the Niners.
Hey, JB, what's the outlook for Cooper Kupp?
Sean McVay actually said today that his hope, maybe even expectation, is that Kupp will come right off the injured reserve for Week 5 against Philadelphia. So I think they deliberated about whether injured reserve was the right way to start his season, because it would mean he would miss those first 4 games with the hamstring injury. My read on that was, maybe it's not that bad that he would have to miss 4 weeks, but by kind of blocking out that time, it gives Cooper the goal of returning not just to the field, but to full performance. It was a tough pill to swallow because, as you've probably seen, the Rams run the gauntlet here. I thought coming into the season they had 4 Super Bowl contenders in their first 5 weeks: Seattle, San Francisco, Cincinnati, and Philadelphia. And he's going to miss 3 of those 4 games, it looks like. But Hakuna Matata or Puka Matata, whatever the rallying cry is around those fantasy football owners who are wise enough to draft the rookie out of BYU.
Or wise enough to use their number one waiver priority when they have it. You know what I mean, JB?
It all comes back to fantasy football, always.
Always.
JB, just remember, when in doubt, when you're broadcasting home games, earplugs are probably the priority.
Yeah, then I don't have to hear myself either. So believe me, I learned that trick a long time ago.
I love it.
JB, drive safe home, man. Thanks for hopping on.
I do look forward to the invitation, and here's hoping something's at stake Week 18 when we get to do it again.
There you go.
Right?
Yep,
Let's go.
We'll be calling, maybe even sooner. Thank you very much. There he goes. JB Long, voice of the Rams, and even he knew that Hakuna Matata is the word when it comes to Puka Nacua. Everybody is singing that name. However,
too easy.
It might be over by week 5, though, if Cupper Coop comes on back.
Right, or if Puka Nacua himself is unable to go here in week 2, and you've got all kinds of other weapons for the Rams. Van Jefferson is who he mentioned as WR2 right now. Puka Nacua, I guess, would be wide receiver 1. I don't like any of those weapons, and I'm glad I don't have any Rams on my team to go up against the Niners because last week I had Najee Harris at running back, and Fred Warner kind of took his soul early in that game, and that's about all she wrote for my fantasy week.
No, listen, in general, I think as a Niner fan, it's an easy and great thing to do when you can sit the other team's players when they're playing the Niners because, A, you don't want to root for them, and B, they're usually going to underperform.
Sure.
They're usually going to underperform against the Niners. You ain't going to get 2 tugs from anybody against the Niners because I don't think that many teams are going to score 2 tugs.
And you look at the Giants game coming up next Thursday at Levi's, the home opener. If you're a Saquon owner, if you're starting Danny Dimes, your fantasy team's probably not that good unless you're in one of these cockamamie 2 QB leagues. Super flex.
Flex. It's fun.
It's just like real football. We're starting 2 QBs. But if you have Saquon, you're going to sit him. And like if you had Cupper Coop and he was healthy, you'd have to start him.
Sure.
But you would not be expecting a monster game.
No, absolutely not.
But you might get one because he's that good.
Well, I mean, and if your league's a PPR league, I think sometimes.
Thank you. Ours is.
I think sometimes that's good because that's all you're going to have for going against the 49ers is going to be that underneath, like, bink, 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 8 yards, 7 yards, here you go. Plus, if in theory other teams are going to fall behind a lot, they're going to throw a lot. But yes, I would. If I got a running back, I'm not playing a running back against the 49ers. I'm not doing that.
No.
Why would I do that?
Well,
it's a bad idea.
Yeah, I did it hoping.
Did you do it?
Well, last week, Najee Harris.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you
got
no choice.
And a home game, and it's one of those things where, especially in the opener, it's like, I've always tried to, when I draft a fantasy team, like, play my best, no matter what, in week 1. Give my guys a chance to go out there and get it done.
That's right.
Dallas Goedert, 0.
I drafted you to be a starter. Now get on out there and get it done.
Show me.
No, they're not going to get it done.
No.
Okay, 888-957-9570. The question became, is Brock Purdy already enough to make us forget about Kirk Cousins? Grandy said something before the show that stuck with me. Kirk Cousins is easy to make fun of. Oh, prime time, and you like that, and all the little things that we got on Kirk, and very little success in the playoffs. The other side to this, if we want to get out of our snarky head for a second, is that Kirk Cousins is a very good quarterback. This is one of the top half of the league quarterbacks. If Micah Parsons can say Brock Purdy's top 15, so's Kirk Cousins. And take a look at last night. Did he lose on prime time? Yeah. Go look at his box score and tell me that was Kirk's fault. It wasn't. 4 TD throws, over 300 yards passing, and a game that could have been very different if Justin Jefferson doesn't fumble the ball through the end zone in the first half. So it's not like he's a bad player, and if we all believe that he would elevate if in a Kyle Shanahan system, I think it's a pretty interesting game to play because a lot of people still have their minds on that being next year's option if something doesn't go right this year. And even if, look, I'm all in on Brock Purdy.
Right.
But what if he gets hurt again? Now what? Now what?
Well, that would have to be what would happen. And it would have to be one of these 9 to 12 month deals to where he would not be available at the start of the year. And even then, I think that Kyle Shanahan would much rather go with a Sam Darnold and pay a guy like 8 to 12 million as opposed to bring in Kirk, who's going to command probably 35 or 40.
I wonder what Kirk's going to command next year, because it is my prediction. I'll say this right now. I've already said the Vikings are going to miss the playoffs.
Yep.
And I think they'll move on from Kirk Cousins.
Okay. So if Kirk is the best free agent out there, and he will be, then how much does he get? He gets at least 25. Does he get 30?
Yeah.
And this roster is built on Brock making $875 and change.
Well, you think about Kirk is a made guy financially. So what would be the motivations for Kirk at this point in his career? Would he take less to go somewhere where he thought he had a chance to win? Maybe.
Yeah.
Because the price is also determined by the desperation of the team acquiring. 49ers are not in a desperate spot at quarterback.
But they would be if Brock got hurt.
I guess if
it
it's
was
something
like
serious.
a year-long.
I remember a few years ago they used injury as an excuse, as a reason for why they wanted to move on from Jimmy. Oh, we want to we love Jimmy, but he can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
So we got to go get a new QB. I don't think that's going to happen, but this is more about the mentality of those who have predicted that Kirk Cousins will be the Niners quarterback next year. Has Brock done enough to make you stop talking and thinking about Kirk Cousins? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your calls, your texts, your comments on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Plus, also coming up next, if you missed it last hour, one of the reasons we got to this conversation is because of a very fascinating conversation that Jay Gruden had on a radio station in D.C., detailing exactly what the 49ers tried to do years ago in order to acquire Kirk Cousins. So that is all coming up around the bend. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It is a football Friday. Get involved. We'll take your calls. Has Brock Purdy done enough to make you stop talking about Kirk Cousins? Your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
Here we go.
Here comes the Sandman.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Adam Sandler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The I Missed You Tour.
Should we clap along?
it's
Dan Gibley.
Gibbs here, and my partner's he's
I'm right here.
Oh, thank
I'm
God.
right here. I'm like a Minnesota Viking though. As I ran through the door, I fumbled. I did. I fumbled. I hit the door on the way in, and I fumbled my phone.
I was having a panic attack, thinking that I was going to have to bring us back after 25 years.
Terrifying, right?
Hey, everyone! I just flew in from Bismarck, and boy, are my arms tired. Am I right?
If you haven't already, subscribe to Willard and Gibbs.
Oh, I needed that
on the free Odyssey app,
Thank God
or
you're
wherever
here.
you find your favorite podcast. All right, before we take some of your
I
calls,
was betting a 3-team parlay. I was chilling during the break.
Who you got? Who you got?
I've got.
Come on, who you got?
I've got. We as an organization.
Oh, you're doing tonight.
Logan Webb minus 1.5.
Okay,
it's minus 145 on the run line against Chase at Colorado. They've got ownage.
I know, but it's Coors Field. I'd be terrified the Giants are going to be up by 2, and Camilla's going to give up a solo homer that doesn't matter.
For mushing my 3-team parlay
11-10 final Giants tonight.
I've got the Orioles money line against the Rays. Jack Flaherty against Zach Eflin, and then I top it off with the Niners minus 7 on Sunday.
Oh, so
2 tonight, 1 Sunday.
2 tonight, and then 1 Sunday.
Yeah.
So you're really stretching
Well,
this.
6-1.
Stretching
It's
this
a
puppy out.
3-team par.
If you're able to get the first 2. Well, good luck to you.
It'll give me something, you watch a couple of games tonight. The first one starts in about 20 minutes, 15 minutes. So we'll have that on because we're baseball junkies here.
Well, and it's time to start scoreboard watching.
Am I right?
It's time to start scoreboard watching, okay? The D-backs don't play till later. But the
D-backs.
The Marlins and the Braves. Here we go. Game's underway. Braves had 2 hits in the first. Did not score. Come on, Braves.
And we're Braves fans.
You're damn right.
Yeah.
And we're 15 minutes away from the Reds at the Mets.
And we are Mets fans.
Let's go Mets.
Okay.
Let's go
Stevie
Pete
Cohen.
Alonso.
Yeah,
Next year's Giants first baseman.
Stop
Pete
it.
Alonso.
Can't afford him.
Pete Alonso.
We actually, we wanted Pete, but we finished in second place.
Can't afford him. You got to trade for him. He's not a free agent.
That's my Farhan. 3
I know
chuckles is
it's
the
your
tell. Actually, we really like Pete, but, we got outbid.
The chuckle is unfair. It's unfair.
It's accurate.
No, he's got a cackle. He's not a chuckler. He's a cackler. It's much louder than that.
But it's a tell whenever it's an answer that he doesn't believe in.
You think?
Actually, we've been big fans of Pete Alonso.
It's not fair, Dibs. It's not fair.
Whatever. I don't do fair. I do mean-spirited. You do fair.
Before we go to the phones, take a listen. So Jay Gruden is on 106.7 The Fan in D.C. We all know the history of Kyle Shanahan and Kirk Cousins. They were together in Washington. Kyle wanted him here in San Francisco. He has made no bones about that. How close did they come? Go back to 2017. Niners have the 2nd pick in the draft. They'd eventually trade it to the Bears so they could take Mitch Trubisky, and the Niners would go with Solomon Thomas with the 3rd overall pick. But before that pick was made, they tried to send it to Washington for Kirk Cousins.
I know that they wanted him. Let's just say that.
The 49ers did.
Shanahan's loved Kirk. Kirk loved
Yeah.
the Shanahans. That's just, there's...
Oh, yeah. He's still, to my knowledge,
and I
meets
don't
with
blame
Mike
him.
every offseason.
They brought him in here and taught him some good ball, and we were fortunate enough to keep Kirk and work with him, and now Kirk's doing his thing. But
do you think they would have given up the number 2 overall
they would have
pick?
given up more than that. They would have given up way more than that. You're talking about a quarterback who's a $150 million guy. You're going to get more than a first-round pick. You get 2 ones. And you're going to get a player. I wanted Jimmy Ward. I wanted 2 ones and a player, or maybe 2 ones and a 2. I mean, these quarterbacks. You look at all the teams that are struggling. What don't they have?
Quarterback, yeah. I mean,
that's the number 1 position. And Kirk had opportunities to go to San Fran, the Jets, Minnesota. It wasn't like he wasn't.
Oh yeah, he had a
sought
market.
after.
Right.
So we could have traded him. It would have made our team better. Instead, we got a 3rd-round conditional pick. It makes no sense.
Was it as simple as, on the outside looking in, I've always thought...
It was as simple as they didn't like the Shanahans, and they don't want to give Kirk to them.
I always thought, exactly, optics-wise, Bruce and Dan hated the idea of Kyle and Kirk having success.
Exactly, which is...
the right way to run an organization.
Yeah,
right?
It makes no sense.
I mean, that's the
it
best
is what
way.
it is now, but I mean, it's just a shame because we have such a hot commodity. I mean, he's a young, talented player, threw for a ton of yards. His future's in front of him, and we got nothing for him. That's the worst thing, in my opinion, that happened. Aside from all the injuries and all the other stuff, that's the worst decision we made as a franchise.
Comp third, eventually.
Yeah.
There it is. And that's Kirk Cousins, who, again, as we were talking about earlier, it's easy to poke holes in the career of Kirk Cousins, but you have to stop short of calling him anything other than a good quarterback.
He's a good quarterback.
He's a good player.
I think Jay Gruden is suffering from revisionist history.
How so?
I don't think that they were offered 2 firsts and Jimmy Ward. And
no, he's saying that's what he would have gone after. It sounds to me like he's saying the conversation was a non-starter because Dan Snyder was not going to let Kirk go to the Niners.
But the Niners weren't. No team was going to offer 2 firsts and a player for a guy who was looking at a second year of a franchise tag. Washington, with Dan Snyder as the owner, there was no threat of, we're going to give this guy a long-term deal. Kirk Cousins was there to be had. And the Niners would have had him if it wasn't for the fact that Kyle Shanahan had been there and Dan Snyder had a grudge against him. Now, did Shanahan want him? I believe that he did. Would Shanahan have offered a first? Probably. I don't think that he would have offered 2 firsts and Jimmy Ward.
Listen to what Kirk was coming off at that time. Just for bleeps and giggles.
I know what he was coming off, but I also want you to remember where he was contractually.
I get it.
That was his franchise year. He was tagged, and he did what you're going to describe.
Well, but remember, if they get him, you're just going to give him the contract that you gave Jimmy.
Correct.
That's all.
Yeah, you might end up giving him more, but
I doubt it.
I mean, Jimmy got top
the
dollar.
highest paid player in the game.
I'm not going to quibble over the dollars.
So Kirk was 28, about to turn 29.
And this is 2017, right?
His previous year, 2017 draft. So coming off the 2016 season, it's a Pro Bowler, 25 TDs, 12 picks, 67% completion, 4,900 yards.
Man.
It's a lot of yards.
Would they go 8-7?
8-7-1.
Okay.
8-7-1.
Okay.
With a middling roster.
Sure.
And then, he follows it up that year that where the Niners did not get him.
And he got franchise tagged a second time with Washington.
4,100 yards, 27 touchdowns, 13 picks. Look, Kirk Cousins is he's not an elite quarterback. He is right there in the next group.
For sure.
He's right there in the next group.
For sure. He is a career aggregator on the level of Phillip Rivers. And when it's all said and done, he might be a Hall of Famer, just like Phillip Rivers might be.
I wonder.
Based on career aggregation. You know what it is, Mark? You know what it is.
I do.
It's an aggregation sensation.
Do you know that? Okay, what's the stat about Niner QBs and 4,000 yards? This never happened under Kyle. Am I correct?
Yeah, Jimmy got like 39.92 or something.
Exactly. But
it's so stupid.
But am I right? Like, when's the last time a Niner QB threw for over 4K? I do wonder that. So, Grandy, chase that down.
I got it for you here.
Okay, what is it?
It is, it's career numbers. Yeah, Joe Montana, 35,000. I don't think that was in 1 year.
The last Niner quarterback to throw for more than 4,000 passing yards, 4,000 or more. Jeff Garcia in 2000.
Jeez.
Jimmy Garoppolo threw for 3,978 in 2019.
That's what it was. Yep.
Brother, did you just say it's been 23 years?
I did say that.
Whoa.
Okay.
Only 3 have ever done it.
Okay.
Only 3 have ever done it. So to me, it's a bit arbitrary, but go ahead.
Kirk Cousins has done it 7 times.
Sure.
Out of the last 8 years.
You know why? It's because he's on teams that are behind. And he's on teams where you have to throw it because you don't have a running back.
Well, wait a minute now. He's won more games than he's lost in his career. He's got a winning record.
Okay, what's his record?
72-65.
Yeah, attaboy.
Well, but wait a minute.
That breaks down to being 8.4 and 7.6.
But no, now you're kind of putting thoughts in my head.
No.
That's a response to your contention that he's always behind. No, he's not. He's not on terrible teams.
No, he's on mediocre teams.
They've been kind of mediocre.
Running attacks.
Yeah, I mean, Dalvin
Cook, couple of good years.
Do
you know how many times they rushed it last night?
Dalvin Cook's not on the team, and they fell behind. And Alexander Madison.
Do you know how many times they rushed it last night?
I would guess they rushed the ball last night less than 15 times.
Keep going down.
Less than 10?
Yes.
Really?
9 times,
Damn.
Ferris Bueller.
Yeah.
9. Thank you. Madison had 8 totes, and Kirky himself got 1.
But could I argue that A, you're down, and B, dude, it was working. He threw for 360 and 4 tugs.
Yeah.
So why stop? And Madison fumbled.
Yeah. Yeah.
Madison's not very good. They're going to regret the Dalvin Cook thing.
Agreed.
And they're going to miss the playoffs. I'm telling you.
My point in all of this is that numbers lie. And apologies to the ESPN show, numbers don't lie. Numbers lie because the Niners have only ever had 3 seasons in which a quarterback has thrown for more than 4,000 yards. Garcia, Young, and Young. And despite that inability to throw the ball for all those yards, they've been a pretty good little organization over time. It's because balance matters, and the Vikings don't have it. And yes, Kirk, you're wonderful, and you are everybody's fantasy. Shout out Earth, Wind, and Fire, and Mariah Carey, and all the other artists who've sang about fantasy. Aldo Nova, life is just a fantasy, but you don't win. You don't play winning football.
Well, or has he not had the right coaches, the right teammates, the right things around him? Interesting, outside of last year's Paper Tiger 13-4 season for the Vikings, Kirk Cousins' best record as a pro came the only year that he didn't throw for 4,000 yards.
Interesting.
Threw for 3,600 in 2019, and in 15 games went 10-5. So add him into a Kyle Shanahan offense, are you getting the best version of Kirk Cousins?
Well, depends on how you feel about fumbles. I wonder what his fumble numbers are. It feels like he fumbles it a lot.
I got it.
And what are his pick numbers? You got his pick numbers there.
I got all the pick numbers. What do you want?
How many picks for his career?
106.
In how many starts?
139.
Okay, so not quite a pick a start.
Not bad, and a TD to interception ratio that is better than 2-1.
Which is really good.
Yeah. 258 touchdowns, 106 interceptions.
Yeah.
I guess there's 2 things we're trying to say here. Or I don't want to speak for you. It's 2 things I'm trying to say.
Do it.
Kirk Cousins is really good.
Really good. ...
Brock Purdy has done more than enough to make me never think about him again.
Agreed. Agreed. And I think you can look at an NBA player who's really good. Kirk Cousins might be James Harden. James Harden is really good. James Harden doesn't play winning basketball. And it's not Kirk Cousins' fault exclusively that they don't win. Maybe it's roster construction. Maybe it's bad defense. Maybe it's bad luck. But Kirk Cousins has not been able to transmit his style of play into meaningful wins.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's hear from you. Hey, Boo Boo the Fool in Redwood City. Hey, Boo Boo, what are you doing?
Hey, looking for a pick in his basket? No, I'm joking. Hey, I honestly believe what you believe, man. I think that if we got Purdy, we don't need. I'm sorry, what's your name from the Vikings, man? He's like another Garoppolo. You know what I'm saying? It's like you love him when he plays, okay, and when he's on the field. But if you put him in a situation where everything's on the line and you need him to deliver, he can't. And so, in my opinion, no, you don't switch out Brock Purdy because Brock Purdy is on, okay. When the quarterback's on, you keep, okay. But as far as Kirk Cousins go, no, I don't switch up. And it's kind of sad because you look at Kirk, and it's not really his fault. I mean, he's had some pretty, messed up situations to be in that regime where the coaching staff and the guys who go out and draft don't do him justice. He needs to have all the right pieces. It ain't just Kirk by himself out there. It's the rest of the team, too. And so it's sad, but I'm sorry. I got to stay with Purdy. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Boo-Boo, I agree completely. Thank you for the call. But I will say this about Kirk, because it transfers to a point that I've been trying to make about Brock Purdy. When we look at, again, bottom line thinking, black and white thinking, results only, that's really the only hole you can poke in the career of Kirk Cousins. but results. Well, yeah, you're not wrong. Has he lost some big games? Sure. Let me ask you this, though. How many times has Kirk Cousins gone into a big game, a playoff game, and you're like, dude, you are clearly quarterbacking the better team here, and then he's blown it? I'd argue it's actually kind of more often been the other way around.
Didn't they lose to the Giants last year?
They did.
Yeah.
I don't think that they were the better team.
Oh, boy.
I think that they were a complete fake 13-4 the whole time.
Okay.
Their point differential was negative.
At home, I'm sure they were favored in that game. I'd have to Google it.
Most definitely they were.
Yeah. So,
most definitely they
Vegas
were.
would tell you they were the better team.
And even if I grant you that, that's that one.
Sure.
Like,
I'd have to go through his entire game log, but you mentioned it yesterday as you were fading Kirk in your survivor pool.
It worked.
Kirk doesn't win games that are at night, and that is a thing, and it's slander, but it's actually fact, because if you look at his primetime record, he doesn't win these games.
Right, but as Boo Boo said, like, you look at his career and you're like, dude, it's not your fault. It's not usually his fault. So I don't think you trip and fall into good quarterback stats in the NFL. I don't think it's an accident.
Sure.
It's one of the huge reasons I am such a supporter of Brock Purdy. I flatly reject, he's got good teammates and a good coach. Any idiot could walk in there and not mess this up. I completely disagree. And so if I look at Kirk Cousins and you're looking at an average, I mean, his TD totals now as a full-year starter.
Gorgeous.
29, 25, 27, 30, 26, 35, 33, 29. It's the same damn thing every year. It's somewhere between 26 and 33.
Right.
Then you go to his picks. 9, 11, 12, 13, 10, 6, 13, 7, 14. Same damn thing. You're going to have somewhere between a 2.5 to 1 TD to interception ratio. You're going to get a little bit over 4,000 yards. That's really good quarterbacking. However, Brock Purdy is also doing really good quarterbacking. He is 12 years younger. He is more mobile. He is the guy. He is making $800,000 as opposed to $40 million.
Sure.
To me, this isn't even a comparison. However, we continue to hear the name Kirk Cousins as the 49ers fallback option for next year.
How many yards a game for Kirk in his career?
Yards per game.
Yeah. If you have that.
Career,
Yeah.
262.8.
Okay. And you mentioned his record was slightly above 500.
QB starter record 72, 65, and 2.
Okay. And what percentage in terms of completions?
Career 66.9.
Okay. Because I mentioned Phillip Rivers before, and I just punched up his numbers. 260 yards per game.
Same.
It's Cousins-esque. A record of 134 and 106.
A little better.
Slightly better.
Better win percentage, for sure.
Barely better. And a completion percentage of 64.9.
2 percentage points lower than Kirk.
In an era where completions were a little bit harder to come by, so I would argue that they are fairly comparable. And Phillip played in 05, 06, where you still were allowed to cuff around receivers a little bit more.
You were, and LaDainian Tomlinson was running the show for a little while, but he also then bled into the area of defenses can't touch anyone, and we can't touch the QB. And
421 touchdowns to 209 picks, so just slightly above 2-1, much like Kirk Cousins. So I was thinking about this as you were laying out your Kirk Cousins case, and I'm not saying that you're a huge fan. This is a great conversation, and I like this.
I'm just saying he's good, but I would reject him on the Niners.
I'm saying he's Phillip Rivers. And I'm also saying, and I've said this out loud from the highest mountaintop, Phillip Rivers is not a Hall of Famer. And I don't think Kirk Cousins is either. But if Kirk Cousins keeps doing what he's doing and he has a Phillip Rivers-like career, they're probably both getting in, and I hate that.
How many years did Phillip play?
17.
Okay.
The first 2 years, he basically sat and watched.
So did Kirk. He got a few games here and there. He's really only been a full-time starter since 2015, which, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is his 9th year as a full starter.
Phillip had 15 years as a full starter.
Okay, how many total yards for Phillip?
63,440.
Okay.
And Kirk's probably got about 40.
Kirk's coming up on 38.
Yeah.
He'll get to 38 next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at the end of it, he will be a career aggregator And much like Phillip, what's Kirk's playoff record?
Oh, gosh. Now you're going to make me
Phillip-
scroll down.
Well, Phillip is 5-7 in the playoffs.
Boop, 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 boop. I don't know.
5 and
I'm gonna
7,
have to-
including
I got to find that.
including no appearances in the Super Bowl. So
Here we go. Okay. Career, postseason.
Kirk is probably like 2-5.
Kirk has played in 5 playoff games, and he has won one
So
of
1
them.
and 4. Yeah, there you go.
1 and 4.
He's Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
He's Phillip Rivers.
Which is really good. That's who the Niners were going to call if they got to the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Sure.
I don't want him over Brock Purdy.
I don't either.
Well, that should say something about where we're at Brock Purdy, because if you're telling me, if I swapped that name out, and if I told everybody, okay, Phillip Rivers at age 35 or Brock Purdy, I think you'd get different answers.
Phillip Rivers at age 35?
Right, because that's where Kirk is. He's 35.
Oh, he is. Wow.
He's 35 years old.
Yeah, I thought you meant Phillip now because he's 42.
Right. No, but if I
And that's
offered-
also how many kids he has. Coincidentally enough.
Very
There's a
good.
cheap shot. He's only got 9.
He's got another one on the way.
Does he?
He does.
Shut your mouth.
No joke.
Dude, I'm so envious.
No, you're not. You're doing the exact same thing.
Teach me how to do it, Phil. I only got 3.
Leonard.
I'm lagging.
Leonard in Santa Clara. Hey, Leonard, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good, man.
Pretty good. So I just wanted to say that since we do have a quarterback on our team and it's not the situation during the NFC Championship, I don't think we should have any other discussions about who is actually on the team.
Okay.
I'm not sure I follow, Leonard. What are you saying?
He hung up. He's saying stop talking about Kirk Cousins.
I think that's actually the point of our conversation, at least from my standpoint.
No, I agree.
I mean,
And the Jay
it's-
Gruden sound, I think, just crystallized even more how the Niners are in a great spot.
Understand where this comes from, okay? It's not just because Kirk played last night. I love how we do this. And I have been, outside of maybe Kruger, I've been one of Brock's biggest supporters. He wins one game this year. And now a lot of you are like, what the hell are we even talking about the quarterback for? You guys all spent all offseason screaming about this.
Oh, you guys.
No, like, did a lot of the fan base, yes or no,
we
scream all year
yeah.
about this one's hurt, and that one's a first-round draft pick, and then over here is door number 3.
And he sees ghosts.
Steiny, as recently as 2 weeks ago, predicted that Kirk Cousins is going to be the Niner quarterback next year.
Wow.
True or false?
I hate to cast aspersions on my dear friend, but I believe that's true, Mark.
So now Brock wins one game, and you all want to recoil and go, we've all been here the whole time, like the Niners have their quarterback. Well, 6 days ago, you guys didn't feel that way.
I've been on his Brock since day one, okay? And you know that, Mark.
But what does Kyle Shanahan think? Because
Well,
this has been something that Kyle Shanahan
there you
has
go.
openly talked about for years now. Is it enough for Kyle Shanahan to forget about Kirk Cousins?
Very good question. And beyond that, without knowing how this year finishes, I don't think we're allowed to dismiss it yet. In the moment, maybe none of you would take Kirk Cousins over Brock Purdy. But what if the season doesn't go well? What if it doesn't finish where we've all decided it's supposed to finish? What if it does end in the NFC divisional round? What if there is an injury? Because, again, not an excuse. You don't get an excuse, and we're not giving you a pass, all of that stuff. So have you already decided that Brock Purdy has done enough to eliminate Kirk Cousins from this conversation? We'll keep taking your calls on that. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You'll appreciate this.
You're already laughing. You're pre-laughing.
No, I'm not pre-laughing. I just haven't shared with you yet why I'm laughing. Text exchange just now between me and the lovely Christy.
Oh, boy.
No. Just, hey, don't do that. What? Now, why did you react that way?
Because it's either you're both clowning me, or it is so nauseatingly lovey-dovey that I'm going to have to vomit in this trash can.
Are you kidding? Listen to me. My gosh. It's nauseating.
For the YouTube audience, I have taken the garbage can out and brought it next to me because these two, the amount of lovey-dovey-ness between the two of you.
Well, I love this woman.
And I'm happy that you love her.
But
and she loves you more.
Yeah.
No, I love her more.
No, we don't do you hang up first. We don't do that. Although, hey, do you like my new Niner long sleeve?
Pretty handsome.
Where do you think I got it?
The lovely Christy. Excuse me. Oh, somebody threw their cake away. Happy birthday, Bonte, by the way.
That's right.
The cake was
Happy
good.
Happy birthday to the king of the hill. Huh? The king of Bay Area sports media.
Yeah, you haven't tweeted at him yet. I did, thankfully.
No, I texted him privately. I didn't tweet at the guy happy birthday. I sent him a text.
You got to let the king know in public that
no, you don't.
You got to put some public respect on his birthday.
That's pandering to the audience.
Well,
yeah.
Waiting for his response.
Not above it.
I'm afraid of the king. I don't want to cross the king.
Afraid of the
Happy
king.
birthday, king. Anyway, go ahead. I got
Stupidest question ever.
I got the trash can ready.
No, it's not about that. It's almost like parenthetically attached to you.
Oh, okay. I'll put this down then.
Yeah, put it down. It's all good. It's all good. I was texting. We were texting about something, and she apparently liked what I said, and she wrote, "That's a 4." And I said, wait a minute. Because I thought it was what I said.
Number 4.
Yeah, I thought what I said was that she was really, really, really going to like it. So I kind of was like, I gave her a LOL. And then I'm like, but wow, not a 5? And she goes, I didn't think that the scale went to 5.
Oh, wow.
I thought it only went to 4.
5s are rare.
That's exactly
very
that's
rare.
what I texted her.
Yeah.
I said, no, it goes to 5. 5s are just very, very rare. So they don't happen very often. In fact, they happen so rarely that that lovely listener didn't even know they existed.
Right.
So there you have it. That's all I want to tell you. So you didn't need to barf for anything like that.
All right.
Relax.
I apologize.
You're triggered. Look
I
at you.
overreacted.
You are triggered.
Well, because when you said, and you're over there giggling and guffawing like somebody passed you a note in geometry and Christy just wrote, I heart you. And you wrote back, I heart you too.
I did not say that.
I'm
not going to tell you what we were saying,
Okay.
but it was not that. You'd stop texting first. No, you stopped texting first. That was not that.
And the lovely
That's gonna
Christy
be a no from me, dog.
on YouTube. Thank you. She did say that you both
she's
love
there.
me too.
Yeah,
and I appreciate
she's there.
that.
Hi, Christy.
So now I'm the bad guy again.
Everybody get over to YouTube. Say hi to Christy. She's on YouTube. Hi, Christy. Hi, hon.
Appreciate
Anyway,
it. Oh,
all right.
God. Where's that?
Get the bucket.
Exactly. Gonna need that back.
Would you call that a Puka Nakua?
Oh.
That might be a rare 5.
It's not because
I
we
know.
brought it up yesterday as already being overused. It's a Puka Nakua, which has also already been used. Anyway, Puka Nakua. Can't say it without singing it.
I'm gonna keep the bucket handy. Anyway, go ahead. There was a topic in here somewhere.
I don't think there was.
It's a Friday.
Don't give me the giggles again.
No, it happens on Fridays. For those of you new to the show, Mark, we all work hard, whatever. Mark's father of 3. I'm a father of 3. We both grind. He has 3 jobs. I got 3. We get to Friday, and
You're
sometimes
selling
it
me
just
short. I got like 5 jobs. For
right. No, it gets things get a little bit silly. You definitely get the giggles on Friday. There's no doubt.
Wow.
There's no doubt. You get happier. I get angrier. which makes our Friday shows a little bit different.
Oh, my gosh. Well, part of it is also because I had a headache earlier and I took Excedrin.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Mark Willard. When I take Excedrin, I feel like I could run through a wall.
Good.
So I get kind of energetic and happy.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yeah, I feel great. I feel fine. Hang on, talk. I got to clear my throat now.
No. Clear it up. And, I mean, for me, as we sit here, 4:22 on a Friday, about an hour and a half left in the show, there's only so much we can do in terms of, like, pre-game Rams talk. You and I agreed years ago we don't want to be like a pre-game show 2 days before a game. It's a little bit too dry.
It's week 2.
Right.
What are we going to do? All right, Jake Brendel versus Aaron Donald.
I don't like his chances,
He's got to get
Mark.
his right hand on his butt, and then, whatever.
We had Larry on yesterday for that.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's really good
what
at
Larry's
that.
doing right now.
Yeah, JB Long earlier today. If you missed it, go to the Odyssey app, and you can download the whole interview. JB, I thought, with a really interesting and good breakdown of the Rams. It wasn't that he was saying they don't have a chance, but he was, I think, pretty honest about where they are.
Okay, you caught that. I thought that was interesting from JB.
He was honest with where the Rams are, and nice win in Seattle. They went and they quieted the 12s, and then this one's a little bit of a different challenge.
He kind of poo-pooed it.
The win.
He did.
A little bit.
Again, he would flatly. Thank you for putting the bucket down.
Yeah, sorry, I'm good.
I wait for you to put the bucket down, and then I'm going to come back with the Puka Nakua stuff.
Of course.
Anyway.
Anyway,
JB would flatly reject what we're saying. I mean it. I think you do too. More as like it was kind of an underbelly of the conversation. JB, the voice of the Rams, he did not diminish the Rams' victory. However, I do think he poo-pooed the idea of it's a precursor for this is now an NFC West mano-a-mano showdown. Rams and Niners, top 2 teams. He's like, no. They went to Seattle. They got somebody in the second half. They clipped them. And this is a completely different beast. And maybe he's trying to, maybe the company line is reverse psychology. Oh, I mean, sure, the Rams are 1-0, but now I got to beat the Niners. Come on. Maybe that's it. Or maybe he knows that this is probably more than they can chew.
Yeah.
Probably.
And I do think that it's also partly what he mentioned in terms of these two teams and the matchup between McVay and Shanahan, and it's been almost completely one-sided in terms of Shanahan. And I think the number is 8. 8 straight regular season games that Shanahan and the Niners have beaten the Rams. And so you look at that combined with where these two teams are, and you'd be a fool to say the Rams come in with any level of confidence. But he did highlight Aaron Donald and his ability to come in and wreck a game, and also Matthew Stafford, who had a bad year last year and looks better going into this year.
Well, he didn't just have a bad year. He missed most of the year.
Yeah.
Actually brings to mind a point. So I'm driving around today listening to Steiny and Goo, and this was one of those where I almost wanted to call in because I'm like, hold on a second. This comparison of McVay and Shanahan, I like the way JB said it. Each fan base would probably say, we'd like to keep our guy. Fine, great. They're both very good coaches. But at a certain point, when you're looking at their regular season record, and McVay has that in his favor, and he's got fewer losing seasons, and you'd figure that those two things match up. Okay, so here's what Goose says. Well, except for the years that Kyle hasn't ended up in the playoffs and advancing in the playoffs, well, he didn't have a healthy quarterback. Oh, but hang on a sec. You're not supposed to count that. Well, hang on, because isn't that what happened to the Rams last year? Like, they lost their quarterback, so they didn't end up going to the playoffs. What I'm getting at is all of these numbers. This is why I don't like to think in terms of black and white. They're all very circumstantial. You can say McVay's got a better regular season record, and I can fairly come back to you and say Kyle's lost his quarterback more.
Yeah.
He lost his quarterback. For me, you don't have to agree with this. For me, in the NFL, when a coach loses his quarterback, to me, his record for the rest of the year goes out the window. Out the window. I'm not holding him hostage for wins and losses if he's playing with QB2 and QB3 for the most part.
Okay.
That's the way I look at it. I mean, is Robert Saleh in trouble if he goes 8-9 this year?
He's not in trouble, but I mean, the difference between going 8-9 and 3-14 is profound because you've got a highly drafted quarterback, a quarterback that at some point your organization thought was not only competent, but you thought that he was the future. It's not like you're rolling into this game on Sunday with Joe Smith, the ragman, as my dad used to say, although he used a different word for Smith. It's a word that I can't use on the air. And you don't have that. You've got a guy who your franchise thought was the future. And yes, he has struggled. And yes, he's probably not the answer. And yes, you went out and got Aaron Rodgers and paid him top dollar because the quarterback that you had drafted is probably not the guy. But your roster is loaded, and you're good enough to win many, many games. I saw somebody on, I think it was ESPN yesterday, play the schedule game the rest of the way with the Jets, and I love that. You know, with Aaron Rodgers out, how should they do? And this expert, one of the various Orlovskis or one of those other guys, they had him at 8-9. And I thought, okay, I could see 8-9 no matter what with that franchise, with that roster, with that much talent. Yep. So it's not that you completely discount the record when you lose your quarterback.
Maybe not completely, but adjust a little bit.
For sure.
Adjust.
And it also depends on who you have. And when Shanahan has to go from Garoppolo to C.J. Mullins and Nick Beathard, because I consider those two an amalgamation sensation of the same guy, then yes, the bar goes down. But for the Jets, you're going to Zach Wilson. This guy was a top 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah, but
that matters.
I disagree.
And I know that Saleh didn't draft him, but
I know what you mean. It matters in terms of how we're going to view a brass and their drafting and their planning. The same way it affects the way we look at Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch with what they did with Trey Lance. But I do feel like we fall into the trap too much of, okay, you picked him 2nd or 3rd overall, so now you got to sit there in the foxhole with him and just keep getting hit in the face even after you know that he's not good. Zach Wilson's not good. So that they made that decision already. They've watched enough. They've been with him every day for 2 years. He's a wackadoodle in the locker room, and they signed Aaron Rodgers. In fact, they traded for him, paid him a ton of money. That's what the organization did. They pivoted. So I'm now not going to be, because Aaron Rodgers' leg blew up, I'm now not going to go back to the Jets and be like, number 2 overall pick, you should be very excited about him. No, they're not. They don't like him. Well, they fired him.
No, they didn't fire him.
They did. They fired him as QB1. But fired from his gig.
If they really were going to fire him, they would have done what the Niners did with Trey Lance and shipped him with a P, Grandy, shipped him out of town. But instead,
different situation.
Same situation.
No,
you could have had Sam Darnold as your backup or somebody Darnold-esque,
no,
Darnoldian.
You could, but Zach Wilson is not a distraction to the Jets because the franchise.
He's not.
No,
but he's a franchise cancer. No,
he's not a cancer.
Well, he's a franchise. He's a locker room problem.
The fan base is not activated to scream and yell about Zach Wilson. Aaron Rodgers was their quarterback. There was no discussing it. There was no freaking out. New York sports radio didn't spend all offseason going, but Zach, we haven't seen Zach. We need Zach.
No, they're screaming and yelling about Zach's mom and Zach's mom's
friends.
Not.
They're actually were like, cool, we got Aaron Rodgers now. Bye.
Well, now,
that was it.
Now, what are they saying in New York? Now, I haven't locked into WFAN, our sister station. But
now they're bummed and talking about curses.
Well, I believe now they're probably talking about goats more than they're talking about curses. Can we get Brady? Can we get Rivers? Is Ben Roethlisberger still upright?
No, but for real, like Carson Wentz.
For real, yes.
Carson Wentz. And I do think they should sign Carson Wentz. I think they'd be a better football team with Carson Wentz than they are with Zach Wilson.
Who's their backup? Because I'm looking right now.
Oh, they're QB3?
I'm looking at ourlads.com, which does a great job of updating depth charts or depth chart around the National Football League. And I'm looking at QB. Zach Wilson is QB1 and QB2 is blank.
Yeah.
In QB3, blank.
ESPN lists
QB4?
Aaron Rodgers as QB2.
Right. Who's your backup?
I don't
Bob?
know. I don't know.
And I mean that anyway, this is a long way down the Jets rabbit hole to say that yes, when you lose your quarterback, I give you a little bit of a break. And no one should be looking at Robert Saleh and say, you know what, Bob, if you don't make the playoffs or if you're not 10-7 at least, you on the hot seat.
No,
he gets a lowercase p of a pass, but if you go 2-15, that's a different story to me.
Well,
it's a different story.
Well, you're already 1-0. If you go 2-15,
that's
good God.
You talk about the Crabtree, the fade route.
I don't think that'll happen, but I understand what you're saying. I do. But nobody is looking at Zach Wilson as a franchise QB anymore. I don't even know if the Jets are going to hang out and keep him for another 5 games. I mean, they'll keep him as the backup, but
right.
Like nobody is under that impression. The whole nation immediately was like, "Who could they get? Who could they get?" Right. Nobody's like, "Okay, go back to he's your number 2 overall pick, so you've got to sit in that bucket and you've got to show us who he is." No, they've decided. He's not that good. They moved on. And they're probably going to move on again at some point this year, would be my guess.
Yes. And so you look at Robert Saleh, and he's 2 years in, and he's 11-23. And I know you lose Aaron Rodgers, and that's a big deal. He's one of the top quarterbacks, and he was your anchor piece. But if they go 5-12, and now he's 16-35 in 3 years, the drumbeat will be loud.
I guess. I mean,
fair or unfair?
Yeah, they're going to want to see him with the QB. They're going to want to see him with Aaron Rodgers next year.
But Rodgers might not be able to quarterback next year. Although,
might not.
Did you see his comments today?
I think right now, I don't know how that thing's going to go. I've seen doctors say that he should be able to play next September. I don't know how you can say that at age 39 at this point, but they know more than I do on that.
Yeah,
I don't know. Okay, sure. Aaron Rodgers next year. That's it.
I'm sure Rodgers is hoping he can play in January.
Well, that would be crazy.
That would be
crazy.
Well, Adrian Peterson came back in 8 weeks off a torn ACL?
Yeah, he wasn't 39 years old.
No, and he had baby knees, though.
And how the hell are the Jets going to get to January without him is the question.
True.
You know what I mean? Even though they're 1-0. They're in a hell of a division. Grandpa Daddy's on the line. Hey, Grandpa Daddy, you're on with Willett and Dibs. What are you doing, brother?
What's up, brothers? Okay, stop. You're both right. Each of you guys go to your room, okay? I love you guys.
We are in our room right now, GPD.
Oh, that's right. Oh, my bad. Look, man, don't cut me off, man. Please tell the fellas don't cut me off. I got a couple things to say. Love the show. You know I always love you guys. Okay, Mark, after you did the Bosa omelet, that Saturday, we did the Bosa omelet, and it took my whole freaking family, me, my wife, my 2 kids, to eat the sucker. Good Lord.
Did you really? It took you 4 people to eat that? I ate that thing by myself.
You're a beast. Okay, come on. I'm Grandpa Daddy, dude. My stomach ain't that big no more. I'm 60 years old. My wife, and I got 2 babies, 4 and 2, but good Lord, that's a big ass apple. Excuse my language. That was a big apple.
Oh, Grandpa Daddy.
You're all right. You're all right.
I flipped it in one flip, dude. How can I send you the picture? I flipped it. I got a big old 12-inch pan and a big spatula, and I flipped it in one flip so it looked like a pizza, and I cut it up in pizza slices so the kids loved it. It was great.
Fantastic. That's how you got to do it, man. You got to put that thing down, flip it, and reverse it. That's what you got to do.
Up, flip it, rub it down.
That's right.
Oh no. Yes.
Hey, now, I just want to say, my $50 is still there, baby. I talked to Steiny the other day. I said, look, man, if Brock Purdy, I don't need to see no more. He is going to be, mark my words, he's going to be their next franchise quarterback. Brock, he's got a good attitude. He knows the system. He's good, and he's only going to get better, guys. I'm sorry, Dibs. I know, it's still out for you. The verdict's still out. I'm sold. He's going to do it. And watch these Niners go to the Super Bowl if he stays healthy and plays all the way.
GPD, can I tell you a quick story about your $50?
Okay.
Okay, for the listeners who don't know, Grandpa Daddy came up at the 49ers, the Red and Gold Summit, and gave me a $50 bill.
At Fieldwork.
At Fieldwork
in
Brewing
San
Company
Ramon.
in San Ramon. GPD, can you explain again what it is you wanted me to do with the $50?
The $50 says the Niners going to go to the Super Bowl if Brock Purdy stays healthy. I didn't say they were going to win. And if they go to the 50, if they go there, then I'm donating them to the station because we win.
And if they don't?
And if they don't, donate it to the best charity that you feel deserves.
So it's going to be a donation sensation either way.
That's $1.
However, I'm trying to find a safe space for this $50 bill because I've got it on my desk. And after about 2 weeks, my daughter keeps walking by this $50 bill, and she picks it up, and she goes, Dad, this has been sitting here for 2 weeks. What is this $50 bill doing? I think I'd like to have it. I said, you can't have that $50 bill. That's Grandpa Daddy's $50 bill.
That's my 50, little Willard.
And that thing is going to be donated to a good cause. It might be ours here at 95.7. It might be something else. But we're donating that to a good cause at the end of the 49ers season. GPD, she didn't like that answer. She said, I think you should donate it to me. And I said, no, we're not doing that.
Your daughter?
Yes, she's 14.
Daughter. How old is your daughter?
14 years old.
Okay. If the Niners go to the Super Bowl,
I'm listening.
give it to her.
Oh, my gosh.
Give it to her.
All right.
Give it to her.
All right, so if the Niners go to the Super Bowl.
That thing's going right to the mall,
we'll give it to
Daddy.
my
Don't go to the Super Bowl. Then she's got to work. This is a good cause. She's got to work for that 50.
Yeah.
Wow. So
whatever you think, Daddy, that she got to do around the house, that's worth, and she got to do it, and she got to earn that 50.
Maybe she can babysit for the Grandpa Daddy.
Or she can babysit her little brother for $1 an hour. I'm getting 50 hours of babysitting out of this,
What are
Grandpa
you, Nike?
Daddy. I'm getting 50 hours of babysitting for that thing.
She got to come to our house and give us a date night so we can go out for a movie.
All right, and make you an 8-egg omelet.
Yeah,
and then help you eat it.
You can eat anything in the house. We got free-range chicken, Wagyu beef. I only do organic stuff so she can eat whatever she wants in there.
Grandpa Daddy. I'll be right there.
This got really weird, which is how we like it, Grandpa Daddy. Thank you very much. That's a great call. I think what he just said is basically your daughter gets the $50 or your daughter gets the $50. It's just a matter of whether or not she's got to work for it.
You kind of pressured him into that.
No, I didn't.
So
I was just telling him a story. I told her no.
You're coercing listeners into giving money to your daughter is the way that is.
He gave it to me already. I'm
really awkward.
I'm trying to fend her off. She tried to steal it. I said no.
That money was for a bet with the station. That wasn't for your daughter to get a new belt.
Correct. I did
at
not.
Northgate, the Northgate Mall.
Northgate.
Shout out.
Thank you.
We'll see if she gets
Rest
past
in
Corte
peace.
Madera. Yeah, exactly.
Town center. Let's go.
Northgate's dead, by the way.
The village. Northgate's dead?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, like
About to be.
dead?
Well, they're turning it into apartments.
No.
For real?
Terra Linda, Centerville, California.
Like the movie theater and everything gone?
That may remain.
There's a Panda Express and a Pete's there that I frequent.
Those also may remain because they are on the outside.
On the outskirts.
Okay, on the outside looking in.
Everything inside, dead.
On the
That
inside.
theater, and just a real quick story after you, hit us with your daughter stealing your money story.
Yeah, she's stealing money.
That theater, it used to be part of the external Northgate before Northgate was an internal mall. That's where I saw my first ever movie, Bad News Bears. 1976.
First ever movie?
Yeah, you want to talk about inappropriate for an 8-year-old.
Oh, my God.
Coach is drinking and the like the teen romancy stuff and
right fielder smoking.
Yeah, it's a little inappropriate, but
yeah.
that's what you get when you're the youngest of 4.
I'll tell you what, you teach yourself a thing or two in life.
I learned a lot in that movie.
You're the child number 4. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Have you ever stole $50 from your dad? Did you ever do that? Did you ever steal $50 off your dad's desk?
No. But he had a thing of quarters in his underwear drawer that I was heavy into getting the quarters.
You went to your dad's underwear drawer?
That's where the change was. And Thrifty had ice cream for 10, 15, and 25 cents. Triple Scoop was a quarter, Mark.
Change you can believe in.
Thank you.
Dan
Si
Dimler.
se puede.
There it is. All right, more of your phone calls coming up next. Plus, Quick aside on two things. Why on earth, if you're a Giants fan, would you root against him? And are you for or against Dwight Howard? And then we'll continue with this quarterback conversation with the 49ers as well as we go into our final hour of the week on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative.
95.7 The Game.
Okay, this is totally random. Quick
Hashtag
aside.
random. What are you, guru?
Well,
Steiny, this is hashtag random. Give it to me, Mark. I like a Friday Willard. Little scattered.
Yeah.
Little goofy.
Yeah, let's get all over the place. Get stupid. Let's
little
get weird.
loosey-goosey. It's a
Let's
loosey-goosey
get
era.
stupid. Do you remember when we used to do Let's Eat at 957thegame.com?
I do.
Because we love food.
I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah, I ate the Bosa omelet. Okay? Grandpa Daddy just called in and said it took 4 people to eat that thing.
I had to cut that thing in slices for the kids.
Not
Number
me.
4.
Not me. Not me. I ate it. I'm going to eat it, and then I ate it. All right? And so we're into food. We're foodies. And we would put it out there that if you are a Bay Area eatery, if you are interested in us maybe doing an event there, partnering with you, coming to check out your food, and, talking about it, what have you, we would ask you to reach out to us at let's eat at 957thegame.com. I don't even know if anybody's checking that account anymore. We should just say, just reach out directly to us, okay? Reach out directly to us. You can DM us, your Twitter, Instagram, hell, my email address, fine, mark.willard@odyssey.com. Go ahead, fire away. We would love to talk to you. But some of the folks on YouTube, and lovely Christy being one of them, is trying to remember the first place that hit us up, and we went and had dinner, and it was in San Mateo, and I can't remember the name of the place.
Oh, jeez.
And we had a really good time there. We had a good meal there. We watched a game, and I'm like going through 1,000 emails from the Wayback Machine, because I think this was probably like April of last year.
Yeah.
So a year and a half ago or so. You don't remember the name of the place, do you?
Of course not. I didn't get a free meal there.
No, you.
I mean, why would I remember?
You were invited. You couldn't come. It wasn't to go get a free meal. We were going to talk to them.
Correct.
Yeah.
I was going to go and have supper, but I
Yes.
realized that supper,
And then
my
you didn't-
supper,
you didn't come.
She was with baby. She
Yes.
was with child.
Correct.
I didn't go anywhere, Mark.
Correct.
I went to work and I went home and I boiled water and I ripped sheets and waited for the glorious day where my baby girl would be born. I didn't make it.
Damn it, I can't find it.
I'll find it. Just
I
I
can't
can
find it
Google
anywhere. I can't find it anywhere.
San Mateo
It was-
restaurant.
You're gonna
Willard
go-
ate for free. Google. Was it?
I do
Was it
think-
Jack's Restaurant and Bar?
You got to Google. You're not going to just read all the restaurants on the peninsula, are you?
Espetus, San Mateo?
That wasn't it.
Pausa Bar and Cookery?
That wasn't it.
Okay, I'll keep
You're
looking.
giving a lot of free mentions out there right now. That's good.
Gyros and Tzatziki? No. It wasn't Backhouse. It wasn't Gao Viet Kitchen and Bar.
What is going on here?
Yeah,
You know
what
what's
is going on here?
Was it Taishoken?
By the way, I
No, it
paid.
wasn't Taishoken. Okay.
I paid.
Well, then why am I looking?
I did. I expensed it, but I paid.
Aha. Was it Shugetsu?
No, it was
All right.
not.
I'll keep looking.
I'll find it. Oh, Christy says it wasn't in San Mateo. Well, no.
Come on. So then it wasn't
Where was it?
Suavecito, Birria, and tacos.
he's an idiot.
I don't know where it was. Somewhere. It was on the peninsula. You know.
Yeah, pretty small little
It was
peninsula.
down there on the
About 22 miles.
It might have been Redwood Shores.
Oh, good
Maybe it was
God.
Redwood City.
It was Redwood Shores.
It was Redwood Shores, wasn't it?
Oh,
We're starting to get some clues. It was Redwood Shores. You're right.
Redwood
All right,
Shores,
Redwood
Willard
Shores
8 for free.
Hey, Mark,
Yes, Lucas.
did you hear about Kyle Harrison?
I did.
Look at Lucas making us pivot
Thank you, producer.
to actual content.
I don't
know.
think we can't do any more laughs. This is not
Why?
giggles and digs.
I can't. Wow. that was a 4.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's like Charlie Steiner on SportsCenter back in the day. Remember when he got the giggles and he couldn't stop? I like to laugh. I'm sorry. What do you want from me?
No more laughing.
He wants
Why?
hardcore news.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Let's talk about
Dateline Sacramento.
the downfall of the youth movement with the San Francisco Giants. Join us live on 95.7 The Game at 4:53 every Friday when we get ticked off. Here it is.
Was it the grill house?
No.
Okay.
Might have been. Anyway.
Nice. Giggles are gone. Great work, everybody.
No, they're not.
Don't speak too soon.
Kyle Harrison has been sent down.
Dude, the Giants just sent down Kyle Harrison.
I'm mad at Farhan.
Okay, I predicted yesterday. Remember what I said?
You got it wrong.
I said they were going to activate Ross Stripling and maybe send out Casey Schmidt. Well, instead, they activated Michael Conforto and sent out Casey Schmidt. And then they did activate Ross Stripling, and they sent out Kyle Harrison. I don't know any other way to say this. I don't like it. I understand it, but I don't like it. Now, I don't know what they know. I don't know if Kyle's got some arm fatigue.
Looks like it.
I don't know if Kyle is...
Velo's down, Mark.
Right. I don't know if he's overwhelmed by this emotionally and physically. I don't know. But the Giants are heading into a stretch where they've got a realistic shot at a playoff spot, and they were about to head into it actually with 5 starters. They were going into it with Webb and Cobb. Manaya's been starting, Keaton Wynn, and Kyle Harrison. And they just swapped out Kyle Harrison for Ross Stripling, who has a playoff resume and has been good in years past. But he has not been good this year. So the home runs given up by Kyle Harrison, Ross has been doing that too. And I think this is the rub for Giants fans. Here's what I'll say. If you go with Ross over Kyle, you better freaking win. You better go get the playoff spot.
Are you saying it had better work?
Well, in a way, yes.
Don't backpedal now, because I like where you're at.
I'm not backpedaling.
We went from giggles and laughs, and by the way, Christy on the YouTube has figured out where you guys dined. We'll get to that later. I want to keep you where you are right now.
Where was it?
Because you're about... No. Focus on me, Mark.
Hang on.
Focus on me. Mark, right here. Mark, I'm right here.
Treat.
Anyway, okay.
You want a treat?
Yeah.
Stay mad. Mark, you want a cookie, Mark? Stay angry. You were about to bury these fools for a short-sighted move. You're taking your phenom, and you're basically wrapping him on the nose with a rolled-up newspaper in order to give Ross Stripling quality innings.
I don't
get pissed, Willard.
I don't care about wrapping Kyle on the face with the newspaper. I don't care about that. If he's got arm fatigue and if something's going on, right, I don't know what I don't know.
Doc Pandia on our YouTube feed
says what?
Arm fatigue? Question mark?
Oh, question mark.
Well,
I want arm fatigue, period.
He's not there. He's not going to ever arm fatigue, period, if he's not, presiding over the player. That's what makes him such a great medical expert, is he makes analyses from afar that are based on medical suppositions.
Well, look, he's been throwing 94. 2 weeks earlier, he'd been throwing 97. Is that arm fatigue? Is there something else? This is the most innings that he's thrown in his career. I get it. The Giants are trying to win over the next 3 weeks, and they should. Quick aside, all of you very weird Giants fans who are rooting against them over the next 3 weeks, that's what you are. You're weird. I don't understand that. I don't understand it at all. This whole sort of fear that the Giants are going to make the playoffs and then pat themselves on the back and act like everything's okay, you don't need to worry about that. The owners are in charge, and they are upset. 22,000 showed up in the building the other night, and oh, by the way, I was there, and it wasn't 22,000. So the owners are upset, and they're still going to be upset whether the Giants grab the 6th seed or not. So change is afoot. So wipe that aside. Don't worry about that. And be a fan and root for your team to make the playoffs like a normal fan should. That's what I'd say. But back to this.
Stay mad.
If they know something about Kyle, fine. But you are sacrificing valuable experience for your future potential number 1 starter. You're sacrificing playoff chase experience for him for someone else. If you do that, it better work. Ross better pitch well. You are picking Ross Stripling over Kyle Harrison to go down the stretch, And the only way that is viable and a good decision is if Ross comes in and essentially pitches like he has not pitched all year long. He better pitch like last year's Ross Stripling, or else you're sacrificing valuable experience for Kyle Harrison, and I think that is very short-sighted.
I like it. I like the anger, and I love
Not
the
anger. It's just
no. I like
that's
the
where
anger.
I'm at.
I like the edge, and you were just about to just bury Farhan Zaidi, and I like that. And hopefully, we'll get you there over the next hour or so.
If
I'll
he
say
pitches
this.
well, then great.
Ross Stripling has never won a game as a Giant. He is winless. He's 0-5 with a 5.28. Ross Stripling, I'm sorry, 5.29. Don't want to sell him short.
I
He
got
has
a
not been good.
5.29. I'm hoping to use it when the kids go to college.
Is
Anyway,
it
go ahead.
possible that Kyle Harrison is just down for a little bit and then he can come back up in a couple of days? Because I don't
know.
believe his turn wasn't going to come up until, Monday?
It is possible, and the Giants do have a doubleheader tomorrow.
So they might need a fresh arm. They might need a fresh gas can.
You know, I will reserve judgment. If he's back for his next start, great. If this is just to bolster yourself for the doubleheader because Kyle would not be ready tomorrow, great. I'll take it all back and tuck it away.
Sure.
But if you're saying we think Ross will be better than Kyle down the stretch, you're sacrificing important experience for Kyle, and I'm down with that if it works.
If it works, yeah.
Ross
I
better
get
come
it.
in and pitch well. Got to come in and pitch
This
well.
is not the most Kyle has ever pitched. And you look at last year, he threw 113 innings combined. This year, he is at 101, I believe.
Well, point being,
he's only at 92.
Point being, if he pitches out the rest of the year,
it'll be close.
Yeah.
He's looking at 3 more starts if he stays on turn, which, his starts have been 4 or 5 innings. So it'd be close to about his maximum innings, which was last year, 113 innings over the course of 2 stops, lower level, lower impact, you would imagine, in terms of, how much effort you have to exert pitching single A, double A. But I think you're right in terms of it had better work. I'm going to hold out hope that this is a temporary move in order to get a fresh arm. You got 3 games over the next 27 hours or something.
Yeah.
Because you play here pretty soon.
They will play their 3rd game.
This time tomorrow
in 24 hours. It's a 6:00 Mountain Time start tomorrow. Is the 3rd game.
So 24 hours from now.
They will play.
So you're looking at 3 games in a day.
I guess 27 hours if you want to talk about to the end of it.
That's kind of where I was going. Also, if Kyle Harrison's not on turn, and I don't think that he is, because he pitched on Wednesday.
He threw on Wednesday. Yeah, he threw on Wednesday.
So 35, he would pitch Monday. He can still pitch Monday because, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, his 5th day would be Monday. So if he's not going to pitch anyway, why not bring up a fresh arm? I can't believe that.
Totally fair.
I'm going to say this, but I'm Team Farhan in this move.
Well,
I like the move, Mark.
If what you're saying is correct, and that's a very good thought, then totally fine. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Maybe they. I'm sorry. Before the legal, maybe by sending him down, maybe they just send him to the hotel and say, stick around.
Yeah.
We're not sending you all the way back to SAC.
By the way, Monday, in theory, being his next turn, they don't play. They next play Tuesday in Arizona.
Okay.
A massive game. Are they going to give that game to Kyle Harrison? That would take some cojones.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's a fair thought. And let's play it out. Let's see what happens. But if the decision is we don't like where Kyle is, listen, if it's arm fatigue and they feel like they're protecting him, I could understand that as well. But the bottom line is I'd like to ride with Kyle and see what happens here, because he's also still capable of coming out and completely overwhelming the other team. And the pennant race start is very, very valuable for him, even if he comes out and gives up 3 runs, 4 runs in 5 innings. Okay? The Giants' next 6 games are in some of the best hitting conditions in all of baseball. You go out and give up 3 or 4 runs, so what? Go get 3 or 4 runs. You should be able to do that in these ballparks. So I'd love to see him pitch. You might be right. Maybe he throws Tuesday. If so, all good. But if they're choosing Stripling over Harrison right now, he has to succeed, or else I think it is a very short-sighted move. Let's go to CJ in the city here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, CJ, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Nothing much. Just kicking back on this beautiful Friday, getting ready for the Giants game.
Right on.
Man, I'm still believing, But, man, what I want to talk about is, first thing is, I have mixed feelings about Farhan Zaidi because I saw what he did with the Dodgers farm system and what he's capable of producing. If you look at that lineup, most of that work is contributed directly to Farhan. So I can see what he's capable of. But as far as, filling the stands, what I think it'll take is just a straight-up, this is what we're doing. Not this, I think somebody said earlier it feels like a NASCAR pit stop where these players come by to try to revive their career and then they're gone, like Carlos Rodon, Kevin Gausman. We don't know who's going to be here this year, who's going to be here next year. If the Giants put out the farm system, 7, 8 players from the farm system are playing on the lineup, and you fill the remaining spots with other players trying to revive their career, we can respect that as a fan base because we can see that, hey, they're sending a message out there that they're trying to win with the farm system. And as far as my eyes can tell me, the farm system looks decent. Marco Luciano, I don't know why they sent him back down, but he was looking really good. He looked like he was ready to be an everyday player up here. And as far as Gabe Kapler goes, I'm going down the list, but that's my last stop, the pit stop, and the NASCAR is going to end with Gabe Kapler. I think there's a disconnect between him and the players, honestly do. I think some players like him, some players dislike him. I called yesterday and I said the last time Zach Littell kind of slammed the ball into Gabe Kapler's hand because he asked for it. So, I just feel like there's a disconnect, and also with the fan base. We see him, constantly disrespecting reporters, just trying to put them in their place. The reason why we love Bruce Bochy and the reason why the stands were filling up when Bruce Bochy was here is because we respect Bruce. Bruce is a straight-up, he'll tell it how it is, and you can respect it because you can tell, he has a love within the clubhouse. And it's not a coincidence that Posey retired 2021 right after they won 107 games. That's not a coincidence. That happened for a reason. And that season, I'm not going to say it's a fluke, but I'm going to say the Giants played their heart out for Buster Posey because there's no way they didn't know that he's not retired, that he's retiring. He told them, so they played their heart out for Buster Posey. That wasn't contributed to Gabe Kapler. Let's not give Gabe Kapler the props to that. And thank you guys for letting me vent. That's all I got.
Yeah, CJ, you bring up a lot of really interesting points there, man. Thank you very much for calling.
Good call.
Yeah, a few different things if I can remember all the things he touched on. First of all, I don't think you're allowed to take away. We can't decide when we credit a manager with the record and when we don't. That's my opinion. 107 wins is on the ledger. He won the National League Manager of the Year.
Yep.
He gets that. Buster Posey did feel at the beginning of the season like he was going to retire. I don't know how public he made it in the whole clubhouse. And then he said throughout the year, nothing changed his mind. Is that tied to Kapler or not? I really don't know. As for why the fan base loved Bruce Bochy, it wasn't just because he kept it real. It's because he won 3 championships.
Yep.
And if Gabe Kapler won 3 championships, you'd love the hell out of Gabe as well.
For sure. We'd all get hand tats.
As for his relation, I will totally get a hand tat if the Giants win 3 of the next 5 World Series. Mark it. If the Giants win 3 World Series in the next 5 years, I will go to Santa Cruz to Christie's tattoo guy and get a hand tattoo, even though I vowed to never, ever, ever get a tattoo in my life. My God. Anyway, Zach Littell, that was Zach's fault. Do all the players love Gabe? Probably not. I think it's worthwhile to play for everybody what J.D. Davis said to us yesterday with regard to this very subject.
I think we all have a pretty good relationship with Cap. I think he gets it. He's as a former player, and then as experience over in the Dodgers, front office of being up there in that totem pole and now being a manager. or having that opportunity manager in Philly, then coming over here and having a manager in the Giants, he's had a lot of experience and he has his door open to many guys who have issues. When he had a talk with us the other day, he talked about how he was in every situation as a player, as a front office, and as a manager, being ridiculed or being praised. So he has a lot of perspective in different areas in the game, and I think he gives that constructive criticism in a way. And he loves guys that have the aptitude and the accountability and to go out there and just grind it out, even if it's bad or good. And I think he has a lot of respect for a lot of us, and just it is what it is, I think. I think we all have a great relationship with him.
Okay, so listen, publicly, is a player going to say anything bad about Gabe? Not necessarily. Are you going to go kind of on and on the way JD did? Maybe not. I'll say this. I don't think it's a perfect relationship for all the players. We know some of the ones who aren't, but I also think it gets overblown in the other direction. I do think there are some players, at least in this clubhouse, who very much appreciate playing for Gabe Kapler.
Right. I wonder, player versus pitcher, how that varies, because it feels like the pitchers, the majority of the people in the clubhouse who maybe aren't Kapler fans would be the pitchers. Jock Peterson's a great example of a hitter who has said repeatedly, yeah, I know my role and I play my role, and yeah, maybe other people are more upset about the decisions that are made than I am. I know what I'm here to do, and I go out there and I do it. But if you're a Manaea or the aforementioned Ross Stripling or Anthony Adisclafani, or if you are Alex Wood, pitchers who maybe have felt like they're getting jacked around, or at the very least aren't being used the way they see themselves as being used normally. Manaea and Wood and Stripling, for the most part in their careers, have been starters, and under Gabe Kapler, they've been used in a variety of different roles. And if you're a veteran pitcher, the majority of those pitchers don't like that, because there's a certain amount of gravitas that comes with being a starter. You're the starter, and you're getting 90 pitches or 100 pitches to go out there and ply your trade. And if you get lit up early, they get that. Okay, you're coming out of the ball game, but by and large, you're a starter. You're getting 5 or 6 innings to go out there and pitch.
Yeah, and if your ERA is 5.5, you get sent to the pen, and that's as old as the Amish.
But
shout out Marshawn Lynch. Anyway,
honestly, that's as old as the Amish after a certain amount of a sample size, not after 1 or 2 starts. And if you look at the game log of Manaea and Stripling and Wood, DeSclafani got hurt, so he's not really as much in this conversation, but those guys got a lot quicker of a hook in the interest of analytics. And an old school manager, you got your 4 guys and maybe your 5-man rotation, and you know what? You're getting till June before I even look at the damn stats. But not now.
I'm going to remove Alex Wood from this conversation. I understand that Stripling and Manaea just became Giants. Did their move to the pen get a little quick because the Giants were having success with openers? Yeah, you can make that argument. Alex Wood, every time I'm going to bring this up. Okay, he started 26 games for the Giants last year. All of his appearances were all starts. His ERA was 5.1. I think he's a great dude. He came on the show. He speaks freely. I really like Alex Wood. He does not have an argument here. He just doesn't. He has not pitched well as a starter for a very long period of time. And he has always struggled the third time through the lineup. You've never been able to consistently get 6 or 7 innings out of him successfully. So the Giants decided, you know what would make Alex really valuable? Make him really valuable if we're in a 3-3 ball game, or if we're down 3-0, our starter gets knocked out in the 3rd or the 4th inning, Alex could come in and give us his 3 or 4 innings and get us to the back end of the bullpen. And he does that well. And he has done that well. So, dude, accept your role. You earned it. You earned it.
Well,
by not pitching well.
The counterpoint,
as a starter.
And I just looked at his game log. This is Alex Wood's game log to start the year. Started and gave up 1 earned in 3. Started, gave up no earned in 4 2/3. Started, gave up 1 in 2 1/3. That's all the starts you got. Now you're in the bullpen. So he started 3 games.
Yeah, but give those innings
He pitched 10
again.
innings.
Yeah, but give those innings.
But his ERA was 1.8, so you can't say he didn't do well in that role. He started and pitched great.
Yes, I can, because he had 3 starts and threw 10 innings. That's not good. That means there are runners on base when you left. If the bullpen bailed you out, great, or your pitch count was high. If you are starting,
the pitch count was 71, 75, and 33.
Which is brutal when you're talking about being the 3rd inning. Like, my man Alex, your job is to go throw 6, and he can't do it.
Well,
for a year and a half.
The
now.
counterpoint, I think, would be that he didn't really get a fair shake, because after that, the next game is maybe he got hurt because he didn't pitch again for 3.5 weeks.
He did get hurt.
So then when he comes back, he's in the pen. Then he starts and he doesn't do great. He did all right. Then he didn't do great. And he started 5 or 6 games and he struggled. He gave up 6 runs against San Diego, and that was just about all she wrote. Out of the pen, couple starts out of the pen. I think that Alex Wood is an example of a guy who probably doesn't know his role.
Well, again, to me, this bleeds over from last year also.
Sure.
Alex Wood, 26 games, all starts.
5.1.
5.1.
Not great.
No.
Yeah.
Beyond not great. Terrible. An ERA over 5 is awful.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's bad.
It's bad.
So
it's bad.
And his ERA this year is over 4.5.
So then this year he comes out and he gets a chance to start, and then he does pretty well in a small sample. Then he gets hurt, and then it's pen, now you start, pen, now you start. I do think that, and we know this, pitchers are creatures of comfort, and so Alex Wood probably feels as though he never really got into a comfortable spot. Manaea, Stripling, right or wrong, and if the Giants are, a 90-win team right now, nobody's got squat to say, but the team has been struggling, so pitchers feel like they can chirp a little bit.
Yeah, no, I get it, and I get what the frustration would be. For me, the only thing to say about that is, for those guys, if it's being communicated to them incorrectly, then they have a point. But if the team is saying, hey, guys, all of you have ERAs over 5, all of you. You're all 5 ERA pitchers. So we're going to try this. That's totally fair. You don't always like the decisions from management when you're an employee, okay? But if you're not doing that well, they're going to make some changes. So I put that on the pitchers. If they're being told, hey, you're going to start tomorrow, and then they wake up the next day and they're like, we're just kidding. You're not even activated.
Yeah.
Then they've got a point. So anyway, we'll see how this Harrison thing plays out. The other side that I touched on there for a second a little while ago that I don't get is it certainly sounds like some of you Giants fans are rooting against the team. You're rooting for the Giants to not win because you're fearful if they make the playoffs, they'll pat themselves on the back and try to do it again next year. I'm not worried about that for 2 reasons. One, as a fan, I don't get how you would root against your team to make the playoffs. That's number 1. But number 2, I think you're fearful of something that has no chance of happening. The Giants are making changes next year not because of their record. They're making changes next season because of your record, your lack of coming to the ballpark. That's what's going to change things for the Giants. So I think you can be as comfortable as all get out as a Giants fan that next year's approach will be different no matter how this year ends.
Well, it had better be, because this approach has not worked. And you can look at 107 wins and you can tip your cap and say that was great. And you had career years from about 5 or 6 different guys, and that was wonderful, but that wasn't really sustainable. And then last year, you regressed to the mean, literally at 81 and 81. And this year, you've been largely the same, a little bit better than 500. And we all have waited for the young guys, and now they've come up, and then they've gone back down, and then they've come back up, and then they've gone back down, and they've come back up, and then they've gone back down, with the exception of Patrick Bailey, who has come up and he's stayed. And Blake Sable, he has come in.
Well, he has to.
And he's stayed.
Can't send him down.
Right. But, to the point of young guys, and, Tyro Estrada, not a young player, but a newer player, and he's been here. And there are a number of players who have been somewhat exciting, but the overall product is not. So the fear is you make the playoffs and Farhan sits up in his ivory tower and says, I'm a genius. It works. I'll do it again.
Now,
Who else can we rule 5?
He's not going to say that because his bosses won't let him.
Right, and that's the sentiment we got earlier this week.
Bosses aren't going to let him. They're not happy. Not happy with this. It's not just wins and losses. Look, it's twofold. The Giants' season this year has not been a success no matter how you look at it. You can look at it from the perspective of the stands aren't full enough. You can also look at it from the perspective of, and Farhan openly said this, they're not trying to be a team that's scraping for the last playoff spot. That should not be the marker. Win 84 games and sneak in. That's not the marker. The marker is to be well ahead of that. Look, if you don't beat the Dodgers every year, fine, but you better be way higher in the wild card standings if that's the case. This is a team that should be challenging for 90-plus wins on a year-in and year-out basis. If they're not, then it's not good enough. You can't go 2 months as the worst scoring team in baseball and then take a victory lap. And they know that. They know that. They're not dumb. They're not dumb, and they're not delusional.
Are they cheap?
No.
Then let's see something.
You're right.
That's where we've been for the past few years to me.
Well, but
they're not dumb, they're not delusional, and they're not cheap. So what are they? They're constantly in second place in free agency.
They're not executing is what they are.
And the guys that they did actionable players like Conforto and Haniger, they haven't really worked out. And the pitchers they brought in, Manaea and Stripling, haven't really worked out. And DeSclafani, and so you got to find a way to do better. I love what he's done with the farm. The farm has gone from terrible to good, and it may wind up being great when you get, Wisenhunt and others coming up next year. And if Kyle Harrison can be a full season major league frontline starter, and you already have, younger players, Doval and Webb and the rest of them, Matos looks like he's the real deal. Now you got to add to that and make it exciting next year.
No doubt about it. And I think they know that, and I can't speak for how they're going to execute, but I know that that's going to be what they're trying to do. I don't think there's any scenario that has the Giants, as I said, patting themselves on the back and saying, hum baby, let's do it again, which was the tagline back in the day, once upon a time.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. We can take any Giants phone calls on that for sure. Also spent a lot of time talking about the 49ers and Rams, 49er quarterback situation. Part of it started because Kirk Cousins played last night, because it has been confirmed that the 49ers attempted to acquire Kirk Cousins back in 2017 when they had the second overall pick, and where this kind of turned is a conversation as to whether or not Brock Purdy has done enough. Has he done enough for you to sort of stop thinking about quarterback acquisitions, whether that's Kirk next year or anyone else? So we can get to that in a little bit as well. David in Brentwood has called in. Hey, David, you're on Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, how are you guys? You just said something that really made me think, okay? Like you said, the Giants are not cheap, so they have made money available. For X or Y reason, free agents have not come to the Giants, okay?
Right.
But I think Farhan has had, 7, almost 8 years already in place, and at least we should be able to say, okay, we're not getting the players in the free agency, but we are getting some pretty good players coming down the draft. And I think so far, after 7, 8 years, we have Bailey, Kyle Harrison maybe, and another guy. I mean, he should have already at least 5 or 6 guys already playing with the team that are pretty good, and more coming down the pipeline, and I just don't see it.
You don't see well, but David, let me just give you a factual update on that. He has not been on the team he's not been with the team for 7 or 8 years. Farhan joined in 2018. Might feel like 7 or 8 years, I get it, but it's been 5, and I do think fair to also enter into the conversation what those 5 years look like, in that there was a full year of no minor league baseball. So I do think when we're talking about development right now from a farm system, you have to enter that into the conversation. David, if you've watched and followed the Giants, their farm system is way better now than it was before he joined. I don't think that's arguable, you know?
Mark, that excuse that you just gave me about not being any minor league play going on during the pandemic, what about other teams? I mean, you saw other teams that went through the same thing.
No doubt.
They produce some players.
No doubt.
Look at Tampa Bay.
No doubt. It's not an excuse, David. And by the way, I would argue if you look at where, and this is fact now, you look at where the farm system was when they took over, and look where it is now. This is actually, you're sort of arguing the one point that's in Farhan's favor. I think there's all kinds of things, like what Dibbs was just saying. There's all kinds of things that you can point to with Farhan as far as their execution on the free agent market, the decisions they've made, not getting enough good hitters in. As far as the farm system is concerned, that's where he's done his best job, and you are seeing players on the roster. Patrick Bailey at the moment is the flagship answer. You are seeing players on the roster who've come through the farm system and are succeeding.
Yeah, I understand that, and it's reasonable what you're telling me, but I'm a fan, Mark. If fans are unreasonable, we won't result right away. Now, you quickly, as far as Brock Purdy, in my book, he has done enough. As far as them not getting another quarterback, Bill Walsh used to say it. You know what? You can never have too many quarterbacks. Every year you should be drafting a quarterback just because you just never know. Brock Purdy, like I said, I'm convinced that he is the man as long as he doesn't get injured. But if anything does happen again on that arm, I don't think it's going to heal as quickly, and then we're going to have a problem.
Well, I mean, obviously, yeah. If there's another UCL injury, thanks, David. Appreciate it.
I think their quarterback room is as deep as it has been under Kyle Shanahan in terms of QB 1, 2, and 3. Sam Darnold is a legitimate backup. I don't know if he's the best backup in football. It's arguable. And your QB 3, if it comes to that, is a guy who has started a handful of games in the National Football League.
What about when Brock Purdy was QB3, though? Like, we didn't know it, but
no,
I think you
we
could
didn't
argue,
think that they were that deep.
But they were. We didn't know it.
I would take this 3 over that 3, even knowing what we know now about Brock Purdy then. Because Sam Darnold, like if you take Jimmy versus Brock is better than Jimmy. Sam now versus Trey Lance last year, that's not even close. It's Sam Darnold.
But it was Sam versus Jimmy. Jimmy was QB2 last year.
Sure, but if you go Trey against Brock, then it's Brock. It's not even close.
Okay, but Sam versus Jimmy, I'd probably take Jimmy.
That's close.
And Brock versus Brandon, you definitely would take Brock. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I guess, but and that again is hindsight is 2020.
Totally.
Knowing now what we know about Brock Purdy, but at the time we thought it was going to be, Nate Sudfeld. We thought it was going to be Trey, Jimmy, and Nate, and Brock would be on the practice squad.
Yeah, we had no idea. But yeah, last year it was very deep. But I think your larger point that you're trying to make is a correct one. That the quarterback room is as deep and strong as it's been under Kyle Shanahan. But if we focus solely on QB1, I just think the whole thing. I think this is great. I like this. I'm in agreement with this. But there's a piece of me that also find it amusing. The Niners are 1-0, and we now largely cannot find any fans who have not decided Brock is the current and the future, and the conversation's over. Because we do a radio show in San Francisco, and 2 weeks ago, if not 1 week ago, we had a hard time stopping the flow of interaction from listeners of, we don't know who Brock Purdy is. I can't believe they traded Trey. Kirk Cousins next year, viable opportunity. That was all on the table when we sat here last Friday at this time. And now he went out and played really well against Pittsburgh, and everyone's like, we're done here.
Dude, I'm in, yeah.
Wipe hands, Niner QB set for 7 years.
Well, at least for 2, and pending health and continued excellence, because Kirk Cousins is going to be out there at the end of this year, and other quarterbacks will be out there. And I do like what, I think Joe was the caller, or David actually, what he was saying about Bill Walsh, and you got to draft a quarterback every year.
Yeah.
I would imagine that they do draft another quarterback in this next draft. Obviously, they won't do it in a high round, but late round, maybe one of their copious third-round picks that they tend to have.
Oh, the third round.
Well, because they get all these comp picks
I know
because
it.
of their elite minority hiring and then the subsequent job gains that those individuals get. They get all these comp picks as a result.
Yep.
And that really is, I think, one of the true Niner cheat codes of the modern Shanahan-Lynch era is what they've done to promote and nurture and foster minority candidates because it's great and you found some unbelievably talented coaches who've then gone on to get better jobs and GMs as well.
Sure.
And then you get comp picks as a result.
You got Saleh running New York. You got D'Amico Ryans running Houston.
Yep, Rand Carthon.
In Tennessee.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's
Picks aplenty.
Right. Except for they usually use those third-round picks on a bad running back.
Yeah. Or they, maybe you trade those. I don't think you traded that third-round pick in the McCaffrey trade, but you traded.
I don't know which one it was.
I don't know if you can trade comp picks, but you traded a third and you ended up with a couple other thirds anyway, so that's fine.
888-957-957. Let's go to Bob in the city. Hey, Bob, what are you doing?
Hey, I love the show, guys.
Thanks, man.
But no. Gibbs, you pushed my button, man. Okay, so when you said Brock over Trey, and then Gibbs said not even close, I agree with that. But then when you said Garoppolo over Darnold, you had some trepidation there, Dibs, and I'm thinking to myself, what does a man have to do? He went to a Super Bowl, he went to 2 straight championship games, and what did Darnold ever do? Darnold got traded. So come on, let's get real on that one.
Well, Bob,
anyway, I love the show, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. Darnold never got a chance to quarterback in the Shanahan system, and Jimmy Garoppolo was buried in New England, and he came here to San Francisco, and that's when his career took off. So if Jimmy was in Carolina or Jimmy was with the Jets, we'll see if Jimmy Garoppolo is the quarterback that he's become.
Wouldn't you argue that Jimmy right now, and I know we've only seen one game, and it wasn't like it was some offensive showcase, but he did win it. Wouldn't you argue that what Jimmy is in right now would be comparable to what Sam has gone through? I don't know if people would buy that. Like, he's got good offensive weapons around him, but from an organizational structure standpoint, meh.
The Raiders?
Yeah.
Better than the Panthers and better than those Jets were,
at
would
least
say.
he's got an offensive coach, so that's good.
And he's got a top 7 receiver in football, Devontae Adams.
Might be a top 4. Yeah,
sure. I was trying to be conservative for the point.
And the leading rusher in the league last year.
Right.
Yep.
I'm a huge Jimmy guy, and not only because I'm trying to get him on our show, and I've been working day and night on it.
How's that going, by the way?
It's slow going.
Okay.
I've been told, according to sources, that it might happen next week. It's a long shot.
Okay.
We need a win over Buffalo.
We need a win over. Oh, that is a long shot.
Well, we need a win over Buffalo, and even at that, it's a little bit of a long shot.
A hard stop right there.
You'll notice that you don't see a lot of Jimmy G popping up in these types of interviews.
No, we're not a Subway. We're a radio show, and so I don't know that he's going to come on. It'd be great if he did.
Yep.
We'll give it the old college try.
Which is why my Jimmy Garoppolo on-air commentary might be a little bit softer than it had been in the past.
Oh, wow.
Just in case we got ears out there.
Wow, look at you. You can be bought and
You better
sold.
be careful.
If I can deliver Jimmy G to you, and I don't mean the audience, I do mean you.
Directly to me.
Directly to you on a platter.
That would be good.
I can see you fluttering your eyes over there.
It's not even what it would mean for me. Do you know? I mean...
You're already getting a little bit quivery over there.
I'm trying to think of what my sister would do.
Hey, Jimmy, it's Mark. I have a question for you. Will you be my friend? What are you wearing, Jim?
I thought we were done with the giggle.
Sorry.
Stop.
I'm trying to bring it back one more time so Lucas can knife in with more content.
Lucas, do you have any hard news to discuss in there? Anything going on?
Anything we're missing?
Never mind.
Guys, Dwight
Marshawn,
Howard.
what I got is Marshawn. There's a show on Prime, and Marshawn is milking cows on an Amish farm.
Did you all see this? Did you see it?
I
Did
heard
you see
about it.
Dibs?
No, I didn't see it.
It was incredible.
You're saying Marshawn Lynch, shout out Oakland, California, is on an Amish farm milking cows?
Okay, this was halftime content on the Prime broadcast, the Prime Video broadcast last night. This was that's what this was. Okay. I didn't see it at that point. I saw it on social media this morning, and there's a big stretch of it that I tweeted out, And let me see if I can get the title of the whole thing.
The show is called Marshawn Lynch in Yo City.
In Yo City, that's right. And so Marshawn is cruising around in Pennsylvania with Amish people, taking buggy rides and trying to get them to look at phones, which some of them are not allowed to do because that is that's electricity. That is video. He's like, I can't watch video, right?
Tried to show him a Weird Al Yankovic video.
He tried to show him Weird Al. He called him an OG. The guy did not know what that was.
That's going to be a no for me, Sean.
Do we have some of it, Grandy? I mean, I heard him playing it on Steiny and Goo. It's in there somewhere. It is absolutely some of the funniest content I've seen all year.
Okay.
Go watch it. He gets on him because the lady holds up a lantern at one point.
Just got to that part.
Yeah, he's like, yo, that's electricity. She's like, it's wireless. He's like, man, y'all next level. It's so good. So good.
Did you watch it live? Or?
No, I watched it this morning on social. So it might have just been a package. It was like 4 minutes long. It was the most entertaining thing I've seen in weeks. I was like, you can show me all of this. I would binge this. Marshawn with the Amish?
In Yo Town or in Yo City. Nice. I'm going to have to punch it up a little bit later.
It's amazing.
Yeah, okay.
It is amazing. Legit.
Man, what a reemergence for Marshawn after
he's the best.
Being so reluctant to do media, and I'm just here so I won't be fined, and now he's virtually everywhere, Mark.
Well, I think what Marshawn realized, many athletes have realized in recent years, which is that they can take control of their own message.
Absolutely.
That's what Deion Sanders has done. Took control of his own message.
That's what Richard Sherman did.
Richard Sherman.
Largely.
Draymond Green.
Yep.
Like, and more power to him.
Shout out the new media.
Yeah, you want to call it the new media or you just want to call it I bought a mic. Whatever. Call it whatever you want. I think it's great.
Yeah, Podcast P with Paul George.
Man, come on.
All of it, yeah.
Right. So you take control of the whole thing. I mean, J.D. Davis was sort of joking with us yesterday, but sort of not. You know, when he's talking about we're club dub and we're freaking out in the clubhouse. We're having a great time, and then we got to stop because the media's got to come in. And I was like, we ruin everything, don't we? And he's like, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I mean, we all get it. The relationship there is strained, and it's supposed to have a little bit of something. There's a little tension there.
Sure.
And that's fine. But I think that's all. Marshawn realizes, as many of them do, it's not that they're not going to ever talk to a reporter again. But
I don't think he will.
Maybe not. I mean, someone's filming this. Someone came to him with this idea.
Right, but this is not Marshawn. Why didn't you cut that run back in the third quarter? Or Marshawn, why did you fumble in the fourth quarter? He doesn't have to answer those questions anymore. So now he can just control it all and have fun doing whatever he wants. Good for him.
Answer what you want, but why let someone else tell your story? Is how I would put it in one sentence. I think it's awesome. Hey, time for the defensive play of the week. And it's brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Let's travel back to Sunday in Pittsburgh, where the 49ers were holding a 27-7 lead in the fourth quarter. But the Steelers were driving, trying to cut into the Niners' lead when the secondary said, no.
Clean pocket here. Tipped and picked. Tipped by Warner, picked by Hufanga. One Pro Bowler leads to another. Hufanga flips it outside, and Tashawn Gibson down the sideline and inside the 10. There's a flag down where that lateral happened. It was borderline.
Joe Davis on Fox. It was not borderline. They threw it forward 4 yards. It came back.
It was a good out pattern.
It was not a touchdown, but Hufanga and Fred Warner combining to get together on the play and get the interception. And what is it? Is it 5 times in a row that the 49ers have played Matt Stafford and gotten a pick six? And so we'll see if they can do that again coming up this weekend.
Odds are I like the Niners' chances to win the game and to cover the spread, but you think about this Niner defense, and Nick Bosa garners the headlines, but they've got Pro Bowlers at all 3 levels. Fred Warner, one of the best linebackers in football, and Hufanga in the back doing what he's doing. This defense is fun to watch.
Kind of the forgotten guy, I think, a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, people with a lot of talk about Bosa, Hargrave is the new kid in town. Warner, obviously, even Greenlaw. Sometimes you forget Hufanga.
Yeah.
And I know last year, a little bit of a risk taker, gets burned sometimes, but good young player, man. Good young player.
And it's got to be nice to play in the back of this defense, knowing that you've got Bosa and Hargrave and Armstead and others, Drake Jackson with a monster game, and then the linebackers are flying free to the football. And if you're Hufanga or Mooney Ward or anybody else in the back, a lot of times, especially in the run game, you're going to get a clean shot at the ball carrier if you're even needed.
Defensive play of the week brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Check them out. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Football Friday, and it's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Dibs, I will admit something to you right now.
Yep.
I am sports jealous.
Oh, yeah?
I am sports jealous.
Sports jelly?
I don't get jealous a lot.
No.
Not a jealous person.
No, you don't do envy usually. You're pretty happy in your own skin and you're happy with what you have. You're a guy who appreciates life in terms of what you've got.
But I'm sports jealous right now. Like big time.
Is this a tease?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm jealous of coming up. We can get into Dwight Howard a little bit too if you want also.
Oh, God. We have to.
It's next on Willard and Dibs.
East Bay Law Practice knows.
smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. Hey, one more reminder. Coming up Sunday. I don't know if you know this, but the 49ers play. They're going to play the Rams.
Okay. Is that 105, right?
Yeah, and I'm going to put aside the fact that you wore blue and yellow to the show today.
You know
put
me,
it aside
Mark.
for a second.
I don't have jerseys. I don't ever pay attention in terms of, colors. I'm a nightmare walking, psychopath talking. Thank
Good
you.
job.
Shout out Ice-T.
Yeah, let's see. 105, 125, 105.
And what are the Rams colors again? JB Long said it earlier.
What did he say? He called them like...
wasn't blue and gold.
No, it was like Azul and Wapatu. I'm like, what the hell did he say?
I don't know.
What did he say? It was weird.
Yeah, it was.
Anyway, reason I bring it up is that 95.7 The Game's got you covered with the best red and gold coverage out there. You're going to get Evan and Lowe, E-Dog and Low Neal, getting it started Sunday. Kickoff shows at 11 a.m. Then our guy Grandy and Sterling and Alan Stiles got your instant reaction and analysis immediately following the final whistle on overtime, all right here on 95.7 The Game. And I'm going to take this read a step further. Hey, Grandy, how long do you go on overtime? How long do you go? Let's say the game ends at 4:15. How long will you go?
We'll probably be on till around 7 or so.
7 o'clock. Do me a favor and text me when you're done.
Will do.
Okay, because as soon as you stop talking at 7 o'clock, what happens? Oh, that's right. Click it over to Fox Sports Radio, where me and Kyle Rudolph will be talking.
Okay.
All right? And so...
But you'll be on before we actually take your show.
We will.
You start at 5.
We start at 5, but the point is as soon as I know Grandy's off, I know a guy, so I can sort of maybe potentially slant things in a little bit of a 49er direction right at that moment.
Okay.
Right? A little bit of a localization sensation, if you know what I'm talking about.
It's a late buck.
Okay. All right. So
Royal Blue and Soul, by the way, is the answer to the Rams colors. Royal Blue and Soul.
But did he call it Royal Blue?
He did.
He did?
I believe so.
I thought both words were weird.
I know that Soul was the one that he threw in for like sun.
Yeah.
It's like the sun, the color of the sun. Thank you. Totally. So why are you sports jealous? I'm waiting for the payoff here.
Because of the Braves. So here's the feeling that I would love to have as a baseball fan. When your favorite team falls down 3-0 in the first inning, I'd like to not feel like the game is over.
Okay.
I was sitting there watching the Braves and the Marlins put up a $3 chuck in the first inning, or maybe it was the first 2 innings, whatever it was. And I looked at it and I went, yeah, but that's the Braves. So they're probably going to come back. And now they're in the 6th inning, and the Braves are up 6-4.
Yeah.
That's Braves baseball. I'm not saying you need to build the Braves lineup. That's hard. But I would like the Giants to have a lineup someday where when you fall down 3-0, it doesn't feel like the game's over. I know they've rallied a few times in recent weeks.
Of late, yeah.
Give them credit. But by the same token, it would be nice not to feel like the game is over when the other team has a good start.
Yeah. Friend of the program, J.D. Davis, has single-handedly delivered a couple of those of late, including the other day, down 5-2, 3-run piece to knot it up and ultimately lift our Giants, to a victory. And so
thank you.
Here we are with a big series in Colorado, and hopeful that if they do fall down, that they can rally in a game like that, especially in Coors where hits and stuff come in bunches.
Remember, it is the final 10 minutes of the week.
Yep.
And last week, we gave everybody one pick for the weekend, and we both lost. We went 0-1, both of us. Did you not have the...
oh, God. I had the USC over.
USC over.
It was a bad beat.
Well, Stanford only scored 10 points.
The over-under was 69.5, and they totaled 66.
And I gave you the New England Patriots plus the 4. I got that home dog. Home dog. Plus 4 against those Eagles, and they lost by 5. That was close, but no cigar. Have you had a chance, Mr. Dibley, to review the board and select your number 1 pick of the weekend?
Guru and I have recorded Liquidate All Assets, the second episode of the season. It dropped earlier today. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts, at the Odyssey app or the Apple Store or anywhere else where you want to get your pods. And we went through the full board, including college and pro games. And the more I've thought about it, Mark, and maybe it's because we talk about it all week, but the Niners are the pick that I like the most up on the big board. And earlier today, we talked about it, and I saw it at 7.5. I'm not sure if it's dipped to 7
I see it at 7 right now, but you take whichever one you want.
I'll tell you what, I will punch up my offshore location, and I will adhere to what they say, but I'm taking it at 7 or 7.5. I feel good about the pick, so the Niners giving the points, that's my pick of the week.
All right, I am going to take you down to Florida. Take it down to Florida, where there'll be many a sporting event this weekend, but I will focus in on the one that will happen Sunday at 10 a.m. our time. Those Kansas City Chiefs are not going to start 0-2. Those Kansas City Chiefs have had a little extra rest. Those Kansas City Chiefs now have Travis Kelce in uniform. Those Kansas City Chiefs now have Chris Jones in uniform. I like the Jags. I am pro-Jags this year. I am not pro-Jags this weekend. The Chiefs are going to actually catch the ball this time. They are going to respond like the champions they are. Take the Chiefs minus the 3 at the Jaguars on Sunday.
You stayed away from that home dog.
Yeah.
No home dog.
Bit me last time, so give me that road favorite.
Okay.
Road favorite.
7 is the Niners spread, confirmed on my offshore
That's where it is.
book. My 3-team parlay, which included the 49ers, appears to be going up in smoke as my Baltimore Orioles are being no-hit right now.
Good for you. Just reboot it with some new teams.
Sure.
Give you a couple others I like. I love the Titans plus 3. There's a home dog against the visiting Los Angeles Chargers. I like the Titans plus 3 there. I'm intrigued by the Packers plus 1.5 at Atlanta this weekend. Really kind of digging the Ravens plus 3 at Cincinnati. I know people are waiting for a bounce back there, but I think that Burrow is still hurt, and they're still going to be a little bit out of sync on that one. And I also like the Washington Commanders plus 3.5 at Denver. That's too many points to be giving away if you're the Denver Broncos, because you're not very good.
Yeah, another one I liked was Buffalo giving the 8 against the Raiders up in Buffalo. I think that's one where the Raiders are in a tight spot, second road game. Buffalo, another team looking for that similar kind of a bounce back. And totals-wise, going under, and I want to make sure I get the number right on this one, the Houston Texans. We're going to go under in that dog of a game. I think the over-under is 38.5 in the Texans game.
For some reason, that one is off my board.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
so
something's going on in that game. I wonder if they're waiting to find out if Anthony Richardson's a full clear.
Maybe, yeah. Colts and Texans.
I think he is. I don't know who they'd be waiting on in that game.
I think C.J. Stroud also popped up on the injury report.
That must be it. They're holding off on that game. Want to know what might be the most fascinating number?
39.5 is what I see it. So yeah,
fascinating numbers. Jets and Cowboys. I wonder what you think about this one. The Cowboys are an 8.5-point favorite. I think that's largely based not just because Aaron Rodgers is gone, but the Cowboys were so impressive. But 8.5 points to cover against a defense like that is a lot. It's a lot. And the over-under is only 38. Yeah. So if you're expecting a game that is somewhere in the 20-17, 24-16, 24-14 sort of a neighborhood, that's a lot of points to cover. I think what they're telling you is they think the Jets might not score in this game at all.
Sure.
Great 2 defenses. in the Cowboys and Jets are kind of like the under 38 there.
Man, that's a 23-15 ball game that you're looking at, and the Cowboys held the Giants to 0 points.
Yeah, that'd be a 0.
So back-to-back shutouts to start a season. I don't know the last time that happened.
That'd be crazy, man. Hey, have a great weekend, okay?
You too, brother.
We'll do it again on Monday and talk a little bit about the 49ers and the Rams.
Yeah.
That's the plan. Coming up next, it's Grandy time, everybody. Full hour of the best content from today, and it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, callers, texters, YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Thank you all for the week, for the interaction, all of it. We appreciate it so much. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight. Here's a message for Bay Area architects and designers. If you're about to start a remodel or design project with one of your clients, be sure to visit Golden State Window and Door Design. They work with a number of manufacturers, including Marvin for windows, that offer outstanding quality and a large selection of colors and styles. Take a look at the Golden State's window and door design showrooms virtually at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
At Pennzoil, we have one job, pioneering a motor oil so advanced, you don't have to think about your motor oil. Instead, you can think about how your engine sounds, how your stomach feels as the RPMs build, how your wheels hug the curves, and how, with the Pennzoil Platinum up to 15-year, 500,000-mile protection guarantee, your adventures will be many. Pennzoil, long may we drive. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply.